Section 1 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Leader. The Broad Highway, by Jeffery Farnol, Section 1. To Shirley Byron Jevons, the friend of my boyish ambitions, this book is dedicated as a mark of my gratitude, affection, and esteem. J.F. Ante Scriptum. As I sat of an early summer morning in the shade of a tree, eating fried bacon with a tinker, the thought came to me that I might some day write a book of my own, a book that should treat of the roads and by-roads, of trees and wind in lonely places, of rapid brooks and lazy streams, of the glory of dawn, the glow of evening, and the purple solitude of night. A book of wayside inns and sequestered taverns, a book of country things and ways and people, and the thought pleased me much. "But," objected the tinker, for I had spoken my thought aloud, "trees and such like don't sound very interestin', leastways not in a book, for after all, a tree's only a tree, and an inn an inn. No, you must tell of other things as well." "Yes," said I, a little damped, "to be sure, there is a highwayman." "Come, that's better," said the tinker encouragingly. "Then," I went on, ticking off each item on my fingers, "come Tom Cragg, the pugilist." "Better and better," nodded the tinker. "A one-legged soldier of the peninsula, an adventure at a lonely tavern, a flight through woods at midnight pursued by desperate villains, and a most extraordinary tinker. So far so good, I think, and it all sounds adventurous enough." "What?" cried the tinker. "Would you put me in your book, then?" "Assuredly." "Why, then," said the tinker, "it's true I mends kettles, sharpens scissors and such, but I likewise peddles books and novels, and what's more I reads 'em, so if you must put me in your book, you might call me a literary cove." "A literary cove?" said I. "Ah!" said the tinker, "it sounds better, a sight better. Besides, I never read a novel with a tinker in it, as I remember. They're generally dukes, or earls, or baronites. Nobody wants to read about a tinker." "That all depends," said I. "A tinker may be much more interesting than an earl, or even a duke." The tinker examined the piece of bacon upon his knife-point with a cold and disparaging eye. "I've read a good many novels in my time," said he, shaking his head, "and I knows what I'm talking of." Here he bolted the morsel of bacon with much apparent relish. "I've made love to duchesses, run off with heiresses, and fought duels, all by the hundred, all between the covers of some book or other, and I enjoyed it uncommonly well, especially the duels. If you can get a little blood into your book, so much the better. There's nothing like a little blood in a book. Not a great deal, but just enough to give it a tang, so to speak. If you could kill your highwayman to start with, it would be a very good beginning to your story." "I could do that, certainly," said I, "but it would not be according to fact." "So much the better," said the tinker. "Who wants facts in a novel?" Said I. "And then again—" "What more?" I inquired. "Love," said the tinker, wiping his knife-blade on the leg of his breeches. "Love?" I repeated. "And plenty of it," said the tinker. "I'm afraid that is impossible," said I, after a moment's thought. "How impossible?" "Because I know nothing about love." "That's a pity," said the tinker. "Under the circumstances it is," said I. "Not a doubt of it," said the tinker, beginning to scrub out the frying pan with a handful of grass, "though, to be sure, you might learn. You're young enough." "Yes, I might learn," said I. "Who knows?" "Ah, who knows?" said the tinker, and, after he had cleansed the pan to his satisfaction, he turned to me with dexter finger upraised, and brow of heavy portent. "Young fellow," said he, "no man can write a good novel without he knows something about love, it aren't to be expected, so the sooner you do learn, the better." said I. "And then, as I said afore, and I say it again, they wants love in a book nowadays, and what's more, they will have it." "They?" said I. "The folk as'll read your book, after it is written." "Ah, to be sure," said I, somewhat taken aback. "I had forgotten them." "Forgotten them!" repeated the Tinker, staring. "Forgotten that people might want to read it, after it is written." "But," said the Tinker, rubbing his nose hard, "books are written for people to read, aren't they?" "Not always," said I. Hereupon the Tinker rubbed his nose harder than ever. Many of the world's greatest books, those masterpieces that have lived and shall live on forever, were written, as I believe, for the pure love of writing them. "Oh!" said the Tinker. "Yes," said I, warming to my theme, "and with little or no idea of the eyes of those unborn generations which were to read and marvel at them. Hence it is we get those sublime thoughts untrammelled by passing tastes and fashions, unbounded by narrow creed or popular prejudice." "Ah?" said the Tinker. "Many a great writer has been spoiled by fashion and success, for, so soon as he begins to think upon his public how best to please and hold their fancy, which is ever the most fickle of mundane things, straightway genius spreads abroad his pinions, and leaves him in the mire." "Poor cove!" said the Tinker. "Young man, you smile, I think?" "No," said I. "Well, supposing a writer never had no genius, how then?" "Why then," said I, "he should never dare to write at all." "Young fellow," said the Tinker, glancing at me from the corners of his eyes, "are you sure you're a genus, then?" Now, when my companion said this, I fell silent for the very sufficient reason that I found nothing to say. "Lord love you," said he at last, seeing me thus hipped, "don't be downhearted, don't be dashed afore you begin, we can't all be genuses. It aren't to be expected, but some on us is a good deal better than most, and that's something arter all. As for your book, what you have to do is to give 'em a little blood now and then, with plenty of love, and you can't go far wrong." Now whether the Tinker's theory for the writing of a good novel be right or wrong, I will not presume to say. But in this book that lies before you, though you shall read, if you choose, of country things and ways and people, yet, because that part of my life herein recorded was a sometimes hard, rough life, you shall read also of blood, and, because I came, in the end, to love very greatly, so shall you read of love. Wherefore, then, I am emboldened to hope that when you shall have turned the last page and closed this book, you shall do so with a sigh. P.V. London.
Chapter 1. Chiefly concerning my uncle's last will and testament.
"And to my nephew, Maurice Vibart, I bequeath the sum of £20,000 in the fervent hope that it may help him to the devil within the year, or as soon after as may be."
Here Mr. Grainger paused in his reading to glance up over the rim of his spectacles, while Sir Richard lay back in his chair and laughed loudly.
"Gad!"
he exclaimed, still chuckling,
"I'd give £100 if he could have been present to hear that."
And the baronet went off into another roar of merriment. Mr. Grainger, on the other hand, dignified and solemn, coughed a short, dry cough behind his hand.
"Help him to the devil within the year,"
repeated Sir Richard, still chuckling. "Pray proceed, sir," said I, motioning towards the will. But instead of complying, Mr. Grainger laid down the parchment, and, removing his spectacles, began to polish them with a large silk handkerchief.
"You are, I believe, unacquainted with your cousin, Sir Maurice Vibart?" he inquired.
"I have never seen him," said I. "All my life has been passed either at school or the university, but I have frequently heard mention of him nevertheless."
"Egad!" cried Sir Richard, "who hasn't heard of Buck Vibart? Beat Ted Jarraway of Swansea in 5 rounds, drove coach and 4 down Whitehall, on sidewalk, ran away with a French marquise while but a boy of 20, and shot her husband into the bargain. Devilish celebrated figure in sporting circles, a friend of the Prince Regent."
"So I understand,"
said I. "Altogether as complete a young blackguard as ever swaggered down St. James."
Having said which, Sir Richard crossed his legs and inhaled a pinch of snuff.
£20,000 is a very handsome sum,
remarked Mr. Grainger, ponderously, and as though more with the intention of saying something rather than remain silent just then. "Indeed it is," said I, "and might help a man to the devil as comfortably as need be, but
though," pursued Mr. Grainger, "much below his expectations, and sadly inadequate to his present needs, I fear."
"That is most unfortunate," said I, "but—"
"His debts,"
said Mr. Grainger, busy at his spectacles again,
"his debts are very heavy, I believe."
"Then doubtless some arrangement can be made to—" "But continue your reading, I beg," said I. Mr. Grainger repeated his short, dry cough, and, taking up the will, slowly and almost as though unwillingly, cleared his throat and began as follows:
"Furthermore, to my nephew Peter Vibart, cousin to the above, I will and bequeath my blessing and the sum of 10 guineas in cash, wherewith to purchase a copy of Zeno or any other of the Stoic philosophers he may prefer."
Again Mr. Grainger laid down the will, and again he regarded me over the rim of his spectacles.
"Good God!"
cried Sir Richard, leaping to his feet.
"The man must have been mad! 10 guineas! Why, it's an insult! Damme, it's an insult! You'll never take it, of course, Peter?"
"On the contrary, sir," said I.
"But 10 guineas!"
bellowed the baronet.
"On my soul now, George was a cold-blooded fish, but I didn't think even he was as capable of such a despicable trick. No, curse me if I did. Why, it would have been kinder to have left you nothing at all. But it was like George, bitter to the end. 10 guineas!"
"Is 10 guineas," said I, "and when one comes to think of it, much may be done with 10 guineas." Sir Richard grew purple in the face, but before he could speak, Mr. Grainger began to read again.
"Moreover, the sum of £500,000, now vested in the funds, shall be paid to either Morris or Peter Vibart aforesaid, if either shall, within 1 calendar year, become the husband of the Lady Sophia Sefton of Cambourne."
"Good God!" exclaimed Sir Richard.
"Failing which,"
read Mr. Grainger,
"the said sum, namely £500,000, shall be bestowed upon such charity or charities as the trustees shall select. Signed by me this 10th day of April, 1800 George Vibart. Duly witnessed by Adam Penfleet, Martha Trent."
Here Mr. Grainger's voice stopped, and I remember, in the silence that followed, the parchment crackled very loudly as he folded it precisely and laid it on the table before him. I remember also that Sir Richard was swearing vehemently under his breath as he paced to and fro between me and the window. "And that is all?" I inquired at last.
"That,"
said Mr. Grainger, not looking at me now,
"is all." "The Lady Sophia,"
murmured Sir Richard as to himself.
"The Lady Sophia."
And then, suddenly stopping before me in his walk,
"Oh, Peter,"
said he, clapping his hand down upon my shoulder,
"oh, Peter, that settles it. You're done for, boy. A crueller will was never made."
"Marriage," said I to myself.
"A damnable iniquity!"
exclaimed Sir Richard, striding up and down the room again.
"The Lady Sophia Sefton of Cambourne,"
said I, rubbing my chin.
"Why, that's just it," roared the baronet. "She's a reigning toast, most famous beauty in the country. London's mad over her. She can pick and choose from all the finest gentlemen in England. Oh, it's good-bye to all your hopes of the inheritance, Peter, and that's the devil of it."
"Sir, I fail to see your argument," said I.
"What?"
cried Sir Richard, facing round on me.
"D'you think you have a chance with her, then?"
"Why not?"
without friends, position, or money? Pish, boy! Don't I tell you that every buck and dandy, every mincing macaroni in the 3 kingdoms would give his very legs to marry her, either for her beauty or her fortune?" spluttered the baronet. "And let me inform you further that she's devilish high and haughty with it all. They do say she even rebuffed the Prince Regent himself." "But then, sir, I consider myself a better man than the Prince Regent," said I. Sir Richard sank into the nearest chair and stared at me open-mouthed. "Sir," I continued, "you doubtless set me down as an egoist of egoists. I freely confess it. So are you. So is Mr. Grainger yonder. So are we all of us egoists in thinking ourselves as good as some few of our neighbors, and better than a great many." "Deuce take me!" said Sir Richard. "Referring to the Lady Sophia, I have heard that she once galloped her horse up the steps of St. Paul's Cathedral." "And down again, Peter," added Sir Richard. "Also she is said to be possessed of a temper," I continued, "and is above the average height, I believe, and I have a natural antipathy to termagants, more especially tall ones." "Termagant!" cried Sir Richard. "Why, she's the handsomest woman in London, boy. She's none of your milk-and-watery, meek-mouthed misses. Curse me, no! She's all fire and blood and high metal. A woman, sir, glorious, divine, damme, sir, a black-browed goddess, a positive plum." "Sir Richard," said I, "should I ever contemplate marriage, which is most improbable, my wife must be sweet and shy, gentle-eyed and soft of voice, instead of your bold, strong-armed, horse-galloping creature. Above all, she must be sweet and clinging." "Sweet and sticky! Oh, the devil! Hark to the boy, Grainger!" cried Sir Richard. "Hark to him, and one glance of the glorious Sefton's bright eyes, one glance only, Grainger, and he'd be at her feet, on his knees, on his confounded knees, sir." "The question is, how do you propose to maintain yourself in the future?" said Mr. Grainger at this point. "Life under your altered fortunes must prove necessarily hard, Mr. Peter." "And yet, sir," I answered, "a fortune with a wife tagged on to it must prove a very mixed blessing after all. And then again, there may be a certain amount of satisfaction in stepping into a dead man's shoes. But I, very foolishly perhaps, have a hankering for shoes of my own. Surely there must be some position in life that I am competent to fill, some position that would maintain me honorably and well. I flatter myself that my years at Oxford were not altogether barren of result." "By no means," put in Sir Richard. "You won the high jump, I believe?" "Sir, I did," said I, "also throwing the hammer." "And spent £2000 per annum?" said Sir Richard. "Sir, I did, but between whiles managed to do fairly well in the tripos, to finish a new and original translation of Quintilian, another of Petronius Arbiter, and also a literal rendering into the English of the memoirs of Sieur de Brantome." "For none of which you have hitherto found a publisher?" inquired Mr. Grainger. "Not as yet," said I, "but I have great hopes of my Brantome. As you are probably aware, this is the first time he has ever been translated into English." "Hum!" said Sir Richard. "Ha! And in the meantime, what do you intend to do?" "On that head I have as yet come to no definite conclusion, sir," I answered. "I have been wondering," began Mr. Grainger somewhat diffidently, "if you would care to accept a position in my office. To be sure, the remuneration would be small at first, and quite insignificant in comparison to the income you have been in receipt of." "But it would have been money earned," said I, "which is infinitely preferable to that for which we never turn a hand. At least, I think so." "Then you accept?" "No, sir," said I, "though I am grateful to you, and thank you most sincerely for your offer, yet I have never felt the least inclination to the practice of law. Where there is no interest, one's work must necessarily suffer.
and I have no desire that your business should be injured by any carelessness of mine. What do you think of a private tutorship? It would suit me above all things, were it not for the fact that the genus boy is the most aggravating of all animals, and that I am conscious of a certain shortness of temper at times, which might result in pain to my pupil, loss of dignity to myself, and general unpleasantness to all concerned. Otherwise, a private tutorship would suit most admirably. Here Sir Richard took another pinch of snuff, and sat frowning up at the ceiling, while Mr. Grainger began tying up that document which had so altered my prospects. As for me, I crossed to the window, and stood staring out at the evening. Everywhere were trees tinted by the rosy glow of sunset, trees that stirred sleepily in the gentle wind, and far away I could see that famous highway, built and paved for the march of Roman legions, winding away to where it vanished over distant Shooter's Hill. "And pray," said Sir Richard, still frowning at the ceiling, "what do you propose to do with yourself?" Now, as I looked out upon this fair evening, I became, of a sudden, possessed of an overmastering desire, a great longing for field and meadow and hedgerow, for wood and coppice and shady stream, for sequestered inns and wide, wind-swept heaths, and ever the broad highway in front. Thus I answered Sir Richard's question unhesitatingly, and without turning from the window. "I shall go, sir, on a walking tour through Kent and Surrey into Devonshire, and thence probably to Cornwall." "And with a miserable 10 guineas in your pocket? Preposterous! Absurd!" retorted Sir Richard. "On the contrary, sir," said I, "the more I ponder the project, the more enamoured of it I become." "And when your money is all gone, how then?" "I shall turn my hand to some useful employment," said I. "Digging, for instance." "Digging!" ejaculated Sir Richard. "And you a scholar! And what is more, a gentleman?" "My dear Sir Richard," said I, "that all depends upon how you would define a gentleman. To me he would appear, of late years, to have degenerated into a creature whose chief end in life is to spend money he has never earned, to reproduce his species with a deplorable frequency and promiscuity, habitually to drink more than is good for him, and, between whiles, to fill in his time hunting, cock-fighting, or watching entranced while 2 men pound each other unrecognizable in the prize-ring. Occasionally he has the good taste to break his neck in the hunting field, or get himself gloriously shot in a duel, but the generality live on to a good old age, turn their attention to matters political, and, following the dictates of their class, damn reform with a whole-hearted fervour equalled only by their rancour." "Deuce take me!" ejaculated Sir Richard feebly, while Mr. Grainger buried his face in his pocket handkerchief. "To my mind," I ended, "the man who sweats over a spade, or follows the tail of a plough, is far nobler and higher in the scheme of things than any of your young bloods driving his coach and 4 to Brighton to the danger of all and sundry." Sir Richard slowly got up out of his chair, staring at me open-mouthed. "Good God!" he exclaimed at last, "the boy's a revolutionary!" I smiled and shrugged my shoulders, but before I could speak, Mr. Grainger interposed, sedate and solemn as usual. "Referring to your proposed tour, Mr. Peter, when do you expect to start?" "Early tomorrow morning, sir." "I will not attempt to dissuade you, well knowing the difficulty," said he with a faint smile, "but a letter addressed to me at Lincoln's Inn will always find me and receive my most earnest attention." So saying, he rose, bowed, and, having shaken my hand, left the room, closing the door behind him.
"Peter!" exclaimed the baronet, striding up and down.
"Peter, you're a fool, sir, a hot-blooded, self-sufficient, pragmatical young fool, sir, curse me." "I am sorry you should think so," I answered. "And," he continued, regarding me with a defiant eye, "I shall expect you to draw upon me for any sum that you may require for the present. Friendship's sake, boyhood, and
all that sort of thing, and, oh, damn, you understand, Peter?"
"Sir Richard," said I, grasping his unwilling hand, I thank you from the bottom of my heart."
"Pooh, Peter, damn it!"
said he, snatching his hand away and thrusting it hurriedly into his pocket, out of further reach. "Thank you, sir," I reiterated. "Be sure that should I fall ill, or any unforeseen calamity happen to me, I will most gladly, most gratefully accept your generous aid in the spirit in which it is offered. But "
"But?"
exclaimed Sir Richard. "Until then—"
"Oh, the devil!"
said Sir Richard, and, ringing the bell, ordered his horse to be brought to the door, and thereafter stood with his back to the empty fireplace, his fists thrust down into his pockets, frowning heavily and with a fixed intentness at the nearest armchair. Sir Richard Anstruther is tall and broad, ruddy of face, with a prominent nose and great square chin, whose grimness is offset by a mouth singularly sweet and tender, and the kindly light of blue eyes. He is in very truth a gentleman. Indeed, as he stood there in his plain blue coat, with his high roll collar and shining silver buttons, his spotless moleskins and heavy square-toed riding boots, he was as fair a type as might be of the English country gentleman. It is such men as he who, fearless upon the littered quarter-decks of reeling battleships, undismayed amid the smoke and death of stricken fields, their duty well and nobly done, have turned their feet toward home, to pass their latter days amid their turnips and cabbages, beating their swords into pruning hooks, and glad enough to do it.
"Peter,"
said he suddenly. "Sir," said I.
"You never saw your father to remember, did you?"
"No, Sir Richard."
"Nor your mother?"
"Nor my mother."
"Poor boy, poor boy!"
"You knew my mother?"
"Yes, Peter, I knew your mother,"
said Sir Richard, staring very hard at the chair again, and saw that his mouth had grown wonderfully tender.
"Yours has been a very secluded life hitherto, Peter,"
he went on after a moment. "Entirely so," said I, "with the exception of my never-to-be-forgotten visits to the Hall."
"Ah, yes, I taught you to ride, remember?"
"You are associated with every boyish pleasure I ever knew," said I, laying my hand upon his arm. Sir Richard coughed, and grew suddenly red in the face.
"Why, you see, Peter,"
he began, picking up his riding-whip and staring at it.
"You see, your uncle was never fond of company at any time, whereas
Whereas you could always find time to remember the lonely boy left when all his companions were gone on their holidays, left to his books and the dreary desolation of the empty schoolhouse and echoing cloisters."
"Pooh!"
exclaimed Sir Richard, redder than ever.
"Bosh!"
"Do you think I can ever forget the glorious day when you drove over in your coach and four, and carried me off in triumph, and how we raced the white-hatted fellow in the tilbury?"
"And beat him,"
added Sir Richard. "Took off his near wheel on the turn," said I.
"The fool's own fault,"
said Sir Richard. "And left him in the ditch cursing us," said I.
"Egad, yes, Peter. Oh, but those were fine horses, and though I say it, no better team in the south country. You remember the off-wheeler broke his leg shortly after, and had to be shot, poor devil."
"And later, at Oxford," I began.
"What now, Peter?"
said Sir Richard, frowning darkly. "Do you remember the bronze vase that used to stand on the mantelpiece in my study?"
"Bronze vase?"
repeated Sir Richard, intent upon his whip again. "I used to find bank notes in it after you had visited me, and when I hid the vase they turned up just the same in most unexpected places."
"The young fellow must have money, necessary, now and then,"
muttered Sir Richard. At this juncture, with a discreet knock, the butler appeared to announce that Sir Richard's horse was waiting. Hereupon the baronet, somewhat hastily, caught up his hat and gloves, and I followed him out of the house and down the steps. Sir Richard drew on his gloves, thrust his toe into the stirrup, and then turned to look at me over his arm.
"Peter,"
said he. Sir Richard?" said I.
"Regarding your walking tour."
"Yes."
"I think it's all damned tomfoolery,"
said Sir Richard, and, after saying which, he swung himself into the saddle with a lightness and ease that many younger might have envied. "I'm sorry for that, sir, because my mind is set upon it."
"With 10 guineas in your pocket?"
"That, with due economy, should be ample, until I can find some means to earn more."
"A fiddlestick, sir, an accursed fiddlestick!"
snorted Sir Richard.
"How is a boy, an unsophisticated, hot-headed young fool of a boy, to earn his own living?"
"Others have done it," I began.
"Pish!"
said the baronet. "And been the better for it in the end."
"Tush!"
said the baronet. "And I have a great desire to see the world from the viewpoint of the multitude."
"Bah!"
said the baronet, so forcibly that his mare started.
"This comes of your damnable revolutionary tendencies. Let me tell you, want is a hard master, and the world a bad place for one who is moneyless and without friends."
"You forget, sir, I shall never be without a friend."
"God knows it, boy,"
answered Sir Richard, and his hand fell and rested for a moment upon my shoulder.
"Peter,"
said he, very slowly and heavily,
"I'm growing old, and I shall never marry, and sometimes, Peter, of an evening, I get very lonely, Peter."
He stopped for a while, gazing away towards the green slopes of distant Shooter's Hill.
"Oh, boy," said he at last, "won't you come to the hall and help me to spend my money?"
Without answering, I reached up and clasped his hand. It was the hand which held his whip, and I noticed how tightly he gripped the handle, and wondered. "Sir Richard," said I at last, "wherever I go I shall treasure the recollection of this moment, but—"
"But, Peter?"
"But, sir—"
"Oh, damn it!"
he exclaimed, and set spurs to his mare. Yet once he turned in his saddle to flourish his whip to me ere he galloped out of sight. Section 1.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Section 2 of The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Leader. Book 1, Chapter 2. I Set Out. The clock of the square-towered Norman church, a mile away, was striking the hour of 4 as I let myself out into the morning. It was dark as yet, and chilly, but the east was already a faint glimmer of dawn. Reaching the stables, I paused with my hand on the door-hasp, listening to the hissing that told me Adam, the groom, was already at work within. As I entered, he looked up from the saddle he was polishing, and touched his forehead with a grimy forefinger. "You be early abroad, Mr. Peter." "Yes," said I, "I wish to be on Shooter's Hill at sunrise, but first I came to say good-bye to Wings." "To be sure, sir," nodded Adam, picking up his lantern. Upon the ensuing interview I will not dwell. It was affecting both to her and to myself, for we were mutually attached. "Sir," said Adam, when at last the stable door had closed behind us, "that there mare knows as you're a-leaving her." "I think she does, Adam." "'Osses be wonderful wise, sir." "Yes, Adam." "This is a bad day for Wings, sir, and all of us, for that matter." "I hope not, Adam." "You be a-going away, they tell me, sir?" "Yes, going away," I nodded. "Wonder what'll become of the mare, sir?" "Ah, yes, I wonder," said I. "Everything to be sold under the will, I think, sir." "Everything, Adam." "Excuse me, sir," said he, knuckling his forehead, "you won't be wanting ever a groom, will you?" "No, Adam," I answered, shaking my head, "I shan't be wanting a groom." "Nor yet a body servant, sir?" "No, Adam, nor yet a body servant." Here there ensued a silence, during which Adam knuckled his right temple again, and I tightened the buckle of my knapsack. "I think, Adam," said I think it is going to be a fine day." "Yes, sir." "Good bye, Adam," said I, and held out my hand. "Good bye, sir." And having shaken my hand, he turned and went back into the stable. So I set off, walking beneath an avenue of trees, looming up gigantic on either hand. At the end was the lodge, and ere I opened the gates, for John, the lodge-keeper, was not yet astir, ere I opened the gates, I say, I paused for one last look at the house that had been all the home I had ever known since I could remember. As I stood thus, with my eyes upon the indistinct mass, I presently distinguished a figure running towards me, and, as he came up, recognized Adam. "It ain't much, sir, but it's all I 'ave," said he, and thrust a short, thick, well-smoked clay pipe into my hand, a pipe that was fashioned to the shape of a negro's head. "It's a good pipe, sir," he went on, "a mortal good pipe, and as sweet as a nut." Saying which, he turned about and ran off, leaving me standing there with his parting gift in my hand. And having put the pipe into an inner pocket, I opened the gate and started off at a good pace along the broad highway. It was a bleak, desolate world that lay about me, a world of shadows and a white, low-lying mist that filled every hollow and swathed hedge and tree, a lowering earth and a frowning heaven, infinitely depressing. But the eastern sky was clear with an ever-growing brightness. Hope lay there, so, as I walked, I kept my eyes toward the east. Being come at last to that eminence which is called Shooter's Hill, I sat down upon a bank beside the way and turned to look back upon the wonderful city. And as I watched, the pearly east changed little by little to a varying pink, which in turn slowly gave place to reds and yellows, until up came the sun in all his majesty, gilding vane and weathercock upon 100 spires and steeples, and making a glory of the river. Far away, upon the white riband of road that led across Blackheath, a chaise was crawling, but, save for that, the world seemed deserted. I sat thus a great while gazing upon the city, and marvelling of the greatness of it. "Truly," said I to myself, "nowhere in the whole world is there such another city as London." And presently I sighed, and, rising, set my back to the city, and went on down the hill. Yes, the sun was up at last, and at his advent the mists rolled up and vanished, the birds awoke in brake and thicket, and lifting their voices, sang together a song of universal praise. Bushes rustled, trees whispered, while from every leaf and twig, from every blade of grass, there hung a flashing jewel. With the mists my doubts of the future vanished too, and I strode upon my way, a very god, king of my destiny, walking through a tribute world where feathered songsters carolled for me, and blossoming flowers wafted sweet perfume upon my path. So I went on gaily down the hill, rejoicing that I was alive. In the knapsack at my back I had stowed a few clothes, the strongest and plainest I possessed, together with a shirt, some half-dozen favorite books, and my translation of Brantome. Quintilian and Petronius I had left with Mr. Grainger, who had promised to send them to a publisher, a friend of his, and in my pocket was my Uncle George's legacy, namely, 10 guineas in gold. And, as I walked, I began to compute how long such a sum might be made to last a man. By practising the strictest economy, I thought I might manage well enough on 2 shillings a day, and this left me some 100 odd days in which to find some means of livelihood, and if a man could not suit himself in such time, then, thought I, he must be a fool indeed. Thus my thoughts caught something of the glory of the bright sky above and the smiling earth about me, as I strode along that broad highway, which was to lead me I know not whither, yet where disaster was already lying in wait for me, as you shall hear. Book 1, Chapter 3 concerns itself mainly with a hat. As the day advanced, the sun beat down with an ever-increasing heat, and, what with this and the dust, I presently grew very thirsty. Wherefore, as I went, I must needs conjure up tantalizing visions of ale that foamed gloriously in tankards, that sparkled in glasses, and gurgled deliciously from the spouts of earthen pitchers, and I began to look about me for some inn where these visions might be realized, and my burning thirst nobly quenched, as such a thirst deserved to be. On I went through this beautiful land of Kent, past tree and hedge and smiling meadow, by hill and dale and sloping upland, while ever the sun grew hotter, the winding road the dustier, and my mighty thirst the mightier. At length, reaching the brow of a hill, I espied a small inn or hedge tavern that stood back from the glare of the road, seeming to nestle in the shade of a great tree, and joyfully I hastened toward it. As I approached I heard loud voices, raised as though in altercation, and a hat came hurtling through the open doorway and bounding into the road, rolled over and over to my very feet. And looking down at it, I saw that it was a very ill-used hat, frayed and worn, dented of crown, and broken of brim, yet, beneath its sordid shabbiness, there lurked the dim semblance of what it had once been, for, in the scratched and tarnished buckle, in the jaunty curl of the brim, it still preserved a certain pitiful air of rakishness. Wherefore I stooped, and, picking it up, began to brush the dust from it as well as I might. I was thus engaged when there arose a sudden bull-like roar, and, glancing up, I beheld a man who reeled backwards out of the inn, and who, after staggering a yard or so, thudded down into the road, and so lay, staring vacantly up at the sky. Before I could reach him, however, he got upon his legs, and, crossing unsteadily to the tree I have mentioned, leaned there, and I saw there was much blood upon his face, which he essayed to wipe away with the cuff of his coat. Now, upon his whole person, from the crown of his unkempt head down to his broken, dusty boots, there yet clung that air of jaunty, devil-may-care rakishness which I had seen and pitied in his hat. Observing as I came up how heavily he leaned against the tree, and noting the extreme pallor of his face and the blank gaze of his sunken eyes, I touched him upon the shoulder. "Sir, I trust you are not hurt?" said I. "Thank you," he answered, his glance still wandering. "Not in the least, I assure you. Merely tap on the nose, sir. Unpleasant, damnably, but no more, no more." "I think," said I, holding out the battered hat, "I think this is yours." His eye encountering it in due time, he reached out his hand somewhat fumblingly, and took it from me with a slight movement of the head and shoulders that might have been a bow. "Thank you. Yes, should know it among 1,000," said he dreamily. "An old friend, and a very much tried one. Many thanks." With which words he clapped the much-tried friend upon his head, and, with another movement that might have been a bow, turned short round and strode away. And as he went, despite the careless swing of his shoulder, his legs seemed to falter somewhat in their stride, and once I thought he staggered. Yet, as I watched, half-minded to follow after him, he settled his hat more firmly with a light tap upon the crown, and, thrusting his hands into the pockets of his threadbare coat, fell to whistling lustily, and so, turning a bend in the road, vanished from my sight. And presently, my thirst recurring to me, I approached the inn, and, descending 3 steps, entered its cool shade. Here I found 4 men, each with his pipe and tankard, to whom a large, red-faced, big-fisted fellow was holding forth in a high state of heat and indignation. "Wot's England a comin' to? That's what I wants to know," he was saying.
Wot's England a-comin' to, when thievin' robbers can come a-walkin' in on you, a-stealin' a pint o' your best ale out o' your very own tankard under your very own nose? Wot's it a-comin' to?"
"Ah!" nodded the other solemnly, "that's it, Joel. What?"
"Why,"
growled the red-faced innkeeper, bringing his big fist down with a bang,
"it's a-comin' to perdition! That's wot it's a-comin' to."
"And what?" inquired a rather long, bony man, with a face half hidden in sandy whisker.
"Wot might perdition be, Joel? Likewise, wheer?" "You must be a danged fool, Tom, my lad,"
retorted he whom they called Joel, redder in the face than ever. "Ay, that you must," chorused the others.
"I only asked wot and wheer." "Only asked, did ye?"
repeated Joel scornfully.
"Ah!"
nodded the other, "that's all."
"But you're always a-axin', you are,"
said Joel gloomily.
"Which I notice,"
retorted the man Tom, blowing into his tankard,
"which I notice is you ain't never over fond o' answerin'." "Oh, I ain't I?" "No, you ain't," repeated Tom, "nohow."
Here the red-faced man grew so very red indeed that the others fell to coughing, all together, and shuffling their feet, and giving divers other evidences of their embarrassment, all save the unimpressionable Tom. Seizing the occasion that now presented itself, I knocked loudly upon the floor with my stick, whereupon the red-faced man, removing his eyes slowly and by degrees from the unconcerned Tom, fixed them darkly upon me. "Supposing," said I, "supposing you are so very obliging as to serve me with a pint of ale."
"Then, supposing you show me the colour o' your money," he growled. "Come money first. I aren't a-taking no more risks."
For answer I laid the coins before him, and having pocketed the money, he filled and thrust a foaming tankard towards me, which I emptied forthwith and called upon him for another.
"Where's your money?"
"Here," said I, tossing a sixpence to him, "and you can keep the change."
"Why, you see, sir," he began, somewhat mollified, "it be precious hard to know who's a gentleman and who ain't, who's a thief and who ain't these days."
"How so?"
"Why, only a little while ago, just afore you, chap comes a-walking in here, no account much to look at, but very 'aughty for all that. Comes a-walking in here, he do, and calls for a pint o' ale. You heard him, all on ye?"
He broke off, turning to the others.
"You all heard him call for a pint o' ale?"
"Ah, we heard him," they nodded.
"Comes a-walking in here, he do, bold as brass. I calls for a pint o' ale, drinks it off, and hands me his hat. You all seen him hand me his hat?"
he inquired, once more addressing the others. "Every man of us," the four chimed in, with 4 individual nods.
"Wot's this here?" says I, turning it over. "It's a hat, or once was," says he. "Well, I don't want it," says I. "Since you've got it, you better keep it," says he. "What for?" says I. "Why," says he, "it's only fair, seeing I've got your ale. It's a case of exchange," says he. "Oh, is it?" says I, and pitched the thing out into the road, and him after it. And so it ended. "And what," said the red-faced man, nodding his big head at me, "what d'ye think of that, now?"
"Why, I think you were perhaps a trifle hasty," said I.
"Oh, you do you?"
"Yes," I nodded.
"And for why?"
"Well, you will probably remember that the hat had a band around it."
"Eh, and what a way it were, too!"
"And that in the band was a buckle."
"Eh, all scratched and rusty it were. Well?"
"Well, that tarnished buckle was of silver."
"Silver!"
gasped the man, his jaw falling. "And easily worth 5 shillings, perhaps more, so that I think you were, upon the whole, rather hasty." Saying which, I finished my ale, and, taking up my staff, stepped out into the sunshine. Book 1, Chapter 4. I Meet with a Great Misfortune. That day I passed through several villages, stopping only to eat and drink.
Thus evening was falling, as, having left fair Sevenoaks behind, I came to the brow of a certain hill, a long and very steep descent which I think is called the River Hill, and here, rising stark against the evening sky, was a gibbet, and, standing beneath it, a man, a short, square man in a somewhat shabby coat of a bottle green, and with a wide-brimmed beaver hat sloped down over his eyes, who stood with his feet well apart, sucking the knob of a stick he carried, while he stared up at that which dangled by a stout chain from the cross-beam of the gibbet, something black and shrivelled and horrible, that had once been human. As I came up, the man drew the stick from his mouth and touched the brim of his hat with it in salutation.
"An object lesson, sir,"
said he, and nodded towards the loathsome mass above. "A very hideous one," said I, pausing, "and, I think, a very useless one."
"He was as fine a fellow as ever thrust toe into stirrup,"
the man went on, pointing upwards with his stick,
"though you'd never think so to look at him now."
"It's a horrible sight," said I.
"It is,"
nodded the man.
"It's a sight to turn a man's stomach, that it is."
"You knew him, perhaps?" said I.
"Knew him,"
repeated the man, staring at me over his shoulder.
"Knew him, all that is, I knew of him."
"A highwayman?"
"Nick Swope his name was,"
answered the man, with a nod.
"Hung at Maidstone, assizes last year, and a very good end he made of it too. And here he be, hung up in chains all natural and regular, is a warning to all and sundry."
"The more shame to England," said I. "To my thinking it is a scandal that her highways should be rendered odious by such horrors, and as wicked as it is useless."
"Od rot me!"
cried the fellow, slapping a cloud of dust from his coat with his stick.
"Hark to that now."
"What?" said I. "Do you think for one moment that such a sight, horrible though it is, could possibly deter a man from robbery or murder whose mind is already made up to it by reason of circumstances, or starvation?"
"Well, but it's an old custom, as old as this here road."
"True," said I, "and that of itself proves my argument, for men have been hanged and gibbeted all these years, yet robbery and murder abide with us still, and are of daily occurrence."
"Why, as to that, sir,"
said the man, falling into step beside me as I walked on down the hill,
"I won't say yes, and I won't say no, but what I do say is, as many a man might think twice afore running the chance of coming to that. Look,"
and he stopped to turn and point back at the gibbet with his stick.
"Nick can't last much longer, though I've knowed 'em hang a good time, but they made a botch of Nick. Not enough tar, you could see where the sun catches him there."
Once more, though my whole being revolted at the sight, I must needs turn to look at the thing, the tall black shaft of the gibbet, and the grisly horror that dangled beneath with its chains and iron bands, and from this back again to my companion, to find him regarding me with a curiously twisted smile, and a long-barrelled pistol held within a foot of my head. "Well?" said I, staring.
"Sir,"
said he, tapping his boot with his stick,
"I must trouble you for the shiner I see a-winking at me from your cravat, likewise your watch, and any small change you may have."
For a moment I hesitated, glancing from his grinning mouth swiftly over the deserted road, and back again.
"Likewise,"
said the fellow,
"I must ask you to be sharp about it."
It was with singularly clumsy fingers that I drew the watch from my fob and the pin from my cravat, and passed them to him.
"Now your pockets,"
he suggested.
"Turn 'em out."
This command I reluctantly obeyed, bringing to light my 10 guineas, which were as yet intact, and which he pocketed forthwith, and 2 pennies, which he bade me keep.
"For,"
said he,
"'twill buy you a draught of ale, sir, and there's good stuff to be had at the White Hart yonder, and there's nothing like a good draught of ale to comfort a man in any such small adversity like this here. As to that knapsack now," he pursued, eyeing it thoughtfully, "it looks heavy and might hold valuables, but then, on the other hand, it might not, and those there straps takes times to unbuckle, and
He broke off suddenly, for from somewhere on the hill below us came the unmistakable sound of wheels, whereupon the fellow very nimbly ran across the road, turned, nodded, and vanished among the trees and underbrush that clothed the steep slope down to the valley below. Book I, Chapter 5 The Bagman. I was yet standing there, half stunned by my loss and the suddenness of it all, when a tilbury came slowly round a bend in the road, the driver of which nodded lazily in his seat, while his horse, a sorry, jaded animal, plodded wearily up the steep slope of the hill. As he approached, I hailed him loudly, upon which he suddenly dived down between his knees, and produced a brass-bound blunderbuss. "What's to do?" cried he, a thick-set, round-faced fellow. "What's to do, eh?" And he covered me with the wide mouth of the blunderbuss. "Thieves!" said I. "I've been robbed, and not 3 minutes since." "Oh!" he exclaimed in a tone of great relief, and, with the colour returning to his plump cheeks, "is that the way of it?" "It is," said I, "and a very bad way. The fellow has left me but 2 pence in the world." "2 pence, all?" "Come," I went on, "you are armed, I see. The thief took to the brushwood here not 3 minutes ago. We may catch him yet." "Catch him?" repeated the fellow, staring. "Yes, don't I tell you he has stolen all the money I possess?" "Except 2 pence," said the fellow. "Yes." "Well, 2 pence aren't to be sneezed at, and if I was you—" "Come, we're losing time," said I, cutting him short. "But my mare? What about my mare?" "She'll stand," I answered. "She's tired enough." The bagman, for such I took him to be, sighed, and, blunderbuss in hand, prepared to alight, but, in the act of doing so, paused. "Was the rascal armed?" he inquired, over his shoulder. "To be sure he was," said I. The bagman got back into his seat and took up the reins. "What now?" I inquired. "It's that accursed mare of mine," he answered. "She'll bolt again, d'ye see? Twice yesterday, and once the day before, she bolted, sir, and on a road like this." "Then lend me your blunderbuss." "I can't do that," he replied, shaking his head. "But why not?" said I impatiently. "Because this is a dangerous road, and I don't intend to be left unarmed on a dangerous road. I never have been, and I never will, and there's an end of it, d'ye see." "Then do you mean to say that you refuse your aid to a fellow traveller? That you will sit there and let the rogue get away with all the money I possess in the world?" "Oh, no, not on no account. Just you get up here beside me, and we'll drive to the White Hart. I'm well known at the White Hart. We'll get a few honest fellows at our heels, and have this thieving, rascally villain in the twinkling of an—" He stopped suddenly, made a frantic clutch at the blunderbuss, and sat staring. Turning short round, I saw the man in the beaver hat standing within a yard of us, fingering his long pistol, and with the same twisted smile upon his lips. "I've a mind," said he, nodding his head at the bagman, "I've a great mind to blow your face off." The blunderbuss fell to the roadway with a clatter. "Thieving, rascally villain, was it? Damme, I think I will blow your face off." "No, don't do that," said the bagman in a strange, jerky voice. "What'd be, the good?" "Why, that there poor animal wouldn't have to drag that fat carcass of yours up and down hills, for one thing." "I'll get out and walk." "And it might learn you to keep a civil tongue in your head." I didn't mean any offence." "Then chuck us your purse," growled the other, "and be quick about it." The bagman obeyed with wonderful celerity, and I heard the purse chink as the footpad dropped it into the pocket of his greatcoat. "As for you," said he, turning to me, "you get on your way and never mind me. Forget you ever had 10 guineas, and don't go a-risking your valuable young life. Come, up with you." And he motioned me into the tilbury with his pistol. "What about my blunderbuss?" expostulated the bagman, as I seated myself beside him. "You'll give me my blunderbuss? Cost me £5 it did." "More fool you," said the highwayman, and, picking up the unwieldy weapon, he hove it into the ditch. "As to our argument regarding gibbetin', sir," said he, nodding to me, "I'm rather inclined to think you was in the right on it after all." Then, turning towards the bagman, "Drive on, fat face," said he, "and sharp's the word. Whereupon the bagman whipped up his horse, and, as the tired animal struggled forward over the crest of the hill, I saw the highwayman still watching us. Very soon we came in view of the White Hart, an inn I remembered to have passed on the right-hand side of the road, and scarce were we driven up to the door than down jumped the bagman, leaving me to follow at my leisure, and, running into the tap, forthwith began recounting his loss to all and sundry, so that I soon found we were become the centre of a gaping crowd, much to my disgust. Indeed, I would have slipped away, but each time I attempted to do so, the bagman would appeal to me to corroborate some statement. "Gallopin' Dick himself, or I'm a Dutchman," he cried for the 20th time. "Up he comes, bold as brass, bless you, and a horse pistol in each hand. 'Hold hard,' says I, and ups with my blunderbuss. You remember as I ups with my blunderbuss?" he inquired, turning to me. "Quite well," said I. "Ah, but you should have seen the fellow's face when he saw my blunderbuss ready at my shoulder. Green it was, green as grass, for if ever there was death in a man's face, and sudden death at that, there was sudden death in mine when, all at once, my mare, my accursed mare, jibbed." "Yes, yes," cried half a dozen breathless voices. "What then?" "Why then, gentlemen," said the bagman, shaking his head and frowning round upon the ring of intent faces, "why then, gentlemen, being a resolute, determined fellow, I did what any other man of spirit would have done. I—" "Dropped your blunderbuss," said I. To be sure, I did." "And he pitched it into the ditch," said I. Nodded the bagman dubiously, while the others crowded nearer. "And then he took your money, and called you fool and fat face, and so it ended," said I. With which I pushed my way from the circle, and, finding a quiet corner beside the chimney, sat down, and, with my last twopence, paid for a tankard of ale. Section 3 of The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Leader. Book 1, Chapter 6. What Befell Me at the White Hart. When a man has experienced some great and totally unexpected reverse of fortune, has been swept from one plane of existence to another, that he should fail at once to recognize the full magnitude of that change is but natural, for his faculties must of necessity be numbed more or less by its very suddenness. Yesterday I had been reduced from affluence to poverty with an unexpectedness that had dazed me for the time being, and, from the poverty of an hour ago, I now found myself reduced to an utter destitution, without the wherewithal to pay for the meanest night's lodging. And, contrasting the careless ease of a few days since with my present lamentable situation, I fell into a gloomy meditation, and the longer I thought it over, the more dejected I became. To be sure, I might apply to Sir Richard for assistance, but my pride revolted at even the thought, more especially at such an early stage. Moreover, I had determined beforehand to walk my appointed road unaided from the first. From these depressing thoughts I was presently aroused by a loud, rough voice at no great distance, to which, though I had been dimly conscious of it for some time, I had before paid no attention. Now, however, I raised my eyes from the spot upon the floor where they had rested hitherto, and fixed them upon the speaker. He was a square-shouldered, bullet-headed fellow, evidently held in much respect by his companions, for he occupied the head of the table, and I noticed that whenever he spoke, the others held their peace, and hung upon the words with an appearance of much respect. "Yes, sirs, says I," he began louder than before, and with a flourish of his long-stemmed pipe. "Yes, sirs, Tom Cragg's my name, and Craggy my nater. I be hard, sirs, devilish hard, and uncommon rocky. Here's a face as likes good knocks, I says. Why, when I fought Crib Burke o' Bristol, he broke his and again my jaw. So he did, and I scarce knowed he had hit me, till I see him open with the pain of it. Come, sirs, says I, who'll give me a black eye? A fiver's all I ask. Well, up comes a young buck, ready and willing.
"Tom," says he, "I'll take 2 flaps at that flagger head o' yourn for 7 guineas. Come, what do you say?" I says, "Done," says I. So my fine gentleman lays by his hat and cane, strips off his right hand glove, and heaving back lets fly at me. Bang comes his fist against my jaw, and there's my gentleman a-dabbing at his broken knuckles with his handkercher. "Come, my lord," says I, "fair is fair, take your other whack." "Damnation," says he, "take your money and go to the devil," says he. I thought you was flesh and blood, and not cast iron. "Craggy, my lord," says I, gathering up the rhino. "Cragg is my name, and craggy by nature, my lord," says I.
Hereupon ensued a roar of laughter, with much slapping of thighs and stamping of feet, while the bullet-headed man solemnly emptied his tankard, which was the signal for 2 or 3 of those nearest to vie for its possession, during which Tom Cragg sucked dreamily at his pipe and stared placidly up at the ceiling.
"Now, Tom,"
says a tall, bony individual, chiefly remarkable in possessing but one eye, and that so extremely pale and watery as to give one the idea that it was very much overworked.
"Now, Tom,"
said he, setting down the refilled tankard at the great man's elbow with a triumphant flourish,
"tell us how you shook hands with the Prince Regent."
"Ah, tell us," chimed the rest.
"Well," said
the bullet-headed man, stooping to blow the froth from his ale,
"it was arter I beat Jack Nolan of Birmingham. The Prince he come a-running to me, he did, as I sat in my corner a-working at a loose tusk. 'Tom,' he says, 'Tom, you be a wonder. I done Jack Nolan a proper, I think, your highness,' says I. 'Tom,' says he, with tears in his eyes, 'you 'ave, and if I had my way,' says he, 'I'd make you Prime Minister to-morrer,' he says, and slapped me on the back, he did, with his merry own hand, and likewise gave me this here pin."
Saying which, he pointed to a flaming diamond horseshoe which he wore stuck through his neckerchief. The stones were extremely large and handsome, looking very much out of place on the fellow's rough person, and seemed in some part to bear out his story; though indeed, as regarded his association with the Prince Regent, whose tastes were at all times peculiar, to say the least, and whose love for "the fancy" was notorious, I thought it, on the whole, very probable; for despite Craggy's words, foolishly blatant though they sounded, there was about him in his low, retreating brow, his small, deep-set eyes, his great square jowl and heavy chin, a certain air there was no mistaking. I also noticed that the upper half of one ear was unduly thick and swollen, which is a mark, I believe, of the professional pugilist alone.
"Tom," cried the one-eyed man, "what's all this we heerd of Ted Jarraway of Swansea being knocked out in 5 rounds by this here, Lord Vibart, up in London?" "Vibart!" repeated Cragg, frowning into his tankard. "I haven't heard of no Vibart, neither Lord, Earl, nor Duke." "Come, Tom," coaxed the other, "everybody's heerd of Buck Vibart, him they calls the fighting baronite." "If," said Cragg, rolling his bullet head, "if you was to ask me who put Ted Jarraway to sleep, I should answer you Sir Maurice Vibart, commonly called Buck Vibart, and it took 10 rounds to do it, not 5.
As may be expected, at this mention of my cousin's name, I pricked up my ears.
"And what's all this 'bout him putting out Tom Cragg in 3?
At this there was a sudden silence, and all eyes were turned towards the speaker, a small red-headed fellow with a truculent eye.
"Come,"
said he, blowing out a cloud of tobacco smoke,
"in 3 rounds. What do you say to that now? Come."
Cragg had started up in his chair, and now sat scowling at his inquisitor open-mouthed, and in the hush I could hear the ticking of the clock in the corner, and the crackle of the logs upon the hearth. Then, all at once, Cragg's pipe shivered to fragments on the floor, and he leapt to his feet. In one stride, as it seemed, he reached the speaker, who occupied the corner opposite mine, but, even as he raised his fist, he checked himself before the pocket pistol which the other held levelled across the table.
"Come, come, none of that,"
said the red-headed man, his eye more truculent than ever.
"I ain't a fighting cove myself, and I don't want no trouble. All I asks is, what about Buck Vibart putting out Tom Cragg in 3 rounds? That's a civil question, ain't it? What do you say now? Come." "I says," cried Tom Cragg, flourishing a great fist in the air. "I says as he done it on a fowl." And he smote the table a blow that set the glasses ringing. "Done it on a fowl?" cried 3 or 4 voices. "On a fowl," repeated Cragg. "Think again," said the red-headed man. "'Twere said as it was a werry clean knock-out." "And I says it were done on a fowl," reiterated Cragg, with another blow of his fist. "And what's more, if Buck Vibart stood afore me, in this 'ere very room, I'd prove my words." "Humph!" said the red-headed man. "They do say as he's wonderful quick with his moulies, and can hit like a sledge-hammer." "Quick with his hands he may be, and I but to give a goodish thump, but as for beatin' me, it's all me eye and Betty Martin, and you can lay to that, my lads. I would put him to sleep any time and anywhere, and I'd like to see the cove as says contrary." And here the pugilist scowled round upon his hearers, more especially the red-headed man, so blackly that 1 or 2 of them shuffled uneasily, and the latter individual appeared to become interested in the lock of his pistol. "I'd like," repeated Cragg, "I'd like to see the cove as says contrary." "No one ain't a-goin' to, Tom," says the one-eyed man, soothingly. "Not a soul, Lord bless you." "I only wish they would," growled Cragg. "Ain't there nobody to obleege the gentleman?" inquired the red-headed man. "I'd fight any man as ever was born. Wish I may die," snorted Cragg. "You always was so fiery, Tom," purred the one-eyed man, blinking his pale orb. "I were," cried the prize-fighter, working himself into another rage. "And I'm proud of it. I'd fight any man as ever wore breeches. Why, burn me, I'd give any man 10 shillings as could stand up to me for 10 minutes. 10 shillings? said I to myself. 10 shillings, when one comes to think of it, is a very handsome sum, more especially when one is penniless and destitute. "Wish I may die!" roared Cragg, smiting his fist down on the table again. "A guinea! A golden guinea to the man as could stand on his pins and fight for me for 5 minutes. And as for Buck Vibart, curse him, I say as he won on a foul." "A guinea," said I to myself, "is a fortune." And setting down my empty tankard, I crossed the room and touched Cragg upon the shoulder. "I will fight you," said I, "for a guinea." Now, as the fellow's eyes met mine, he rose up out of his chair, and his mouth opened slowly, but he spoke no word, backing from me until he was stayed by the table, where he stood staring at me. And once again there fell a silence, in which I heard the tick of the clock in the corner, and the crackle of the logs upon the hearth. "You," said he, recovering himself with an effort, "you," and as he spoke I saw his left eyelid twitch suddenly. "Exactly," I answered. "I think I can stand up to even you for 5 minutes." Now as I spoke he winked at me again. That it was meant for me was certain, seeing that his back was towards the others, though what he intended to convey I could form no idea, so I assumed as confident an air as possible, and waited. Hereupon the one-eyed man broke into a sudden raucous laugh, in which the others joined. "'Ark to him, lads!" he cried, pointing to me with the stem of his pipe. "He be a fine un to stand up to Tom Cragg, I don't think." "Tell him to go and learn himself to grow whiskers first," cried a second. "To be sure, he aren't got so much as our old cat," grinned a third. "Stay!" cried the one-eyed man, peering up at me beneath his hand. "Is these whiskers a-peeping at me over his cravat, or do my eyes deceive me?" Which pleasantry called forth another roar of laughter at my expense. Now, very foolishly perhaps, this nonsense greatly exasperated me, for I was, at the time, painfully conscious of my bare lips and chin. It was, therefore, with an effort that I mastered my quickly rising temper, and once more addressed myself to Cragg. "I am willing," said I, "to accept your conditions and fight you, for a guinea, or any other man here for that matter, except the humorous gentleman with the watery eye, who can name his own price." The fellow in question stared at me, glanced slowly round, and, sitting down, buried his face in his tankard. "Come, Tom Cragg," said I, "a while ago you seemed very anxious for a man to fight. Well, I'm your man." And with the words I stripped off my coat and laid it across a chair back.
This apparent willingness on my part was but a cloak for my real feelings, for I will not here disguise the fact that the prospect before me was anything but agreeable. Indeed, my heart was thumping in a most unpleasant manner, and my tongue and lips had become strangely parched and dry, as I fronted Cragg. Truly, he looked dangerous enough, with his beetling brow, his great depth of chest, and massive shoulders, and the possibility of a black eye or so, and a general pounding from the fellow's knotted fists, was daunting in the extreme. Still, the chance of earning a guinea, even under such conditions, was not to be lightly thrown away. Therefore I folded my arms, and waited with as much resolution as I could.
"Sir,"
said Cragg, speaking in a very altered tone,
"sir, you seem uncommon eager for it."
"I shall be glad to get it over," said I.
"If,"
he went on slowly,
"if I said anything against, you-know-who, I'm sorry for it, me, having the greatest respect for, you-know-who. You understand me, I think?"
And herewith he winked 3 separate and distinct times. "No, I don't understand you in the least," said I, "nor do I think it at all necessary. All that I care about is the guinea in question."
"Come, Tom," cried one of the company, "knock his head off to begin with." Set about it, Tom. Cut your gab and finish him."
And here came the clatter of chairs as the company rose.
"Can't be done," said Cragg, shaking his head. "Leastways not here."
"I'm not particular," said I. "If you prefer, we might manage it very well in the stable with a couple of lanterns."
"The barn would be the very place,"
suggested the landlord, bustling eagerly forward and wiping his hands on his apron.
"The very place. Plenty of room and nice and soft to fall on. If you would only put off your fighting till tomorrow, we might cry it through the villages. It would be a big draw. Ecod, we might make a purse of £20, if only you would. Think it over. Think it over."
"Tomorrow I hope to be a good distance from here," said I. "Come, the sooner it is over the better. Show us your barn." So the landlord called for lanterns, and led the way to a large outbuilding at the back of the inn, into which we all trooped. "It seems to be a good place, and very suitable," said I.
"You may well say that," returned the landlord. "It's many a fine bout has been brought off in here. The time Jem Belcher beat the young ruffian, the Prince o' Wales sat in a chair over in that there corner, and that was a day, if you please."
"If Tom Cragg is ready," said I, turning up the wristbands of my shirt, "why, so am I." Here it was found, to everyone's surprise, and mine in particular, that Tom Cragg was not in the barn. Surprise gave place to noisy astonishment when, after much running to and fro, it was further learned that he had vanished altogether. The inn itself, the stables, and even the haylofts were ransacked without avail. Tom Cragg was gone as completely as though he had melted into thin air, and with him all my hopes of winning the guinea and a comfortable bed. It was with all my old dejection upon me, therefore, that I returned to the tap-room, and, refusing the officious aid of the one-eyed man, put on my coat, readjusted my knapsack, and crossed to the door. On the threshold I paused, and looked back. "If," said I, glancing round the ring of faces, "if there is any man here who is at all willing to fight for a guinea, 10 shillings, or even 5, I should be very glad of the chance to earn it." But, seeing how each wilfully avoided my eye, held his peace, I sighed, and, turning my back upon them, set off along the darkening road. Book 1, Chapter 7. Of the further puzzling behavior of Tom Cragg the pugilist. Evening had fallen, and I walked along in no very happy frame of mind, the more so, as the rising wind and flying rack of clouds above, through which a watery moon had peeped at fitful intervals, seemed to presage a wild night. It needed but this to make my misery the more complete, for, as far as I could tell, if I slept at all, and I was already very weary, it must, of necessity, be beneath some hedge or tree. As I approached the brow of the hill, I suddenly remembered that I must once more pass the gibbet, and began to strain my eyes for it. Presently I spied it, sure enough, its grim, gaunt outline looming through the murk, and instinctively I quickened my stride so as to pass it as soon as might be. I was almost abreast of it when a figure rose from beneath it, and slouched into the road to meet me. I stopped there and then, and, grasping my heavy staff, waited its approach. "Be that you, sir?" said a voice, and I recognized the voice of Tom Cragg. "What are you doing, and there of all places?"
"Oh, I ain't afeard of him," answered Cragg, jerking his thumb towards the gibbet. "I ain't afeard of none as ever drawed breath, dead or livin', except it be his Highness the Prince Regent."
"And what do you want with me?"
"I hopes as there's no offence, my lord," said he, knuckling his forehead, and speaking in a tone that was a strange mixture of would-be comradeship and cringing servility. "Craggy's my name, and Craggy's my natur', but I know when I'm beat. I knowed ye as soon as I laid my peepers on ye, and if I said it were a foul, why, when a man's in his cups, d'ye see, he's apt to shoot rayther wide o' the gospel, d'ye see, and there was no offence, my lord, strike me blind. I know you, and you know me. Tom Cragg by name, and Craggy by—"
"But I don't know you," said I, "and, for that matter, neither do you know me."
"Why, he ain't got no whiskers, my lord, leastways not with you now, but—"
"And what the devil has that got to do with it?" said I angrily.
"Disguises, p'raps," said the fellow with a sly leer, "arter that theer kidnappin', and me havin' laid out Sir Jarsper Trent in Wick Street, accordin' to your orders, my lord, the Prince gave me words to clear out, cut and run for it till it blowed over, and I thought p'raps, knowin' as you and him had had words, I thought as you had caught stick too."
"And I think that you are manifestly drunk," said I. "If you still wish to fight, for any sum, no matter how small, put up your hands. If not, get out of my road." The craggy one stepped aside, somewhat hastily, which done, he removed his hat, and stood staring and scratching his bullet head as one in sore perplexity.
"I seen a many rum goes in my time," said he, "but I never see so rummy a go as this here. Strike me dead."
So I left him, and strode on down the hill. As I went, the moon shot out a feeble ray through some rift in the rolling clouds, and, looking back, I saw him standing where I had left him beneath the gibbet, still scratching his bullet head and staring after me down the hill. Now, the whole attitude and behaviour of the fellow was puzzling to no small degree. My mind was too full of my own concerns to give much thought to him. Indeed, scarce was he out of my sight but I forgot him altogether. For what with my weariness, the long dark road before and behind me, and my empty pockets, I became a prey to great dejection. So much so that I presently sank wearily beside the way, and, resting my chin in my hands, sat there, miserably enough, watching the night deepen about me. "And yet," said I to myself, "if, as Epictetus says, to despise a thing is to possess it, then am I rich, for I have always despised money, and if, weary as I am, I can manage to condemn the luxury of a feather bed, then tonight, lying in this grassy ditch beneath the stars, I shall slumber as sweetly as ever I did between the snowy sheets." Saying which, I rose and began to look about for some likely nook in the hedge where I might pass the night. I was thus engaged when I heard the creak of wheels and the pleasant rhythmic jingle of harness on the dark hill above, and, in a little while, a great wagon or wain, piled high with hay, hove into view, the driver of which rolled loosely in his seat with every jolt of the wheels, so that it was a wonder he did not roll off altogether. As he came level with me I hailed him loudly, whereupon he started erect and brought his horses to a stand.
"Halloa!"
he bellowed, in the loud, strident tone of one rudely wakened.
"What d'ye want with I?"
"A lift," I answered. "Will you give a tired fellow a lift on his way?"
"What, I don't know. Be you a talkin' chap?"
"I don't think so," said I.
"Because, if you be a talkin' chap, I bean't a-goin' to give 'ee a lift nohow, not if I knows it. Give a chap a lift t'other day, I did, took him up t'other side of Sevenoaks, and he talked me up hill and down hill, he did, telling me if I could get a wink o' sleep all the way to Tunbridge. So, if you're a talkin' chap, you don't get no lift with I."
"I am generally a very silent chap," said I. "Besides, I am too tired and sleepy to talk, even if I wished."
"Sleepy?"
yawned the man.
"Then, up you get, my chap. I'm sleepy too. I allus am. Lord love you, there's nought like sleep. Up with you, my chap."
Forthwith up I clambered, and, laying myself down among the fragrant hay, stretched out my tired limbs and sighed. Never shall I forget the delicious sense of restfulness that stole over me as I lay there upon my back, listening to the creak of the wheels, the deliberate hoof-strokes of the horses, muffled in the thick dust of the road, and the gentle snore of the driver who had promptly fallen asleep again. On he went as if borne on air, so soft was my bed, now beneath the far-flung branches of trees, sometimes so low that I could have touched them with my hand, now beneath a sky heavy with sombre masses of flying cloud, or bright with the soft radiance of the moon. On I went, careless alike of destination, of time, and of future, content to lie there upon the hay and rest. And so, lulled by the gentle movement, by the sound of wheels and harness, and the whisper of the soft wind about me, I presently fell into a most blessed sleep. End of Section 3.
Section 4 of The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Leader. Book 1, Chapter 8, which concerns itself with a farmer's whiskers and a waistcoat. How long I slept I have no idea, but when I opened my eyes it was to find the moon shining down on me from a cloudless heaven. The wind also had died away. It seemed my early fears of a wild night were not to be fulfilled, and for this I was sufficiently grateful. Now, as I lay, blinking up to the moon, I presently noticed that we had come to a standstill, and I listened expectantly for the jingle of harness and creak of the wheels to recommence. "Strange," said I to myself, after having waited vainly some little time, and wondering what could cause the delay, I sat up and looked about me. The first object my eyes encountered was a haystack, and, beyond that, another, with, a little to one side, a row of barns, and again beyond these a great, rambling farmhouse. Evidently the wain had reached its destination, wherever that might be, and the sleepy waggoner, forgetful of my presence, had tumbled off to bed, the which I thought so excellent an example that I lay down again, and, drawing the loose hay over me, closed my eyes, and once more fell asleep. My second awakening was gradual. I at first became conscious of a sound, rising and falling with a certain monotonous regularity that my drowsy ears could make nothing of. Little by little, however, the sound developed itself into a somewhat mournful melody or refrain, chanted by a not unmusical voice. I yawned, and, having stretched myself, sat up to look and listen, and the words of the song were these:
"When a man who muffins cries not when his father dies, 'tis a proof that he would rather have a muffin than his father."
The singer was a tall, strapping fellow with a good-tempered face, whose ruddy health was set off by a handsome pair of black whiskers. As I watched him, he laid aside the pitchfork he had been using, and approached the wagon, but, chancing to look up, his eye met mine, and he stopped.
"Hello!"
he exclaimed, breaking short off in the middle of a note.
"Hello!"
"Hello!" said I.
"What be doing up there?"
"I was thinking," I returned, "that, under certain circumstances, I, for one, could not blame the individual mentioned in your song for his passionate attachment to muffins.
At this precise moment a muffin, or say 5 or 6, would be highly acceptable, personally."
"Be you partial to muffins, then?"
"Yes, indeed," said I, "more especially seeing I have not broken my fast since midday yesterday."
"Well, and what be doing in my hay?"
"I have been asleep," said I.
"Well, and what business have you got a-sleeping and a-snoring in my hay?"
"I was tired," said I, "and nature her custom holds, let shame say what it will. Still, I do not think I snored."
"How do I know that? Or you, for that matter?"
rejoined the farmer, stroking his glossy whiskers.
"Hows'ever, if you be quite awake, come on down out of my hay."
As he said this, he eyed me with rather a truculent air, likewise he clenched his fist. Thinking it wisest to appear unconscious of this, I nodded affably, and, letting myself down from the hay, was next moment standing beside him.
"Supposin' I was to thump 'ee on the nose?"
he inquired. "What for?"
"For making so free with my hay."
"Why then," said I should earnestly endeavor to thump you on yours." The farmer looked me slowly over from head to foot, with a dawning surprise.
"Thought you was a common tramper, I did,"
said he. "Why, so I am," I answered, brushing the clinging hay from me.
"Trampers o' the road don't wear gentlemen's clothes. Leastways I never see one as did."
Here his eyes wandered over me again, from my boots upward. Halfway up they stopped, evidently arrested by my waistcoat, a flowered satin of the very latest cut, for which I had paid 40 shillings in the Haymarket, scarcely a week before, and, as I looked down at it, I would joyfully have given it, and every waistcoat that was ever cut, to have had that 40 shillings safe back in my pocket again.
"That be a mighty fine waistcoat, sir."
"Do you think so?" said I.
"Ah, that I do. What might be the cost of a waistcoat the like of that, now?"
"I paid 40 shillings for it in the Haymarket in London scarcely a week ago," I answered. The fellow very slowly closed one eye, at the same time striking his nose 3 successive raps with his forefinger.
"Come on,"
said he. "None the less, it's true," said I.
"Any man as would give 40 shillin' for a garment as is no mortal good again the cold, not reachin' fur enough, even if it do be silk, and all worked wi' little flowers, is a damned fool."
"Assuredly," said I, with a nod.
"Howsomever," he continued, "it's a handsome waistcoat, there's no denyin', and well worth a woman's lookin' at, wi' a proper man inside of it."
"Not a doubt of it," said I.
"I mean,"
said he, scratching his ear, and staring hard at the handle of the pitchfork,
"a chap with a fine pair o' whiskers, say."
said I.
"Now, woman,"
he went on, shifting his gaze to the top button of his left gaiter,
"woman is uncommon fond o' a good pair o' whiskers, leastways, so I've heerd."
"Indeed," said I, "few women can look upon such things unmoved, I believe, and nothing can set off a pair of fine black whiskers better than a flowered satin waistcoat."
"That's so,"
nodded the farmer. "But, unfortunately," said I, passing my hand over my smooth lip and chin, "I have no whiskers."
"No," returned the farmer, with a thoughtful shake of the head, "leastways none as I can observe."
"Now you have," said I.
"So they do tell me,"
he answered modestly. "And the natural inference is that you ought to have a flowered waistcoat to go with them."
"Why, that's true, to be sure."
He nodded. "The price of this one is 15 shillings," said I.
"That's a lot of money, master,"
said he, shaking his head. "It's a great deal less than 40," said I.
"And 10 is less than 15, and a 10 shillin' is my price. What d'ye say? Come now."
"You drive a hard bargain," said I, "but the waistcoat is yours at your own price." So saying, I slipped off knapsack and coat, and, removing the garment in question, having first felt through the pockets, handed it to him, whereupon he slowly counted the 10 shillings into my hand. which done, he sat down upon the shaft of a cart near by, and, spreading out the waistcoat on his knees, looked it over with glistening eyes.
40 shillin' you paid for un up to London?" said he. 40 shillin' it were, I think."
40 shillings, said I.
"Ecod, it's a sight o' money. But it's a grand waistcoat, that it is."
"So you believe me now, do you?" said I, pocketing the 10 shillings.
"Well,"
he answered slowly,
"I won't go so fur as that, but 'tis a mighty fine waistcoat there's no denyin', and must ha' cost a sight o' money, a powerful sight."
I picked up my knapsack, and, slipping it on, took my staff and turned to depart.
"There's a mug o' home brewed, and a slice o' fine roast beef up at the house, if you should be so inclined."
"Why, as to that," said I, over my shoulder, "I neither eat nor drink with a man who doubts my word."
"Meanin' those 40 shillin'?"
"Precisely."
"Well,"
said he, twisting his whisker with a thoughtful air,
"if you could manage to make it 20, or even 25, I might make some shift to believe it, though 'twould be a strain. But 40! No, Tam, I can't swallow that."
"Then neither can I swallow your beef and ale," said I.
"Where be goin'?"
he inquired, rising and following as I made for the gate. "To the end of the road," I answered.
"Then you be goin' pretty fur. That theer road leads to the sea."
"Why, then, I'm going to the sea," said I.
"What to do?"
"I haven't the ghost of an idea," I returned.
"Can you work?"
"Yes," said I.
"Can you thatch a rick?"
"No," said I.
"Shear a sheep?"
"No," said I.
"Guide a plough?"
"No," said I.
"Shoe a 'oss?"
"No," said I.
"Then you can't work. Lord love me, wheer 'ave you been?"
"At a university," said I.
"Where, master?"
"At a place warranted to turn one out a highly educated incompetent," I explained.
"Why, I don't hold wi' edication nor book larnin' myself, master. Here I be, with a good farm, and money in the bank, and can't write my own name,"
said the farmer. "And here am I, a first in literae humaniores, selling my waistcoat that I may eat," said I. Being come to the gate of the yard, I paused. "There is one favor you might grant me," said I.
"As what, master?"
5 minutes under the pump yonder, and a clean towel." The farmer nodded, and, crossing to one of the outhouses, presently returned with a towel, and, resting the towel upon the pump head, he seized the handle, and sent a jet of clear, cool water over my head, and face, and hands.
"You've got a tidy sizable arm,"
said he, as I dried myself vigorously.
"Likewise a good strong back and shoulders. There's the makin's of a man in you as might do summat, say, in the plough or smithin' way. But it's easy to see as you're a gentleman, more's the pity, and won't. Howsoever, sir, if you've a mind to a cut o' good beef and a mug o' fine ale, say the word."
"First," said I, "do you believe it was 40 shillings, yes or no?" The farmer twisted his whisker, and stared very hard at the spout of the pump.
"Tell 'ee what,"
said he at length,
"make it 30, and I give you my Bible oath to do the best with it I can."
"Then I must needs seek my breakfast at the nearest inn," said I.
"And that is the Old Cock, a mile and a half nearer Tonbridge."
"Then the sooner I start the better," said I, "for I'm mightily sharp set."
"Why, as to that,"
said he, busy with his whisker again,
"I might stretch a pint or two and call it 35, at a pinch. What do you say?"
"Why, I say good morning, and many of them," and, opening the gate, I started off down the road at a brisk pace. Now, as I went, it began to rain. Book I, Chapter 9, in which I stumble upon an affair of honor.
There are times, as I suppose, when the most aesthetic of souls will forget the snow of lilies and the down of a butterfly's wing, to revel in the grosser joys of, say, a beefsteak. One cannot rhapsodize upon the beauties of a sunset, or contemplate the pale witchery of the moon, with any real degree of poetic fervor, or any degree of comfort, while hunger gnaws at one's vitals. For comfort is essential to your aesthete, and after all, soul goes hand in hand with stomach. Thus, I swung along the road beneath the swaying green of trees, past the fragrant, blooming hedges, paying small heed to the beauties of wooded hill and grassy dale, my eyes constantly searching the road before me for some sign of the Old Cock Tavern. And presently, sure enough, I espied it, an ugly, flat-fronted building, before which stood a dilapidated horse trough and a battered sign. Despite its uninviting exterior, I hurried forward, and, mounting the three worn steps, pushed open the door. I now found myself in a room of somewhat uninviting aspect, though upon the hearth a smouldering fire was being kicked into a blaze by a sulky-faced fellow to whom I addressed myself. "Can I have some breakfast here?" said I. "Why, it's all according, master," he answered in a surly tone. "According to what?" said I. "According to what you want, master." "Why, as to that," I began. "Because," he went on, administering a particularly vicious kick to the fire, "if you was to ask me for a French hortolon, or even the hump of a camel, being a very truthful man, I should say no." "But I want no such things," said I. "And how am I to know that? How am I to know as you ain't set your heart on the hump of a camel?" "I tell you I want nothing of the sort," said I. "A chop would do." "Chop!" sighed the man, scowling threateningly at the fire. "Chop!" "Or steak," I hastened to add. "No, it's a steak," said the man, shaking his head ruefully, and turning upon me a doleful eye. "A steak!" he repeated. "Of course it would be. I s'pose you'd turn up your nose at 'am and eggs. It's only to be expected." "On the contrary," said I, "ham and eggs will suit me very well. Why couldn't you have mentioned them before?" "Why, you never asked me, as I remember," growled the fellow. Slipping my knapsack from my shoulders, I sat down at a small table in a corner, while the man, with a final kick at the fire, went to give my order. In a few minutes he reappeared with some billets of wood beneath his arm, and followed by a merry-eyed, rosy-cheeked lass, who proceeded, very deftly, to lay a snowy cloth, and thereupon, in due season, a dish of savoury ham and golden-yolked eggs. "It's a lovely morning," said I, lifting my eyes to her comely face. "It is indeed, sir," said she, setting down the cruet with a turn of her slender wrist. "Which I make so bold as to deny," said the surly man, dropping the wood on the hearth with a prodigious clatter. "How can any morning be lovely, when there ain't no love in it? No, not so much as would fill a thimble. I say it ain't a lovely morning, not by no manner o' means, and what I says I ain't ashamed on, being a nat'rally truthful man." With which words he sighed, kicked the fire again, and stumped out. "Our friend would seem somewhat gloomy this morning," said I. "He've been that way a fortnight now, come Saturday," replied the slim lass, nodding. "Oh?" said I. "Yes," she continued, checking a smile, and sighing instead. "It's very sad. He've been crossed in love, you see, sir." "Poor fellow!" said I. "Can't you try to console him?" "Me, sir? Oh, no." "And why not? I should think you might console a man for a great deal." "Why, you see, sir," said she, blushing and dimpling very prettily, "it do so happen as I'm the one as crossed him." "Ah, I understand," said I. "I'm to be married to a farmer, down the road yonder, leastways, I haven't quite made up my mind yet." "A fine, tall fellow?" I inquired. "Yes. Do 'ee know him, sir?" "With a handsome pair of black whiskers?" said I. "The very same, sir, and they do be handsome whiskers, though I do say it." "The finest I ever saw. I wish you every happiness," said I. "Thankee, sir, I'm sure," said she, and, dimpling more prettily than ever, she tripped away, and left me to my repast. And when I had assuaged my hunger, I took out the pipe of Adam, the groom, the pipe shaped like a negro's head, and calling for a paper of tobacco, I filled and lighted the pipe, and sat staring dreamily out of the window. Happy is that man who, by reason of an abundant fortune, knows not the meaning of the word hunger, but thrice happy is he who, when the hand of famine pinches, may stay his craving with such a meal as this of mine. Never before, and never since have I tasted such eggs, and such ham. So tender, so delicate, so full of flavor. It is a memory that can never fade. Indeed, sometimes, even now, when I grow hungry, about dinner time, I see once more the surly-faced man, the rosy-cheeked waiting-maid, and the gloomy chamber of the old Cock Tavern as I saw them upon that early May morning of the year of grace 18 . So I sat, with a contented mind, smoking my pipe, and staring out at the falling summer rain. And presently, chancing to turn my eyes up the road, I beheld a chaise that galloped in a smother of mud. As I watched its rapid approach, the postilion swung his horses toward the inn, and a moment later had pulled up before the door. They had evidently travelled fast and far, for the chaise was covered with dirt, and the poor horses, in a lather of foam, hung their heads, while their flanks heaved distressfully. A chaise door was now thrown open, and 3 gentlemen alighted. The first was a short, plethoric individual, bull-necked and loud of voice, for I could hear him roundly cursing the post-boy for some fault. The second was a tall, languid gentleman, who carried a flat, oblong box beneath one arm, and who paused to fondle his whisker, and look up at the inn with an exaggerated air of disgust, while the third stood mutely by, his hands thrust into the pockets of his greatcoat, and stared straight before him. The 3 of them entered the room together, and while the languid gentleman paused to survey himself in the small cracked mirror that hung against the wall, the plethoric individual bustled to the fire, and loosening his coats and neckerchief, spread out his hands to the blaze. "A good half-hour before our time," said he, glancing towards the 3rd gentleman, who stood looking out of the window with his hands still deep in his pockets. "We did the last 10 miles well under the hour. Come, what do you say to a glass of brandy?" At this, the languid companion turned from the mirror, and I noticed that he too glanced at the silent figure by the window. "By all means," said he, "though Sir Jasper would hardly seem in a drinking humour." And with the very slightest shrug of the shoulders, he turned back to the mirror again. "No, Mr. Chester, I am not in a drinking humour," answered Sir Jasper, without turning round or taking his eyes from the window. "Sir Jasper," said I to myself, "now where, and in what connection have I heard such a name before?" He was of a slight build, and seemingly younger than either of his companions by some years, but what struck me particularly about him was the extreme pallor of his face. I noticed also a peculiar habit he had of moistening his lips at frequent intervals with the tip of his tongue, and there was, besides, something in the way he stared at the trees, the wet road, and the grey sky, a strange, wide-eyed intensity, that drew and held my attention. "Devilish weather, devilish, on my life and soul!" exclaimed the short, red-faced man, in a loud, peevish tone, tugging viciously at the bell-rope. "Hot one day, cold the next, now sun, now rain. Oh, damn it! Now, in France, ah, what a climate! Heavenly, positively divine. Say what you will of a Frenchman, damn him by all means, but the climate, the country, and the women, who would not worship 'em?" "Exactly," said the languid gentleman, examining a pimple upon his chin with a high degree of interest. Always 'dored a Frenchwoman myself, they are so deuced French, though mark you, Selby," he broke off, as the rosy-cheeked maid appeared with the brandy and glasses, "though mark you, there's much to be said for your English country wenches, after all." Saying which, he slipped his arm about the girl's round waist. There was the sound of a kiss, a muffled shriek, and she had run from the room, slamming the door behind her, whereupon the languid gentleman went back to his pimple. "Oh, as to that, Chester, I quarrel only with the climate. God made England, and the devil sends the weather." "Selby," said Sir Jasper, in the same repressed tone that he had used before, and still without taking his eyes from the grey prospect of sky and tree and winding road, "there is no fairer land in all the world than this England of ours. It were a good thing to die for England, but that is a happiness reserved for comparatively few." And with the words he sighed, a strange, fluttering sigh, and thrust his hands deeper into his pockets. "Die!" repeated the man Selby, in a loud, boisterous way. "Who talks of death?" "Deuced unpleasant subject," said the other, with a shrug at the cracked mirror. "Something so infernally cold and clammy about it, like the weather. And yet it will be a glorious day later. The clouds are thinning already," Sir Jasper went on. "Strange, but I never realized until this morning how green and wonderful everything is." The languid Mr. Chester forgot the mirror, and turned to stare at Sir Jasper's back with raised brows, while the man Selby shook his head and smiled unpleasantly. As he did so, his eye encountered me, where I sat, quietly in my corner, smoking my negro head pipe, and his thick brows twitched sharply together in a frown. "In an hour's time, gentlemen," pursued Sir Jasper, "we shall write finis to a more or less interesting incident, and I beg of you, in that hour, to remember my prophecy, that it would be a glorious day later." Mr. Chester filled a glass, and, crossing to the speaker, tendered it to him without a word.
As for Selby,
he stood stolidly enough, his hands thrust truculently beneath his coat-tails, frowning at me. "Come," said Mr. Chester persuasively, "just a bracer." Sir Jasper shook his head, but next moment reached out a white, unsteady hand, and raised the brandy to his lips. Yet, as he drank, I saw the spirit slop over and trickle from his chin. "Thanks, Chester," said he, returning the empty glass. "Is it time we started yet?" "It's just 7:30, answered Mr. Chester, consulting his watch, "and I'm rather hazy as to the exact place." "Deepdene Wood," said Sir Jasper dreamily. "You know the place?" "Oh, yes." "Then we may as well start, if you are ready." "Yes, it will be cool and fresh outside." "Settled the bills, Selby, we'll walk on slowly," said Mr. Chester, and, with a last glance at the mirror, he slipped his arm within Sir Jasper's, and they went out together. Mr. Selby, meanwhile, rang for the bill, frowning at me all the time. "What the devil are you staring at?" he demanded suddenly, in a loud, bullying tone. "If you are pleased to refer to me, sir," said I would say that my eyes were given for use, and that having used them upon you, I have long since arrived at the conclusion that I don't like you." "Ah?" said he, frowning fiercer than ever. "Yes," said I, "though whether it is your person, your manner, or your voice that displeases me most, I am unable to say." "An impertinent young jackanapes,"
said he.
"Damnation, I think I'll pull your nose." "Why, you may try, and welcome, sir," said I, "though I should advise you not, for, should you make the attempt, I should be compelled to throw you out of the window." At this moment the pretty maid appeared, and tendered him the bill with a courtesy. He glanced at it, tossed some money upon the table, and turned to stare at me again. "If ever I meet you again," he began. "You'd probably know me," I put in. "Without a doubt," he answered, putting on his hat and buttoning his befrogged surtout, "and should you," he continued, drawing on his gloves, "should you stare at me with those damned impertinent fish's eyes of yours, I should most certainly pull your nose for you, on the spot, sir." "And I should as certainly throw you out of the window," I nodded. "An impertinent young jackanapes!" said he again, and went out, banging the door behind him. Glancing from the window, I saw him catch up with the other two, and all three walk on together down the road. Sir Jasper was in the middle, and I noticed that his hands were still deep in his pockets. Now, as I watched their forms getting smaller and smaller in the distance, there grew upon me a feeling that he who walked between would never more come walking back. And, in a little, having knocked out my negro head pipe upon my palm, I called for and settled my score. As I rose, the pretty chambermaid picked up my knapsack from the corner, and, blushing, aided me to put it on. "My dear, thank you," said I, and kissed her. This time she neither shrieked nor ran from the room. She merely blushed a trifle rosier. "Do you think I have fish's eyes, my dear?" "La, no, sir. Handsome they be, I'm sure, so bright and black, with little lights a dancing in them. There, sir, do ha' done, and go along wi' you. By the way," I said, pausing upon the worn steps, and looking back at her, "by the way, how far is it to Deepdene Wood?"
Book I, Chapter 10, which relates the end of an honorable affair. Some half-mile along the road, upon the left hand, was a stile, and beyond the stile a path that led away over field and meadow and winding stream, to the blue verge of distant woods. Now, midway between these woods and the place where I stood, there moved three figures, and, far away though they were, I could still make out that the middle one walked with his hands, those tremulous, betraying hands, thrust deep within his pockets. And presently I climbed the stile, and set off along the path. "Sir Jasper," said I to myself. Somewhere in the background of my consciousness I had a vague recollection of having heard mention of such a name before, but exactly when and where I could not for the life of me remember. "Sir Jasper," said I to myself again. "It is a very uncommon name, and should be easy to recollect." I had often prided myself on possessing a singularly retentive memory, more especially for names and faces, but upon the present occasion, the more I pondered the matter, the more hazy I became. So I walked on through the sweet, wet grass, racking my brain for a solution of the problem, but finding none. When I again looked up, the three figures had vanished where the path took a sharp bend round a clump of pollard oaks, and, determined not to lose them, I hurried my steps. But when I, in turn, rounded the corner, not a soul was in sight. The path sloped up gently before me, with a thick hedge upon my right, and, after crossing a brawling stream, lost itself in the small wood or coppice that crowned the ascent. Wondering, I hastened forward, and then, happening to look through the hedge, which grew very thick and high, I stopped all at once. On the other side of the hedge was a strip of meadow bounded by the brook I have mentioned. Now across this stream was a small rustic bridge, and on this bridge was a man. Midway between this man and myself stood a group of 4 gentlemen, all talking very earnestly together, to judge by their actions, while somewhat apart from these, his head bent, his hands still thrust deep in his pockets, stood Sir Jasper. And from him, for no apparent reason, my eyes wandered to the man upon the bridge, a tall, broad-shouldered fellow, in a buff-colored greatcoat, who whistled to himself, and stared down into the stream, swinging his tasselled riding-boot to and fro. All at once, as if in response to some signal, he rose, and, unbuttoning his surtout,
drew it off and flung it across the handrail of the bridge. Mr. Chester was on his knees before the oblong box, and I saw the glint of the pistols as he handed them up. The distance had already been paced and marked out, and now each man took his ground. Sir Jasper, still in his greatcoat, his hat over his eyes, his neckerchief loose and dangling, one hand in his pocket, the other grasping his weapon. His antagonist, on the contrary, jaunty and debonair, a dandy from the crown of his hat to the soles of his shining boots. Their arms were raised almost together. The man Selby glanced from one to the other, a handkerchief fluttered, fell, and in that instant came the report of a pistol. I saw Sir Jasper reel backward, steady himself, and fire in return. Then, while the blue smoke yet hung in the still air, he staggered blindly, and fell. Mr. Chester and 2 or 3 more ran forward and knelt beside him, while his opponent shrugged his shoulders, and, taking off his hat, pointed out the bullet-hole to his white-faced second. And in a little while they lifted Sir Jasper in their arms, but, seeing how his head hung, a sudden sickness came upon me, for I knew, indeed, that he would go walking back never more. Yet his eyes were wide and staring up at the blue heaven with the same fixed intensity as they had done at the inn. Then I, too, looked up at the cloudless sky, and round upon the fair earth, and in that moment I, for one, remembered his prophecy of an hour ago, and indeed the day was glorious. End of Section 4.
Section 5 of The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Leader. Book 1, Chapter 11, which relates a brief passage-at-arms at the Chequers Inn. In due season I came into Tunbridge town, and, following the High Street, presently observed a fine inn upon the right-hand side of the way, which, as I remember, is called the Chequers. And here were divers loiterers lounging round the door, or seated upon the benches, but the eyes of all were turned the one way. And presently, as I paused before the inn, to look up at its snow-white plaster and massive cross-beams, there issued from the stable-yard one in a striped waistcoat, with top boots and a red face, who took a straw from behind his ear, and began to chew it meditatively, to whom I now addressed myself. "Good afternoon," said I.
"Arternoon,"
he answered. "A fine day," said I.
"Is it?"
said he. "Why, to be sure it is," said I, somewhat taken aback by his manner. "To be sure it is."
"Oh,"
said he, and shifted the straw very dexterously from one corner of his mouth to the other, by some unseen agency, and stared up the road harder than ever. "What are you looking at?" I inquired.
"Ill,"
said he. "And why do you look at the hill?"
"Mail,"
said he. "Oh," said I.
"Ah,"
said he. "Is it the London coach?"
"Ah,"
said he. "Does it stop here?"
"Ah,"
said he. "Do you ever say anything much beside ah?" I inquired. He stopped chewing the straw, and, with his eyes on the distance, seemed to turn this question over in his mind, having done which, he began to chew again.
"Ah,"
said he. "Why, then you can, perhaps, tell me how many miles it is."
"5,"
said he. I was about to ask how far it was to
"The Wells,"
said he. "Why, yes, to be sure, but how did you know that?"
"It's use,"
said he. "What do you mean?"
"They all ask,"
said he. "Who do?"
"Tramps,"
said he. "Oh, so you take me for a tramp?"
"Ah,"
said he. "And you," said I, "put me in mind of a certain semi-quavering friar."
"Eh?"
said he, frowning a little at the hill.
"You've never heard of Rabelais or Panurge, of course?" said I. The ostler took out his straw, eyed it thoughtfully, and put it back again. "No," said he. "More's the pity," said I, and was about to turn away, when he drew the nearest fist abruptly from his pocket and extended it towards me. "Look at that!" he commanded. "Rather dirty," I commented, "but otherwise a good, useful member, I make no doubt." "It's a-goin'," said he, alternately drawing in and shooting out the fist in question, "it's a-goin' to fill your eye up." "Is it?" said I. "Ah!" said he. "But what for?" "I aren't a semi, nor yet a quaver, and as for friars," said he very deliberately, "why, friar yourself, says I." "Nevertheless," said I, "you are gifted with a certain terse directness of speech that greatly reminds me of—" "Joe!" he called out suddenly over his shoulder, "Mail, Joe!" Lifting my eyes to the brow of the hill, I could see nothing save a faint haze, which, however, gradually grew denser and thicker, and out from this gathering cloud, soft and faint with distance, stole the silvery notes of a horn. Now I saw the coach itself, and, as I watched it rapidly descending the hill, I longed to be upon it, with the sun above, the smooth road below, and the wind rushing through my hair. On it came at a gallop, rocking and swaying, a good 15 miles an hour. On it came, plunging into the green shade of trees, and out into the sun again, with ever the gathering dust cloud behind, while clear and high rang the cheery note of the horn. And now, from the cool shadows of the inn-yard, there rose a prodigious stamping of hoofs, rattling of chains, and swearing of oaths, and out came 4 fresh horses, led by 2 men, each of whom wore top-boots, a striped waistcoat, and chewed upon straws. And now the coach swung round the bend, and came thundering down upon the Chequers, chains jingling, wheels rumbling, horn braying, and, with a stamp and ring of hoof, pulled up before the inn. And then what a running to and fro, what a prodigious unbuckling and buckling of straps, while the jovial-faced coachman fanned himself with his hat, and swore jovially at the ostlers, and the ostlers swore back at the coachman, and the guard, and the coach, and the horses, individually and collectively. In the midst of which confusion, down came the window with a bang, and out of the window came a flask, and a hand, and an arm, and, last of all, a great, fat-faced, round, and mottled, and roaring as it came, "Oh ho! I say, damn it! Damn everybody's eyes and bones! Brandy! Oh, yo-ho, house! I say, brandy! God, landlord, ostlers, brandy, d'ye hear? I say, what the devil! Am I to die for want of a drop of brandy? Ho, ho!" Now, little by little I became conscious, how I cannot define, that I was the object of a close and persistent scrutiny, that I was being watched and stared at by some one near by. Shifting my eyes, therefore, from the mottled face at the coach window, I cast them swiftly about until they presently met those of one of the 4 outside passengers, a tall, roughly clad man who leaned far out from the coach roof, watching me intently, and his face was thin and very pale, and the eyes which stared into mine glowed beneath a jagged prominence of brow. At the time, though I wondered at the man's expression and the fixity of his gaze, I paid him no further heed, but turned my attention back to Mottle-Face, who had, by this time, bellowed himself purple. Howbeit, in due time, the flask having been replenished and handed to him, he dived back into the recesses of the coach, jerked up the window, and vanished as suddenly as he had appeared. But now the 4 fresh horses were in and harnessed, capering and dancing with an ostler at the head of each. The driver tossed off his glass of rum and water, cast an eye up at the clouds, remarked, "Wind, by Jiminy!" settled his feet against the dashboard, and gathered up the reins. And now, too, the guard appeared, wiping his lips as he came, who also cast an eye up at the heavens, remarked, "Dust, by Jingo!" and swung himself up into the rumble. "All right behind?" sang out the driver over his shoulder. "All right!" sang back the guard.
"Then let him go!"
cried the driver, whereupon the ostlers jumped nimbly back, the horses threw up their heads, and danced undecidedly for a moment, the long whip cracked, hoofs clattered, sparks flew, and, rumbling and creaking, off went the London mail with such a flourish of the horn as woke many a sleepy echo near and far. As I turned away, I noticed that there remained but 3 outside passengers. The pale-faced man had evidently alighted, yet, although I glanced round for him, he was nowhere to be seen. Hereupon, being in no mind to undergo the operation of having my eye filled up, and, moreover, finding myself thirsty, I stepped into the tap, and there, sure enough, was the outside passenger staring moodily out of the window, and with an untouched mug of ale at his elbow. Opposite him sat an old man in a smock frock, who leaned upon a holly stick, talking to a very short, fat man behind the bar, who took my twopence with a smile, smiled as he drew my ale, and, smiling, watched me drink.
"Be you from Lunnon, sir?"
inquired the old man, eyeing me beneath his hoary brows as I set down my tankard. "Yes," said I.
"Well, think o' that now. I've been a-goin' to Lunnon this 45 year, started out twice, I did, but I never got no furder nor Sevenoaks."
"How was that?" I inquired.
"Why, there's the White Hart at Sevenoaks, and they brews fine ale at the White Hart, d'ye see, and one glass begets another." "And they sent you back in the carrier's cart," said the fat man, smiling broader than ever. "Ever see the Lord Mayor a-riding in his goold coach, sir?" pursued the old man. "Yes," said I. "Ever speak to him?" "Why, no." "Ah, well, I once knowed a man as spoke to the Lord Mayor o' London's coachman, but he's dead. Took the smallpox the year arterwards, and died, he did."
At this juncture the door was thrown noisily open, and 2 gentlemen entered. The first was a very tall man, with black hair that curled beneath his hat brim, and so luxuriant a growth of whisker that it left little of his florid countenance exposed. The second was more slightly built, with a pale, hairless face, wherein were set 2 small, very bright eyes, rather close together, separated by a high, thin nose with nostrils that worked and quivered when he spoke, a face whose most potent feature was the mouth, coarse and red, with a somewhat protuberant underlip, yet supported by a square, determined chin below, a sensual mouth with more than a suspicion of cruelty lurking in its full curves, and the big teeth, which gleamed white and serrated when he laughed. Indeed, the whole aspect of the man filled me with an instinctive disgust. They were dressed in that mixture of ultra-fashionable and horsey styles peculiar to the Corinthian or buck of the period, and there was in their air an overbearing yet lazy insolence towards all and sundry that greatly annoyed me.
15,000 a year, by God!"
exclaimed the taller of the 2, giving a supercilious sniff to the brandy he had just poured out.
"Yes, ha, ha! And a damnably pretty filly into the bargain. You always were so infernally lucky," retorted the first. "Call it rather the reward of virtue," answered his companion with a laugh that showed his big white teeth. "And what of Beverley, poor devil?" inquired the first. "Beverley," repeated the other. "Had he possessed any spirit, he would have blown his brains out like a gentleman. As it was, he preferred merely to disappear."
And herewith the speaker shrugged his shoulders, and drank off his glass with infinite relish and gusto.
"And a pretty filly, you say?"
"Oh, I believe you. Country bred, but devilish well-blooded. Trust Beverley for that."
"Egad, yes. Beverley had a true eye for beauty o' breed, poor devil."
This expression of pity seemed to afford each of them much subtle enjoyment.
"Harking back to this filly,"
said the big man, checking his merriment,
"how if she jibs, and cuts up rough, kicks over the traces? Devilish awkward, eh?"
His companion raised his foot, and rested it carelessly upon the settle near by, and upon the heel of his slim riding boot I saw a particularly cruel-looking, long-necked spur.
"My dear Mostyn,"
said he, his nostrils working,
"for such an emergency there is nothing like a pair of good sharp persuaders."
Here he tapped the spur lightly with the slender gold-mounted cane he carried.
"And I rather fancy I know just how and when to use 'em, Mostyn."
And once again I saw the gleam of his big, white teeth. All this I heard as they lolled within a yard of me, manifesting a lofty and contemptuous disregard for all save themselves, waited upon most deferentially by the smiling fat fellow, and stared at by the aged man with as much admiring awe as if they had each been nothing less than a Lord Mayor of London at the very least. But now they leaned their heads together and spoke in lowered tones, but something in the leering eyes of the one, and the smiling lips of the other, told me that it was not of horses that they spoke.
"Bring her to reason, by gad!"
said the slighter of the two, setting down his empty glass with a bang.
"Oh, trust me to know their pretty skittish ways, trust me to manage 'em. I've never failed yet, by gad."
"Curse me, that's true enough," said the other, and here they sank their voices again. My ale being finished, I took up my staff, a heavy, knotted affair, and turned to go. Now, as I did so, my foot, by accident, came in contact with the gold-mounted cane I have mentioned, and sent it clattering to the floor. I was on the point of stooping for it when a rough hand gripped my shoulder from behind, twisting me savagely about, and thus found myself staring upon 2 rows of sharp, white teeth.
"Pick it up!"
said he, motioning imperiously to the cane on the floor between us. "Heaven forbid, sir," said I. "Is thy servant a dog that he should do this thing?"
"I told you to pick it up,"
he repeated, thrusting his head towards me.
"Are you going to do so, or must I make you?"
And his nostrils worked more than ever. For answer I raised my foot and sent the cane spinning across the room. Somebody laughed, and next moment my hat was knocked from my head. Before he could strike again, however, I raised my staff, but suddenly remembering its formidable weight, I altered the direction of the blow, and thrust it strongly into the very middle of his gaily flowered waistcoat. So strongly did I thrust, indeed, that he would have fallen but for the timely assistance of his companion. "Come, come," said I, holding him off on the end of my staff, "be calm now, and let us reason together like logical beings. I knocked down your cane by accident, and you my hat by intent. Very well, then, be so good as to return me my property from the yonder corner, and we will call it quits."
"No, by gad!"
gasped my antagonist, bending almost double.
"Wait, only wait until I get my wind. I'll choke the infernal life out of you. Only wait, by gad!"
"Willingly," said I, "but whatever else you do, you will certainly reach me my hat. Otherwise, just so soon as you find yourself sufficiently recovered, I shall endeavor to throw you after it." Saying which, I laid aside my staff, and buttoned up my coat.
"Why,"
he began,
"you infernally low, dusty, ditch-trotting blackguard!"
But his companion, who had been regarding me very closely, twitched him by the sleeve, and whispered something in his ear. Whatever it was, it affected my antagonist strangely, for he grew suddenly very red, and then very white, and abruptly turned his back upon me.
"Are you sure, Mostyn?"
said he in an undertone.
"Certain." "Well, I'd fight him were he the devil himself. Pistols, perhaps, would be—"
"Don't be a fool, Harry!" cried the other, and, seizing his arm, drew him farther away, and, though they lowered their voices, I caught such fragments as, "What of George?" "Changes since your time," "Ruin your chances at the start," "Dead shot." "Sir," said I, "my hat, in the corner yonder." Almost to my surprise, the taller of the two crossed the room, followed by his friend, to whom he still spoke in lowered tones, stooped, picked up my hat, and, while the other stood scowling, approached and handed it to me with a bow. "That my friend Sir Harry Mortimer lost his temper is regretted both by him and myself," said he, "but is readily explained by the fact that he has been a long time from London, while I laboured under a disadvantage, sir, until your hat was off." Now, as he spoke, his left eyelid flickered twice in rapid succession. "I beg you won't mention it," said I, putting on my hat, "but, sir, why do you wink at me?"
"No, no!"
cried he, laughing and shaking his head. "Ha, ha! Devilish good! By the way, they tell me George himself is in these parts, incog, of course." "George?" said I, staring. "Cursed rich, on my life and soul!" cried the tall gentleman, shaking his head and laughing again. "Mum's the word, of course, and I swear a shaven face becomes you most devilishly." "Perhaps you will be so obliging as to tell me what you mean," said I, frowning. "Oh, by gad!" he cried, fairly hugging himself with delight. "Oh, the devil! This is too rich, too infernally rich, on my life and soul it is." Now all at once there recurred to me the memory of Tom Cragg, the pugilist, of how he too had winked at me, and of his incomprehensible manner afterwards beneath the gibbet on River Hill. "Sir," said I, "do you happen to know a pugilist, Tom Cragg by name?" "Tom Cragg? Well, I should think so. Who doesn't, sir?" "Because," I went on, "he too seems to labor under the delusion that he is acquainted with me, and—" "Acquainted!" repeated the tall gentleman. "Acquainted! Oh, God!" and immediately hugged himself in another ecstasy. "If," said I, "you will have the goodness to tell me for whom you evidently mistake me—" "Mistake you!" he gasped, throwing himself upon the settle and rocking to and fro. "Mistake you!" Seeing I did but waste my breath, I turned upon my heel and made for the door. As I went, my eye, by chance, lighted upon a cheese that stood at the fat landlord's elbow, and upon which he cast amorous glances from time to time. "That seems a fine cheese," said I. "It is, sir, if I might make so bold. A noble cheese," he rejoined, and laid his hand upon it with a touch that was a caress. "Then I will take 3 pennyworth of your noble cheese," said I. "Cheese!" faintly echoed the gentleman upon the settle. "3 pennyworth! Oh, I shall die, positively burst!" "Also a loaf," said I, and when the landlord cut the cheese with great nicety, a generous portion, and had wrapped it into a parcel, I put it, together with the loaf, into my knapsack, and giving him "good day," strode to the door. As I reached it, the tall gentleman rose from the settle and bowed. "Referring to George, sir." "George!" said I shortly. "To the devil with George!" Now I could not help being struck by the effect of my words, for Sir Harry let fall his cane, and stared open-mouthed, while his companion regarded me with an expression between a frown and wide-eyed dismay. "Now I wonder," said I to myself as I descended the steps, "I wonder who George can be." Before the inn there stood a yellow-wheeled stanhope with a horse which, from his manner of trembling all over for no conceivable reason, and manifest desire to stand upon his hind legs, I conceived to be a thoroughbred, and, hanging grimly to the bridle, now in the air, now on terra firma, alternately coaxing and cursing, was my friend the semi-quavering ostler. He caught sight of me just as a particularly vicious jerk swung him off his legs. "Damn your liver!" he cried to the horse, and then to me, "if you'll just call Joe to 'old this 'ere black varmin for me, I'll feel your eye up." "Thanks," said I, "but I much prefer to keep it as it is. Really, there is no need to trouble Joe, and as for you, I wish you good morning." And when I had gone a little way, chancing to glance back over my shoulder, I saw the outside passenger stood upon the inn steps, and was staring after me. Book I, Chapter 12 The One-Legged Soldier. Following the high road, I came, in a little, to where the ways divided, the one leading straight before me, the other turning sharp to the left, where, as I remember, is a very steep hill. And at the parting of the ways was a finger-post with the words, "To London, to Tunbridge Wells, to Pembray." Now as I stood beneath the finger-post, debating which road I should take, I was aware of the sound of wheels, and, glancing about, saw a carrier's cart approaching. The driver was a fine, tall, ruddy-faced fellow, very spruce as to his person, who held himself with shoulders squared and bolt upright, and who shouted a cheery greeting to me. "If so be you are for Pembray or thereabouts, sir," said he, bringing his horses to a standstill, "why, jump up, sir, that is, if you be so minded." "My course lies anywhere," said I.
"Then, if you be so minded—"
"I am so minded," said I.
"Then, sir, jump up," said he.
"Thanks," said I. So I climbed upon the seat beside him, and then I saw that he had a wooden leg, and straightway understood his smart bearing and general neat appearance. "You have been a soldier?" said I.
"And my name's Tom, and I could tell you a sight about them Spanishers and Frenchies, that is, if you be so minded."
"I am so minded, fire away, Tom."
"Well," he began, fixing his eyes on the Wheeler's ears, "they Frenchies ain't so bad as is thought, though they do eat frogs, but what I say is, if they be so minded, why frogs let it be."
"To be sure," said I.
"And, after all, they're well worth fighting, and that's more than you can say for a many."
"True," said I, "one generally has a certain respect for the man one fights."
"Then there's Old Boney."
"Have you ever seen him?"
"I have, sir. I were captured outside the lines of Torres Vedras, and I saw Old Boney eating his breakfast off a drumhead, with one hand, and writing a dispatch with the other. A little fat man, not so high as my shoulder, look you. There's some as says Old Boney lives on new-born babies, but I know different. Because why, says you? Because I've seen with these here peepers, says I. Bread it were, and cheese and garlic, and an uncommon lot at that."
"And where did you lose your leg, Tom?"
"Victoria. I happened to be carrying my officer, Ensign Standish his name, barely 18-year-old. Shot through the lung he were, and a-trying to tell me to put him down and go, the fire being uncommonly hot there, you'll understand, sir, and, as I say, he were trying to tell me to drop him and run for it, and blowing blood bubbles with every word, when all at once I feels a sort of a shock, and there I was on my back, and him atop of me. And when I went to get up, damme! There was my leg gone below the knee, and no pleasant sight, neither."
"And afterward?"
"Arterwards?" he repeated. "Why, that were the end of my soldierin', you see. We lay in the same hospital, him and me, side by side, and he swore as I'd saved his life, which I hadn't, look you, and likewise swore as he'd never forget it. And he never has, either, for here am I, with my own horse and cart. Tom Price by name, carrier by trade, and very much at your service, sir, I'm sure."
Thus we climbed the hill of Pembry by tree and hedge and lonely cottage, by rolling meadow and twilit wood, Tom the soldier and I. Much he told me of lonely night watches, of death sudden and sharp, of long weary marches and stricken fields, of the bloody doings of the Spanish guerrillas, of Mina and his deviltries. And in my ears was the roar of guns, and before my eyes the gleam and twinkle of bayonets. By the side of Tom the soldier I waited the thunderous charge of French dragoons, saw their stern, set faces, and the flash of their brandished steel as they swept down upon our devoted square. Swept down to break in red confusion before our bristling bayonets, and the air was full of the screams of smitten horses, and the deep-throated shouts and groans of men. By the side of Tom the soldier I stormed through many a reeking breach, swept by fire and slippery with blood. And all for the love of it, the munificent sum of 8 pence per day, and that which we call glory. Bravo, Tom the soldier! And presently I became aware that he had stopped his horses, and was regarding me smilingly. "Tom," said I, "you are a wonderful talker."
"And you, sir," said he, "are a better listener, and look you, a good listener is mighty hard to come by. Howsomever, here's the end of my journey, more's the pity, but if you—"
"Tom," said I suddenly, "you never heard of Tom Cragg, did you?"
"I can't say I have," he answered, stroking his chin thoughtfully, "though there was a Dick Snagget in the 39th, I remember."
"And you don't know who George is, of course," I continued musingly.
"Why, I've known a many Georges in my time," said he, "and then there's George, Prince of Wales, the Prince Regent, as they calls him now."
"George, Prince of Wales!" said I, staring. "By heavens, Tom, I believe you've hit it." And, with the word, I sprang down from the cart.
"My cottage is near by, sir, and I should be proud for you to eat supper with me.
That is, if you be so minded." "Many thanks," said I, "but I am not so minded, and so, good bye, Tom." And, with the words, I wrung the soldier's honest hand in mine, and went upon my way. "George, Prince of Wales," said I to myself. Could this be the George they had meant? If so, then who and what had they supposed me? Hereupon, as I walked, I fell into a profound meditation, in which I presently remembered how that Tom Cragg had also mentioned the Prince, giving me to understand that his Highness had actually ordered him, Tom Cragg, to leave London. And why?
"Arter that theer kidnappin', and me having laid out Sir Jasper Trent, according to your orders."
Sir Jasper Trent! I stopped stock still on the road. Sir Jasper Trent! At last I remembered the name that had eluded me so persistently. Remembered it? Nay, indeed, it was rather as if the pugilist had whispered the words into my ear, and I glanced round almost expecting to see him.
"Arter that theer kidnappin', and me having laid out Sir Jasper Trent, according to your orders."
According to my orders, or rather, the orders of the man for whom he, in common with the two gentlemen at the Chequers, had mistaken me. But who was that man? Of him I knew two facts, namely, that he was much like me in person, and had formerly worn, or possibly still wore, whiskers. And beyond these two facts I could get no farther, revolve the matter how I might, so I presently shrugged my shoulders, and, banishing it from my thoughts, for the time being, set forward at a good pace. Section 6 of The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Leader. Book 1, Chapter 13, in which I find an answer to my riddle. The sun was already westering when I came to a pump beside the way, and, seizing the handle, I worked it vigorously, then, placing my hollowed hands beneath the gushing spout, drank and pumped alternately until I had quenched my thirst. I now found myself prodigiously hungry, and, remembering the bread and cheese in my knapsack, looked about for an inviting spot in which to eat. On one side of the road was a thick hedge, and, beneath this hedge, a deep, dry, grassy ditch, and here, after first slipping off my knapsack, I sat down, took out the loaf and the cheese, and, opening my clasp knife, prepared to fall to. At this moment I was interrupted in a rather singular fashion, for, hearing a rustling close by, I looked up, and into a face that was protruded through a gap in the hedge above me. It needed but a glance at the battered hat with its jaunty brim, and great silver buckle, and the haggard devil-may-care face below, to recognize the individual whom I had seen thrown out of the Hedge Tavern the morning before. It was a very thin face, as I have said, pale and hollow-eyed, and framed in black curly hair, whose very blackness did but accentuate the extreme pallor of the skin, which was tight, and drawn above the cheek-bones and angle of the jaw. Yet as I looked at this face, worn and cadaverous though it was, in the glance of the hollow eyes, in the line of the clean-cut mouth, I saw that mysterious something which marks a man, what we call, for want of a better word, a gentleman. "Good evening," said he, and lifted the battered hat. "Good evening," I returned. "Pardon me," said he, "but I was saluting the bread and cheese." "Indeed?" said I. "Indeed," he rejoined, "it is the first edible I have been on speaking terms with, so to speak, for rather more than 3 days, sir." "You are probably hungry?" said I. "It would be foolish to deny it, sir." "Then, if you care to eat with me in the ditch here, you are heartily welcome," said I. "With all the pleasure in life," said he, vaulting very nimbly through the hedge. "You shall not ask me twice, or the very deuce is in it. Believe me, Here he stopped very suddenly, and stood looking at me. "Ah!" said he gently, and with a rising inflection letting the ejaculation escape in a long-drawn breath. "Well?" I inquired. Now as I looked up at him, the whole aspect of the man, from the toes of his broken boots to the crown of the battered hat, seemed to undergo a change, as though a sudden, fierce anger had leapt into life, and been controlled but by a strong effort. "On my life and soul now," said he, falling back a step, and eyeing me with a vaguely unpleasant smile, "this is a most unexpected, a most unlooked for pleasure. It is, I vow it is." "You flatter me," said I. "Oh, no, sir, no. To meet you again, some day, somewhere, alone, quite alone, sir, is a pleasure I have frequently dwelt upon, but never hoped to realize. As it is, sir, having in my present condition no chance of procuring better weapons than my fists, allow me to suggest that they are, none the less, entirely at your service. Do me the infinite kindness to stand up." "Sir," I answered, cutting a slice from the loaf, "you are the third person within the last 48 hours who has mistaken me for another. It really gets quite wearisome." "Mistaken you!" he broke in, and his smile grew suddenly bitter. "Do you think it possible that I could ever mistake you?" "I am sure of it," said I. "Furthermore, pray do not disparage your fists, sir. A bout at fisticuffs never did a man any harm that I ever heard. A man's fists are good, honest weapons, supplied by a beneficent Providence. Far better than your unnatural swords and murderous hair-triggers, at least, so I think, being, I trust, something of a philosopher. Still, in this instance, never having seen your face, or heard your voice until yesterday, I shall continue to sit here, and eat my bread and cheese, and if you are wise, you will hasten to follow my so excellent example while there is any left, for, I warn you, I am mightily sharp set." "Come, come," said he, advancing upon me threateningly, "enough of this foolery." "By all means," said I, "sit down, like a sensible fellow, and tell me for whom you mistake me." "Sir, with all the pleasure in life," said he, clenching his fists, and I saw his nostrils dilate suddenly. "I take you for the greatest rogue, the most gentlemanly rascal but one, in all England." "Yes," said I, "and my name?" "Sir Maurice Vibart." "Sir Maurice Vibart!" I sprang to my feet, staring at him in amazement. "Sir Maurice Vibart is my cousin," said I. And so we stood for a long minute, immobile and silent, eyeing each other above the bread and cheese. Book I, Chapter 14. Further concerning the gentleman in the battered hat. "Sir," said my companion at last, lifting the battered hat, "I tender you my apology, and I shall be delighted to eat with you in the ditch, if you are in the same mind about it." "Then you believe me?" "Indubitably, sir," he answered with a faint smile. "Had you indeed been Sir Maurice, either he or I, and most probably I, would be lying flat in the road by this." So without more ado, we sat down in the ditch together, side by side, and began to eat. And now I noticed that when he thought my eye was upon him, my companion ate with a due deliberation and nicety, and when he thought it was off, with a voracity that was painful to witness. And after we had eaten a while in silence, he turned to me with a sigh. "Oh, this is very excellent cheese," said he. "The man from whom I bought it," said I, "called it a noble cheese, I remember." "I never tasted one of a finer flavor," said my companion. "Hunger is a fine sauce," said I, "and you are probably hungry?" "Hungry!" he repeated, bolting a mouthful, and knocking his hat over his eyes with a slap on its dusty crown. "Egad, Mr. Vibart, so would you be,
So would any man be who has lived on anything he could beg, borrow, or steal, with an occasional meal of turnips, in the digging of which I am become astonishingly expert, and unripe blackberries, which latter I have proved to be a very trying diet in many ways. Hungry? Oh, damn!" And after a while, when there nothing remained of loaf or cheese, save a few scattered crumbs, my companion leaned back and gave another sigh. "Sir," said he, with an airy wave of the hand, "in me you behold a highly promising young gentleman ruined by a most implacable enemy. Himself, sir. In the first place, you must know my name is Beverley." "Beverley?" I repeated. "Beverley," he nodded, "Peregrine Beverley, very much at your service, late of Beverley Place, Surrey, now of nowhere in particular." "Beverley," said I again, "I have heard that name before." "It is highly probable, Mr. Vibart, a fool of that name, fortunate or unfortunate as you choose to classify him, lost houses, land, and money in a single night's play. I am that fool, sir, though you have doubtless heard particulars ere now?" "Not a word," said I. Mr. Beverley glanced at me with a faint mingling of pity and surprise. "My life," I explained, "has been altogether a studious one, with the not altogether unnatural result that I also am bound for nowhere in particular, with just 8 shillings and 6 in my pocket. And mine, as I tell you," said he, "has been an altogether riotous one. Thus each of us, though by widely separate roads, you by the narrow and difficult path of virtue, and I by the broad and easy road of folly, have managed to find our way into this howling destitution, which we call nowhere in particular. Then, how does your path of virtue better my road of evil?" "The point to be considered," said I, "is not so much what we are now, but rather what we have done, and may ultimately be and do." "Well?" said he, turning to look at me. "For my own achievements hitherto," I continued, "I have won the high jump and throwing the hammer, also translated the works of Quintilian, with the Satyricon of Petronius Arbiter, and the life, lives, and memoirs of the Seigneur de Brantome, which last, as you are probably aware, has never before been done into English." "Ha!" exclaimed Mr. Beverley, sitting up suddenly with his ill-used hat very much over one eye, "there we have it! Who ever heard of old what's his name, or cared, except perhaps a few bald-headed bookworms and withered litterateurs? While you were dreaming of life, and reading the lives of other fellows, I was living it. In my career, episodically brief though it was, I have met and talked with all the wits and celebrated men, have drunk good wine, and worshipped beautiful women, Mr. Vibart." "And what has it all taught you?" said I. "That there are an infernal number of rogues and rascals in the world, for one thing, and that is worth knowing." "Yes," said I. "That, though money can buy anything, from the love of a woman to the death of an enemy, it can only be spent once, and that is worth knowing also." "Yes," said I. "And that I am a most preposterous ass, and that last, look you, is more valuable than all the others. Solomon, I think, says something about a wise man being truly wise who knoweth himself a fool, doesn't he?" "Something of the sort." "Then," said he, flinging his hat down upon the grass beside him, "what argument can you advance in favor of your narrow and thorny? The sum of 8 shillings and 6, a loaf of bread, and a slice of noble cheese, now no more," said I. "Egad!" said he, looking at me from the corners of his blue eyes, "the argument is unanswerable, more especially the cheese part, against which I'd say nothing, even if I could." Having remarked which, he lay flat on his back again, staring up at the leaves and the calm serenity of the sky beyond, while I filled my negro head pipe from my paper of tobacco, and forthwith began to smoke.
And presently, as I sat alternately watching the blue wreaths of my pipe, and the bedraggled figure extended beside me, he suddenly rolled over on his arm, and so lay, watching me. "On my soul!" he exclaimed at length, "it is positively marvellous!" "What is?" I inquired. "The resemblance between you and your famous cousin." "It would appear so," said I, shrugging my shoulders, though, personally, I was unaware of this fact up till now. "Do I understand that you have never seen Sir Maurice Vibart? Never seen Buck Vibart?" "Never," said I. "Too much occupied in keeping to the narrow and thorny, I suppose? Your cousin's is the broad and flowery with a vengeance." "So I understand," said I. "Nevertheless, the resemblance between you, both in face and figure, is positively astounding, with the sole exception that he wears hair upon his face, and is of a ruddy complexion, while you are pale and smooth-cheeked as a boy." "Or yourself," said I. "Ah! Exactly," he answered, and passed his fingers across his chin tentatively, and fell again to staring lazily up into the sky. "Do you happen to know anything about that most remarkable species of the genus Homo, calling themselves Bucks or Corinthians?" he inquired after a while. "Very little," said I, "and that only by hearsay." "Well, up to 6 months ago I was one of them, Mr. Vibart, until fortune, and I think now wisely, decreed it otherwise." And herewith, lying upon his back, looking up through the quivering green of leaves, he told mad tales of a reckless prince, of the placid Brummel, of the dashing Vibart, the brilliant Sheridan, of Fox, and Grattan, and many others, whose names are now a byword one way or the other. He recounted a story of wild prodigality, of drunken midnight orgies, of days and nights, and, very reverently, he spoke of a woman, of her love, and faith, and deathless trust. "Of course," he ended, "I might have starved very comfortably, and much quicker in London, but when my time comes, I prefer to do my dying beneath some green hedge, or in the shelter of some friendly rick, with the cool, clean wind upon my face. Besides, she loved the country." "Then there are some women who can't be bought," said I, looking at his glistening eyes. "Mr. Vibart," said he, "so far as I know, there are two: the Lady Helen Dunstan, and the glorious Sefton." "The Lady Sophia Sefton of Cambourne?" said I. "And the Lady Helen Dunstan," he repeated. "Do you know the Lady Sophia Sefton?" "I have had the honor of dancing with her frequently," he answered. "And is she so beautiful as they say?" "She is the handsomest woman in London, one of your black-browed, deep-eyed goddesses, tall and gracious, and most nobly shaped, though, sir, for my own part, I prefer less fire and ice, a more gentle beauty." "As, for instance, the Lady Helen Dunstan?" said I. "Exactly," nodded Mr. Beverley. "Referring to the Lady Sophia Sefton," I pursued, "she is a reigning toast, I believe?" "Gad, yes, her worshippers are legion, and chief among them his Royal Highness, and your cousin, Sir Maurice, who has actually had the temerity to enter the field as the Prince's avowed rival. No one but Buck Vibart could be so madly rash." "A most fortunate lady," said I. "Mr. Vibart!" exclaimed my companion, cocking his battered hat, and regarding me with a smouldering eye. "Mr. Vibart, I object to your tone. The noble Sefton's virtue is proud and high, and above even the breath of suspicion." And yet my cousin would seem to be no laggard in love, and, as to the Prince, his glance is contamination to a woman. "Sir," returned Mr. Beverley very earnestly, "disabuse your mind of all unworthy suspicions, I beg. Your cousin she laughs to scorn, and his Royal Highness she had rebuffed as few women have, hitherto, dared to." "It would almost seem," said I, after a pause, "that, from what I have inadvertently learned, My cousin has some dirty work afoot, though exactly what, I cannot imagine." "My dear Mr. Vibart, your excellent cousin is for ever up to something or other, and has escaped the well-merited consequences, more than once, owing to his friendship with, and the favour of his friend." "George?" said I. "Exactly," said my companion, raising himself on his elbow, and nodding. "George." "Have you ever heard mention of Tom Cragg the pugilist?" I inquired, blowing a cloud of smoke into the warm air.
"I won 10,000 guineas when he knocked out Ted Jarraway of Swansea," yawned my companion. "A good fighter, but a rogue, like all the rest of 'em, and a creature of your excellent cousin's."
"I guessed as much." I nodded, and forthwith plunged into an account of my meeting with the craggy one, the which seemed to amuse Mr. Beverley mightily, more especially when I related Cragg's mysterious disappearance. "Oh, God!" cried Beverley, wiping his eyes on the tattered lapel of his coat, "the resemblance served you luckily there. Your cousin gave him the thrashing of his life, and poor Tom evidently thought he was in for another. That was the last you saw of him, I'll be bound?" "No. I met him afterwards beneath the gibbet on River Hill, where, among other incomprehensible things, he gave me to understand that he recognized me despite my disguise, assumed, as he supposed, on account of his having kidnapped some one or other, and laid out a certain Sir Jasper Trent in Wych Street according to my orders, or rather, it would seem, my cousin's orders, the author of which outrage Sir Jasper had evidently found out."
"The devil!"
exclaimed Mr. Beverley, and sat up with a jerk. "And furthermore," I went on, "he informed me that the Prince himself had given him the word to leave London until the affair had blown over." Now, while I spoke, Mr. Beverley had been regarding me with a very strange expression. His cheeks had gone even paler than before, his eyes seemed to stare through and beyond me, and his hands were tight clenched at his sides. "Mr. Beverley," said I, "what ails you?" For a moment he did not speak, then answered, with the same strange look: "Sir Jasper Trent is my cousin, sir." My negro head pipe slipped suddenly, and fell into the grass, happily without injury. "Indeed!" said I.
"Can you not see what this means, sir?" he went on hurriedly. "Jasper will fight."
"Indeed," said I again, "I fear so."
"Jasper was always a bit of a fish, and with no particular affection for his graceless kinsman, but I am his only relative, and he hardly knows one end of a pistol from the other, while your cousin is a dead shot."
"My cousin!" I exclaimed. "Then it was he. To be sure, I saw only his back."
"Sir Jasper is unmarried, has no relations but myself," my companion repeated, with the same fixed intentness of look.
"Can you appreciate, I wonder, what this would mean to me?"
"Rank and fortune, and London," said I.
"No, no!" He sprang to his feet, and threw wide his ragged arms with a swift, passionate gesture. "It means life and Helen! Oh, my God!" he went on, speaking almost in a whisper, "I never knew how much I wanted her, how much I had wilfully tossed aside, till now. I never realized the full misery of it all, till now. I could have starved very well in time, and managed it as quietly as most other ruined fools. But now, to see the chance of beginning again, of coming back to self-respect, and oh, Helen, my God!" And of a sudden he cast himself upon his face, and so lay tearing up the grass by handfuls. Then, almost as suddenly, he was upon his feet again, and had caught up his hat. "Sir," said he somewhat shamefully, smoothing its ruffled nap with fingers that still quivered, "pray forgive that little ebullition of feeling. It is over, quite over, but your tidings affected me, and I am not quite myself at times. As I have already said, turnips and unripe blackberries are not altogether desirable as a diet." "Indeed," said I, "you seem strangely perturbed." "Mr. Vibart," said he, staring very hard at the battered hat, and turning it round and round, "Mr. Vibart, "The devil is surprisingly strong in some of us." "True," said I. "My cousin, Sir Jasper, is a bookish fellow, and, as I have said, a fool where anything else is in question. If this meeting is allowed to take place, I feel that he will most certainly be killed, and his death would mean a new life, more than life to me." "Yes," said I. "And, for a moment, Mr. Vibart, I was tempted to sit down in the ditch again, and let things take their course. The devil, I repeat, is remarkably strong in some of us." "Then what is your present intention?" "I am going to London to find Sir Maurice Vibart, to stop this duel." "Impossible," said I. "But you see, sir, it so happens that I am possessed of certain intelligence which might make Sir Maurice's existence in England positively untenable." "Nevertheless," said I, "it is impossible." "That remains to be seen, Mr. Vibart," said he, and, speaking, turned upon his heel. "One moment," said I. "Was not your cousin, Sir Jasper, of the middle height, slim-built and fair-haired, with a habit of plucking at his lips when at all nervous or excited?" "Exactly. You know him, sir?" "No," I answered, "but I have seen him, very lately. And I say again, to stop this duel is an impossibility." "Do you mean—" he began, and paused. Now, as his eyes met mine, the battered hat escaped his fingers, and lay all unheeded. "Do you mean—" he began again, and again stopped.
"Yes," said I mean that you are too late. Sir Jasper was killed at a place called Deepdene Wood, no longer since than to-day at 7:30 in the morning. It was raining at the time, I remember, but the day grew glorious later."
For a long moment Mr. Beverley stood silent with bent head, then, apparently becoming aware of the hat at his feet, he sent it flying with a sudden kick, and watched it describe a wide parabola ere it disappeared into the ditch some yards away; which done, he walked after it, and returned, brushing it very carefully with his ragged cuff. "And are you sure, quite sure, Mr. Vibart?" he inquired, smoothing the broken brim with the greatest solicitude. "I stood behind a hedge, and watched it done," said I. "Then, oh, my God, I am Sir Peregrine Beverley! I am Sir Peregrine Beverley of Burnham Hall, very much at your service. Jasper dead! A knight banneret of Kent, and justice of the peace! How utterly preposterous it all sounds! But to-day I begin life anew. Ah, yes, a new life, a new life! To-day all things are possible again. The fool has learned wisdom, and, I hope, become a man. But come," said he in a more natural tone, "let us get back to our ditch, and while you tell me the particulars, if you don't object, I should much like to try a whiff at that pipe of yours." So, while I recounted the affair as briefly as I might, he sat puffing at my pipe, and staring away into the distance. But gradually his head sank lower and lower, until his face was quite hidden from me, and for a long moment after I had ended my narration, there was silence. "Poor Jasper!" said he at last, without raising his head. "Poor old Jasper!" "I congratulate you, Sir Peregrine," said I. "And I used to pummel him so, when we were boys together at Eton. Oh, poor old Jasper!" And presently he handed me my pipe, and rose. "Mr. Vibart," said he, "it would seem that by no effort, or virtue of my own, I am to win free of this howling desolation of nowhere in particular, after all. Believe me, I would gladly take you with me. Had I not met with you, it is rather more than probable that I should never have seen another dawn. So if ever I can be of use to you, pray honor me so far. You can always hear of me at Burnham Hall, Pembry. Good-bye, Mr. Vibart. I am going to her, in all my rags, for I am a man again." So I bade him good-bye, and, sitting in the ditch, watched him stride away to his new life. Presently, reaching the brow of the hill (there are hills everywhere in the south country), I saw him turn to flourish the battered hat ere he disappeared from my sight. Book I, Chapter 15, in which I meet with a pedlar by the name of Gabbing Dick. "You won't be ever wanting a broom now." I sat up sleepily and rubbed my eyes. The sun was gone, and the blue sky had changed to a deep purple, set here and there with a quivering star, yet the light was still strong enough to enable me to distinguish the speaker, a short, thick-set man. Upon his shoulder he carried a bundle of brooms, a pack was slung to his back, while around his neck there dangled a heterogeneous collection of articles, ribbons, laces, tawdry neck-chains, and the like. Indeed, so smothered was he in his wares that, as he stood there, he had more the aspect of some disordered fancy than of a human being. "You won't be wanting ever a broom now," he repeated in a somewhat melancholy tone. "No," said I. "Nor yet a mop?" "Nor that either," said I. "A belt, now?" he suggested mournfully. "A fine leather belt, with a steel buckle made at Birmingham, as ever was, and all for a shilling. What do you say to a fine belt?" "That I have no need of one, thank you." "Ah, well," said the man, spitting dejectedly at a patch of shadow, "I thought as much. You aren't got the look of a buyer." "Then why ask me?" "Hinstinct," said he. "It's jest hinstinct. It comes as natural to me as eatin' or walkin' these 'ere roads."
"Have you come far to-day?"
20 mile, maybe," he answered, setting down his bundle of brooms.
"Are you tired?"
"Course I'm tired."
"Then why not sit down and rest?"
"Because I'd have to get up again, wouldn't I?"
"Are you hungry?"
"Hungry aren't the word for it."
"And how is trade?"
"Couldn't be worse."
"I perceive you are a pessimist," said I.
"No," said he, "I'm a pedlar. Baptismal name Richard, commonly known as Gabbing Dick."
"At least yours is a fine healthy trade," said I.
"How so?"
"A life of constant exercise and fresh air. To-day, for instance."
"'Ot as a oven," said he.
"Yet there was a good cool wind," said I.
"Ah, and with dust enough to choke a man. And then there's the loneliness of these 'ere roads."
"Loneliness?" said I.
"That's the word. Sometimes it gets so bad as I'm minded to do away with myself."
"Strange," I began.
"Oh, not a bit," said he. "When you've been a-walkin' all day past edge and edge, and tree and tree, it's bad enough, but it's worse when the sun's gone out, and you follow the glimmer of the road on, past edges as ain't edges, and trees as ain't trees, but things as touch you as you pass, and reach out arter you in the dark behind. There's one of 'em, back theer on the Cranbrook road, looks like an oak tree in the daytime, ah, and a big 'un. It's nearly had me 3 times already, once by the leg, once by the arm, and once by the neck. I don't pass it arter dark no more, but it'll have me yet, mark my words. It'll have me one of these fine nights, and they'll find me a-dangling in the grey of the dawn."
"Do you mean that you are afraid?" I inquired.
"No, not afeard exactly. It's just the loneliness, the lonely quietness. Why, Lord, you aren't got no notion of the tricks the trees and edges gets up to at nights. Nobody 'as but as tramps the roads. Bill Nye knowed, same as I know, but Bill Nye's dead. Cut his throat, he did, with one of his own razors, under a 'edge."
"And what for?" I inquired, as the pedlar paused to spit lugubriously into the road again.
"Nobody knowed but me. William Nye, 'e were a tinker, and a rare merry 'un 'e were, a little man, always up to 'is jinking and joking and laughing. 'Dick,' 'e used to say, but Richard I were baptized, though they calls me Dick for short. 'Dick,' he used to say, 'do you know that there big oak tree,
the big holler oak as stands at the cross-roads a mile and a half out of Cranbrook? A man might do for hisself very nice and quiet, tucked away inside of it. Dick, says he, it's such a nice, quiet place, so snug and dark, I wonder as nobody does. I never pass by, says he, but I takes a peep inside, just to make sure as there aren't no legs a-dangling, nor nobody hunched up dead in the dark. It's such a nice, quiet place, he used to say, shaking his head and smiling sad-like. I wonder as nobody's never thought of it afore. Well, one day, sure enough, poor Bill Nye disappeared. Nobody knowed where. Bill, as I say, was a merry sort, always ready with a joke, and that's apt to get a man friends, and they searched for him high and low, but neither hide nor e'er a poor Bill did they find. At last, one evening I happened to pass the big oak, the holler oak, and, minding Bill's words, thinks I, ears to see if 'tis empty as Bill said. Going up to it, I got down on my hands and knees, and striking a light looked inside. And there, sure enough, was poor Bill Nye hunched up inside of it with a razor in his hand and his head nigh cut off. And what with one thing and another, a very unpleasant sight he were.
And why did he do it? I asked.
Because he had to, of course. It's just the loneliness. They'll find me some day dangling. I never could abide blood myself. Dangling to the thing as looks like a oak tree in the daytime.
What do you mean? Said I. The pedlar sighed, shook his head, and shouldered his brooms.
It's just the loneliness,
said he, and spitting over his shoulder, trudged upon his way. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Leader. Book 1, Chapter 16. How I Heard the Steps of One Who Dogged Me in the Shadows. And in a little while I rose, and buckled on my knapsack. The shadows were creeping on apace, but the sky was wonderfully clear, while, low down upon the horizon, I saw the full-orbed moon, very broad and big. It would be a brilliant night later, and this knowledge rejoiced me not a little. Before me stretched a succession of hills, that chain of hills which I believe is called the Weald, and over which the dim road dipped and wound with, on either hand, a rolling country, dark with wood and coppice, full of mystery. The wind had quite fallen, but from the hedges came sudden rustlings and soft, unaccountable noises. Once something small and dark scuttered across the road before me, and once a bird, hidden near by, set up a loud complaint, while from the deeps of a neighboring wood came the mournful note of a night-jar. And as I walked, I bethought me of poor Bill Nye, the tinker. I could picture him tramping upon this very road, his jingling load upon his back, and the loneliness upon and around him. A small man he would be, with a peaked face, little, round, twinkling eyes, grizzled hair, and long blue chin. How I came to know all this I cannot tell, only it seemed he must be so. On he went, his chin first upon one shoulder, and now upon the other, shooting furtive glances at hedges which were not hedges, and trees which were not trees. Somewhere there was a thing that looked like a big oak tree in the daytime, a hollow oak. On he went through the shadows, on and on. Presently he turned out of the road, and there, sure enough, was the oak itself. Kneeling down, he slipped off his burden and pushed it through a jagged hole at the root. Then he glanced around him, a long, stealthy look, down at the earth and up at the sky, and crept into the tree. In the dimness I could see him fumble for the thing he wanted, pause to thumb its edge,
and throwing up his chin, raise his hand. "Folly!" said I aloud, and stopped suddenly in my stride. The moon's rim was just topping the trees to my left, and its light, feeble though it was as yet, served to show that I had reached a place where four roads met. Now, casting my eyes about me, they were attracted by a great tree that grew near by, a tree of vast girth and bigness. And as I looked, I saw that it was an oak tree, near the root of which there was a jagged, black hole. How long I stood staring at this I cannot say, but all at once the leaves of the tree were agitated as by a breath of wind, and rustled with a sound indescribably desolate, and from the dark mass rose the long-drawn, mournful cry of some night bird. Heedless of my direction, I hurried away, yet, even when I had left it far behind, I glanced back more than once ere its towering branches were lost to my view. So I walked on through the shadows, past trees that were not trees, and hedges that were not hedges, but frightful phantoms, rather, lifting menacing arms above my head, and reaching after me with clutching fingers. Time and again, ashamed of such weakness, I cursed myself for an imaginative fool, but kept well in the middle of the road, and grasped my staff firmly, notwithstanding. I had gone, perhaps, some mile or so in this way, alternately rating and reasoning with myself, when I suddenly fancied I heard a step behind me, and swung round upon my heel with ready stick. But the road stretched away, empty as far as I could see. Having looked about me on all sides, I presently went on again, yet immediately it seemed that the steps began also keeping time with my own, now slow, now fast, now slow again. But whenever I turned, the road behind was apparently as empty and desolate as ever. I can conceive of few things more nerve-racking than the knowledge that we are being dogged by something which we can only guess at, and that all our actions are watched by eyes which we cannot see. Thus with every step I found the situation grow more intolerable, for though I kept a close watch behind me and upon the black gloom of the hedges, I could see nothing. At length, however, I came upon a gap in the hedge where was a gate, and beyond this, vaguely outlined against a glimmer of sky, I saw a dim figure. Hereupon, running forward, I set my hand upon the gate, and leaping over, found myself face to face with a man who carried a gun across his arm. If I was startled at this sudden encounter, he was no less so, and thus we stood eyeing each other as well as we might in the half light. "Well," I demanded at last, "what do you mean by following me like this?" "I aren't followed ye," retorted the man. "But I heard your steps behind me." "Not mine, master. I've sat and waited here 'arf a hour or more for a poachin' cove." "But some one was following me." "Well, it weren't I. A keeper I be, a lookin' for a poachin' cove just about your size, and it's precious lucky for you as you were a wearin' that there bell-crowned 'at." "Why so?" "Because if you 'adn't appeared to be a wearin' that there bell-crowner, and I 'adn't happened to be of a argufyin' and inquirin' turn o' mind, I should ha' filled you full of buckshot." "Oh?" said I. "Yes," said he, nodding, while I experienced a series of cold chills up my spine. "Not a blessed doubt of it. Poachers," he went on, "don't wear bell-crowned 'ats as a rule. I never seed one as did, and so, where I was a watchin' of you behind this 'ere 'edge, I argies the matter in my mind. 'Robert,' I says to myself, 'Robert,' says I, 'did you ever 'appen to see a poachin' cove in a bell-crowner afore?' 'No, you never did,' says I, 'but on the other 'and, this 'ere cove is the very spit o' the poachin' cove as I'm lookin' for.' 'True,' says I to myself, 'but this 'ere cove is a wearin' a bell-crowner 'at, but the poachin' cove never wore a bell-crowner, nor never will.' Still, I must say I come very near pullin' trigger on you, just to make sure. So, you see, it were precious lucky for you as you was a wearin' o' that there—" "It certainly was," said I, turning away. "That there bell-crowner, and likewise as I'm a man of a nat'ral gift for argument, and of an acquirin'—" "Without doubt," said I, vaulting over the gate into the road once more, "turn o' mind, 'cause if I 'adn't ha' been, "and you 'adn't a wore that there bell crowner." "The consequences are unpleasantly obvious," said I, over my shoulder, as I walked on down the road. "I should ha' shot you, like a dog," he shouted, hanging over the gate to do so. And when I had gone on some distance, I took off that which the man had called a bell crowner, and bestowed upon it a touch, and looked at it as I had never done before. And there was gratitude in look and touch, for to-night it had, indeed, stood my friend. Slowly, slowly, the moon, at whose advent the starry host paled their ineffectual fires, mounted into a cloudless heaven, higher and higher, in queenly majesty, until the dark world was filled with her glory, and the road before me became transformed into a silver track splashed here and there with the inky shadow of hedge and trees, and leading away into a land of faerie. Indeed, to my mind, there is nothing more delightful than to walk upon a country road, beneath a midsummer moon, when there is no sound to break the stillness, save, perhaps, the murmur of wind in trees, or the throbbing melody of some hidden brook. At such times the world of every day, the world of things material, the hard, hard world of common sense, seems to vanish quite, and we walk within the fair haven of our dreams,
where imagination meets and kisses us upon the brow.
And at this touch, the impossible straightway becomes the possible, the abstract becomes the concrete, our fondest hopes are realized, our most cherished visions take form and stand before us. Surely, at such an hour, the gods come down to walk with us awhile. From this ecstasy I was suddenly aroused by hearing once more the sound of a footstep upon the road behind me. So distinct and unmistakable was it that I turned sharp about, and, though the road seemed as deserted as ever, I walked back, looking into every patch of shadow, and even thrust into the denser parts of the hedges with my staff. But still I found no one. And yet I knew that I was being followed persistently, step by step, but by whom, and for what reason? A little farther on, upon one side of the way, was a small wood or coppice, and now I made towards this, keeping well in the shadow of the hedge. The trees were somewhat scattered, but the underbrush was very dense, and amongst this I hid myself where I could watch the road, and waited.
Minute after minute elapsed, and, losing patience,
I was about to give up all hope of thus discovering my unknown pursuer,
when a stick snapped sharply near by, and, glancing round, I thought I saw a head vanish behind the bole of an adjacent tree.
Wherefore I made quickly towards that tree, but, ere I reached it, a man stepped out, a tall, loose-limbed fellow he was, clad in rough clothes, that somehow had about them a vague suggestion of ships and the sea, and with a moth-eaten fur cap crushed down upon his head. His face gleamed pale, and his eyes were deep sunken and very bright. Also, I noticed that one hand was hidden in the pocket of his coat. But most of all, I was struck by the extreme pallor of his face, and the burning brilliancy of his eyes. And, with the glance that showed me all this, I recognized the outside passenger.
Book 1, Chapter 17. How I Talked with a Madman in a Wood by Moonlight.
"Good evening, sir,"
he said, in a strange, hurried sort of way.
"The moon, you will perceive, is very nearly at the full to-night."
And his voice immediately struck me as being at odds with his clothes.
"Why do you stand and peer at me?" said I sharply.
"Peer at you, sir?"
"Yes, from behind the tree yonder." As I spoke, he craned his head towards me, and I saw his pale lips twitch suddenly. "And why have you dogged me? Why have you followed me all the way from Tonbridge?"
"Why, sir, surely there is nothing so strange in that. I am a shadow."
"What do you mean by a shadow?"
"Sir, I am a shadow cast by neither sun, nor moon, nor star, that moves on unceasingly in dark as in light. Sir, it is my fate, in common with my kind, to be ever upon the move, a stranger everywhere without friends or kindred. I have been, during the past year, all over England, east and west and north and south. Within the past week, for instance, I have travelled from London to Epsom, from Epsom to Brighton, from Brighton back again to London, and from London here. And I peer at you, sir, because I wished to make certain what manner of man you were before I spoke, and though the moon is bright, yet your hat-brim left your face in shade. Well, are you satisfied? So much so, sir, so very much so, that I should like to talk with you, to ask you a question," he answered, passing his hand, a thin, white hand, across his brow, and up over the fur cap that was so out of keeping with the pale face below. "A question? If you will be so obliging as to listen, sir, let us sit awhile, for I am very weary." And with the words he sank down upon the grass. After a momentary hesitation, I followed his example, for my curiosity was piqued by the fellow's strange manner. Yet, when we were sitting opposite each other, I saw that his hand was still hidden in the pocket of his coat. "Perhaps, sir," said he, in his nervous, hurried manner, "perhaps you would be better able to answer my question were I first to tell you a story, an ordinary, a very commonplace one, I fear, but with the virtue that it is short and soon told." "My time is entirely my own," said I, leaning with my shoulders against the tree behind me. "Proceed with your story." "First, then, my name is Strickland, John Strickland." Here he paused, and, though his head was bent, I saw him watching me beneath his brows. "Well?" said I. "I am a supercargo." Again he paused expectantly, but, seeing I merely nodded, he continued: "Upon one of my voyages, our vessel was wrecked, and, so far as I know, all save myself and 6 others, 4 seamen and 2 passengers were drowned. The passengers I speak of were an old merchant and his daughter, a very beautiful girl. Her name was Angela, sir." Once again he paused, and again he eyed me narrowly. "Well?" said I. "Well, sir," he resumed, speaking in a low, repressed voice, "we 7, after 2 miserable days in a drifting boat, reached an island where, that same night, the old merchant died. Sir, the sailors were wild, rough men. The island was a desolate one from whence there was seemingly no chance of escape, it lying out of the usual track of ships, and this girl was, as I have said, very beautiful. Under such conditions her fate would have been unspeakable degradation, and probably death. But, sir, I fought and bled for her, not once but many times, and eventually I killed one of them with my sheath knife, and I remember to this hour how his blood gushed over my hands and arms, and sickened me. After that, they waited hourly to avenge his death, and get me out of their way once and for all. But I had my long knife, and they but such rude weapons as they could devise. Day after day, and night after night, I watched for an opportunity to escape with the boat, until at last, one day while they were all 3 gone inland, not dreaming of any such attempt, for the sea was very dangerous and high, with the girl's help I managed to launch the boat, and so stood out to sea. And I remember those sailors came running with great shouts and cries, and flung themselves down upon the beach, and crawled upon their knees, praying to be taken off along with us, and begging us not to leave them to perish. After 3 days' buffeting at the mercy of the seas, we were picked up by a brig bound for Portsmouth, and 6 months later were in England. Sir, it is impossible for a man to have lived beside a beautiful woman day by day, to have fought for, and suffered with her, not to love her also. Thus, seeing her friendless and penniless, I wooed and won her to wife. We came to London, and for a year our life was perfect, until, through stress of circumstances, I was forced to take another position aboard ship. Well, sir, I bade farewell to my wife, and we set sail. The voyage, which was to have lasted but 3 months, was lengthened out through one misadventure after another, so that it was a year before I saw my wife again. At first I noticed little difference in her, save that she was paler, but gradually I came to see that she was unhappy. Often I have wakened in the night to find her weeping silently. "Oh, sir," he broke out, "I do not think there is anything more terrible than to witness in one we love sorrow we are unable to reach." Here he paused, and I saw that the sweat stood out upon his brow, and that his hand was tight clenched as he drew it across his temples. "At last, sir," he went on, speaking once more in a low, repressed tone, "returning home one day, I found her gone." "Gone?" said I. "Gone, sir." "And she left no trace, no letter?" "No, she left no letter, sir, but I did find something, a something that had rolled into a corner of the room." "And what was that?" "This, sir." As he spoke, his burning eyes never leaving mine, he thrust a hand into his bosom, his left hand, for his right was where it had been all along, hidden in his pocket, and held out to me a gold seal such as gentlemen wear at their fobs. "Ah!" I exclaimed. "Take it," said the man, thrusting it towards me. "Look at it." Obediently I took the trinket from him, and, examining it as well as I might, saw that a letter was engraved upon it, one of those ornamental initials surrounded by rococo scrolls and flourishes. "What letter does it bear?" asked the man in a strangled voice. "It looks very like the letter Y," I answered. "The letter Y!" cried the man, and then, with a gesture sudden and fierce, he snatched the seal from me, and thrusting it back into his bosom, laughed strangely. "Why do you laugh?" said I. "To be sure," said he harshly, "the light must be better, and yet well, well, my story is nearly done. I lived on in my lonely house from day to day, and month to month, hoping and waiting for her to come back to me. And one day she did come back to me. Just about this hour it was, sir, and on just such another evening. And that same night she died." "Good God!" I exclaimed. "Poor fellow!" And leaning forward I laid my hand upon his knee, but, at my touch, he drew back so quickly, and with a look so evil, that I was startled. "Hands off!" said he, and so sat staring at me with his smouldering eyes. "Are you mad?" said I, and sprang to my feet. "Not yet," he answered, and once again he passed his hand up and over his face and brow. "No, not yet, sir." Here he rose and stood facing me, and I noticed that one hand was still hidden in his pocket, and thereafter, while I listened to him, I kept my eyes directed thither. "That night, before she died, sir," he continued, "she told me the name of the man who had destroyed her, and killed my soul. And I have been searching for him ever since, east and west, and north and south. Now, sir, here is my question. If I should ever meet that man face to face as I now see you, should I not be justified in killing him?" For a moment I stood with bent head, yet conscious all the while of the burning eyes that scanned my face, then, "Yes," said I. The man stood utterly still, his mouth opened as if he would have spoken, but no word came. All at once he turned about, and walked unsteadily 5 or 6 paces. Now, as I looked, I saw him suddenly draw his hand from his pocket, then, as he wheeled, I knew, and hurled myself face downward as the pistol flashed. "Madman!" I cried, and next moment was on my feet. But with a sound that was neither a groan nor a scream, and yet something of both, he leapt into the thickest part of the underbrush, and made off. And standing there, dazed by the suddenness of it all, I heard the snapping of twigs grow fainter and fainter as he crashed through in headlong flight.
Book I, Chapter 18 The Hedge Tavern. Twigs whipped my face, thorns and brambles dragged at my clothes, hidden obstacles lay in wait for my feet, for the wood grew denser as I advanced, but I pushed on, heedless alike of these and of what direction I took. But as luck would have it, I presently blundered upon a path which, in a short time, brought me out very suddenly into what appeared to be a small tavern yard, for on either hand was a row of tumble-down stables and barns, while before me was a low, rambling structure which I judged was the tavern itself. I was yet standing, looking about me, when a man issued from the stables upon my right, bearing a hammer in one hand and a lantern in the other. "Hullo!" said he, staring at me. "Hello!" said I, staring at him. "You don't chance to have a axle bolt about you, I suppose?" "No," said I. "Humph!" he grunted, and lowering his lantern, began searching among the cobblestones. "Is this it?" I inquired, picking up a rusty screw bolt at my feet. "Ah!" said he, taking it from me with a nod. "Knowed I dropped it 'ere some'eres. You see," he went on, "couldn't get another round 'ere to-night, and that cussed axle's got to be in place to-morrow." "Yes?" said I. "Ah!" nodded the man. "Chase come in 'ere 'arf an hour ago wi' two gentlemen and a lady, in the Lord's own hurry too. 'Mend this axle, me man,' says one on 'em. A tough sawyer be the looks on 'im. 'Mend this axle, and quick about it.' 'Can't be done, me lord,' says I. 'Why not?' says 'e, showing 'is teeth savage like. 'Because it can't,' says I. 'Not nohow, me lord,' says I. Well, after cussin' hisself well nigh black in the face, 'e orders me to 'ave it ready fust thing to-morrow, and if you 'adn't found that there bolt for me, it wouldn't have been ready fust thing to-morrow, which would have been mighty bad for me, for this 'ere gentleman's a firin' fury out and outer, and no error." "Can I have a bed here, do you think?" I inquired. "Ah!" said he, "I think you can." "For how much, do you suppose?" "To you, 6d." "Why, that seems reasonable," said I. "It are," nodded the man, "and a fine feather bed too, but then, Lord, one good turn deserves another." "Meaning?" "This 'ere bolt." "Are you the landlord, then?" "I be, and if you feel inclined for a mug o' good ale, say the word." "Most willingly," said I, "but what of the axle?" "Plenty o' time for the axle," nodded the landlord, and, setting down his hammer upon a bench hard by, he led the way into the tap. The ale was very strong and good; indeed, this lovely county of Kent is justly famous for such. Finding myself very hungry, the landlord forthwith produced a mighty round of beef, upon which we both fell to, and ate with a will. Which done, I pulled out my negro head pipe, and the landlord fetching himself another, we sat a while smoking, and presently, learning I was from London, he began plying me with all manner of questions concerning the great city, of which it seemed he could not hear enough, and I, to describe its wonders as well as I might. At length, bethinking him of his axle, he rose with a sigh. Upon my requesting to be shown my room, he lighted a candle, and led the way up a somewhat rickety stair, along a narrow passage, and, throwing open a door at the end, I found myself in a fair-sized chamber with a decent white bed, which he introduced to my notice by the one word, "Feathers." Hereupon he pinched off the snuff of the candle with an expression of ponderous thought. "And so, the Tower of London ain't a tower?" he inquired at last. "No," I answered. "It is composed of several towers, surrounded by very strong, battlemented walls." "Ah, to be sure," said he. "Ah, to be sure. An' me 'ave allus thought on it like it was a great big tower standing in the midst of the city, and I is a mountain. Humph! Not a tower. Ah! Disappointed I be. Humph! Good night, master. Disappointed I be, yes." And having nodded his head ponderously several times, he turned and went ponderously along the passage and down the stair. At the end of my chamber was a long, low casement, and, drawn thither by the beauty of the night, I flung open the lattice and leaned out. I looked down upon a narrow, deeply rutted lane, one of those winding, inconsequent byways which it seems out of all possibility can ever lead the traveller anywhere, and I was idly wondering what fool had troubled to build a tavern in such a remote, out of the way spot, when my ears were saluted by the sound of voices. Now, immediately beneath my window there was a heavy porch, low and squat, from which jutted a beam with a broken sign-board, and it was from beneath this porch that the voices proceeded, the one loud and hectoring, the other gruff and sullen. I was about to turn away when a man stepped out into the moonlight. His face was hidden in the shadow of his hat-brim, but from his general air and appearance I judged him to be one of the gentlemen whose chaise had broken down. As I watched him, he walked slowly round the angle of the house and disappeared. In a little while I drew in my head from the casement, and, having removed my dusty boots, together with my knapsack and coat, blew out the candle, and composed myself to sleep. Now it seemed to me that I was back upon the road, standing once more beside the great oak tree, and as I watched, a small, hunched figure crept from the jagged opening in the trunk, a figure with a jingling pack upon its back, at sight of which I turned and ran, filled with an indescribable terror. But as I went, the Tinker's pack jingled loud behind me, and when I glanced back, I saw that he ran with head dangling in most hideous fashion, and that his right hand grasped a razor. On I sped, faster and faster, but with the Tinker ever at my heels, until I had reached this tavern. The door crashed to behind me, only just in time, and I knew as I lay there that he was standing outside in the moonlight, staring up at my casement with his horrible, dead face. Here I very mercifully awoke, and lay for a while blinking in the ghostly radiance of the moon, which was flooding in at the window directly upon me. Now whether it was owing to the vividness of my dream I know not, but as I lay there leapt up within me a sudden conviction that somebody was indeed standing outside in the lane, staring up at my window. So firmly was I convinced of this that, moved by a sudden impulse, I rose, and, cautiously approaching the window, peered out. And there, sure enough, his feet planted wide apart, his hands behind his back, stood a man staring at my window. His head was thrown back so that I could see his face distinctly, a fleshy face with small, close-set eyes and thick lips, behind which I caught the gleam of big, white teeth. This was no Tinker, but as I looked, I recognized him as the slenderer of the two Corinthians with whom I had fallen out at the Chequers. Hereupon I got me back to bed, drowsily wondering what should bring the fellow hanging about a dilapidated hedge tavern at such an hour. But gradually my thoughts grew less coherent, my eyes closed, and in another moment I should have been asleep, when I suddenly came to my elbow, broad awake and listening, for I had heard two sounds: the soft creak of a window opened cautiously near by, and a stealthy footstep outside my door. Section 7. Section 8 of The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Leader. Book 1, Chapter 19, in which I become a Squire of Dames. Who does not recognize the solemn majesty of night, that season of awesome stillness when tired mankind lies supine in that strange inertia so like death, when the soul, quitting the wearied body for a space, flies hence, but whither? What wonder is it if, at such an hour as this, we are prone to magnify trifles, or that the most insignificant thing becomes an omen full of ghastly meaning and possibilities? The creak of a door in the silence, a rustle in the dark, become to us of infinitely greater moment than the crash of falling empires. Thus, for a space I lay, with ears on the stretch, and every nerve tingling, waiting for I knew not what. In a little I became conscious of yet another sound, indescribably desolate, the low, repressed sound of a woman's sobbing. Once more I rose, and, looking down into the lane, found it deserted. The watcher had vanished. I also noticed that the casement next to mine had been opened wide, and it was from here, as it seemed, that the weeping proceeded. After some little hesitation, I knocked softly upon the wall, at which the weeping was checked abruptly, save for an occasional sob, whereupon I presently rapped again. At this, after a moment or so, I saw a very small white hand appear at the neighboring window, and next moment was looking into a lovely, flushed face framed in bright hair, with eyes woefully swelled by tears, but a glance showed me that she was young, and of a rare and gentle beauty. Before I could speak, she laid her finger upon her lip with a warning gesture.
"Help me! Oh, help me!"
she whispered hurriedly.
"They have locked me in here, and I dare not go to bed, and oh, what shall I do?"
"Locked you in?" I exclaimed.
"Oh, what shall I do?"
she sobbed.
"I tell you I am afraid of him, his hateful, wicked eyes."
Here a tremor seemed to shake her, and she covered her face with her hands.
"Tonight, when I found the key gone from the door, and remembered his look as he bade me good night, I thought I should have died. I waited here, close beside the window, listening. Once I thought I heard a step outside my door, and opened the casement to throw myself out. He shall not find me here when he comes."
"No," said I, "he shall not find you here when he comes." All this she had imparted to me in broken whispers, and with her face still hidden, but, at my words, she peeped at me through her fingers.
"You mean—"
"You must run away."
"But the door is locked."
"There remains the window."
"The window!"
she repeated, trembling. "You would find it easy enough with my help."
"Quick, then!"
she exclaimed, and held out her hand. "Wait," said I, and turned back into my room. Hereupon, having locked the door, I got into my boots, slipped on my coat and knapsack, and, last of all, threw my blackthorn staff out of the window, where I was sure of finding it, and climbed out after it. The porch I have mentioned, upon which I now stood, sloped steeply down upon two sides, so that I had no little difficulty in maintaining my foothold. On the other hand, it was no great distance from the ground, and I thought that it would be easy enough of descent. At this moment the lady reappeared at the lattice. "What is it?" I whispered, struck by the terror in her face.
"Quick!"
she cried, forgetting all prudence in her fear.
"Quick! They are coming! I hear some one upon the stair. Oh, you are too late!"
And, sinking upon her knees, she covered her face with her hands. Without more ado, I swung myself up, and clambered over the sill into the room beside her. I was looking round for something that might serve me for a weapon, when my eye encountered a tall oak press, a heavy, cumbersome affair, but, save the bed, the only furniture the room possessed. Setting my shoulder to it, therefore, I began to urge it towards the door. But it was soon apparent that I could not get it there in time, for the creeping footstep was already close outside, and, next moment, a key was softly inserted in the lock. "Quick! Hide yourself!" I whispered over my shoulder, and, stepping back from the door to give myself room, I clenched my fists. There was a faint creak as the key turned, the door was opened cautiously, and a man's dim figure loomed upon the threshold. He had advanced 2 or 3 paces on tiptoe before he discovered my presence, for the room was in shadow, and I heard his breath catch, suddenly, and hiss between his teeth. Then, without a word, he sprang at me, but as he came, I leapt aside, and my fist took him full and squarely beneath the ear. He pitched sideways, and, falling heavily, rolled over upon his back, and lay still. As I leaned over him, however, for the blow had been a heavy one, he uttered a groaning oath, whereupon, pinning him forthwith by the collar, I dragged him out into the passage, and, whipping the key from the lock, transferred it to the inside and locked the door. Waiting for no more, I scrambled back through the casement, and reached my hand to the lady. "Come," said I, and almost as quickly as it takes to set it down here, she was beside me upon the roof of the porch, clinging to my arm. Exactly how it was managed I am unable to say, all that I remember being the vision of a slender foot and ankle, and excellently shaped leg. Our farther descent to the ground proved much more difficult than I had supposed, but, though I could feel her trembling, my companion obeyed my whispered instructions, and yielded herself implicitly to my guidance, so that we were soon standing in the lane before the house, safe and sound, except for a few rents to our garments.
"What is it?"
she whispered, seeing me searching about in the grass.
"My staff,"
said I. "A faithful friend, I would not lose it."
"But they will be here in a minute. We shall be seen."
"I cannot lose my staff," said I.
"Oh, hurry, hurry!"
she cried, wringing her hands, and in a little while, having found my staff, we turned our backs upon the tavern and began to run up the lane, side by side. As we went, came the slam of a door behind us, a sudden clamor of voices, followed, a moment later, by the sharp report of a pistol, and in that same fraction of time I stumbled over some unseen obstacle, and my hat was whisked from my head.
"Are you hurt?"
panted my companion.
"No," said I, "but it was a very excellent shot, nevertheless."
For, as I picked up my hat, I saw a small round hole that pierced it through and through, midway between crown and brim. The lane wound away between high hedges, which rendered our going very dark, for the moon was getting low, and difficult by reason of the deep wheel ruts, but we hurried forward notwithstanding, urged on by the noise of the chase. We had traversed some half-mile thus, when my ears warned me that our pursuers were gaining upon us, and I was inwardly congratulating myself that I had stopped to find my staff, and wondering how much execution such a weapon might reasonably be capable of, when I found that my companion was no longer at my side. As I paused, irresolute, her voice reached me from the shadow of the hedge.
"This way,"
she panted.
"Where?"
said I.
"Here."
And as she spoke, her hand slipped into mine, and so she led me through a small gate into a broad, open meadow beyond. But to attempt crossing this would be little short of madness, for, as I pointed out, we could not go a yard without being seen.
"No, no,"
she returned, her breath still laboring.
Wait till they are past."
And so, hand in hand, we stood there in the shadow, screened very effectively from the lane by the thick hedge, while the rush of our pursuers' feet drew nearer and nearer, until we could hear a voice that panted out curses upon the dark lane, ourselves, and everything concerned. At sound of which my companion seemed to fall into a shivering fit, her clasp tightened upon my hand, and she drew closer to me. Thus we remained until voices and footsteps had grown faint with distance, but, even then, I could feel that she was trembling still. Suddenly she drew her fingers from mine and covered her face with her hands.
"Oh, that man!"
she exclaimed in a whisper.
"I didn't quite realize till now what I have escaped. Oh, that beast!"
"Sir Harry Mortimer?" said I.
"You know him?"
she cried. "Oh, heaven forbid!" I answered, "but I have seen him once before at the Chequers Inn at Tunbridge, and I never forget names or faces, especially such as his."
"Oh, how I hate him!"
she whispered. "An unpleasant animal, to be sure," said I, "but come, it were wiser to get as far from here as possible. They will doubtless be returning soon." So we started off again, running in the shadow of the hedge. We had thus doubled back upon our pursuers, and, leaving the tavern upon our left, soon gained the kindly shadow of those woods through which I had passed in the early evening. Borne to us upon the gentle wind was the haunting perfume of hidden flowers, and the sinking moon sent long shafts of silvery light to pierce the leafy gloom, and make the shadows more mysterious. The path we followed was very narrow, so that sometimes my companion's knee touched mine, or her long, silken hair brushed my brow or cheek, as I stooped to lift some trailing branch that barred her way, or open a path for her through the leaves. So we journeyed on through the mysteries of the woods together. Book I, Chapter 20. Concerning Demons in general, and one in particular. In certain old books you shall find strange mention of witches, warlocks, succubi, spirits, demons, and 1,000 other powers of darkness, whose pronounced vocation was the plague of poor humanity. Within these books you may read, if you will, divers wondrous accounts, together with many learned disquisitions upon the same, and most minute and particular descriptions of witch marks and the like. Aforetime, when a man committed some great offence against laws human or divine, he was said to be possessed of a demon, that is to say, he became the medium and instrument through and by which the evil was wrought. Thus, when in due season he came to be hanged, tortured, or burned, it was inflicted not so much as a punishment upon him the man, as to exorcise, once and for all, the devil which possessed him. In these material common-sense days, we are wont to smile the superior smile at the dark superstitions and deplorable ignorance of our forefathers. Yet life is much the same now as then. The devil goeth up and down in the world, spirits, demons, and the 1,000 powers of darkness abide with us still, though to-day they go by different names, for there is no man in this smug, complacent age of ours but carries within him a power of evil greater or less according to his intellect. Scratch off the social veneer, lift but a corner of the very decent cloak of our civilization, and behold! There stands the primal man, in all his old, wild savagery, and with the devil leering upon his shoulder. Indeed, to-day, as surely as in the dim past, we are all possessed of a devil great or small, weaker or stronger as the case may be. A demon which, though he sometimes seems to slumber, is yet watchful and ever ready to spring up and possess us, to the undoing of ourselves and others. Thus, as I followed my companion through the wood, I was conscious of a demon that ran beside me, leaping and gambolling at my elbow, though I kept my eyes straight before me. Anon, his clutching fingers were upon my arm, and fain I would have shaken him off, but could not, while, as I watched the swing and grace of the lithe, feminine body before me, from the little foot to the crowning glory of her hair, she seemed 1,000 times more beautiful than I had supposed, and I had saved her to-night. From what? There had been the fear of worse than death in her eyes when that step had sounded outside her chamber door. Hereupon, as I walked, I began to recall much that I had read in the old romances of the gratitude of rescued ladies. Truly, said I to myself, in olden days a lady well knew how to reward her rescuer. Woman is woman, the same to-day as then. Try her, chuckled the demon. And now, as I looked more fully at this demon, he seemed no demon at all, but rather a jovial companion, who nodded, and winked, and nudged me slyly with his elbow. "What are pretty faces for, but to be admired?" said he in my ear. "What are slender waists for, but to be pressed? And as for a kiss or two in a dark wood, with no one to spy, they like it, you dog, they like it." So we traversed the alleys of the wood, now in shadow, now in moonlight, the lady, the demon, and I, and always the perfume of hidden flowers seemed sweeter and stronger, the gleam of her hair and the sway of her body the more alluring, and always the voice at my ear whispered, "Try her, you dog, try her." At last, being come to a broad, grassy glade, the lady paused, and, standing in the full radiance of the dying moon, looked up at me with a smile on her red lips. "They can never find us now," she said. "No, they can never find us now," I repeated, while the demon at my elbow chuckled again. "And, oh, sir, I can never, never thank you," she began. "Don't," said I, not looking at her, "don't thank me till we are out of the wood." "I think," she went on slowly, "that you can guess from what you saved me, and can understand something of my gratitude, for I never can express it all." "Indeed," said I, "indeed you overestimate my service." "You risk your life for me, sir," said she, her eyes glistening. "Surely my thanks are due to you for that? And I do thank you, from my heart." And, with a swift, impulsive gesture, she stretched out her hands to me. For a brief moment I hesitated, then seized them and drew her close. But, even as I stooped above her, she repulsed me desperately. Her loosened hair brushed my eyes and lips, blinded, maddened me. My hat fell off, and all at once her struggles ceased. "Sir Maurice Vibart!" she panted, and I saw a hopeless terror in her face. But the daemon's jovial voice chuckled in my ear. "Oh, Peter Vibart, act up to your cousin's reputation. Who's to know the difference?" My arms tightened about her, then I loosed her suddenly, and, turning, smote my clenched fist against a tree, which done, I stooped and picked up my hat and blackthorn staff. "Madam," said I, looking down upon my bleeding knuckles, "I am not Sir Maurice Vibart. It seems my fate is to be mistaken for him wherever I go. My name is Peter, plain and unvarnished, and I am very humbly your servant." Now, as I spoke, it seemed that the daemon, no longer the jovial companion, was himself again, horns, hoof, and tail. Nay, indeed, he seemed 1,000 times more foul and hideous than before, as he mouthed and gibed at me in baffled fury. Wherefore I smiled, and turned my back upon him. "Come," said I, extending my hand to the trembling girl, "let us get out of these dismal woods." For a space she hesitated, looking up at me beneath her lashes, then reached out and laid her fingers in mine, and as we turned away, I knew that the daemon had cast himself upon the ground, and was tearing at the grass in a paroxysm of rage and bafflement. "It is strange," said I, after we had gone some little distance, "very strange that you should only have discovered this resemblance here and now, for surely you saw my face plainly enough at the inn." "No, you see, I hardly looked at you." "And now that you do look at me, am I so very much like Sir Maurice?" "Not now," she answered, shaking her head, "for though you are of his height, and though your features are much the same as his, your expression is different. But a moment ago, when your hat fell off—" "Yes," said I. "Your expression, your face looked—" "Demoniac?" I suggested. "Yes," she answered. "Yes?" said I. So we went upon our way, nor paused until we had left the daemon and the dark woods behind us. Then I looked from the beauty of the sweet, pure earth to the beauty of her who stood beside me, and I saw that her glance rested upon the broken knuckles of my right hand. Meeting my eyes, her own drooped, and a flush crept into her cheeks, and though, of course, she could not have seen the daemon, yet I think that she understood. Book I, Chapter 21. Journey's End in Lovers' Meetings. The moon was fast sinking below the tree tops to our left, what time we reached a road, or rather, cart track that wound away up a hill. Faint and far a church clock slowly chimed the hour of 3, the solemn notes coming sweet and silvery with distance. "What chimes are those?" I inquired. "Cranbrook Church. Is it far to Cranbrook?" "1 mile this way, but 2 by the road yonder." "You seem very well acquainted with these parts," said I. "I have lived here all my life. Those are the Cambourne woods over there." "Cambourne woods?" said I. "Part of the Sefton estates," she continued. "Cambourne village lies to the right, beyond." "The Lady Sophia Sefton of Cambourne?" said I thoughtfully. "My dearest friend," nodded my companion. "They say she is very handsome," said I. "They speak truth, sir." "She has been described to me," I went on, "as a peach, a goddess, and a plum. Which should you consider the most proper term?" My companion shot an arch glance at me from the corners of her eyes, and I saw a dimple come and go beside the curve of her mouth. "Goddess, to be sure," said she. "Peaches have such rough skins, and plums are apt to be sticky." "And goddesses," I added, "were all very well upon Olympus, but, in this matter-of-fact age, must be sadly out of place. Speaking for myself—" "Have you ever seen this particular goddess?" inquired my companion.
Never." "Then wait till you have, sir."
The moon was down now, yet the summer sky was wonderfully luminous, and in the east I almost fancied I could detect the first faint gleam of day. And after we had traversed some distance in silence, my companion suddenly spoke, but without looking at me. "You have never once asked me who I am," she said, almost reproachfully, I thought, "nor how I came to be shut up in such a place, with such a man."
"Why, as to that," I answered, "I make it a general rule to avoid awkward subjects when I can, and never to ask questions that it will be difficult to answer."
"I should find not the least difficulty in answering either," said she. "Besides," I continued, "it is no affair of mine, after all."
"Oh!" said she, turning away from me, and then very slowly, "No, I suppose not."
"Certainly not," I added. "How should it be?"
"How indeed?"
said she, over her shoulder, and then I saw that she was angry, and wondered. "And yet," I went on after a lapse of silence, "I think I could have answered both questions the moment I saw you at your casement."
"Oh!"
said she, this time in tone of surprise, and her anger all gone again, for I saw that she was smiling, and again I wondered. "Yes," I nodded.
"Then,"
said she, seeing I was silent,
"whom do you suppose me?"
"You are, to the best of my belief, the Lady Helen Dunstan." My companion stood still, and regarded me for a moment in wide-eyed astonishment.
"And how, sir, pray, did you learn all this?"
she demanded, with the dimple once more peeping at me slyly from the corner of her pretty mouth. "By the very simple method of adding two and two together," I answered. "Moreover, no longer ago than yesterday I broke bread with a certain Mr. Beverley." I heard her breath come in a sudden gasp, and next moment she was peering up into my face while her hands beat upon my breast with soft, quick little taps.
"Beverley!"
she whispered.
"Beverley? No, no. Why, they told me Sir Harry told me that Peregrine lay dying at Tonbridge."
"Then Sir Harry Mortimer lied to you," said I, "for no longer ago than yesterday afternoon I sat in a ditch eating bread and cheese with a Mr. Peregrine Beverley."
"Oh! Are you sure? Are you sure?"
"Quite sure. And as we ate, he told me many things, and among them of a life of wasted opportunities, of foolish riot and prodigal extravagance, and of its logical consequence want."
"My poor Perry!"
she murmured. He spoke also of his love for a beautiful and good woman, and its hopelessness.
"Oh, my dear, dear Perry!"
she said again. "And yet," said I, "all this is admittedly his own fault, and, as I think Heraclitus says, 'Suffering is the inevitable consequence of sin or folly.'"
"And he is well?" she asked. "Quite well?"
"He is," said I.
"Thank God!"
she whispered.
"Tell me," she went on, "is he so very, very poor? Is he much altered? I have not seen him for a whole long year."
"Why, a year is apt to change a man," I answered. "Adversity is a hard school, but sometimes a very good one."
"Were he changed, no matter how, were he a beggar upon the roads, I should love him always,"
said she, speaking in that soft, caressing voice which only the best of women possess. "Yes, I had guessed as much," said I, and found myself sighing.
"A year is a long, long time, and we were to have been married this month, but my father quarrelled with him, and forbade him the house, so poor Perry went back to London. Then we heard he was ruined, and I almost died with grief. You see, his very poverty only made me love him the more. Yesterday that man—"
"Sir Harry Mortimer?" said I.
"Yes, he was a friend of whom I had often heard Perry speak, and he told me that my Perry lay at Tonbridge dying, and begging to see me before the end. He offered to escort me to him, assuring me that I could reach home again long before dusk. My father, who I knew would never permit me to go, was absent, and so I ran away. Sir Harry had a carriage waiting, but almost as soon as the door was closed upon us, and we had started, I began to be afraid of him, and
Sir Harry, as I said before, is an unpleasant animal," I nodded.
"Thank Heaven!" she pursued. "We had not gone very far before the chaise broke down, and the rest you know."
The footpath we had been following now led over a stile into a narrow lane or byway. Very soon we came to a high stone wall wherein was set a small wicket. Through this she led me, and we entered a broad park where was an avenue of fine old trees, beyond which I saw the gables of a house, for the stars had long since paled to the dawn, and there was a glory in the east. "Your father will be rejoiced to have you safe back again," said I.
"Yes," she nodded, "but he will be very angry."
And hereupon she stopped and began to pull, and twist, and pat her shining hair with dexterous white fingers, talking thus the while:
"My mother died at my birth, and since then father has worshipped her memory, and his face always grows wonderfully gentle when he looks upon her portrait. They say I'm greatly like her, although she was a famous beauty in her day. And indeed, I think there must be some truth in it, for, no matter how I may put him out, my father can never be very angry when my hair is dressed so."
With the word she turned, and truly, I thought the face peeping out from its clustered curls even more lovely and bewitching than before. "I very much doubt if any man could," said I. As we approached the house, I saw that the smooth gravel was much cut up as though by the coming and going of many wheels and horses, and also that one of the windows still shone with a bright light, and it was towards this window that my companion led me. In a while, having climbed the terrace steps, I noticed that this was one of those French windows opening to the ground. Now, looking through into the room beyond, I beheld an old man who sat bowed down at a table, with his white head pillowed upon his arms, sitting so very still that he might have been asleep but for the fierce grip of his twitching hands. Now upon the table, at no great distance from him, between the guttering candles, lay a hat, a very ill-used, battered-looking object, which I thought I recognized. Wherefore, looking about, I presently espied its owner leaning against the mantel. He was powdered with dust from head to foot, and his worn garments looked more ragged than ever. And as he stood there, in the droop of his head and the listless set of his shoulders, there was an air of the most utter dejection and hopelessness, while upon his thin cheek I saw the glisten of a great, solitary tear. But as I looked, the window was burst suddenly open. "Perry!" Love, surprise, joy, pity, all were summed up in that one word, yet deeper than all was love. And at that cry, the white head was raised in time to see a vision of loveliness caught up in two ragged arms. "Father!" And now the three heads, the white, the golden, and the black, were drawn down together, drawn, and held close in an embrace that was indeed reunion. Then, seeing my presence was become wholly unnecessary, I turned away and was soon once more deep among the trees. Yet, as I went, I suddenly heard voices that called upon my name. But I kept on, and in due season came out upon the broad highway. And in a little, as I went, very full of thought, the sun rose up. So I walked along through a world all glorious with morning. End of Section 8. Section 9 of The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Leader. Book 1, Chapter 22, In Which I Meet with a Literary Tinker. Even in that drowsy, semi-conscious state, that most delightful borderland which lies midway between sleeping and waking, I knew it could not be the woodpecker who, as I judged from sundry manifest signs, lodged in the tree above me. No woodpecker that ever pecked could originate such sounds as these: 2 quick, light strokes, followed by another, and heavier, thus: tap, 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 and pause, and then tap, 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 again, and so on. Whatever doubts I may have yet harbored on this subject, however, were presently dispelled by a fragrance sweeter, to the nostrils of a hungry man, than the breath of flowers, the spices of the East, or all the vaunted perfumes of Arabia; in a word, the odor of frying bacon. Hereupon I suddenly realized how exceedingly keen was my appetite, and sighed, bethinking me that I must first find a tavern before I could satisfy my craving, when a voice reached me from no great distance, a full, rich, sonorous voice singing a song. And the words of the song were these: "A tinker am I, oh, a tinker am I, a tinker I'll live, and a tinker I'll die. If the king in his crown could change places with me, I'd laugh so I would, and I'd say unto he, a tinker I am, oh, a tinker am I, a tinker I'll live, and a tinker I'll die." It was a quaint air, with a shake at the end of the first 2 and last 2 lines, which, altogether, I thought very pleasing. I advanced, guided by the voice, until I came out into a grassy lane. Seated upon an artfully contrived folding stool was a man. He was a very small man, despite his great voice, who held a kettle between his knees, and a light hammer in his hand, while a little to one side of him there blazed a crackling fire of twigs, upon which a hissing frying pan was balanced. But what chiefly drew and held my attention was the man's face. Narrow and peaked, with little, round, twinkling eyes set deep in his head, close black hair, grizzled at the temples, and a long, blue chin. And presently, as I stood staring at him, he finished his song, and, chancing to raise his eyes, stared back at me. "Good morning," said he at last, with a bright nod. "So then you didn't cut your throat in the hollow oak, after all," said I. "Nor likely to either, master," he answered, shaking his head. "Lord love your eyes and limbs, no." "But," said I, "some day or so ago I met a man—" "Ah!" nodded the Tinker, "to be sure you did. A pedlar of brooms and ribbons—" "Gabbing Dick," nodded the Tinker, "who told me very seriously that I'd been found in the big holler oak with my throat cut," nodded the Tinker. "But what did he mean by it?" "Why, ye see," explained the Tinker, leaning over to turn a frizzling bacon rasher very dexterously with the blade of a jackknife, "ye see, Gabbing Dick is uncommon fond of murders, hangings, suicides, and such like. It's just a way he's got." "A very unpleasant way," said I. "But very harmless when all's done and said," added the Tinker. "You mean?" "A little weak up here," explained the Tinker, tapping his forehead with the handle of the jackknife. "His father was murdered the day before he were born, d'ye see, which druv his poor mother out of her mind, which conditions is apt to make a man a leetle strange." "Poor fellow!" said I, while the Tinker began his tap-tapping again. "Are you hungry?" he inquired suddenly, glancing up at me with his hammer poised. "Very hungry," said I. Hereupon he set down his hammer, and, turning to a pack at his side, proceeded to extract therefrom a loaf of bread, a small tin of butter, and a piece of bacon, from which last he cut sundry slices with the jackknife. He now lifted the hissing rashers from the pan to a tin plate, which he set upon the grass at my feet, together with the bread and the butter, and, having produced a somewhat battered knife and fork, handed them to me with another bright nod. "You are very kind," said I. "Why, I'm a man as is fond o' company, ye see, especially of one who can think, and talk, and you have the face of both. I am, as you might say, a literary cove, being fond o' books, novels, and such like." And in a little while, the bacon being done to his liking, we sat down together and began to eat. "That was a strange song of yours," said I, after a while. "Did you like it?" he inquired, with a quick tilt of his head. "Both words and tune," I answered. "I made the words myself," said the Tinker. "And do you mean it?" "Mean what?" asked the Tinker. "That you would rather be a tinker than a king." "Why, to be sure I would," he rejoined. "Being a literary cove, I know summat o' history, and a king's life weren't all lavender, not by no manner o' means, nor yet a bed o' roses." "Yet there's much to be said for a king." "Very little, I think," said the Tinker. "A king has great advantages." "Which he generally abuses," said the Tinker. "There have been some great and noble kings." "But a great many more bad uns," said the Tinker. "And then, look how often they got theirselves pisoned, or stabbed, or 'ad their 'eads chopped off. No, if you axes me, I prefer to tinker a kettle under a hedge." "Then you are contented?" "Not quite," he answered, his face falling. "Me being a literary cove, as I think I've mentioned afore, it has always been my wish to be a scholar." "Far better a tinker," said I. "Young fellow," said the Tinker, shaking his head reprovingly, "you're off the mark there. Knowledge is power. Why, Lord love my eyes and limbs, what's finer than to be able to read in the Greek and Latin?" "To possess the capacity of earning an honest livelihood," said I. "Why, I tell you," continued the Tinker, unheeding my remark, "I'd give this here left hand o' mine to be able to read the very words of such men as Plato, Aristotle, Epictetus, Xenophon, and all the rest of 'em." "There are numerous translations," said I. "Ah, to be sure," sighed the Tinker, "but then they are translations." "There are good translations as well as bad," said I. "Maybe," returned the Tinker, "maybe, but a translation's only a echo, after all, however good it be." As he spoke, he dived into his pack and brought forth a book, which he handed to me. It was a smallish volume in battered leathern covers, and had evidently seen much long and hard service. Opening it at the title page, I read: "Epictetus, his Enchiridion, with Simplicius, his comment. Made English from the Greek by George Stanhope, late Fellow of King's College in Cambourne, London. Printed for Richard Sayre at Gray's Inn Gate in Holborn, and Joseph Hindmarsh against the Exchange in Cornhill, 1694. "You've read Epictetus, perhaps?" inquired the Tinker. "I have." "Not in the Greek, of course?" "Yes," said I, smiling, "though by dint of much labor." The Tinker stopped chewing to stare at me wide-eyed, then swallowed his mouthful at one gulp. "Lord love me!" he exclaimed, "and you so young too!" "No," said I, "I'm 25. "And Latin, now, don't tell me you can read the Latin?" "But I can't make a kettle, or even mend one, for that matter," said I. "But you're a scholar, and it's a fine thing to be a scholar." "And I tell you again, it is better to be a tinker," said I. "How so?" "It is a healthier life, in the first place," said I. "That I can believe," nodded the Tinker. "It is a happier life, in the second place." "That I doubt," returned the Tinker. "And, in the third place, it pays much better." "That I don't believe," said the Tinker. "Nevertheless," said I, "speaking for myself, I have, in the course of my 25 years, earned but 10 shillings, and that but by the sale of my waistcoat." "Lord love me!" exclaimed the Tinker, staring. "A man," I pursued, "may be a far better scholar than I, may be full of the wisdom of the ancients, and the teachings of all the great thinkers and philosophers, and yet starve to death; indeed, frequently does. But who ever heard of a starving tinker?" "But a scholar may write great books," said the Tinker. "A scholar rarely writes a great book," said I, shaking my head. "Probably for the good and sufficient reason that great books never are written." "Young fellow," said the Tinker, staring, "what do you mean by that?" "I mean that truly great books only happen, and very rarely." "But a scholar may happen to write a great book," said the Tinker. "To be sure, he may, a book that nobody will risk publishing, and, if so, a book that nobody will trouble to read, nowadays." "Why so?" "Because this is an eminently unliterary age, incapable of thought, and therefore seeking to be amused. Whereas the writing of books was once a painful art, it has of late become a trick very easy of accomplishment, requiring no regard for probability, and little thought, so long as it is packed sufficiently full of impossible incidents through which a ridiculous heroine, and a more absurd hero duly sigh their appointed way to the last chapter. Whereas books were once a power, they are of late degenerated into things of amusement with which to kill an idle hour, and be promptly forgotten the next. "Yet the great books remain," said the Tinker. "Yes," said I, "but who troubles their head over Homer or Virgil these days? Who cares to open Steele's Titular, or Addison's Spectator, while there is the latest novel to be had, or Bell's Life to be found on any coffee-house table?" "And why," said the Tinker, looking at me over a piece of bacon skewered upon the point of his jackknife, "why don't you write a book?" "I probably shall some day," I answered. "And supposing," said the Tinker, eyeing the piece of bacon thoughtfully, "supposing nobody ever reads it?" "The worse for them," said I. Thus we talked of books, and the making of books, something of which I have already set down in another place, until our meal was at an end. "You are a rather strange young man, I think," said the Tinker, as, having duly wiped knife and fork and plate upon a handful of grass, I handed them back. "Yet you are a stranger tinker." "How so?" "Why, who ever heard of a tinker who wrote verses, and worked with a copy of Epictetus at his elbow?" "Which I don't deny as I'm a great thinker," nodded the Tinker. "To be sure, I think a powerful lot." "A dangerous habit," said I, shaking my head, "and a most unwise one." "Eh?" cried the Tinker, staring. "Your serious thinking man," I explained, "is seldom happy. As a rule has few friends, being generally regarded askance, and is always misunderstood by his fellows. All the world's great thinkers, from Christ down, were generally misunderstood, looked at askance, and had very few friends." "But these are all great men," said the Tinker. "We think so now, but in their day they were very much despised. And who was more hated, by the very people he sought to aid, than Christ?" "By the evil doers, yes," nodded the Tinker. "On the contrary," said I, "his worst enemies were men of learning, good citizens and patterns of morality, who looked upon him as a dangerous zealot, threatening the destruction of the old order of things, hence they killed him, as an agitator. Things are much the same today. History tells us that Christ, or the spirit of Christ, has entered into many men who have striven to enlighten and better the conditions of their kind, and they have generally met with violent deaths, for humanity is very gross and blind." The Tinker slowly wiped his clasp knife upon the leg of his breeches, closed it, and slipped it into his pocket. "Nevertheless," said he at last, "I am convinced that you are a very strange young man." "Be that as it may," said I, "the bacon was delicious. I have never enjoyed a meal so much, except once in an inn called the Old Cock." "I know it," nodded the Tinker, "a very poor house." "But the ham and eggs are beyond praise," said I. "Still, my meal here under the trees with you will long remain a pleasant memory." "Good bye, then," said the Tinker. "Good bye, young man, and I wish you happiness." "What is happiness?" said I. The Tinker removed his hat, and having scratched his head, put it on again. "Happiness," said he, "happiness is the state of being content with oneself, the world, and everything in general." "Then," said I fear I can never be happy." "And why not?" "Because, supposing I ever became contented with the world, and everything in general, which is highly improbable, I shall never, never be contented with myself." Book I, Chapter 23, Concerning Happiness, a Ploughman, and Silver Buttons. Now, as I went pondering on true happiness, and the nature of it, I beheld a man ploughing in a field hard by, and as he ploughed, he whistled lustily. And drawing near to the field, I sat down upon a gate and watched, for there are few sights and sounds I am fonder of than the gleam of the ploughshare and the sighing whisper it makes as it turns the fragrant loam. "A truly noble occupation," said I to myself, "dignified by the ages, ay, old, well nigh, as the green earth itself. No man need be ashamed to guide a plough." And indeed a fine sight it made, the straining horses, the stalwart figure of the ploughman, with the blue sky, the long brown furrows, and, away and beyond, the tender green of leaves, while the jingle of the harness, the clear, merry whistled notes, and the song of a skylark, high above our heads, all blended into a chorus it was good to hear. As he came up to where I sat upon the gate, the ploughman stopped, and, wiping the glistening moisture from his brow, nodded good-humouredly. "A fine morning," said I.
"So be it, sir, now you come to mention it, it do be a fine day, surely."
"You at least seem happy," said I.
"Happy?"
he exclaimed, staring.
"Yes,"
said I.
"Well, I bean't."
"And why not?" The ploughman scratched his ear, and carried his glance from my face up to the sky, and down again.
"I dunno," he answered, "but I bean't."
"Yet you whistle gaily enough."
"Why, a man must do summat."
"Then you seem strong and healthy."
"Yes, I do be fine and hearty."
"And sleep well?"
"Like a blessed log."
"And eat well?"
"Eat!"
he exclaimed with a mighty laugh.
"Lord, I should think so. Why, I'm always eatin' or thinkin' of it. Oh, I'm a fine eater, I am. And I bean't no chicken at drinkin' neither."
"Then you ought to be happy."
"Ah, but I bean't,"
he repeated, shaking his head. "Have you any troubles?"
"None as I can think on."
"You earn good money every week?"
10 shillin'.
"You are not married?"
"Not me."
"Then," said I, "you must be happy." The ploughman pulled at his ear again, looking slowly all round the field, and finally shook his head.
"Well," said he, "I bean't."
"But why not?" His eye roved slowly up from my boots to the buttons of my coat.
"Them be fine buttons," said he.
"Do you think so?"
"Look like silver."
"They are silver," said I.
"Lord!" he exclaimed, "you wouldn't part with they buttons, I suppose?"
"That depends."
"On what?"
"On how much you would give for them." The ploughman thrust a hand into a deep pocket, and brought up 5 shillings.
"I were a-goin' to buy a pair o' boots on my way home," he explained, "but I'd rayther have they buttons, if 5 shillin' 'll buy 'em."
"The boots would be more serviceable," said I.
"Maybe, sir, but then everybody wears boots, but there bean't many as can show buttons the like o' them, so if you're willin'—"
"Lend me your knife," said I, and forthwith I sawed off the 8 silver buttons, and dropped them into his palm, whereupon he handed me the money with great alacrity. "And now," said I, "tell me why you are not happy."
"Well,"
returned the ploughman, back at his ear again,
"you see, it bein' as you ask so sudden like, I can't 'zactly say, but if you was to pass by in a day or two, why, maybe I could tell ye."
So, pocketing the buttons, he whooped cheerily to his horses, and plodded off, whistling more merrily than ever. Book I, Chapter 24, which introduces the reader to the Ancient. The sun was high when I came to a place where the ways divided, and, while I stood hesitating which road to take, I heard the cool splash and murmur of a brook at no great distance. Wherefore, being hot and thirsty, I scrambled through the hedge, and, coming to the brook, threw myself face down beside it, and, catching up the sweet pure water in my hands, drank my fill. Which done, I bathed my feet, and hands, and face, and became much heartened and refreshed thereby. Now, because I have ever loved the noise of running waters, in a little while I rose and walked on beside the stream, listening to its blithesome melody. So, by devious ways, for the brook wound prodigiously, I came at length to a sudden declivity down which the water plunged in a miniature cascade, sparkling in the sun, and gleaming with 1,000 rainbow hues. On I went, climbing down as best I might, until I found myself in a sort of green basin, very cool after the heat and glare of the roads, for the high, tree-clad sides afforded much shade. On I went, past fragrant thickets and bending willows, with soft lush grass underfoot, and leafy arches overhead, and the brook singing and chattering at my side, albeit a brook of changeful mood, now laughing and dimpling in some fugitive ray of sunshine, now sighing and whispering in the shadows, but ever moving upon its appointed way, and never quite silent. So I walked on beside the brook, watching the fish that showed like darting shadows on the bottom, until, chancing to raise my eyes, I stopped, and there, screened by leaves, shut in among the green, stood a small cottage or hut. My second glance showed it to be tenantless, for the thatch was partly gone, the windows were broken, and the door had long since fallen from its hinges. Yet, despite its forlornness and desolation, despite the dilapidation of broken door and fallen chimney, there was something in the air of the place that drew me strangely. It was somewhat roughly put together, but still very strong, and seemed, save for the roof, weather-fast. A man might do worse than live here, thought I, with the birds for neighbors, and the brook to sing him to sleep at night. Indeed, a man might live very happily in such a place. I was still looking at the hut, with this in my mind, when I was startled by hearing a thin, quavering voice behind me. "Be you looking at the cottage, master?" Turning sharp round, I beheld a very ancient man in a smock frock, who carried a basket on one arm, and leaned upon a stick. "Yes," I answered. I was wondering how it came to be built in such an out-of-the-world spot.
"Why, 'twere built by a wanderin' man o' the roads."
"It's very lonely," said I.
"You may well say so, sir. Haunted it be, too."
"Haunted?" said I.
"Haunted as ever was,"
answered the old man, with a sprightly nod strangely contrasting with his wrinkled face and tremulous limbs.
"No one ventures nigh the place after dark, and few enough i' the daytime, for that matter."
"On account of the ghost?"
"Ah!"
nodded the Ancient.
"Moans he do, and likewise groans. There's some as says he twitters too, and shakes chains."
"Then nobody has lived here of late?"
"Bless 'ee, no, nor wouldn't know, not if you paid him too. Nobody's come anigh the place, you may say, since 'twere built by the wanderin' man. Lived here all alone, he did. Killed hisself here likewise."
"Killed himself?" said I.
"Ah, hung himself, behind the door yonder, 66 year ago come August, and 'twere me as found him, ye see,"
said the old man, setting down his basket, and seating himself with great nicety on the moss-grown doorstep.
"Ye see, 'twere a tur'ble storm that night, rain and wind, with every now and then a girt, cracklin' flame o' lightnin'. I mind I'd been up to the farm, a courtin' o' Nancy Brent. She'm dead now, poor lass, years and years ago, but she were a fine buxom maid in those days, d'ye see. Well, I were comin' home, and what wi' one thing and another, I lost my way, and presently, as I were stumblin' along in the dark, comes another crackle o' lightnin', and lookin' up, what should I see but this here cottage. 'Twere newer lookin' then, with a door and winders, but the door was shut, and the winders was dark, so there I stood in the rain, not likin' to disturb the stranger, for he were a gert fierce, unfriendly kind o' chap, and uncommon fond o' bein' left alone. Howsoever, arter a while, up I goes to the door, and knocks, for I were a good, strong, strappin', well lookin' figure o' man myself, in those days, d'ye see, and could give a good buffet, and take one too. And so up I goes to the door, and knocks with my fist clenched, all ready, and a tidy, sizable fist it were in those days. But Lord, nobody answered, so at last I lifted the latch."
Here the Ancient paused to draw a snuff-box from his pocket, with great deliberation, noting my awakened interest with a twinkling eye. "Well?" I inquired.
"Well," he continued slowly, "I lifted the latch, and give a push to the door, but it would only open a little way, an inch p'raps, and stuck."
There he tapped, and opened his snuff-box. "Well?" I inquired again.
"Well," he went on, "I give it a gert big push with my shoulder, I were a fine strong chap in those days, and just as it flew open, comes another flash o' lightnin', and the fust thing I seen was a boot."
"A boot?" I exclaimed.
"A boot as ever was,"
nodded the Ancient, and took a pinch of snuff with great apparent gusto. "Go on," said I, "go on."
"Oh, it's a fine story, a fine story," he chuckled. "There bean't many men o' my age as is fond o' hung men in a thunderstorm. Well, as I tell ye, I seen a boot, likewise a leg, and there were this 'ere wanderin' man o' the roads a danglin' behind the door from a steeple. Look ye!"
he exclaimed, rising with some little difficulty, and hobbling into the hut.
"There be the very steeple, so it be."
And he pointed up to a rusty iron staple that had been driven deep into the beam above the door.
"And why," said I, "why did he hang himself?" "Seein' he had no friends, and never told nobody, nobody ever knowed," answered the old man, shaking his head. "But on that theer staple he hung hisself, and on that theer staple I fund him, on a stormy night 66 year ago come August." "You have a wonderful memory," said I. "Ay, to be sure, a wonnerful memory, a wonnerful memory." "66 years is an age," said I. "So be it," nodded the Ancient. "I were a fine young chap in those days, tall I were, and straight as an arrer. I be a bit different now."
"Why, you are getting old," said I.
"So's the staple yonder, but t' staple looks nigh as good as ever."
"Iron generally wears better than flesh and blood," said I. "It's only natural."
"Ay, but it can't last for ever," said the Ancient, frowning and shaking his head at the rusty staple. "I've watched un, month in and month out, all these years, and seen un growin' rustier and rustier. 'I'll last 'ee out yet,' I've said to 'im. 'E knows it, 'e've heard me, many and many a time. 'I'll last 'ee out yet,' I've said, and so I will, too. 'E can't last for ever, and I be a vigorous man, a mortal vigorous man, bean't I?"
"Wonderfully," said I.
"And so strong as a bull?"
"To be sure."
"And t' staple can't last much longer, eh, maister, so old and rusty as 'e be?"
"One would hardly think so."
"Not so long as a tur'ble vigorous man like I be?" he inquired, with a certain wistful appeal in his eyes.
"No," I answered impulsively.
"I knowed it, I knowed it!"
He chuckled, feebly brandishing his stick.
"Such a poor old staple as 'tis, all eat up wi' rust. Every time I come here a gatherin' watercress, I come and give un a look, and watch 'em rustin' away, and rustin' away. I'll see un go first, arter all, so I will."
And, with another nod at the staple, he turned, and hobbled out into the sunshine. And, seeing how, despite his brave showing, he labored to carry the heavy bucket, I presently took it from him, disregarding his protests, and set off by his side. Yet, as he went, I turned once to look back at the deserted hut.
"You'm thinkin' 'tis a tur'ble bad place at night?" said the old man.
"On the contrary," I answered, "I was thinking it might suit a homeless man like me very well indeed."
"D'ye mean to live there?"
exclaimed the Ancient.
"Yes," said I. "Then you bean't afraid of the ghost?"
"No," I answered.
"P'raps you be one o' they fools as think theer bean't no ghosts."
"As to that," I answered, "I don't know, but I don't think I should be much afraid, and it is a great blessing to have some spot on this unfriendly world that we can call home, even though it be but a hut, and haunted." In a little while the path he followed led up a somewhat steep ascent which, though not so precipitous as the place where I had entered the hollow, was a difficult climb notwithstanding. Seeing which, I put out a hand to aid my aged companion, but he repulsed me almost sharply.
"Let be," he panted, "let be. Nobody's ever helped me up this 'ere path, and nobody never shall."
So up we went, the Ancient and I, side by side and very slowly, until, the summit being reached, he seated himself, spent and breathless, upon a fallen tree, which had doubtless served this purpose many times before, and mopped at his wrinkled brow with a trembling hand.
"Ye see,"
he cried, as soon as he had recovered his breath sufficiently,
"ye see, I be wonnerful spry and active, could dance ye a hornpipe any day, if I was so minded."
"On my word," said I believe you could. But where are you going now?"
"To Sissinghurst."
"How far is that?"
"'Bout a mile across t' fields. You can see the pint o' Joel Amos's oast house above the trees yonder."
"Is there a good inn at Sissinghurst?"
"Ay, theer's the Bull, comfortable, and draws fine ale."
"Then I will go to Sissinghurst."
"Ay, ay," nodded the old man, "if it be good ale and a comfortable inn you want, you need seek no further nor Sissinghurst. 91 years I've lived there, and I know."
"91 years!" I repeated.
"As ever was,"
returned the Ancient, with another nod.
"I be the oldest man in these parts, 'cept David Ralph, and he died last year."
"Why then, if he's dead, you must be the oldest," said I.
"No," said the Ancient, shaking his head. "Ye see, it be this way. David were my brother, and uncommon proud he were of being the oldest man in these parts. And now that he be dead and gone, it do seem a poor thing, a very poor thing, to tak' advantage of a dead man, and him my own brother." Saying which, the Ancient rose, and we went on together, side by side, towards Sissinghurst village. Section
10 of the Broad Highway, by Jeffery Farnol. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Leader. Book 1, Chapter 25. Of Black George the Smith, and How He Threw the Hammer. The Bull is a plain, square, whitewashed building, with a sloping roof, and before the door an open portico, wherein are set 2 seats on which one may sit of a sunny afternoon with a mug of ale at one's elbow, and watch the winding road, the thatched cottages bowered in roses, or the quiver of distant trees where the red, conical roof of some oast house makes a vivid note of colour amid the green. Or one may close one's eyes and hark to the chirp of the swallows under the eaves, the distant lowing of cows, or the clink of hammers from the smithy across the way. And presently, as we sat there drowsing in the sun, to us came one from the tap, a bullet-headed fellow, small of eye and nose, but great of jaw, albeit he was become somewhat fat and fleshy, who, having nodded to me, sat him down beside the Ancient, and addressed him as follows:
"Black George be took again, Gaffer."
"Ah, I knowed 'twould come soon or late, Simon," said the Ancient, shaking his head. "I knowed as he'd never last the month out."
"Seemed goin' on all quiet and regular, though,"
said the bullet-headed man, whom I discovered to be the landlord of the Bull.
"Seemed nice and quiet, and nothin' out o' the way, when, 'bout an hour ago it were, he ups and heaves Sam out into the road."
"Ah!" said the old man, nodding his head again. "To be sure, I've noticed, Simon, as 'tis generally about the 20th of the month as Jarge gets took."
"'E've got a wonderful head, 'ave the Gaffer,"
said Simon, turning to me. "Yes," said I, "but who is Black George, and how comes he to be taken, and by what?"
"Gaffer," said the Innkeeper, "you tell him."
"Why then," began the Ancient, nothing loath, "Black Jarge be a girt, big, strong man, the biggest, girtest, and strongest in the south country, d'ye see? Almost as fine a man as I were in my time, and off and on gets took with tearin's and rages, at which times he don't mind who he hits."
"No, nor wheer,"
added the Innkeeper.
"Oh, he be a bad man, be Black George, when he's took, for he have a knack, d'ye see, of taking hold of the one nighest to un, and even un over his head."
"Extremely unpleasant," said I.
"Just what he done this marnin' with Sam,"
nodded the Innkeeper.
"Hove un out into the road, he did."
"And what did Sam do?" I inquired.
"Oh, Sam were mighty glad to get off so easy."
"Sam must be a very remarkable fellow, undoubtedly a philosopher," said I.
"He be naught to look at," said the Ancient.
Now at this moment there came a sudden deep bellow, a hoarse, bull-like roar from somewhere near by, and looking round in some perplexity, through the wide doorway of the smithy opposite, I saw a man come tumbling, all arms and legs, who, having described a somersault, fell, rolled over once or twice, and, sitting up in the middle of the road, stared about him in a dazed sort of fashion.
"That's Job,"
nodded the Ancient. "Poor fellow!" said I, and rose to go to his assistance.
"Oh, that weren't nothin',"
said the Ancient, laying a restraining hand upon my arm.
"Nothin' at all. Job bean't hurt. Why, I've seen him fall further nor that, afore now, but, you see, Job be pretty heavy handlin', even for Black George."
And in a little while Job arose from where he sat in the dust, and, limping up, sat himself down on the opposite bench, very black of brow and fierce of eye, and after he had sat there silent for maybe 5 minutes, I said that I hoped he wasn't hurt.
"'Urt?"
he repeated with a blank stare.
"'Ow should I be 'urt?"
"Why, you seem to fall rather heavily," said I. At this Job regarded me with a look half resentful, half reproachful, and immediately turned his back upon me, from which, and sundry winks and nods and shakes of the head from the others, it seemed that my remark had been ill-judged. And after we had sat silent for maybe another 5 minutes, the Ancient appeared to notice Job's presence for the first time. "Why, you bean't workin' 's arternoon, then, Job?" he inquired solemnly.
"No."
"Goin' to take a 'oliday, p'r'aps?"
"Ah, I'm done with smithin', leastways for Black George." "And him with all that raft o' work in, Job? Pretty fix he'll be in, with no one to strike for him," said Simon. "Sarves un right, too," retorted Job, furtively rubbing his left knee.
"But what'll he do without a helper?"
persisted Simon.
"Lord knows," returned the Ancient, "unless Job thinks better of it."
"Not me," said the individual, feeling his right elbow with tender solicitude. "I'm done with Black George, I am. He nigh broke my back for me once afore, but this is the last time. I never swing a sledge for Black George again, danged if I do."
"And him to mend the old church screen up to Cranbrook Church," sighed the Ancient. "A wonderful screen, a wonderful screen. Older nor me. Ah, a sight older. Hundreds and hundreds of years older. They wouldn't let nobody touch it but Black George."
"He be the best smith in the south country," nodded Simon. "Ay, and a bad man to work for as ever was," growled Job. "I'll work for 'un no more, my mind's made up, and when my mind's made up, there bean't no moving me, like a rock I be."
"'Twould ha' been a fine thing for a Sissinghurst man to ha' mended t' old screen," said the Ancient.
"'Twould that," nodded Simon. "A shame it is, as it should go to others."
Hereupon, having finished my ale, I rose. "Be you a-goin', young maister?" inquired the Ancient. "Why, that depends," said I. "I understand this man, Black George, needs a helper, so I have decided to go and offer my services."
"You!"
exclaimed Job, staring in open-mouthed amazement, as did also the other two. "Why not?" I rejoined. "Black George needs a helper, and I need money."
"My chap," said Job warningly, "don't you do it. You be a tidy, sizable chap, but Black George 'ud make no more o' you than I should of a baby. Don't you do it." "Better not," said Simon.
"On the contrary," I returned, "better run a little bodily risk and satisfy one's hunger, rather than lie safe but famishing beneath some hedge or rick. What do you think, Ancient?" The old man leaned forward, and peered up at me sharply beneath his hanging brows. "Well?" said I. "You am right," he nodded, "and a man with eyes the like o' yourn bean't one as 'tis easy to turn aside, even though it do be Black George as tries."
"Then," said Job, as I took up my staff, "if your back's broke, my chap, why, don't go for to blame me, that's all. You be a sight too cocksure, that you be."
"I'm thinking Black George would find this chap a bit different to Job," remarked the Ancient. "What do you think, Simon?"
"It looks as if he might take a good blow, and give one for that matter," returned the Innkeeper, studying me with half-closed eyes, and his head to one side, as I have seen artists look at pictures. "He be pretty wide in the shoulders, and full in the chest, and, by the look of him, quick on his pins."
"You've been a fighting man, Simon, and you ought to know, but he've got summat better still."
"And what might that be, Gaffer?"
inquired the Innkeeper. "A good, straight, bright eye, Simon, wi' a look in it as says, 'I will.'" "Ah, but what a George!" cried Job. "Black George don't mind a man's eyes, 'cept to black frequent. He don't mind nothin' nor nobody." "Job," said the Ancient, tapping his snuff-box, "there's some things as is better nor girt, big muscles, and girt strong fists. If you wasn't a danged fool, you'd know what I mean. Young man," he went on, turning to me, "you puts me in mind o' what I were at your age, though, to be sure, I were taller than you by about 5 or 6 inches, maybe more. But don't go for to be too cocksure for all that. Black George aren't to be sneezed at."
"And if you must hit un," added the Innkeeper, "why, go for the chin,
There aren't a better place to 'it a man than on the chin, if so be you can thump it right, and 'ard enough. I mind 'twas so I put out Tom Brock o' Bedford. A sweet pretty blow it were too, though I do say it."
"Thank you," said I. "Should it come to fighting, which Heaven forfend, I shall certainly remember your advice." Saying which I turned away, and crossed the road to the open door of the smithy, very conscious of the 3 pairs of eyes that watched me as I went. Upon the threshold of the forge I paused to look about me, and there, sure enough, was the smith. Indeed a fine big fellow he was, with great shoulders and a mighty chest, and arms whose bulging muscles showed to advantage in the red glow of the fire. In his left hand he grasped a pair of tongs wherein was set a glowing iron scroll, upon which he beat with the hammer in his right. I stood watching until, having beaten out the glow from the iron, he plunged the scroll back into the fire, and fell to blowing with the bellows. But now, as I looked more closely at him, I almost doubted if this could be Black George after all, for this man's hair was of bright gold, and curled in tight rings upon his brow, while, instead of the black, scowling visage I had expected, I beheld a ruddy, open, well-featured face, out of which looked a pair of eyes of a blue you may sometimes see in a summer sky at evening. And yet again his massive size would seem to proclaim him the famous Black George, and no other. It was with something of doubt in my mind, nevertheless, that I presently stepped into the smithy and accosted him. "Are you Black George?" I inquired. At the sound of my voice he let go the handle of the bellows, and turned. As I watched, I saw his brows draw suddenly together, while the golden hairs of his beard seemed to curl upward.
"Suppose I be?"
"Then I wish to speak with you."
"Be that what you'm come for?"
"Yes."
"Be you come far?"
"Yes."
"That's a pity."
"Why?"
"'Cause you'll have a good way to go back again."
"What do you mean?"
"Well, for one thing, I means as I don't like your looks, my chap."
"And why don't you like my looks?"
"Lord!"
exclaimed the smith.
"How should I know? But I don't. Of that I'm sartin sure."
"Which reminds me," said I, "of a certain unpopular gentleman of the name of Pell or Snell."
"Eh?"
said the smith, staring. "There is a verse, I remember, which runs, I think, in this wise: I do not love thee, Dr. Fell, or Pell, or Snell, for reasons which I cannot tell, but this I know, and know full well, I do not love thee, Dr. Fell, or Pell, or Snell."
"So you am a poet, eh?"
"No," said I, shaking my head.
"Then I'm sorry for it. A man don't meet with poets every day."
Saying which, he drew the scroll from the fire, and laid it, glowing, upon the anvil.
"You was wishful to speak with me, I think?"
he inquired. "Yes," I answered.
"Ah,"
nodded the smith,
"to be sure."
and forthwith began to sing most lustily, marking the time very cleverly with his ponderous hand-hammer. "If," I began, a little put out at this, "if you will listen to what I have to say—" But he only hammered away harder than ever, and roared his song the louder, and though it sounded ill enough at the time, it was a song I came to know well later, the words of which are these:
"Strike, ding, ding, strike, ding, ding, the iron it glows, and loveth good blows, as fire doth bellows, strike, ding, ding."
Now, seeing he was determined to give me no chance to speak, I presently seated myself close by, and fell to singing likewise. Oddly enough, the only thing I could recall on the moment was the Tinker's song, and that but very imperfectly, and it served my purpose well enough. Thus we fell to it with a will, with the different notes clashing, and filling the air with a most vile discord, and the words all jumbled up together, something in this wise:
"Strike, ding, ding,
a tinker I am, ho!
strike, ding, ding,
A tinker am I,
the iron it glows,
a tinker I'll live,
and loveth good blows,
and a tinker I'll die,
as fire doth bellows, if the king in his crown
strike, ding, ding,
would change places with me,
strike, ding, ding,
and so forth. The louder he roared, the louder roared I, until the place fairly rang with the din, insomuch that, chancing to look through the open doorway, I saw the Ancient, with Simon, Job, and several others, on the opposite side of the way, staring open-mouthed as well they might. But still the smith and I continued to howl at each other with unabated vigour until he stopped, all at once, and threw down his hammer with a clang.
"Dang me if I like that voice of yourn!"
he exclaimed. "Why, to be sure, I don't sing very often," I answered.
"Which, I mean to say, is a very good thing, a very good thing."
"Nor do I pretend to sing."
"Then why do you try now?"
"For company's sake."
"Well, I don't like it. I've had enough of it."
"Then," said I, "suppose you listen to what I have to say."
"Not by no manner o' means."
"Then what do you propose to do?"
"Why,"
said the smith, rising and stretching himself,
"since you ax me, I'm a-goin' to pitch you out on yon door."
"You may try, of course," said I, measuring the distance between us with my eye, "but if you do, seeing you are so much the bigger and stronger man, I shall certainly fetch you a knock with this staff of mine which I think you will remember for many a day." So saying, I rose and stepped out into the middle of the floor. Black George eyed me slowly up from the soles of my boots to the crown of my hat and down again, picked up his hammer in an undecided fashion, looked it over as if he had never seen such a thing before, tossed it into a corner, and, seating himself on the anvil, folded his arms. All at once a merry twinkle leapt into the blue depths of his eyes, and I saw the swift gleam of a smile.
"What do you want, man?"
said he. Now hereupon, with a sudden gesture, I pitched my staff out through the open doorway into the road, and folded my arms across my chest, even as he.
"Why did he do that?"
he inquired, staring. "Because I don't think I shall need it after all."
"But suppose I was to come for you now?"
"But you won't."
"You be a strange sort of chap,"
said he, shaking his head. "So they tell me."
"And what does the likes of you want with the likes of me?"
"Work."
"Know anything about smithing?"
"Not a thing."
"Then why do you come here?"
"To learn."
"More fool you,"
said the smith. "Why?"
"Because smithing is hard work, and dirty work, and hot work, and work as is badly paid nowadays."
"Then why are you a smith?"
"My feyther was a smith afore me."
"And is that your only reason?"
"My only reason."
"Then you are the greater fool."
"You think so, do ye?"
"Certainly."
"Supposin',"
said Black George, stroking his golden beard reflectively,
"supposin' I was to get up and break your neck for that."
"Then you would, at least, save me from the folly of becoming a smith."
"I don't,"
said Black George, shaking his head.
"No, I do not like you."
"I am sorry for that."
"Because,"
he went on,
"you've got the gift of the gab, and a gabbing man is worse than a gabbing woman."
"You can gab your share if it comes to that," said I.
"Can I?"
"You can."
"My chap,"
he growled, holding up a warning hand.
"go easy now, go easy. Don't get me took again."
"Not if I can help it," I returned.
"I be a quiet soul till I gets took, a very quiet soul, lambs bein' quieter, but I won't answer for that neck of yourn if I do get took, so look out."
"I understand you have an important piece of work on hand," said I, changing the subject.
"The old church screen, yes."
"And are in need of a helper?"
"Ah, to be sure, but you aren't got the look of a workin' cove. I never see a workin' cove with 'ands like yourn, so white as a woman's they be."
"I have worked hard enough in my time, nevertheless," said I.
"What might you have done now?"
"I have translated Petronius Arbiter, also Quintilian, with a literal rendering into the English of the Memories of the Sieur de Brantome."
"Oh!"
exclaimed the smith.
"That sounds a lot. Anything more?"
"Oh, yes," I answered. "I won the high jump and throwing the hammer."
"Throwing the hammer?"
repeated Black George, musingly.
"Was it anything like that there?"
And he pointed to a sledge near by. "Something," I answered.
"And you want work?"
"I do."
"Tell 'ee what, my fellow, if you can throw that there 'ammer further nor me, then I say done, and you can name your own wages. But if I beat you, and I'm fair sure I can, then you must stand up to me for 10 minutes, and I'll give you a good trouncing to ease my mind. What do you say?"
After a momentary hesitation, I nodded my head. "Done," said I.
"More fool you,"
grinned the smith, and catching up his sledge-hammer, he strode out into the road. Before the "Bull," a small crowd had gathered, all newly come from field or farmyard, for most of them carried rake or pitchfork, having doubtless been drawn thither by the hellish outcry of Black George and myself. Now I noticed that while they listened to the Ancient, who was holding forth, snuff-box in hand, yet every eye was turned towards the smithy, and in every eye was expectation. At our appearance, however, I thought they seemed, one and all, vastly surprised and taken aback, for heads were shaken, and glances wandered from the smith and myself to the Ancient and back again.
"Well, I'll be danged!"
exclaimed Job.
"I knowed it! I knowed it!"
cried the Ancient, rubbing his hands and chuckling.
"Knowed what, Gaffer?"
inquired Black George, as we came up.
"Why, I knowed as this young chap would come out a-walkin' upon his own 2 legs, and not like Job, a-rollin' and a-wallerin' in the dust of the road, like a hog."
"Why, you see, Gaffer,"
began the smith, almost apologetically it seemed to me,
"it do come sort o' nat'ral to heave the likes o' Job about a bit. Job's made for it, you might say, but this chap's different."
"So he be, George, so he be,"
nodded the Ancient.
"Though mark me, Gaffer, I aren't nohow in love with this chap neither. He gabs too much to suit me, by a long sight."
"'E do that!" chimed in Job, edging nearer.
"What I says is, if he do get his back broke, he aren't got nobody to blame but hisself, so cocksure as he be."
"Job," said the Ancient, "hold thy tongue."
"I says 'e's a cocksure cove,"
repeated Job doggedly.
"and a cocksure cove he be. What do you think, George?" "Job," returned the smith, "I don't chuck a man into the road, and talk with him both on the same day."
In this conversation I bore no part, busying myself in drawing out a wide circle in the dust, a proceeding watched by the others with much interest, and not a few wondering comments.
"What be going to do with the 'ammer, George?" inquired the Ancient.
"Why,"
explained the smith,
"this chap thinks he can throw it further nor me."
At this there was a general laugh.
"If so be he can,"
pursued Black George,
"then he comes to work for me at his own price, but if I beat him, then he must stand up to me with his fists for 10 minutes.
10 minutes?" cried a voice. "He won't last 5, see if he do."
"Feel sorry for him," said a second. "He do be so pale as a sheet already."
"So would you be if you was in his shoes," chimed a third, whereat there was a general laugh. Indeed, as I looked round the ring of grinning, unresponsive faces, it was plain to see that all sympathy was against the stranger, as is the way of bird, beast, fish, but especially man, the world over, and I experienced a sudden sense of loneliness, which was, I think, only natural. Yet, as I put up my hand to loose the strap of my knapsack, I encountered another already there, and, turning, beheld Simon the innkeeper.
"If it do come to fightin'," he whispered close in my ear, "if it do come to fightin', and I'm fair sure it will, keep away as much as you can. You look quick on your pins. Moreover, whatever you do, watch is right, and when you do see a chance to strike, go for his chin, a little to one side, and strike danged hard."
"Many thanks for your friendly advice," said I with a grateful nod, and, slipping off my coat, would have handed it to him, but that the Ancient hobbled up, and, taking it from me, folded it ostentatiously across his arm.
"Mark my words, Simon," said he, "this young chap is as like what I were at his age as one pea is to another. I says so, and I mean so."
"Come,"
said Black George at this juncture,
"I've work waiting to be done, and my forge fire will be out."
"I'm quite ready," said I, stepping forward. It was now arranged that, standing alternately within the circle, we should each have 3 throws, whoever should make the 2 best throws to win. Whereupon the smith took his place within the circle, hammer in hand. "Wait," said I. "The advantage usually lies with the last thrower. It would be fairer to you were we to toss for it."
"No," answered Black George, motioning the onlookers to stand back. "I've got the hammer, and I'll throw first."
Now, as probably everyone knows, it is one thing to swing a sledge-hammer in the ordinary way, but quite another to throw at any distance, for there is required, beside the bodily strength, a certain amount of knowledge, without which a man is necessarily handicapped. Thus, despite my opponent's great strength of arm, I was fairly sanguine of the result. Black George took a fresh grip upon the hammer shaft, twirled it lightly above his head, swung it once, twice, thrice, and let it go. With a shout, Job and 2 or 3 others ran down the road to mark where it had fallen, and presently returned, pacing out the distance. 59, they announced.
"Can 'ee beat that?"
inquired Black George complacently. "I think I can," I answered, as, taking up the hammer, I, in turn, stepped into the ring. Gripping the shaft firmly, I whirled it aloft, and began to swing it swifter and swifter, gaining greater impetus every moment, till, like a flash, it flew from my grasp. Panting, I watched it rise, 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 and then plunge down to earth in a smother of dust.
"You've beat it!"
cried the Ancient, flourishing his stick excitedly.
"Lord love me, you've beat it!"
"Ah, you've beat it, surely," said a man who carried a rake that was forever getting in everybody's way.
"And by a goodish bit, too,"
shouted another.
"Ah, but Jarge aren't got his arm in yet," retorted a third. "Jarge can do better nor that, by a long sight."
But now all voices were hushed as Job paced up.
82,
he announced. Black George looked hard at me, but, without speaking, stepped sulkily into the ring, moistened his palms, looked at me again, and, seizing the hammer, began to whirl it as he had seen me. Round and round it went, faster and faster, till, with a sudden lurch, he hurled it up and away. Indeed, it was a mighty throw. Straight and strong it flew, describing a wide parabola ere it thudded into the road. The excitement now waxed high, and many started off to measure the distance for themselves, shouting one to another as they went. As for the smith, he stood beside me, whistling, and I saw that the twinkle was back in his eyes again.
120,
cried half a dozen voices.
"And a half,"
corrected Job, thrusting the hammer into my hand, and grinning.
"Can 'ee beat that?"
inquired Black George again.
"Ay, can 'ee beat that?"
echoed the crowd. "It was a marvellous throw," said I, shaking my head, and indeed in my heart I knew I could never hope to equal, much less beat, such a mighty cast. I therefore decided on strategy, and, with this in mind, proceeded, in a leisurely fashion, once more to mark out the circle, which was obliterated in places, to flatten the surface underfoot, to roll up my sleeves and tighten my belt. In fine, I observed all such precautions as a man might be expected to take before some supreme effort. At length, having done everything I could think of to impress this idea upon the onlookers, I took up the hammer.
"Means to do it this time!"
cried the man with the rake, knocking off Job's hat in his excitement as, with a tremendous swing, I made my second throw. There was a moment's breathless silence as the hammer hurtled through the air, then, like an echo to its fall, came a shout of laughter, for the distance was palpably far short of the giant smith's last. A moment later Job came pacing up and announced,
87!
Hereupon arose a very babel of voices.
"You got 'em beat already, George."
"Well, I knowed it from the start."
"Let 'im alone,"
cried Simon.
"He've got another chance yet."
"Much good it'll do him."
"Ah, might as well give in now, and take his thrashing, and ha' done with it."
That my ruse had succeeded with the crowd was evident. They, to a man, believed I had done my best, and already regarded me as hopelessly beaten. My chance of winning depended upon whether the smith, deluded into a like belief, should content himself with just beating my last throw, for, should he again exert his mighty strength to the uttermost, I felt that my case was indeed hopeless. It was with a beating heart, therefore, that I watched him take his place for the last throw. His face wore a confident smile, but nevertheless he took up the hammer with such a businesslike air that my heart sank, and, feeling a touch upon my arm, I was glad to turn away.
"I be goin' to fetch a sponge and water," said Simon.
"A sponge and water!"
"Ah, likewise some vinegar. There's nothing like vinegar. And remember, the chin, a little to one side preferred."
"So then you think I shall be beaten?"
"Why, I don't say that, but it's best to be prepared, aren't it now?"
And with a friendly nod the innkeeper turned away. In that same minute there arose another shout from the crowd as they greeted Black George's last throw, and Job, striding up, announced,
98.
Then, while the air still echoed with their plaudits, I stepped into the ring, and, catching up the hammer, swung it high above my head, and, at the full length of my arms, began to wheel it. The iron spun faster and faster, till, setting my teeth, with the whole force of every fibre, every nerve and muscle of my body, I let it fly. The blood was throbbing at my temples and my breath coming fast as I watched its curving flight. And now all voices were hushed, so that the ring of the iron could be plainly heard as it struck the hard road, and all eyes watched Job as he began pacing towards us. As he drew nearer I could hear him counting to himself thus: 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 102. Next moment, as it seemed to me, an inarticulate ancient was desperately trying to force me into my coat, wrong side first, and Simon was shaking my hand.
"You tricked me!"
cried a voice, and, turning, I found Black George confronting me with clenched fists. "And how did I trick you?"
"I could ha' chucked farther nor that."
"Well, then why didn't you?"
"Because I thought you was beat. I say, you tricked me."
"And I tell you the match was a fair one from start to finish."
"Put up your hands,"
said the smith, advancing in a threatening manner. "No," said I. "A bargain is a bargain." And turning my back upon him, I fell to watching the man with the rake, who, not content with Job's word, was busily pacing out the distance for himself.
"Put up your hands,"
repeated Black George hoarsely. "For the last time, no," said I over my shoulder. "Strike me if you will," I went on, seeing him raise his fist. "I shall not defend myself. But I tell you this, Black George, the first blow you strike will brand you coward and no honest man."
"Coward, is it?"
cried he, and with the word had seized me in a grip that crushed my flesh, and nigh swung me off my feet.
"Coward, is it?"
he repeated. "Yes," said I. "None but a coward would attack an unresisting man." So for a full minute we stood thus, staring into each other's eyes, and once again I saw the hairs of his golden beard curl up and outwards. What would have been the end I cannot say, but there came upon the stillness the sound of flying footsteps, the crowd was burst asunder, and a girl stood before us, a tall, handsome girl with raven hair and great, flashing black eyes.
"Oh, you, George, think shame on yourself. Think shame on yourself, Black George. Look,"
she cried, pointing a finger at him.
"Look at the great strong man, as is a coward."
I felt the smith's grip relax. His arms dropped to his sides, while a deep red glow crept upon his cheeks till it was lost in the clustering curls of gleaming yellow hair.
"Why, Prue,"
he began in a strangely altered voice, and stopped. The fire was gone from his eyes as they rested upon her, and he made a movement as though he would have reached out his hand to her, but checked himself.
"Why, Prue,"
he said again, but choked suddenly, and, turning away, strode back towards his forge without another word. On he went, looking neither to right nor left, and I thought there was something infinitely woebegone and pitiful in the droop of his head. Now as I looked from his forlorn figure to the beautiful, flushed face of the girl, I saw her eyes grow wonderfully soft and sweet, and brim over with tears. And when Black George had betaken himself back to his smithy, she also turned, and, crossing swiftly to the inn, vanished through its open doorway. "She've a fine spirit, that daughter o' yourn, Simon. Oh, a fine spirit as ever was," chuckled the Ancient.
"Prue aren't afeard o' Black George, never was," returned Simon. "She can manage un, allus could. You'll mind she could allus tame Black Jarge wi' a look, Gaffer."
"Ah! she 'm a granddaughter to be proud on, be Prue," nodded the Ancient, "and proud I be too." "What?" said I. "Is she your daughter, Simon?"
"Ay, for sure."
"And your granddaughter, Ancient?" "Ay, that she be, that she be." "Why then, Simon must be your son." "Son as ever was," nodded the old man, "and a goodish son he be too. Oh, I've seen worse."
"And now," added Simon, "come in, and you shall taste as fine a jug of ale as there be in all Kent."
"Wait," said the old man, laying his hand upon my arm. "I've took to you, young chap, took to you amazing. What might your name be?" "Peter," I answered. "A good name, a fine name," nodded the old man. "Peter! Simon!" said he, glancing from one to the other of us. "Simon Peter! Minds me of the disciple of our blessed Lord, it do. A fine name be Peter."
So Peter I became to him thenceforth, and to the whole village.
End of Section 10. Section 11 of The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Leader. Book 1, Chapter 26, wherein I learn more concerning the ghost of the ruined hut. And after the Ancient and Simon and I had, very creditably, emptied the jug between us, I rose to depart.
"Peter," said the Ancient, "wheer be goin'?"
"Home," said I.
"And wheer be that?"
"The cottage in the hollow," said I.
"What? The 'aunted cottage?"
he cried, staring. "Yes," I nodded. "From what I saw of it, I think with a little repairing, it might suit me very well."
"But the ghost?" cried the old man. "Have you forgot the ghost?"
"Why, I never heard of a ghost really harming any one yet," I answered.
"Peter," said Simon quietly, "I wouldn't be too sure of that. I wouldn't go nigh the place myself. Once is enough for me."
"Simon," said I, "what do you mean by once?" Now when I asked him this, Simon breathed hard, and shuffled uneasily in his chair.
"I mean, Peter, as I've heerd un," he replied slowly.
"Heard him?" I repeated incredulously. "You? Are you sure?"
"Sure as death, Peter. I've heerd un a shrieking and a groaning to hisself, same as Gaffer has, and lots of others. Why, Lord bless 'ee, there'd be scarce a man in these parts but has heerd 'em an one time or another." "Ay, I've heerd un, and seen un too," croaked the Ancient excitedly. "A gert, tall think he be, with a horn on his head, and likewise a tail. Some might ha' thought 'twas the wanderin' man o' the roads as I found hanging on the staple. Some of 'em do, but I knowed better. I knowed 'twere old Nick hisself, all flame and brimstone, and with a babby under his arm."
"A baby?" I repeated.
"A babby as ever was,"
nodded the Ancient. "And you say you have heard it too, Simon?" said I.
"Ay," nodded the Innkeeper. "I went down into the 'Oller one evening, about 6 months ago, with Black Jarge, for we 'ad a mind to knock the old place to pieces, and get rid of the ghost that way. Well, Jarge ups with his 'ammer, and down comes the rotten old door with a crash. Jarge had swung up his 'ammer for another blow, when, all at once, there comes a scream."
Here Simon shivered involuntarily, and glanced uneasily over his shoulder and round the room. "A scream?" said I.
"Ah!" nodded Simon, "but 'twas worse nor that."
Here he paused again, and, looking closer at him, I was surprised to see that his broad, strong hands were shaking, and that his brow glistened with moisture. "What was it like?" I inquired, struck by his apparent weakness in one so hardy and full of health. "'Twere a scream with a bubble in it," he answered, speaking with an effort. "'Twere like somebody shrieking out with his throat choked up with blood. Jarge and me didn't wait for no more, we run. And as we run, it follered, groaning arter us till we was out upon the road, and then it shrieked at us from the bushes. Ecod! It do make me cold to talk of it even now. Jarge left his best sledge behind him, and I my crowbar, and we never went back for them, nor never shall, no." Here Simon paused to mop the grizzled hair at his temples. "I tell 'ee, Peter, that place aren't fit for no man at night. If so be you am a-looking for a bed, my chap, there's one you can have at the Bull, ready and willin'." "And gratis," added the Ancient, tapping his snuff-box. "Thank you," said I, "both of you, for the offer, but I have a strange fancy to hear, and, if possible, see this ghost for myself." "Don't you do it," admonished the Ancient. "So dark and lonesome as it be, don't ye do it, Peter." "Why, Ancient," said I, "it isn't that I doubt your word, but my mind is set on the adventure. So if Simon will let me have 3 penny worth of candles, and some bread and meat, no matter what, I'll be off, for I should like to get there before dusk." Nodding gloomily, Simon rose and went out, whereupon the Ancient leaned over and laid a yellow, claw-like hand upon my arm. "Peter," said he, "Peter, I've took to you a meat at just a few inches taller, say a couple, and you'd be the very spit o' what I were at your age, the very spit." "Thank you, Ancient," said I, laying my hand on his. "Now, Peter, 'twould be a hideous thing, a very hideous thing, if, when I come a-gatherin' watercress in the mornin', I should find you a-dangling on t' staple, cold and stiff, like t'other, or lying a-cord wi' your throat cut. 'Twould be a hideous thing, Peter, but, oh, 'twould make a fine story in the tellin'." In a little while Simon returned with the candles, a tinder box, and a parcel of bread and meat, for which he gloomily but persistently refused payment. Last of all he produced a small, brass-bound pistol, which he insisted on my taking. "Not as it'll be much use agin a ghost," said he, with a gloomy shake of the head, "but a pistol's a comfortable thing to 'ave in a lonely place, 'specially if that place be very dark." Which last, if something illogical, may be none the less true. So, having shaken each by the hand, I bade them good night, and set off along the darkening road. Chapter 27, which tells how and in what manner I saw the ghost. Now, as I went, my mind was greatly exercised as to a feasible explanation of what I had just heard. That a man so old as the Ancient should see things, I could readily believe, by reason of his years, for great age is often subject to such hallucinations. But with Simon, a man in the prime of his life, it was a different matter altogether. That he had been absolutely sincere in his story, I had read in his dilating eye, and the involuntary shiver that had passed over him while he spoke. Here indeed, though I scouted all idea of supernatural agency, there lay a mystery that piqued my curiosity not a little. Ghosts! Pshaw! What being endowed with a reasoning mind could allow himself to think, let alone believe in such folly? Ghosts! Fiddle-de-dee, sir! Yet here, and all at once, like an enemy from the dark, old stories leaped at and seized me by the throat. Old tales of spectres grim and bloody, of goblins and haunted houses from whose dim desolation strange sounds would come, tales long since heard and forgot, till now. Ghosts! Why, the road was full of them. They crowded upon my heels, they peered over my shoulders. I felt them brush my elbows, and heard them gibbering at me from the shadows. And the sun was setting already. Ghosts! And why not? There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in your philosophy." Involuntarily I hastened my steps, but the sun had set ere I reached the hollow. Yes, the sun had set, and the great basin below me was already brimful of shadows which, as I watched, seemed to assume shapes, vast, nebulous, and constantly changing, down there amid the purple gloom of the trees. Indeed, it looked an unholy place in the half-light, a pit framed for murders, and the safe hiding of tell-tale corpses, the very haunt of horrid goblins and spectres, grim and ghastly. So evilly did the place impress me that it needed an effort of will ere I could bring myself to descend the precipitous slope. Bats flitted to and fro across my path, now and then emitting their sharp, needle-like note, while, from somewhere in the dimness beyond, an owl hooted. By the time I reached the cottage it had fallen quite dark here in the hollow, though the light still lingered in the world above. So I took out my tinder box, and one of the candles, which, after several failures, I succeeded in lighting, and, stepping into the cottage, began to look about me. The place was small, as I think I have before said, and comprised 2 rooms shut off from each other by a strong partition with a door midway. Lifting the candle, I glanced at the staple on which the builder of the cottage had choked out his life so many years ago, and, calling to mind the Ancient's fierce desire to outlast it, I even reached up my hand and gave it a shake. But, despite the rust of years, the iron felt as strong and rigid as ever, so that it seemed the old man's innocent wish must go unsatisfied after all. The second room appeared much the same size as the first, and like it in all respects, till, looking upwards, I noticed a square trap-door in a corner, while, underneath, against the wall, hung a rough ladder. This I proceeded to lift down, and, mounting, cautiously lifted the trap. Holding the candle above my head to survey this chamber, or rather garret, the first object my eye encountered was a small tin pannikin, and beyond that a stone jar or demijohn. Upon closer inspection I found this last to be nearly full of water, quite sweet and fresh to the taste, which, of itself, was sufficient evidence that some one had been here very lately. I now observed a bundle of hay in one corner, which had clearly served for a bed, beside which were a cracked mug, a tin plate, a pair of shoes, and an object I took to be part of a flute or wind instrument of some kind. But what particularly excited my interest were the shoes, which had evidently seen long and hard service, for they were much worn, and had been roughly patched here and there. Very big they were, and somewhat clumsy, thick-soled, and square of toe, and with a pair of enormous silver buckles. These evidences led me to believe that whoever had been here before was likely to return, and, not doubting that this must be he who had played the part of ghost so well, I determined to be ready for him. So, leaving all things as I found them, I descended, and, having closed the trap, hung up the ladder as I had found it. In the first of the rooms there was a rough fireplace built into one corner, and as the air struck somewhat damp and chill, I went out and gathered a quantity of twigs and dry wood, and had soon built a cheerful, crackling fire. I now set about collecting armfuls of dry leaves, which I piled against the wall for a bed. By the time this was completed to my satisfaction, the moon was peeping above the tree tops, filling the hollow with far-flung shadows. I now lay down upon my leafy couch, and fell to watching the fire, and listening to the small, soft song of the brook outside. In the opposite wall was a window, the glass of which was long since gone, through which I could see a square of sky, and the glittering belt of Orion. My eyes wandered from this to the glow of the fire many times, but gradually my head grew heavier and heavier, until at length the stars became confused with the winking sparks upon the hearth, and the last that I remember was that the crackle of the fire sounded strangely like the voice of the Ancient croaking. "A hideous thing, Peter! A hideous thing!" I must have slept for an hour, or nearer 2, for the room was dark, save for a few glowing embers on the hearth, and the faint light of the stars at the window, when I suddenly sat bolt upright, with every tingling nerve straining as if to catch something which had, but that very moment, eluded me. I was yet wondering what this could be, when, from somewhere close outside the cottage, there rose a sudden cry, hideous and appalling, a long drawn out, bubbling scream, no other words can describe it, that died slowly down to a wail, only to rise again higher and higher, till it seemed to pierce my very brain. Then all at once it was gone, and silence rushed in upon me, a silence fraught with fear and horror unimaginable. I lay rigid, the blood in my veins jumping with every throb of my heart, till it seemed to shake me from head to foot. And when the cry began again, deep and hoarse at first, but rising, until the air thrilled with a scream such as no earthly lips could utter. Now the light at the window grew stronger and stronger, and all at once a feeble shaft of moonlight crept across the floor. I was watching this most welcome beam, when it was again obscured by a something, indefinable at first, but which I gradually made out to be very like a human head peering in at me. But if this was so, it seemed a head hideously misshapen, and there, sure enough, rising from the brow, was a long, pointed horn. As I lay motionless, staring at this thing, my hand, by some most fortunate chance, encountered the pistol in my pocket, and from the very depths of my soul I poured benedictions upon the honest head of Simon the innkeeper, for its very contact seemed to restore my benumbed faculties. With a single bound I was upon my feet, and had the weapon levelled at the window. "Speak!" said I. "Speak, or I'll shoot!" There was a moment of tingling suspense, and then, "Oh, man, dinna do that," said a voice. "Then come in and show yourself." Herewith the head incontinently disappeared. There was the sound of a heavy step, and a tall figure loomed in the doorway. "Wait!" said I, as, fumbling about, I presently found tinder box and candle, having lighted which I turned and beheld a man, an exceedingly tall man, clad in the full habit of a Scottish Highlander. By his side hung a long, straight, basket-hilted sword, beneath one arm he carried a bagpipe, while upon his head was, not a horn, but a Scots bonnet with a long eagle's feather. "Oh, man," said he, eyeing me with a somewhat wry smile, "I'm just thinking you're no afeard of bogus, whatever."
Chapter 28 The Highland Piper.
"Who are you?" said I, in no very gentle tone.
"Donal's my name, sir, and if you had an eye for the tartan, you'd ken I was a Stuart."
"And what do you want here, Donald Stewart?"
"The very question should be asking yoursel. What gars you to come gowking and speerin' aboot here at such an hour?"
"It is my intention to live here for the future," said I.
"Hoot, hoot! Ye'll be no meaning it."
"But I do mean it."
"Eh, man, but you maun ken the place is no canny, what with pixies and warlocks and kelpies forby."
"Indeed, they told me it was haunted, but I determined to see for myself."
"Weel?"
"Well, I am glad to find it haunted by nothing worse than a wandering Scots piper." The Highlander smiled his wry smile, and taking out a snuff-box, inhaled a pinch, regarding me the while.
"Ye're the first as ever stayed, after they'd heard the first bit squeaky, to find out if 'twere a real bogie or no."
"But how in the world did you make such awful sounds?"
"I'm thinking it's the bit squeaky ye'll be meaning?"
he inquired. "Yes, how did you do it?"
"Oh, it's just the pipes,"
he answered, patting them affectionately.
"Will I show you the noo?"
"Pray do," said I. Hereupon he set the mouthpiece to his lips, inflated the bag, stopped the vents with his fingers,
and immediately the air vibrated with the bubbling scream I have already attempted to describe. "Oh, man!" he exclaimed, laying the still groaning instrument gently aside. "Oh, man! Is it no just wonderful?" "But what has been your object in terrifying people out of their wits in this manner?"
"Sir, it's on account o' the snuff."
"Snuff?
"Just that."
Snuff?" said I again. "What do you mean?" The piper smiled again, a slow smile that seemingly dawned only to vanish again. It was indeed, if I may so express it, a grave and solemn smile, and his nearest approach to mirth, for not once in the days which followed did I ever see him give vent to a laugh. I here also take the opportunity to say that I have greatly modified his speech in the writing, for it was so broad that I had much ado to grasp his meaning at times. The piper smiled, then, and, unwinding the plaid from his shoulder, spread it upon the floor and sat down.
"You maun ken," he began, "that I have muckle love for the snuff, and snuff is unco expensive in these parts."
"Well," said I.
"You maun ken, in the second place, that my brother Alan canna abide the snuff."
"Your brother Alan?" said I, wondering.
"My brother Alan."
He nodded gravely. "But what of him? What has he to do with—"
"Man, by the way, I'm comin' to that."
"Go on, then," said I. "I'm listening."
"Well, I'd hae ye taken I'm a braw, bonny piper, and my brother Alan, he's a bonny piper too, no sic a fair ground piper as me, being somewhat uncertain wi' his warblers, ye ken, but a bonny piper whatever. Well, maybe a year syne, I fell in love with a lassie, which would ha' been a richt if my brother Alan hadna fallen in love wi' her too, so that she, puir lassie, didna ken which to tak. 'Donal,' says Alan, 'can ye no love anither lassie? She can no marry the twa o' us, that's sure.' 'Then, Alan,' says I, 'we'll just play for her,' which I think ye'll own was a grand idea, only the lassie couldna just make up her mind which o' us piped the best, so the end of it was, we agreed, my brother Alan and I, to pipe our way through England for a year, and the man what came back with the maist siller should wed the lassie."
"And a very fair proposal," said I, "but—"
"Whist, man, just here's where we come to the snuff, for look ye, every time I bought a paper o' snuff, I minded me that my brother Alan, not taking it himself, was so much siller to the good, and, oh man, it used to grieve me sair, till one day I lighted on this bit hoosie."
"Well," said I.
"What, do you no see it?"
"No, indeed," I answered.
"Eh, man, my brother Alan doesna buy the snuff, but he must hae a roof to shelter him and a bed to lay in o' nights, and pay for it too, ye ken, 4 pence, or a bawbee, or a shillin', as the case may be, whiles here I hae baith for the taking. And, oh man, many's the nicht I slept the sweeter for thinking of that 6 pence or shillin' that Alan's a parting wi' for a bed little better than mine. So, wishful to keep this bit hoosie to myself, seeing 'twas haunted as they ca' it, I just kep up the illusion on account o' trampers, wandering gypsies, and sic like dirty tykes. Eh, but 'twas fair ground to see him running away as if the de'il were after him, spearing back o'er their shoulders, and by reason of a bit squeaky o' the pipes here. And so, sir, ye hae it."
I now proceeded to build and relight the fire, during which the Scot drew a packet of bread and cheese from his sporran, together with a flask, which, having uncorked, he held out to me with one word, "Whiskey." "Thank you, Donald, but I rarely drink anything stronger than ale," said I.
"Aweel," said he, "if ye winna, ye winna, and there's but a wee drappie left, to be sure."
Whereupon, after 2 or 3 generous gulps, he addressed himself to his bread and cheese, and I, following his example, took out the edibles Simon had provided.
"And ye're minded to bide here, ye tell me?"
he inquired after a while. "Yes," I nodded, "but that need not interfere with you. 2 can live here as easily as 1, and now that I have had a good look at you, I think we might get along very well together."
"Sir,"
said he solemnly,
"my race is royal. I am a Stuart.
here's a Stuart's hand," and he reached out his hand to me across the hearth with a gesture that was full of a reposeful dignity. Indeed, I never remember to have seen Donald anything but dignified. "How do you find life in these parts?" I inquired. "Indifferent, sir, very indifferent. To be sure, at fairs and sic like I'm often had as much as 10 shillin' in my bonnet at a time, but it's just the kilties that draw 'em. They ha' no real love for the pipes whatever. A rantin' reel pleases 'em well enough, but, they hae no hankerin' for the good music." "That is a question open to argument, Donald," said I. "Can any one play real music on a bagpipe, think you?" "Sir," returned the Scot, setting down the empty flask and frowning darkly at the fire, "the pipes is the king of a' instruments. 'Tis the sweetest, the truest, the oldest whatever." "True, it is very old," said I thoughtfully. "It was known, I believe, to the Greeks, and we find mention of it in the Latin as tibia utricularia. Suetonius tells us that Nero promised to appear publicly as a bagpiper. Then, too, Chaucer's miller played a bagpipe, and Shakespeare frequently mentions the drone of a Lincolnshire bagpipe. Yes, it is certainly a very old, and I think a very barbarous instrument." "Hoot toot! The man talks like a muckle fool," said Donald, nodding to the fire. "For instance," I continued, "there can be no comparison between a bagpipe and a fiddle, say." "A fiddle!" exclaimed Donald in accents of withering scorn, and still addressing the fire. "You can just tell him to gang to the devil with his fiddle." "Music is, I take it, the expression of one's mood or thought, a dream translated into sound," said I thoughtfully. "Therefore—" "Ha' you ever heard the pipes?" "Why, yes, but long ago." "Then," said Donald, "you shall just hear 'em again." So saying, he wiped his mouth, took up his instrument, and began slowly inflating it. Then, all at once, from drones and chanter there rushed forth such a flood of melody as seemed to sweep me away upon its tide. First I seemed to hear a roar of wind through desolate glens, a moan of trees, and a rush of sounding waters. Yet softly, softly there rises above the flood of sound a little rippling melody which comes and goes, and comes again, growing ever sweeter with repetition. And now the roar of wind is changed to the swing of marching feet, the tread of a mighty host whose step is strong and free. And lo, they are singing as they march, and the song is bold and wild, wild, wild. Again and again, beneath the song, beneath the rhythm of marching feet, the melody rises, very sweet but infinitely sad, like a silver pipe or an angel's voice tremulous with tears. Once again the theme changes, and it is battle, and death sudden and sharp. There is the rush and shock of charging ranks, and the surge and tumult of conflict, above whose thunder, loud and clear and shrill, like some battle cry, the melody swells, one moment triumphant, and the next lost again. But the thunder rolls away, distant and more distant, the day is lost and won. But sudden and clear the melody rings out once more, fuller now, richer and complete. The silver pipe has become a golden trumpet. And yet, what sorrow, what anguish unspeakable rings through it, the weeping and wailing of a nation. So the melody sinks slowly, to die away in one long-drawn minor note, and Donald is looking across at me with his grave smile, and I will admit both his face and figure are sadly blurred. "Donald," said I after a little, "Donald, I will never speak against the pipes again. They are indeed the king of all instruments, played as you play them." "Oh, I'm a bonny piper, I'll no deny it," he answered. "I'm glad ye like it, for, Sassenach though you be, it proves ye hae the music. 'Tis a bit pibroch I made to Wully Wallace, him as the damned Sassenach murdered. Black be their fa'. Aweel, it was done afore your time or mine, so good nicht to ye, Southron." Saying which, he rose, saluted me stiffly, and stalked majestically to bed. Section 12 of The Broad Highway, by Jeffery Farnol.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Leader. Book 1, Chapter 29, How Black George and I Shook Hands. The world was full of sunshine, the blithe song of birds, and the sweet, pure breath of waking flowers as I rose next morning, and, coming to the stream, threw myself down beside it, and plunged my hands and arms and head into the limpid water, whose contact seemed to fill me with a wondrous gladness, in keeping with the world about me. In a little while I rose, with the water dripping from me, and, having made shift to dry myself upon my neckcloth, nothing else being available, returned to the cottage. Above my head I could hear a gentle sound, rising and falling with a rhythmic measure, that told me Donald still slept. So, clapping on my hat and coat, I started out to my first day's work at the forge, breakfastless, for the good and sufficient reason that there was none to be had, but full of the glad pure beauty of the morning. And I bethought me of the old psalmist's deathless words, "Though sorrow endure for a night, yet joy cometh in the morning." Brave, true words, which shall go ringing down the ages to bear hope and consolation to many a wearied, troubled soul. For now, as I climbed the steep path where bats had hovered last night, and turned to look back at the pit which had seemed a place of horror, behold, it was become a very paradise of quivering green, spangled with myriad jewels where the dew yet clung. Indeed, if any man would experience the full ecstasy of being alive, the joie de vivre, as the French have it, let him go out into the early morning, when the sun is young, and look about him with a seeing eye. So, in a little while, with the golden song of a blackbird in my ears, I turned villagewards, very hungry, yet, nevertheless, content. Long before I reached the smithy I could hear the ring of Black George's hammer, though the village was not yet astir, and it was with some trepidation as to my reception that I approached the open doorway. There he stood, busy at his anvil, goodly to look upon in his bare-armed might, and with the sun shining in his yellow hair, a veritable son of Anak. He might have been some hero or demigod come back from that dim age when angels wooed the daughters of men, rather than a village blacksmith, and a very sulky one at that, for though he must have been aware of my presence, he never glanced up, or gave the slightest sign of welcome, or the reverse. Now, as I watched, I noticed a certain slowness, a heaviness in all his movements, together with a listless, slipshod air which, I judged, was very foreign to him. Moreover, as he worked, I thought he hung his head lower than was quite necessary. "George!" George went on hammering. "George!" said I again. He raised the hammer for another stroke, hesitated, then lifted his head with a jerk, and immediately I knew why he had avoided my eye. "What do you want with me?" "I have come for two reasons," said I. "One is to begin work." "Then you'd best go away again," he broke in. "You'll get no work here." "And the second," I went on, "is to offer you my hand. Will you take it, George, and let bygones be bygones?" "No!" he burst out vehemently. "No, I tell 'ee! Ye think to come here and crow o'er me, because you beat me, by a trick, and because ye heerd her." His voice broke, and, dropping his hammer, he turned his back upon me. "Called me coward, she did." He went on after a little while. "You heerd her, they all heerd her. I've been a danged fool," he said, more as if speaking his thoughts aloud than addressing me. "But a man can't help loving a lass, like Prue, and when he loves he can't help hoping. I've hoped these 3 years and more, and last night she called me coward." Something bright and glistening splashed down upon the anvil, and there ensued a silence broken only by the piping of the birds and the stirring of the leaves outside. "A fool I be," said Black George at last, shaking his head. "No kind of man for the likes o' her. Too big I be, and rough. And yet, if she'd only given me the chance." Again there fell a silence wherein, mingled with the bird chorus, came the tapping of a stick upon the hard road, and the sound of approaching footsteps, whereupon George seized the handle of the bellows, and fell to blowing the fire vigorously. Yet once I saw him draw the back of his hand across his eyes with a quick, furtive gesture. A moment after, the Ancient appeared, a quaint, befrocked figure, framed in the yawning doorway, and backed by the glory of the morning. He stood awhile to lean upon his stick and peer about, his old eyes still dazzled by the sunlight he had just left, owing to which he failed to see me where I sat in the shadow of the forge. "Marnin', Jarge," said he, with his quick, bright nod. The smith's scowl was blacker and his deep voice gruffer than usual as he returned the greeting, but the old man seemed to heed it not at all, but, taking his snuff-box from the lining of his tall, broad-brimmed hat, its usual abiding-place, he opened it with his most important air. "Jarge," said he, "I'm thinking you'd better take Job back to strike for you again, if you'm going to mend t' old screen." "What do you mean?" growled Black George. "Because," continued the old man, gathering a pinch of snuff with great deliberation, "because, Jarge, the young feller as beat ye at the throwin', him as was to have worked for ye at his own price, be dead." "What?" cried Black George, starting.
"Dead," nodded the old man. "A corp he be. Such a fine, promisin' young chap, and now a corp."
Here the Ancient nodded solemnly again, 3 times, and inhaled his pinch of snuff with great apparent zest and enjoyment.
"Why," began the amazed George, "what?"
and broke off to stare open-mouthed.
"Last night, as ever was," continued the old man, "he went down to the 'aunted cottage. 'Twarn't no matter o' use tryin' to turn him, no, not if I'd gone down to him on my marrer bones, he were that set on it. So off he goes, 'bout sundown, to sleep in the 'aunted cottage. I knows, Jarge, 'cause I follered un, and seen for myself. So now I'm a-goin' down to find his corp."
He had reached thus far when his eye, accustomed to the shadows, chancing to meet mine, he uttered a gasp, and stood staring at me with dropped jaw.
"Peter!" he stammered at last. "Peter! Be that you, Peter?"
"To be sure it is," said I.
"Bean't ye dead, then? I never felt more full of life. But ye slep' in the 'aunted cottage last night?"
"Yes."
But the ghost, Peter?"
"Is a wandering Scotsman."
"Why, then I can't go down and find your corp after all?"
"I fear not, Ancient." The old man slowly closed his snuff-box, shaking his head as he did so.
"Ah, well, I won't blame ye, Peter," said he magnanimously. "It bean't your fault, lad, no. But what's come o' the ghost?"
"The ghost," I answered, "is nothing more dreadful than a wandering Scotsman."
"Scotsman!"
exclaimed the Ancient sharply.
"Scotsman!"
"Yes, Ancient."
"You amazed, Peter, amazed ye be. What aren't I heerd un moanin' and groanin' to hisself? And twitterin' too."
"As to that," said I, "those shrieks and howls he made with his bagpipe. Very easy for a skilled player such as he." Someone was drawing water from a well across the road, for I heard the rattle of the bucket, and the creak of the winch, in the pause which now ensued, during which the Ancient, propped upon his stick, surveyed me with an expression that was not exactly anger, nor contempt, nor sorrow, and yet something of all 3. At length he sighed, and shook his head at me mournfully.
"Peter," said he, "Peter, I didn't think as you'd try to take advantage of an old man with a tale the like of that. Such a very, very old man, Peter, such an old man."
"But I assure you it's the truth," said I earnestly.
"Peter, I seen Scotchmen afore now," said he, with a reproachful look. "That I have, many's the time, and Scotchmen don't go about with tails, nor yet with horns on their heads. Leastways, I've never seen one as did. And Peter, I know what a bagpipe is. I've heard 'em often and often. Squeak they do, yes. But a squeak bean't a scream, Peter, nor yet a groan, no."
Having delivered himself of which, the Ancient shook his head at me again, and, turning his back, hobbled away. When I turned to look at George, it was to find him regarding me with a very strange expression.
"Sir,"
said he ponderously,
"did you sleep in that haunted cottage last night?"
"Yes, though, as I have tried to explain, and unsuccessfully it seems, it is haunted by nothing more alarming than a Scots piper."
"Sir,"
said George in the same slow, heavy way,
"I couldn't go anigh the place myself, specially after dark. I'd be afeard to. I did go once, and then not alone, and I ran away. Sir, you're a better man nor me. You done what I durstn't do. Sir, if so be as you am in the same mind about it, I should like to shake your hand."
So there, across the anvil which was to link our lives together thenceforth, Black George and I clasped hands, looking into each other's eyes. "George," said I at last, "I've had no breakfast."
"Nor I,"
said George. "And I'm mightily hungry."
"So am I,"
said George. "Then come, let us eat," and I turned to the door.
"Why, so we will, but not at the ball. She be there. Come to my cottage. It be close by, that is, if you care to, sir."
"With all my heart," said I, "and my name is Peter."
"What do you say to ham and eggs, Peter?"
"Ham and eggs will be most excellent," said I. Chapter 30, in which I forswear myself, and am accused of possessing the evil eye. Smithing is a sturdy, albeit a very black art, yet its black is a good honest black, very easily washed off, which is more than can be said for many other trades, arts, and professions. Yes, a fine, free, manly art is smithing, and those who labor at the forge would seem, necessarily, to reflect these virtues. Since old Tubal Cain first taught man how to work in brass and iron, who ever heard of a sneaking, mean-spirited, cowardly blacksmith? To find such an one were as hard a matter as to discover the fourth dimension, methinks, or the carcass of a dead donkey. Your true blacksmith is usually a strong man, something bowed of shoulder perhaps, a man slow of speech, bold of eye, kindly of thought, and, lastly, simple-hearted. Riches, genius, power, all are fair things, yet riches is never satisfied, power is ever upon the wing, and when was genius ever happy? But as for this divine gift of simpleness of heart, who shall say it is not the best of all? Black George himself was no exception to his kind. What wonder was it, then, that, as the days lengthened into weeks, my liking for him ripened into friendship? To us, sometimes lonely voyagers upon this broad highway of life, journeying on, perchance through desolate places, yet hoping and dreaming ever of a glorious beyond, how sweet and how blessed a thing it is to meet some fellow wayfarer, and find in him a friend, honest and loyal and brave, to walk with us in the sun, whose voice may comfort us in the shadow, whose hand is stretched out to us in the difficult places to aid us, or be aided. Indeed, I say again, it is a blessed thing, for though the way is sometimes very long, such meetings and friendships be very few and far between. So, as I say, there came such friendship between Black George and myself, and I found him a man, strong, simple, and lovable, and as such I honor him to this day. The Ancient, on the contrary, seemed to have set me in his black books. He would no longer sit with me over a tankard outside the Bull of an evening, nor look in at the forge with a cheery nod and word, as had been his wont. He seemed rather to shun my society, and, if I did meet him by chance, would treat me with the frigid dignity of a grand seigneur. Indeed, the haughtiest duke that ever rolled in his chariot is far less proud than your plain English rustic, and far less difficult to propitiate. Thus, though I had once had the temerity to question him as to his altered treatment of me, the once had sufficed. He was sitting, I remember, on the bench before the bull, his hands crossed upon his stick, and his chin resting upon his hands. "Peter," he had answered, regarding me with a terrible eye, "Peter, I be disapp'inted in ye." But upon rising, he had rapped loudly upon his snuff-box, and hobbled stiffly away. And that ended the matter, so far as I was concerned, though, to be sure, Simon had interceded in my behalf with no better success, and thus I was still left wondering. One day, however, as George and I were hard at work, I became aware of some one standing in the doorway behind me, but at first paid no heed, for it was become the custom for folk to come to look at the man who lived all alone in the haunted cottage, so, as I say, I worked on heedlessly. "Peter," said a voice at last, and, turning, I beheld the old man leaning upon his stick, and regarding me beneath his lowered brows. "Why, Ancient!" I exclaimed, and held out my hand. But he checked me with a gesture, and fumblingly took out his snuff-box. "Peter," said he, fixing me with his eye, "were it a Scotchman, or were it not?" "Why, to be sure it was," I answered, "a Scotch piper, as I told you, and—" "Peter," said the Ancient, tapping his snuff-box, "it weren't no ghost, then, eh or no?" "No," said I, "nothing but a—" "Peter," said the Ancient, nodding solemnly, "Peter, I hate ye!" And, turning sharp about, he tottered away upon his stick. "So that's it," said I, staring after the old man's retreating figure.
"Why, you see,"
said George, somewhat diffidently,
"you see, Peter, Gaffer be so old, and all his friends be dead, and he've come to look on this here ghost as belonging to him almost. Loves to sit and tell about it, he do. It be all he've got left to live for, as you might say. And now you've been and gone, and said as there bean't no ghost arter all, do you see?"
"Ah, yes, I see," I nodded, "I see. But you don't still believe in this ghost, do you, George?"
"No, not exactly,"
answered George, hesitating upon the word.
"I can't say as I believe exactly, and yet, Lord, how should I know?"
"Then you do still believe in the ghost?"
"Why, you see, Peter, we do know as a man hung himself there, 'cause Gaffer found him. Likewise, I've heard it scream. But as for believing in it, since you say contrariwise, why, how should I know?"
But why should I deny it, George? Why should I tell you all of a Scotsman?"
"Why, you see, Peter,"
said George, in his heavy way,
"you be such a strange sort of chap."
"George," said I, "let us get back to work." Yet in a little while I set aside the hammer, and turned to the door.
"Peter, wheer be goin'?"
"To try and make my peace with the Ancient," I answered, and forthwith crossed the road to the Bull. But with my foot on the step I paused, arrested by the sound of voices and laughter within the tap, and loudest of all was the voice of the pseudo-blacksmith, Job.
"If I were only a bit younger,"
the Ancient was saying. Now, peeping in through the casement, a glance at his dejected attitude, and the blatant bearing of the others, explained to me the situation then and there.
"Ah, but you ain't,"
retorted Old Amos.
"You am a old man, and getting older with every tick of the clock, you be, and getting mazed like with years."
"Haw, haw!" laughed Job and the 5 or 6 others.
"Oh, you, Job, if my boy Simon were there, he'd pitch you out into the road, so he would, same as Black George done,"
quavered the Ancient.
"P'raps, Gaffer, p'raps," returned Job, "but I says again, I believe what Peter says, and I don't believe there never was no ghost at all." "Hey, lad, but I tell ye there was. I seed un," cried the old man eagerly. "Seed un with these 2 eyes, many's the time. You, Joel Amos, You've heard en a moanin' and a groanin'. You believe as I seed en now, don't ye now? Come!" "Hee hee!" chuckled Old Amos. "I don't know if I do, Gaffer. You see, you am getting that old." "But I did. Oh, you chaps, I tell ye I did." "You am getting old, Gaffer," repeated Amos, dwelling upon the theme with great unction. "Very, very old." "But so strong as a bull I be," added the Ancient, trying manfully to steady the quaver in his voice. "Ho, ho!" laughed Job and the others, while Old Amos chuckled shrilly again. "But I tell ye I did see un, and I seed un plain as plain," quavered the Ancient in sudden distress. "Old Nick it were, wi' 'orns and a tail." "Why, Peter told us 'twere only a Scottish man wi' a bagpipe," returned Job. "Ay, for sure," nodded Old Amos, "so he did." "A lie it be, a lie!" cried the Ancient. "'Twere Old Nick. I see un, plain as I see you." "Why, ye see, you am getting dreadful old and helpless, Gaffer," chuckled Old Amos again, "and your eyes plays tricks with ye." "Ah, to be sure they do," added Job, whereupon Old Amos chuckled so much that he was taken by a violent fit of coughing. "Oh, you chaps, you as I've seen growed up from babbies, aren't there one of ye to take a old man's word and believe as I seen un?" The cracked old voice sounded more broken than usual, and I saw a tear crawling slowly down the Ancient's furrowed cheek. Nobody answered, and there fell a silence broken only by the shuffle and scrape of heavy boots, and the setting down of tankards. "Why, you see, Gaffer," said Job at last, "there's been a lot of talk of this here ghost, and some has even said as they 'eard it, but come to think on it, nobody's never laid eyes on it but you, so—" "There you were wrong, my fellow," said I, stepping into the room. "I also have seen it." "You!" exclaimed Job, while half a dozen pairs of eyes stared at me in slow wonderment. "Certainly I have." "But you said it were a Scotchman, wi' a bagpipe. I heerd ye, we all did." "And believed it, like fools." "Peter!" cried the Ancient, rising up out of his chair. "Peter! D'ye mean it?" "To be sure I do." "D'ye mean it were a ghost, Peter, do 'ee?"
"Why, of course it was," I nodded. "A ghost, or the devil himself, hoof, horns, tail, and all, to say nothing of the fire and brimstone."
"Peter,"
said the Ancient, straightening his bent old back proudly.
"Oh, Peter, tell him I'm a man of truth, and no liar. You tell him, Peter."
"Oh, they know that," said I. "They know it without my telling them, Ancient."
"But,"
said Job, staring at me aghast,
"d'ye mean to say as you live in a place as is haunted by the devil hisself?" "Oh, Lord bless ye!"
cried the old man, laying his hand upon my arm.
"Peter don't mind Old Nick no more'n I do. Peter aren't afraid of him, 'cause why? 'Cause he have a clean heart, have Peter. You don't mind Old Nick, do 'ee, lad?"
"Not in the least," said I, whereupon those nearest instinctively shrank farther from me, while Old Amos rose and shuffled towards the door.
"I've heerd of folk selling theirselves to the devil afore now,"
said he.
"You be a danged fool, Joe Amos!"
exclaimed the Ancient angrily.
"Fool or no, I never see a chap with such a tur'ble dark-looking face afore, and with such eyes, so black and sharp and piercin' as needles, they be. Ah! Goes through a man like two gimblets, they do."
Now, as he spoke, Old Amos stretched out one arm toward me with his first and second fingers crossed, which fingers he now opened wide apart, making what I believe is called the horns, and an infallible safeguard against this particular form of evil.
"It's the evil eye,"
said he in a half-whisper.
"The evil eye!"
And, turning about, betook himself away. One by one the others followed, and as they passed me, each man averted his eyes, and I saw that each had his fingers crossed. So it came to pass that I was, thenceforward, regarded askance, if not openly avoided, by the whole village, with the exception of Simon and the Ancient, as one in league with the devil, and possessed of the evil eye. Chapter 31, in which Donald bids me farewell. Halcyon days, my masters,
happy, carefree, halcyon days, to waken to the glory of a summer's morning, and shaking off dull sleep, like a mantle, to stride out into a world all green and gold, breathing a fragrant air laden with sweet, earthy smells, to plunge within the clear, cool waters of the brook whose magic seemed to fill one's blood with added life and lust of living. Anon, with gargantuan appetite, to sit and eat until even Donald would fall a-marvelling, and so through shady coppice and sunny meadow, betimes to work. Halcyon days, my masters, happy, carefree, halcyon days, with the ringing hammers, the dancing sparks mounting upon the smoke, the sweat, the toil, yet all lightened with laugh, and song, and good fellowship. And then, the labour done, the fire dead, Black George to his lonely cottage, and I to the Bull, there to sit between Simon and the Ancient, waited upon by the dexterous hands of sweet-eyed Prudence. What mighty rounds of juicy beef washed down by draughts of good brown ale! What pies and puddings prepared by those same slender, dexterous hands! And later, pipe in mouth, what grave discussions upon men and things, peace and war, the dead and the living, the rise and fall of nations, and Simon's new litter of pigs. At last, the good night being said, Homer through the twilit lanes, often pausing to look upon the shadowy woods, to watch some star, or hearken to the mournful note of a night-jar, soft with distance. What wonder if, at this time, my earlier dreams and ambitions faded from my ken? What wonder that Petronius Arbiter, and the jolly Sieur de Brantôme, lay neglected in my dusty knapsack? Go to, Petronius, go to! How stale, flat, and unprofitable were all thy vaunted pleasures, compared with mine! Alas, for thy noble intellect draggled in the mire to pander to an imperial swine, and for all thy power and wise statecraft which yet could not save thee from untimely death. O thou, Brantôme! Old gossip, with all thy scandalous stories of ladies, always and ever très belle et fort honnête, couldst not find time among them all to note the glories of the world wherein they lived, and moved, and had their fort honnête being. But let it not be thought my leisure hours were passed in idle dreaming and luxurious ease. On the contrary, I had, with much ado, rethatched the broken roof of my cottage as well as I might, mended the chimney, fitted glass to the casements, and a new door upon its hinges. This last was somewhat clumsily contrived, I grant you, and of a vasty strength, quite unnecessary. Yet a very excellent door I considered it, nevertheless. Having thus rendered my cottage weather-proof, I next turned my attention to furnishing it, to which end I, in turn, and with infinite labour, constructed a bedstead, 2 elbow-chairs, and a table, all to the profound disgust of Donald, who would by no means abide the rasp of my saw, so that, reaching for his pipes, he would fill the air with eldritch shrieks and groans, or drown me in a torrent of martial melody. It was about this time, that is to say, my second bedstead was nearing completion, and I was seriously considering the building of a press with cupboards to hold my crockery, also a shelf for my books, when, chancing to return home somewhat earlier than usual, I was surprised to see Donald sitting upon the bench I had set up beside the door, polishing the buckles of that identical pair of square-toed shoes that had once so piqued my curiosity. As I approached, he rose, and came to meet me with the brogues in his hand. "Man, Peter," said he, "I maun just be gangin'." "Going?" I repeated. "Going where?" "Back to Glenure. The year's a'most up, ye ken, and I wadna hae my brither Alan afore me with the lassie, forby he's an unco braw and sonsy man, ye ken, and a lassie's mind is aye a kittle thing." "True," I answered. What little I know of woman would lead me to suppose so. And yet, heaven knows, I shall be sorry to lose you, Donald. "Eh, I ken that fine, and ye'll be unco lonesome without me and the pipes, I'm thinking?" "Very." Peter, man, if it wasna for the lassie, I'd no hae the heart to leave ye. You'll no be forgetting the Woolly Walrus lament?" "Oh, never," said I. "Oh, man, Peter, it's in my mind you'll no hear sic piping again, forby there's nae man, Highlander nor Lowlander, has juist the trick o' the warblers like me, and it's no verra like we shall e'er meet again i' this warld, man, Peter. But I'll aye think o' ye, away there in Glenure, when I play the Woolly Walrus bit tune. I'll aye think o' ye, Peter, man." After this we stood awhile, staring past each other into the deepening shadows. "Peter," said he at last, "it's no a very genteel present to be making ye, I doot," and he held up the battered shoes. "They're unco worn, and with a clout here and there, you'll notice, but the buckles are good siller, and hae naething else to give ye. Man, but it's many a weary mile I've marched in these at the head of the 92nd, and it's mony a stark fight they've been through. Vittoria, Salamanca, Talavera, tae Quatre Bras, and Waterloo. Tak 'em, Peter, tak 'em, to mind ye sometimes o' Donald Stewart. And now, give us a grip o' your hand. Good keep ye, Peter, man." So saying, he thrust the brogues upon me, caught and squeezed my hand, and, turning sharp about, strode away through the shadows, his kilt swaying, and tartan streaming gallantly. And presently I went and sat me down upon the bench beside the door, with the war-worn shoes upon my knee. Suddenly, as I sat there, faint and fainter with distance, and unutterably sad, came the slow, sweet music of Donald's pipes playing the Wallace Lament. Softly the melody rose and fell, until it died away in one long-drawn, wailing note. Now, as it ended, I rose, and uncovered my head, for I knew this was Donald's last farewell. Much more I might have told of this strange yet lovable man, who was by turns the scarred soldier, full of stirring tales of camp and battlefield, the mischievous child delighting in tricks and rogueries of all sorts, and the stately Highland gentleman. Many wild legends he told me of his native glens, with strange tales of the second sight, but here, perforce, must be no place for such. So here, then, I leave Donald, and hurry on with my narrative. End of Section 12.
Section 13 of The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Leader. Book 1, Chapter 32, in which this first book begins to draw to a close. Strike, ding, ding, strike, ding, ding, the iron glows, and loveth good blows, as fire doth bellows, strike, ding, ding. Out beyond the smithy door, a solitary star twinkles low down in the night sky, like some great jewel. But we have no time for star-gazing, Black George and I, for tonight we are at work on the old church screen, which must be finished tomorrow. And so the bellows roar hoarsely, the hammers clang, and the sparks fly, while the sooty face of Black George, now in shadow, now illumed by the fire, seems like the face of some fire god or salamander. In the corner, perched securely out of reach of stray sparks, sits the Ancient, snuff-box in hand, as usual. To my mind, a forge is at its best by night, for in the red, fiery glow, the blackened walls, the shining anvil, and the smith himself, bare-armed and bare of chest, are all magically transfigured, while, in the hush of night, the drone of the bellows sounds more impressive, the stroke of the hammers more sonorous and musical, and the flying sparks mark plainly their individual courses ere they vanish. I stand, feet well apart, and swing the great sledge to whose diapason George's hand-hammer beats a tinkling melody, coming in after each stroke with a ring and clash exact and true, as is, and has been, the way of masters of the smithing craft all the world over from time immemorial. "George," said I, during a momentary lull, leaning my hands upon the long hammer shaft, "you don't sing."
"No, Peter."
"And why not?"
"I think, Peter."
"But surely you can both think and sing, George?"
"Not always, Peter."
"What's your trouble, George?"
"No trouble, Peter,"
said he, above the roar of the bellows. "Then sing, George."
"Ay, George, sing,"
nodded the Ancient.
"'Tis a poor art as never rejoices, and that's i' the Scriptures, so sing, George."
George did not answer, but, with a turn of his mighty wrist, drew the glowing iron from the fire. And once more the sparks fly, the air is full of the clink of hammers, and the deep-throated song of the anvil, in which even the Ancient joins, in a voice somewhat quavery, and generally a note or two behind, but with great gusto, and good-will notwithstanding.
Strike, ding, ding, strike, ding, ding.
In the middle of which I was aware of one entering to us, and presently, turning round, espied Prudence with a great basket on her arm. Hereupon hammers were thrown aside, and we straightened our backs, for in that basket was our supper. Very fair and sweet Prudence looked, lithe and vigorous, and straight as a young poplar, with her shining black hair curling into little tight rings about her ears, and with great shy eyes, and red mouth. Surely a man might seek very far ere he found such another maid as this brown-cheeked, black-eyed village beauty. "Good evening, Mr. Peter," said she, dropping me a courtesy with a grace that could not have been surpassed by any duchess in the land. But as for poor George, she did not even notice him, neither did he raise his curly head nor glance toward her. "You come just when you are most needed, Prudence," said I, relieving her of the heavy basket, "for here be 2 hungry men."
"3,"
broke in the Ancient.
"So hungry as a lion I be."
3 hungry men, Prudence, who have been hearkening for your step this half hour and more," quoth Prudence shyly.
"For the sake of my basket?" "Ay, for sure,"
croaked the Ancient.
"So ravenous as a tiger I be."
"No," said I, shaking my head. "Basket or no basket, you are equally welcome, Prudence. How say you, George?" But George only mumbled in his beard. The Ancient and I now set to work putting up an extemporized table, but as for George, he stood staring down moodily into the yet glowing embers of the forge. Having put up the table, I crossed to where Prudence was busy unpacking her basket. "Prudence," said I, "are you still at odds with George?" Prudence nodded. "But," said I, "he is such a splendid fellow. His outburst the other day was quite natural, under the circumstances. Surely you can forgive him, Prudence?"
"There be more nor that betwixt us, Mr. Peter,"
sighed Prue.
"'Tis his drinking. 6 months ago he promised me never to touch another drop, and he broke his word with me."
"But surely good ale in moderation will harm no man, nay, on the contrary—"
"But George bean't like other men, Mr. Peter."
"No, he is much bigger and stronger," said I, "and I never saw a handsomer fellow."
"Yes,"
nodded the girl,
"so strong as a giant, and so weak as a little child."
"Indeed, Prudence," said I, leaning nearer to her in my earnestness, "I think you are a little unjust to him. So far as I know him, George is anything but weak-minded, or liable to be led into anything." Hearing the Ancient chuckle gleefully, I glanced up to find him nodding and winking to Black George, who stood with folded arms and bent head, watching us from beneath his brows, and as his eyes met mine, I thought they gleamed strangely in the firelight.
"Come, Prue,"
said the Ancient, bustling forward.
"Table's ready. Let's sit down and eat. Faintin' and famishing away I be."
So we presently sat down, all 3 of us, while Prudence carved and supplied our wants, as only Prudence could. And after a while, our hunger being appeased, I took out my pipe, as did the Ancient and George theirs likewise, and together we filled them, slowly and carefully, as pipes should be filled, while Prudence folded a long paper spill wherewith to light them, the which she proceeded to do, beginning at her father's churchwarden. Now, while she was lighting mine, Black George suddenly rose, and, crossing to the forge, took thence a glowing coal with the tongs, thus doing the office for himself. All at once I saw Prue's hand was trembling, and the spill was dropped, or ever my tobacco was well alight. Then she turned swiftly away, and began replacing the plates and knives and forks in her basket.
"Be you a-goin', Prue?"
inquired the Ancient mumblingly, for his pipe was in full blast.
"Yes, grandfer." "Then tell Simon as I'll be along in half an hour or so, will ye, lass?"
"Yes, grandfer," always with her back to us.
"Then kiss your old grandfather as loves ye, and means for to see ye well bestowed and wed one of these fine days."
Prudence stooped, and pressed her flesh, red lips to his wrinkled old cheek, and, catching up her basket, turned to the door, yet not so quickly but that I had caught the gleam of tears beneath her lashes. Black George half rose from his seat, and stretched out his hand towards her burden, then sat down again as, with a hasty
"Good night,"
she vanished through the yawning doorway, and sitting there we listened to her quick, light footstep cross the road to the Bull.
"She'll make some man a fine wife some day,"
exclaimed the Ancient, blowing out a cloud of smoke.
"Ay, she'll make some man as fine a wife as ever was, some day."
"You speak my very thought, Ancient," said I. "She will indeed. What do you think, George?" But George's answer was to choke suddenly, and thereafter to fall a-coughing.
"Smoke go to wrong way, George?"
inquired the Ancient, fixing him with his bright eye. "Ay," nodded George.
"Ha!"
said the old man, and we smoked for a time in silence.
"So handsome as a pictur she be,"
said the Ancient suddenly. "She is fairer than any picture," said I impulsively, "and what is better still, her nature is as sweet and beautiful as her face." "How do you know that?" said George, turning sharply upon me. "My eyes and ears tell me so, as yours surely must have done long ago," I answered.
"Ye do think as she be a pretty lass, then, Peter?"
inquired the Ancient. "I think," said I, "that she is the prettiest lass I ever saw. Don't you think so, George?" But again George's only answer was to choke.
"Smoke again, George?"
inquired the Ancient. "Hey," said George, as before.
"'Tis a fine thing to be young,"
said the Ancient, after a somewhat lengthy pause, and with a wave of his long pipe-stem.
"A very fine thing."
"It is," said I, "though we generally realize it all too late." As for George, he went on smoking.
"When you are young,"
pursued the Ancient,
"you eats well and enjoys it. You sleeps well and enjoys it. Your legs is strong, your arms is strong, and you bean't afeard of nothin' nor nobody. Oh, life's a very fine thing when you're young, but youth's tur'ble quick a-goin'. The years roll slow at first, but gets quicker and quicker till one day you wakes to find you am an old man, and when you am old, the way gets very hard, and toilsome, and lonely."
"But there is always memory," said I.
"You am right there, Peter. So there be, so there be. Why, I be a old man, with more years than hairs on my head, and yet it seems but yesterday as I were a-holding on to my mother's skirt, and wondering how the moon got lighted. Life be very short, Peter, and while we have it, 'tis well to get all the happiness out of it we can."
"The wisest men of all ages preach the same," said I, "only they all disagreed as to how happiness was to be gained."
"More fools they,"
said the Ancient. "Eh?" I exclaimed, sitting up.
"More fools they,"
repeated the old man with a solemn nod. "Why, then, do you know how true happiness may be found?"
"To be sure I do, Peter."
"How?"
"By marriage, Peter, and hard work, and they always goes together."
"Marriage?" said I.
"Marriage as ever was, Peter."
"There I don't agree with you," said I.
"That,"
retorted the Ancient, stabbing at me with his pipe-stem,
"that's because you never was married, Peter."
"Marriage?" said I. "Marriage brings care and great responsibility, and trouble for oneself means trouble for others."
"What o' that?"
exclaimed the Ancient.
"'Tis Care and sponsibilities mak' the man, and if you marry a good wife, she'll share the burden with you, and ye'll find what seemed your troubles is a blessing after all. When sorrer comes, it is a sweet thing, oh, a very sweet thing, to have a woman to comfort you, and hold your hand in the dark hour, and there's no sympathy so tender as a woman's, Peter. Then, when you be old, like me, and full of years, it is a fine thing to have a son of your own, like Simon, and a granddaughter, like my Prue. It is worth having lived for, Peter, well worth it. It's a man's duty to marry, Peter, his duty to himself and the world. Don't the Bible say something about it not being good for a man to live alone? Every man as is a man should marry, the sooner the better.
But, said I, to every happy marriage there are scores of miserable ones.
'Cause why, Peter? 'Cause people is in too much a hurry to marry, as a rule. If a man marries a lass after knowing her a week, how is he going to know if she'll suit him all his days? Nohow, Peter, it aren't natural. Woman takes a lot of knowing. Marry in haste, and repent in leisure. That aren't in the Bible, but it ought to be.
And your own marriage was a truly happy one, Ancient?
Ah, that it were, Peter, happy as ever was. But then, you see, there was a providence in it. I were a fine young chap in them days, summat of your figure only bigger. Ah, a sight bigger. And I were sweet on several lassies, and won't say as they weren't sweet on me. 3 of 'em especially so. One was a tall, bouncing wench with blue eyes and golden hair, like sunshine it were. But it weren't meant as I should buckle up with her.
Why not?
'Cause it so happened as she married someone else.
And the second?
The second were a fine, pretty maid too, but I couldn't marry she.
Why?
'Cause, Peter, she went and took and died afore I could ax her.
And the third you married?
No, Peter. Though it come to the same thing in the end. She married I. You see, though I were always at her beck and call, I could never pluck the courage to up and ax her right out. So things went on for a year or so, maybe, till one day she were making apple dumplings, Peter. "Martin," says she, looking at me sideways out of her black eyes, just like Prue's they were. "Martin," she says, "you am uncommon fond of apple dumplings?" "For sure," says I, which I were, Peter. "Martin," says she, "shouldn't you like to eat 'em whenever you wanted to, at your very own table, in a cottage o' your own?" "Ah, if you'd make 'em," says I, sharp like, "I would if you'd ax me, Martin," says she.
And so we was married, Peter.
And as you see, there was a providence in it, for if the first one hadn't married someone else, and the second hadn't died, I might have married one of they, and repented it all my days. For I were young then, and foolish, Peter, foolish."
So saying, the Ancient rose, sighing, and knocked the ashes from his pipe.
"Talking about Prue,"
said he, taking up his hat and removing his snuff-box therefrom, ere he set it upon his head.
"Talking about Prue,"
he repeated, with a pinch of snuff at his nostrils.
"Well?"
The words seemed shot out of George involuntarily.
"Talking about Prue,"
said the Ancient again, glancing at each of us in turn.
"There were some folks as used to think she were sweet on George there, but I, being her lawful grandfeyther, knowed different, didn't I, George?"
"Hey!"
nodded the smith.
"Many's the time I've said to you a-sitting in this very corner, 'George,' I've said, 'mark my words, George, if ever my Prue does marry someone, which she will, that there someone won't be you.' Them be my very words, bean't they, George?"
"Your very words, Gaffer,"
nodded George.
"Well then,"
continued the old man,
"here's what I was a-comin' to. Prue's been and fell in love with someone at last."
Black George's pipe shivered to fragments on the floor, and as he leaned forward I saw that his great hands were tightly clenched.
"Gaffer," said he in a strangled voice, "what do 'ee mean?"
"I means what I says, Jarge."
"How do 'ee know?"
"Bean't I the lass's grandfeyther?"
"Be sure, Gaffer? Quite sure?"
Sartin sure.
"Twice this week, and once the week afore, she forgot to put any salt in the soup."
"And that speaks volumes, Jarge, volumes."
Here, having replaced his snuff-box, the Ancient put on his hat, nodded, and hobbled away. As for Black George, he sat there, staring blindly before him long after the tapping of the Ancient's stick had died away. Nor did he heed me when I spoke, wherefore I laid my hand upon his shoulder. "Come, George," said I. "Another hour and the screen will be finished." He started, and, drawing from my hand, looked up at me very strangely.
"No, Peter,"
he mumbled,
"I aren't a-goin' to work no more to-night."
And as he spoke he rose to his feet. "What, are you going?" said I, as he crossed to the door.
I'm a-goin'."
Now, as he went towards his cottage, I saw him reel and stagger like a drunken man.
Chapter 33, in which we draw yet nearer to the end of this first book. It is not my intention to chronicle all those minor happenings that befell me, now or afterward, lest this history prove wearisome to the reader, on the which head I begin to entertain grave doubts already. Suffice it then that as the days grew into weeks, and the weeks into months, by perseverance I became reasonably expert at my trade, so that, some 2 months after my meeting with Black George, I could shoe a horse with any smith in the country. But more than this, the people with whom I associated day by day, honest, loyal, and simple-hearted as they were, contented with their lot, and receiving all things so unquestioningly and thankfully, filled my life, and brought a great calm to a mind that had hitherto been somewhat self-centred and troubled by pessimistic doubts and fantastic dreams culled from musty pages. What book is there to compare with the great Book of Life, whose pages are forever a-turning, wherein are marvels and wonders undreamed, things to weep over, and some few to laugh at, if one but has eyes in one's head to see withal? To walk through the whispering cornfields, or the long green alleys of the hop gardens with Simon, who combines innkeeping with farming, to hear him tell of fruit and flower, of bird and beast, is better than to read the Georgics of Virgil. To sit in the sunshine and watch the Ancient, pipe in mouth, to hearken to his animadversions upon life and death and humanity, is better than the cynical wit of Rochefoucauld, or a page out of honest old Montaigne. To see the proud poise of sweet Prue's averted head, and the tender look in her eyes when George is near, and the surge of the mighty chest and the tremble of the strong man's hand at the sound of her light footfall, is more enthralling than any written romance, old or new. In regard to these latter, I began at this time to contrive schemes and to plot plots for bringing them together, to bridge over the difficulty which separated them, for, being happy, I would fain see them happy also. Now how I succeeded in this self-imposed task, the reader, if he trouble to read far enough, shall see for himself. "George," said I on a certain Saturday morning, as I washed the grime from my face and hands, "are you going to the fair this afternoon?"
"No, Peter, I aren't."
"But Prudence is going," said I, drying myself vigorously upon the towel.
"And how?"
inquired the smith, bending in turn above the bucket in which we performed our ablutions.
"And how might you know that, Peter?"
"Because she told me so."
"Told you so, did she?"
said George, and immediately plunged his head into the bucket. "She did," I answered.
"And supposin',"
said George, coming up very red in the face, and with the water streaming from his sodden curls,
"supposin' she is goin' to the fair, what's that to me?"
I don't care wheer she comes, no, nor wheer she goes, neither." And he shook the water from him as a dog might. "Are you quite sure, George?" "Ah, sartin sure. I've been sure of it now ever since she called me—"
"Oh, pooh! Nonsense, man! She didn't mean it. Women, especially young ones, often say things they do not mean. At least, so I am given to understand."
"Eh, but she did mean it," said George, frowning and nodding his head. "But it ain't that, Peter, no, it aren't that. It's the knowin' as she spoke truth when she called me coward, and despisin' me for it in her heart. That's wheer it is, Peter."
"Oh, nevertheless, I'm sure she never meant it, George."
"Then let her come and tell me so."
"I don't think she'll do that," said I.
"No more do I, Peter."
Saying which he fell to work with the towel, even as I had done. "George," said I after a silence.
"Well, Peter?"
"Has it ever struck you that Prudence is an uncommonly handsome girl?"
"To be sure it has, Peter. I were blind else."
"And that other men may see this too?"
"Well, Peter?"
"And some one even tell her so?" His answer was a long time coming, but come it did at last.
"Well, Peter?"
"And ask her to marry him, George." This time he was silent so long that I had tied my neckerchief and drawn on my coat ere he spoke, very heavily and slowly, and without looking at me.
"Why then, Peter, let him. I've told 'ee afore, I don't care wheer she comes nor wheer she goes, but she bean't nothin' to me no more nor I to she. If so be some man is a mind to ax her for hisself, all open and above board, I say again, let him. And now, let's talk o' summat else."
"Willingly. There's to be boxing, and single stick, and wrestling at the fair, I understand."
"Eh?"
"And they tell me there is a famous wrestler coming all the way from Cornwall to wrestle the best man for 10 guineas."
"Eh, so there be."
"Well?"
"Well, Peter?"
"They were talking about it at the Bull last night."
"The Bull? To be sure. You was at the Bull last night. Well?"
"They were saying that you are a mighty wrestler, George, that you were the only man in these parts who could stand up to this Cornishman."
"Eh, I can wrastle a bit, Peter,"
he replied, speaking in the same heavy, listless manner.
"What then?"
"Why then, George, get your coat, and let's be off."
"Wheer to?"
"The fair." Black George shook his head. "What, you won't?"
"No, Peter."
"And why not?"
"Because I aren't got the mind to. Because I aren't never goin' to wrestle no more, Peter, so theer's an end on it."
Yet in the doorway I paused and looked back. "George?"
"Peter?"
"Won't you come? For friendship's sake." Black George picked up his coat, looked at it, and put it down again.
"No, Peter."
Section 13. Section 14 of The Broad Highway, by Jeffery Farnol. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Leader. Book 1, Chapter 34, which describes sundry happenings at the fair, and ends this first book.
"I say, young cove, where are you a-pushin' of?"
The speaker was a very tall individual, whose sharp-pointed elbow had, more than once, obtruded itself into my ribs. He was extremely thin and bony, with a long, drooping nose set very much to one side, and was possessed of a remarkable pair of eyes, that is to say, one eyelid hung continually lower than the other, thus lending to his otherwise sinister face an air of droll and unexpected waggery that was quite startling to behold. All about us were jostling throngs of men and women in snowy smock frocks, and holiday gowns, who pushed, or were pushed, laughed, or frowned, according to their several natures, while above the merry hubbub rose the blare of trumpets, the braying of horns, and the crash and rattle of drums. In a word, I was in the middle of an English country fair.
"Now then, young cove," repeated the man I have alluded to, "where are you a-pushing of? Don't do it again, or mind your eye."
And saying this, he glared balefully at me with one eye, and leered jocosely with the other, and into my ribs came his elbow again. "You seem to be able to do something in that way yourself," I retorted.
"Oh, do I?"
"Yes," said I. "Suppose you take your elbow out of my waistcoat."
"Elber?" repeated the man. "What do you mean by elber?"
"This," said I, catching his arm in no very gentle grip.
"If it's a fight you're wantin',"
begged the man. "It isn't," said I.
"then let go my arm."
"Then keep your elbow to yourself."
"Cod! I never see such a hot-headed cove."
"Nor I a more bad-tempered one." This altercation had taken place as we swayed to and fro in the crowd, from which we now slowly won free, owing chiefly to the dexterous use of the man's bony elbows, until we presently found ourselves in a veritable jungle of carts and wagons of all kinds and sorts, where we stopped, facing each other.
"I'm inclined to think, young cove, as you'd be short-tempered if you'd been shied at by your fellow men from your youth up," said the man.
"What do you mean by shied at?"
"What I says. Some professions is easy, and some is hard, like mine."
"And what is yours?"
"I'm a professional Sambo."
"A what?"
"Well, a niggerhead, then. Blacks me face, sticks my head through a hole, and lets 'em shy at me, 3 shies a penny. Them as hits me gets a cigar, a big un, them as don't.
"Yours is a very unpleasant profession," said I.
"A man must live."
"But," said I, "supposing you get hit?"
"Them as hits me gets a cigar."
"Doesn't it hurt you?"
"Oh, you gets used to it, though to be sure they don't hit me very often, or it would be a loss. Cigars is expensive, leastways, they cost money."
"But surely a wooden image would serve your turn just as well."
"A wooden image!"
exclaimed the man disgustedly.
"James, you must be a fool, you must. Who wants to throw at a wooden image? You can't hurt a wooden image, can you? If you throwed Evans hard at a wooden image, that there wooden image wouldn't flinch, would it? When a man throws at anything, he likes to hit it. That's human. And when he hits it, he likes to see it flinch. That's human too. And when it flinches, why, he rubs his hands and takes another shot. And that's the humanest of all. So you see, young cove, you're a fool with your wooden image."
Now, as he ended, I stooped very suddenly, and caught hold of his wrist, and then I saw that he held my purse in his hands. It was a large hand with bony knuckles, and very long fingers, upon one of which was a battered ring. He attempted, at first, to free himself of my grip, but, finding this useless, stood glowering at me with one eye and leering with the other.
"Ha!"
said I.
"Hullo!"
said he.
"A purse!" said I. "Why, so it is," he nodded. "Leastways, it looks uncommonly like one, don't it?"
"What's more, it looks like mine."
"Does it?"
"I could swear to it anywhere."
"Could you?" "I could." "Then perhaps you'd better take it, young cove, and very welcome, I'm sure."
"So you've been picking my pocket?" said I.
"Never picked a pocket in my life. Should scorn to."
I put away my recovered property, and straightway shifted my grip to the fellow's collar. "Now," said I, "come on."
"Why, what are you a-doing of?"
"What does one generally do with a pickpocket?" But I had hardly uttered the words, when, with a sudden cunning twist, he broke my hold, and, my foot catching in a guy rope, I tripped, and fell heavily, and ere I could rise he had made good his escape. I got to my feet, somewhat shaken by the fall, yet congratulating myself on the recovery of my purse, and, threading my way among the tents, was soon back among the crowds. Here were circuses and shows of all kinds, where one might behold divers strange beasts, the usual fat woman and skeleton men (who ever heard of the order being reversed?), and before the shows were fellows variously attired, but each being purplish of visage, and each possessing the lungs of a stentor, more especially one, a round-bellied, bottle-nosed fellow in a white hat, who alternately roared and beat upon a drum. A red-haired man was he, with a fiery eye, which eye, chancing to single me out in the crowd, fixed itself pertinaciously upon me, thenceforth, so that he seemed to address himself exclusively to me, thus: "All my stars, young man!" Bang goes the drum. "The wonderful, wild, airy, and savage man from Bon Hula has eat snakes alive, and dresses hisself into sheeny serpents. Oh, my eye! Step up, young man!" Bang! Likewise the astonishing and beautiful Lady Polinolati, as will swaller swords, sabres, bayonets, also chewing up glass and bottles quicker than you can wink, young man. Bang! Not to mention Catamaplosus, the fire fiend, what burns hisself with red-hot irons, and likes it, drinks liquid fire with gusto, playfully spitting forth the same, together with flame and sulphurous smoke, and all for 6pence, young man. Bang! Oh, my stars! Step up, young man! And all for a tanner. Bang! Presently, his eye being off me for the moment, I edged my way out of the throng, and so came to where a man stood mounted upon a cart. Beside him was a fellow in a clown's habit, who blew loudly 3 times upon a trumpet, which done, the man took off his hat and began to harangue the crowd, something in this wise: "I come before you, ladies and gentlemen, not for vulgar gain, or as I might say, kudos, which is Italian for the same, not to put my hands into your pockets, and rifle 'em of your honestly earned money. No, I come before you for the good of each one of you, for the easing of suffering mankind, as I might say, the amelioration of stricken humanity. In a word, I am here to introduce to you what I call my elixir anthropos. Anthropos, ladies and gentlemen, is an old and very ancient Egyptian word, meaning man, or woman, for that matter," etc. During this exordium I had noticed a venerable man in a fine blue surtout and a wide-brimmed hat, who sat upon the shaft of a cart and puffed slowly at a great pipe, and, as he puffed, he listened intently to the quack-salver's address, and from time to time his eyes would twinkle and his lips curve in an ironic smile. The cart, upon the shaft of which he sat, stood close to a very small, dirty, and disreputable-looking tent, towards which the old gentleman's back was turned. Now, as I watched, I saw the point of a knife gleam through the dirty canvas, which, vanishing, gave place to a hand protruded through the slit thus made, a very large hand with bony knuckles, and long fingers, upon one of which was a battered ring. For an instant the hand hovered undecidedly, then darted forward. The long skirts of the old gentleman's coat hardly stirred, yet, even as I watched, I saw the hand vanish with a fat purse in its clutches. Skirting the tent, I came round to the opening, and, stooping, peered cautiously inside. There, sure enough, was my pickpocket, gazing intently into the open purse, and chuckling as he gazed. Then he slipped it into his pocket, and out he came, where I immediately pinned him by the neckerchief. And after a while, finding he could not again break my hold, he lay still beneath me, panting, and, as he lay, his one eye glared more balefully, and his other leered more waggishly than ever, as I, thrusting my hand into his pocket, took thence the purse, and transferred it to my own.
"Halves, mate," he panted, "halves, and we'll cry quits."
"By no means," said I, rising to my feet, but keeping my grip upon him.
"Then what's your game?"
"I intend to hand you over as a pickpocket."
"That means transportation,"
said he, wiping the blood from his face, for the struggle, though short, had been sharp enough. "Well?" said I.
"It'll go hard with that babby."
"Baby!" I exclaimed.
"Ah, or the hinfant, if you like it better. One as I found in a shawl, a-laying on the steps o' my van one night, sleeping like a alderman, and it were snowing too."
"Yet you are a thief."
"We calls it faking."
"And ought to be given up to the authorities."
"And who's to look after the baby?"
"Are you married?"
"No."
"Where is the baby?"
"In my van."
"And where is that?"
"Yonder."
And he pointed to a gaily painted caravan that stood near by.
"He's asleep now, but if you'd like to take a peep at him—"
"I should," said I. Whereupon the fellow led me to his van, and, following him up the steps, I entered a place which, though confined, was wonderfully neat and clean, with curtains at the open windows, a rug upon the floor, and an ornamental brass lamp pendant from the roof. At the far end was a bed, or rather berth, curtained with chintz, and upon this bed, his chubby face pillowed upon a dimpled fist, lay a very small man indeed. And looking up from him to the very large, bony man, bending over him, I surprised a look upon the hardened face, a tenderness that seemed very much out of place.
"Nice and fat, ain't he?"
said the man, touching the baby's apple-like cheek with a grimy finger. "Yes."
"Ah, and so he should be, James, but you should see him eat. A alderman's nothing to Lewis. I calls him Lewis, for 'twere at Lewisham I found him, on a Christmas Eve. Snowing it was, but, by James, it didn't bother him, not a bit."
"And why did you keep him? There was the parish."
"Parish!"
repeated the man bitterly.
"I were brought up by the parish myself, and a nice job they made of me."
"Don't you find him a great trouble?"
"Trouble!"
exclaimed the man.
"Lewis ain't no trouble, not a bit, never was, and he's great company when I'm on the move from one town to another, learning to talk already."
"Now," said I, when he had descended from the van, "I propose to return this purse to the owner, if he is to be found; if not, I shall hand it to the proper authorities."
"Walker!"
exclaimed the man. "You shall yourself witness the restitution," said I, unheeding his remark, "after which—"
"Well?"
said he, glancing back toward his caravan, and moistening his lips as I tightened my grip upon his arm.
"What about me?"
"You can go, for Lewis's sake, if you will give me your word to live honestly henceforth."
"Oh, you have it, sir, I swear it, on the Bible if you like."
"Then let us seek the owner of this purse." So, coming in a while to where the quack doctor was still holding forth, there, yet seated upon the shaft of the cart, puffing at his great pipe, was the venerable man. At sight of him the pickpocket stopped and caught my arm.
"Come, master," said he, "come, you never mean to give up all that good money? There's 50 guineas, and more in that purse."
"All the more reason to return it," said I.
"No, don't go a-wasting good money like that. It's like throwing it away."
But shaking off the fellow's importunate hand, I approached and saluted the venerable man. "Sir," said I, "you have had your pocket picked." He turned, and regarded me with a pair of deep-set, very bright eyes, and blew a whiff of smoke slowly into the air.
"Sir," he replied, "I found that out 5 minutes ago."
"The fact seems to trouble you very little," said I.
"There, sir, being young, and judging exteriorly, you are wrong. There is recounted somewhere in the classics an altogether incredible story of a Spartan youth and a fox. The boy, with the animal hid beneath his cloak, preserved an unruffled demeanor despite the animal's tearing teeth, until he fell down and died. In the same way, young sir, no man can lose 50-odd guineas from his pocket and remain unaffected by the loss." "Then, sir," said I am happy to be able to return your purse to you." He took it, opened it, glanced over its contents, looked at me, took out 2 guineas, looked at me again, put the money back, closed the purse, and, dropping it into his pocket, bowed his acknowledgment. Having done which, he made room for me to sit beside him. "Sir," said he, chuckling, "hark to that lovely rascal in the cart yonder, hark to him! Galen was an ass, and Hippocrates a dunce, beside this fellow. Hark to him!" "There's nothing like Peel's," the quacksilver was saying at the top of his voice. "Place one upon the tip of the tongue, in this fashion, take a drink o' water, beer or wine, as the case may be, give a couple o' swallows, and there you are. Oh, there's a nothing in the world like pills, and there's a nothing like my elixir anthropos for coughs, colds, and the rheumatics, for sore throats, sore eyes, sore backs, good for the croup, measles, and chicken pox, a certain cure for dropsy, scurvy, and the king's evil. There's no disease or ailment discovered or invented as my pills won't soothe, heal, ameliorate, and charm away, and all I charge is 1 shilling a box. Hand 'em round, Jonas." Whereupon the fellow in the clown's dress, stepping down from the cart, began handing out the boxes of pills, and taking in the shillings as fast as he conveniently could. "A thriving trade," said my venerable companion. "It always has been, and always will, for humanity is a many-headed fool, and loves to be bamboozled. These honest folk are probably paying for bread pellets, compounded with a little soap, yet will go home, swallow them in all good faith, and think themselves a great deal better for them." "And therefore," said I, "probably derive as much benefit from them as from any drug yet discovered." "Young man," said my companion, giving me a sharp glance, "what do you mean?" "Plainly, sir, that a man who believes himself cured of a disease is surely on the high road to recovery." "But a belief in the efficacy of that rascal's bread pellets cannot make them anything but bread pellets." "No," said I, "but it may effect great things with the disease." "Young man, don't tell me that you are a believer in faith healing, and such like tomfoolery. Disease is a great and terrible reality, and must be met and overcome by a real means." "On the contrary, sir, may it not be rather the outcome of a preconceived idea, of a belief that has been held universally for many ages and generations of men? I do not deny disease, who could? But suffering and disease have been looked upon from the earliest days as punishments wrought out upon a man for his sins. Now may not the haunting fear of this retributive justice be greatly responsible for suffering and disease of all kinds, since the mind unquestionably reacts upon the body?" "Probably, sir, probably, but since disease is with us, how would you propose to remedy it?" "By disbelieving in it, by regarding it as something abnormal and utterly foreign to the divine order of things." "Pooh!" exclaimed my venerable companion. "Bah! Quite impracticable." "They say the same of the Sermon on the Mount, sir," I retorted. "Can a man, wasting away in a decline, discredit the fact that he is dying with every breath he draws?" Had you or I or any man the Christ power to teach him a disbelief in his sickness, then would he be hale and well. The great Physician healed all diseases thus, without the aid of drugs, seeking only to implant in the mind of each sufferer the knowledge that he was whole and sound, that is to say, a total disbelief in his malady. How many times do we read the words, "Thy faith hath made thee whole"? All he demanded of them was faith, or, as I say,
a disbelief in their disease. "Then the cures of Christ were not miracles?" "No more than any great and noble work is a miracle." "And do you," inquired my companion, removing his pipe from his lips, and staring at me very hard, "do you believe that Jesus Christ was the Son of God?" "Yes," said I, "in the same way that you and I are, and the quacksalver yonder." "But was he divine?" "Surely a mighty thinker, a great teacher whose hand points the higher way, whose words inspire humanity to nobler ends and aims, is, of necessity, divine." "You are a very bold young man, and talk, I think, a little wildly." "Heterodoxy has been styled so before, sir." "And a very young man." "That, sir, will be amended by time." Here, puffing at his pipe, and finding it gone out, he looked at me in surprise. "Remarkable!" said he. "What is, sir?" "While I listened to you, I have actually let my pipe go out, a thing which rarely happens with me." As he spoke, he thrust one hand into his pocket, when he glanced slowly round, and back once more to me. "Remarkable!" said he again. "What now, sir?" "My purse has gone again." "What, gone?" I ejaculated. "Vanished," said he, and, to prove his words, turned inside out, first one pocket and then the other. "Come with me," said I, springing up. "There is yet a chance that we may possibly recover it." Forthwith I led him to where had stood a certain gaily painted caravan, but it was gone, vanished as utterly as my companion's purse. "Most annoying!" said he, shaking his venerable head. "Really, most exasperating! I particularly wish to secure a sample of that fellow's pills. The collection of quack remedies is a fad of mine, as it is." "My purse is entirely at your disposal, sir," said I, "though, to be sure, a very—" But there I stopped, staring, in my turn, blankly at him. "Ha?" he exclaimed, his eyes twinkling. "Yes," I nodded, "the rascal made off with my purse also. We are companions in misfortune." "Then, as such, young sir, come and dine with me. My habitation is but a little way off." "Thank you, sir, but I am half expecting to meet with certain good friends of mine, though I am none the less honored by your offer." "So be it, young sir. Then permit me to wish you a very good day." And, touching the brim of his hat with the long stem of his pipe, the venerable man turned and left me. Howbeit, though I looked diligently on all hands, I saw nothing of Simon or the Ancient. Thus evening was falling, as, bending my steps homeward, I came to a part of the fair where drinking booths had been set up, and where they were preparing to roast an ox whole, as is the immemorial custom. Drinking was going on, with its usual accompaniment of boisterous merriment and rough horseplay, the vulgarity of which ever annoys me. 2 or 3 times I was rudely jostled as I made my way along, so that my temper was already something the worse, when, turning aside to avoid all this, I came full upon 2 fellows, well-to-do farmers by their look, who held a struggling girl between them, to each of whom I reached out a hand, and, gripping them firmly by their collars, brought their 2 heads together with a sounding crack. And then I saw that the girl was Prudence. Next moment we were running, hand in hand, with the 2 fellows roaring in pursuit. But Prudence was wonderfully fleet and light of foot, wherefore, doubling and turning among carts, tents, and booths, we had soon outstripped our pursuers, and rid ourselves of them altogether. In spite of which Prudence still ran on, till, catching her foot in some obstacle, she tripped, and would have fallen but for my arm. And looking down into her flushed face, glowing through the sweet disorder of her glossy curls, I could not but think how lovely she was. But, as I watched, the color fled from her cheeks, her eyes dilated, and she started away from me. Now turning hastily, I saw that we were standing close by a certain small, dirty, and disreputable-looking tent, the canvas of which had been slit with a knife, and my movement had been quick enough to enable me to see a face vanish through the canvas. And fleeting though the glimpse had been, yet, in the lowering brow, the baleful glare of the eye, and the set of the great jaw, I had seen death. And after we had walked on a while together, looking at Prue, I noticed that she trembled.
"Oh, Mr. Peter!" she whispered, glancing back over her shoulder. "Did you see?"
"Yes, Prudence, I saw." And speaking, I also glanced back towards the villainous little tent, and though the face appeared no more, I was aware, nevertheless, of a sudden misgiving that was almost like a foreboding of evil to come, for in those features, disfigured though they were with black rage and passion, I had recognized the face of Black George. A word to the reader. Remembering the very excellent advice of my friend the Tinker as to the writing of a good "novel," I am perturbed, and not a little discouraged, upon looking over these pages, to find that I have, as yet, described no desperate hand-to-hand encounters, no hair-breadth escapes, unless a bullet through one's hat may be justly so regarded, and, above all, not one word of love. You, sir, who have expectantly borne with me thus far, may be tempted to close the book in a huff, and, hurling it from you with a deep-voiced anathema, clap on your hat, and sally forth into the sunshine. Or you, madam, breathing a sigh o'er hopes deferred, may take up needle and silk, and turn you, once again, to that embroidery which has engaged your dainty fingers this 12-month and more, yet which, like Penelope's web, would seem no nearer completion. Ah, well, sir, exercise, especially walking, is highly beneficial to the liver, they tell me, and nothing, madam, believe me, unless it be playing the harp, can show off a pretty hand, or the delicate curves of a shapely wrist and arm, to such advantage as that self-same embroidery. But since needlework, like books and all sublunary things, is apt to grow monotonous, you may, perchance, for lack of better occupation, be driven to address yourself once more to this, my narrative. And since you, sir, no matter how far you walk, must of necessity return to your chair and chimney-corner, it is possible that, having dined adequately, and lighted your pipe, and being therefore in a more charitable and temperate frame of mind, you may lift my volume from the dusty corner where it has lain all this while, and, though probably with sundry grunts and snorts, indicative that the thing is done under protest, as it were, reopen these pages, in the hope which, dear madam, and you, noble sir, I here commence this, my second book, which, as you see, is headed thus: The Woman. End of section 14, and end of book 1. Recording by John Leader, Bloomington, Illinois.
Section 15 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Section 15. Book 2. The Woman. Chapter 1. Of Storm and Tempest, and of the Coming of Charmian. I was at sea in an open boat. Out of the pitch-black heaven there rushed a mighty wind, and the pitch-black seas above me rose high, and even higher, flecked with hissing white. Wherefore I cast me face downwards in my little boat, that I might not behold the horror of the waters. And above their ceaseless surging thunder there rose a long-drawn cry. Charmian! I stood upon the desolate moor, and the pitiless rain lashed me, and the fierce wind buffeted me, and out of the gloom where frowning earth and heaven met, there rose a long-drawn cry. Charmian! I started up in bed, broad awake, and listening, yet the tumult was all about me still, the hiss and beat of rain, and the sound of a rushing mighty wind, a wind that seemed to fill the earth, a wind that screamed about me, that howled above me, and filled the woods near and far with a deep booming, pierced now and then by the splintering crash of snapping bough or falling tree. And yet somewhere in this frightful pandemonium of sound blended in with it, yet not of it, it seemed to me that the cry still faintly echoed, "Charmian!" So appalling was all this to my newly awakened senses, that I remained for a time staring into the darkness as one dazed. Presently, however, I rose, and donning some clothes, mended the fire which still smouldered upon the hearth, and having filled and lighted my pipe, sat down to listen to the awful voices of the storm. What brain could conceive, what pen describe that elemental chorus, like the mighty voice of persecuted humanity, past and present, crying the woes and ills, the sorrows and torments, endured of all the ages? To-night, surely, the souls of the unnumbered dead rode with the storm, and this was the voice of their lamentation. From the red mire of battlefields are they come, from the flame and ravishment of fair cities, from dim and reeking dungeons, from the rack, the stake, and the gibbet, to pierce the heavens once more with the voice of their agony. Since the world was made, how many have lived and suffered, and died unlettered and unsung, snatched by a tyrant's whim from life to death, in the glory of the sun, in the gloom of the night, in blood and flame and torment. Indeed, their name is Legion. But there is a great and awful book, whose leaves are countless, yet every leaf of which is smirched with blood and fouled with nameless sins, a record howsoever brief and inadequate of human suffering, whereas through a glass, darkly, we may behold horrors unimagined, where murder stalks and rampant lust, where treachery creeps with curving back, smiling mouth, and sudden deadly hand, where tyranny, fierce-eyed and iron-lipped, grinds the nations beneath a bloody heel. Truly man hath no enemy like man, and Christ is there, and Socrates, and Savonarola, and there too is a cross of agony, a bowl of hemlock, and a consuming fire. O noble martyrs, by whose blood and agony the world is become a purer and better place for us, and those who shall come after us. O glorious innumerable host, thy poor maimed bodies were dust ages since, but thy souls live on in paradise, and thy memory abides, and shall abide in the earth for ever. Ye purblind, ye pessimists, existing with no hope of a resurrection, bethink you of these matters. Go, open the great and awful book, and read and behold these things for yourselves. For what student of history is there but must be persuaded of man's immortality, that though this poor flesh be mangled, torn asunder, burned to ashes, yet the soul, rising beyond the tyrant's reach, soars triumphant above death and this sorry world, to the refuge of the everlasting arms, for God is a just God. Now, in a while, becoming conscious that my pipe was smoked out and cold, I reached up my hand to my tobacco box upon the mantel-shelf. Yet I did not reach it down, for, even as my fingers closed upon it, above the wailing of the storm, above the hiss and patter of driven rain, there rose a long-drawn cry, "Charmian!" So, remembering the voice I had seemed to hear calling in my dream, I sat there, with my hand stretched up to my tobacco box, and my face screwed round to the casement behind me, that, as I watched, shook and rattled beneath each wind-gust, as if some hand strove to pluck it open. How long I remained thus, with my hand stretched up to my tobacco box, and my eyes upon this window, I am unable to say, but, all at once, the door of the cottage burst open with a crash, and immediately the quiet room was full of rioting wind and tempest, such a wind as stopped my breath, and sent up a swirl of smoke and sparks from the fire. And borne upon this wind, like some spirit of the storm, was a woman with flying draperies and long streaming hair, who turned, and, with knee and shoulder, forced to the door, and so leaned there, panting. Tall she was, and nobly shaped, for her wet gown clung, disclosing the sinuous lines of her waist and the bold, full curves of hip and thigh. Her dress, too, had been wrenched and torn at the neck, and through the shadow of her fallen hair I caught the ivory gleam of her shoulder, and the heave and tumult of her bosom. Here I reached down my tobacco-box and mechanically began to fill my pipe, watching her the while. Suddenly she started and seemed to listen. Then, with a swift, stealthy movement, she slipped from before the door, and I noticed that she hid one hand behind her. "Charmian!" The woman crouched back against the wall, with her eyes towards the door, and always her right hand was hidden in the folds of her petticoat. So we remained, she watching the door, and I her. "Charmian!" The voice was very clear now, and almost immediately after there came a loud view hallo, and a heavy fist pounded upon the door. "Oh, Charmian, you're there! Yes, yes, inside, I know you are. I swore you should never escape me, and you shan't, by God." A hand fumbled upon the latch, the door swung open, and a man entered. As he did so, I leapt forward and caught the woman's wrist. There was a blinding flash, a loud report, and a bullet buried itself somewhere in the rafters overhead. With a strange, repressed cry, she turned upon me so fiercely that I fell back before her. The newcomer, meantime, had closed the door, latching it very carefully, and now, standing before it, folded his arms, staring at her with bent head. He was a very tall man, with a rain-sodden, bell-crowned hat crushed low upon his brows, and wrapped in a long, many-caged overcoat, the skirts of which were woefully mired and torn. All at once he laughed, very softly and musically. "So you would have killed me, would you, Charmian? Shot me like a dog?" His tone was soft as his laugh, and equally musical, and yet neither was good to hear. "So you thought you had lost me, did you, when you gave me the slip a while ago? Lose me? Escape me? Why, I tell you, I would search for you day and night, hunt the world over, until I found you, Charmian, until I found you," said he, nodding his head, and speaking almost in a whisper. "I would, by God." The woman neither moved nor uttered a word, only her breath came thick and fast, and her eyes gleamed in the shadow of her hair. They stood facing each other, like two adversaries, each measuring the other's strength, without appearing to be conscious of my presence. Indeed, the man had not so much as looked toward me, even when I had struck up the pistol. Now, with every minute I was becoming more curious to see this man's face, hidden as it was in the shadow of his dripping hat-brim. Yet the fire had burned low. "You always were a spitfire, weren't you, Charmian?" he went on in the same gentle voice. "Hot and fierce and proud, the flame beneath the ice. I knew that, and loved you the better for it, and so I determined to win you, Charmian, to win you whether you would or no. And you are so strong, so tall and glorious and strong, Charmian." His voice had sunk to a murmur again, and he drew a slow step nearer to her. "How wonderful you are, Charmian! I always loved your shoulders and that round white throat. Loved? Worshipped them, and tonight—" He paused, and I felt rather than saw that he was smiling. "And tonight you would have killed me, Charmian, shot me like a dog. But I would not have it different. You have flouted, coquetted, scorned, and mocked me for 3 years, Charmian, and tonight you would have killed me, and I would not have it otherwise, for surely you can see that this of itself makes your final surrender even sweeter." With a gesture utterly at variance with his voice, so sudden, fierce, and passionate was it, he sprang toward her with outstretched arms, but as quick as she eluded him, and, before he could reach her, I stepped between them. "Sir," said I, "a word with you." "Out of my way, bumpkin," he retorted, and brushing one aside, made after her. I caught him by the skirts of his long, loose coat, but, with a dexterous twist, he had left it in my grasp. Yet the check, momentary though it was, enabled her to slip through the door of that room which had once been Donald's, and, before he could reach it, I stood upon the threshold. He regarded me for a moment beneath his hat-brim, and seemed undecided how to act. "My good fellow," he said at last, "I will buy your cottage of you, for tonight. Name your price." I shook my head. Hereupon he drew a thick purse from his pocket and tossed it, chinking, to my feet. "There are 200 guineas, bumpkin, maybe more. Pick them up and go." And turning, he flung open the door. Obediently I stooped, and taking up the purse, rolled it in the coat which I still held, and tossed both out of the cottage. "Sir," said I, "be so very obliging as to follow your property." "Ah," he murmured, "very pretty, on my soul." And in that same moment his knuckles caught me fairly between the eyes, and he was upon me swift and fierce and lithe as a panther. I remember the glint of his eyes and the flash of his bared teeth, now to one side of me, now to the other, as we swayed to and fro, overturning the chairs and crashing into unseen obstacles in that dim and narrow place. Small chance was there for feint or parry. It was blind, brutal work, fierce and grim and silent. Once he staggered and fell heavily, carrying the table crashing with him, and I saw him wipe blood from his face as he rose. And once I was beaten to my knees, but was up before he could reach me again, though the fire upon the hearth spun giddily round and round, and the floor heaved oddly under my feet. Then suddenly hands were upon my throat, and I could feel the hot pant of his breath in my face, breath that hissed and whistled between clenched teeth. Desperately I strove to break his hold, to tear his hands asunder, and could not, only the fingers tightened and tightened. Up and down the room we staggered, grim and voiceless, out through the open door, out into the whirling blackness of the storm. And there, amid the tempest, lashed by driving rain and deafened by the roaring rush of wind, we fought, as our savage forefathers may have done, breast to breast and knee to knee, stubborn and wild and merciless, the old struggle for supremacy and life. I beat him with my fists, but his head was down between his arms. I tore at his wrists, but he gripped my throat the tighter. And now we were down, rolling upon the sodden grass, and now we were up, stumbling and slipping, but ever the gripping fingers sank the deeper, choking the strength and life out of me. My eyes stared up into a heaven streaked with blood and fire. There was the taste of sulphur in my mouth, my arms grew weak and nerveless, and the roar of wind seemed 1,000 times more loud. Then something clutched and dragged us by the feet. We tottered, swayed helplessly, and plunged down together. But as we fell, the deadly gripping fingers slackened for a moment, and in that moment I had broken free, and, rolling clear, stumbled to my feet. Yet even then I was still encumbered, and, stooping down, found the skirts of the overcoat twisted tightly about my foot and ankle. Now, as I loosed it, I inwardly blessed that tattered garment, for it seemed that to it I owed my life. So I stood panting and waited for the end. I remember a blind groping in the dark, a wild hurly-burly of random blows, a sudden sharp pain in my right hand, a groan, and I was standing with the swish of the rain about me and the moaning of the wind in the woods beyond. How long I remained thus I cannot tell, for I was as one in a dream, but the cool rain upon my face refreshed me, and the strong, clean winds in my nostrils was wonderfully grateful. Presently, raising my arm stiffly, I brushed the wet hair from my eyes, and stared around me into the pitchy darkness in quest of my opponent. "Where are you?" said I at last, and this was the first word uttered during the struggle. "Where are you?" Receiving no answer, I advanced cautiously, for it was, as I have said, black dark, and so presently touched something yielding with my foot. "Come, get up," said I, stooping to lay a hand upon him. "Get up, I say." But he never moved. He was lying upon his face, and, as I raised his head, my fingers encountered a smooth, round stone, buried in the grass, and the touch of that stone thrilled me from head to foot with sudden dread. Hastily I tore open waistcoat and shirt, and pressed my hand above his heart. At that one moment I lived an age of harrowing suspense, then breathed a sigh of relief, and, rising, took him beneath the arms and began to half drag, half carry him towards the cottage. I had proceeded thus but some dozen yards or so, when, during a momentary lull in the storm, I thought I heard a faint "Hallo!" and looking about, saw a twinkling light that hovered to and fro, coming and going, yet growing brighter each moment. Setting down my burden, therefore, I hollowed my hands about my mouth and shouted, "This way!" I called. "This way!" "Be that you, sir?" cried a man's voice at no great distance. "This way!" I called again. "This way!" The words seemed to reassure the fellow, for the light advanced once more, and as he came up, I made him out to be a postillion by his dress, and the light he carried was the lantern of a chaise. "Why, sir," he began, looking me up and down by the light of his lantern, "strike me lucky if I'd a-knowed you. You looks as if... Oh, Lord!" "What is it?" said I, wiping the rain from my eyes again. The postillion's answer was to lower his lantern towards the face of him who lay on the ground between us, and point. Now, looking where he pointed, I started suddenly backwards, and shivered with a strange stirring of the flesh. For I saw a pale face with a streak of blood upon the cheek. There was blood upon my own, a face framed in lank hair, thick and black, as was my own. A pale, aquiline face, with a prominent nose and long cleft chin, even as my own. So, as I stood looking down upon this face, my breath caught, and my flesh crept, for indeed I might have been looking into a mirror. The face was the face of myself. End of Chapter 1. End of Section 15. Section 16 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Section 16. Chapter 2. The Postillion. "Good Lord!" exclaimed the postillion, and fell back a step. "Well?" said I, meeting his astonished look as carelessly as I might. "Lord love me!" said the postillion. "What now?" I inquired. "I never see such a thing as this 'ere," said he, alternately glancing from me down to the outstretched figure at my feet. "If it's bewitchments or only enchantments, I don't like it. Strike me pink if I do." "What do you mean?" "Eyes," continued the postillion slowly and heavily, and with his glance wandering still. "Eyes same, nose identical, mouth, when not bloody, same, hair same, figure same. No, I don't like it. It's unnatural, that's what it is." "Come, come," I broke in, somewhat testily. "Don't stand there staring like a fool. You see this gentleman is hurt." "Unnatural's the word," went on the postillion, more as though speaking his thoughts aloud than addressing me. "It's a unnatural night to begin with. Seed a many bad uns in my time, but nothing to ekal this 'ere. That I lost my way aren't to be wondered at. Then him, and her a-jumping out of the chaise and running off into the thick of the storm, that's unnatural in the second place. And then his face, and your face, that's the most unnaturalest part of it all. Likewise, I never seen one man in 2 suits o' clothes afore, nor yet a-standing up and a-laying down both at the same identical minute. Unnatural's the word, and I'm a-going." "Stop!" said I, as he began to move away. "Not on no account." "Then I must make you," said I, and doubled my fist. The postillion eyed me over from head to foot, and paused, irresolute. "What might you be wanting with a peaceable, civil-spoke cove like me?" he inquired. "Where is your chaise?" "Up in the lane, somewheres over yonder," answered he, with a vague jerk of his thumb over his shoulder. "Then, if you will take this gentleman's heels, we can carry him well enough between us. It's no great distance." "Easy," said the postillion, backing away again. "Easy now. What might be the matter with him, if I might make so bold? Ain't dead, is he?" "Dead? No, fool!" I rejoined angrily. Voice like his, too, muttered the postillion, backing away still farther. Yes, unnatural's the word. Strike me dumb if it ain't. Come, will you do as I ask, or must I make you? Why, I ain't got no objection to taking the gent's eels, if that's all you ask, though, mind ye, if I ever see such damned unnaturalness as this here in all my days, why, drowned me. So, after some delay, I found the overcoat and purse, which latter I thrust into the pocket ere wrapping the garment about him, and lifting my still unconscious antagonist between us, we started for the lane, which we eventually reached with no little labour and difficulty. Here, more by good fortune than anything else, we presently stumbled upon a chaise and horses, drawn up in the gloom of sheltering trees, in which we deposited our limp burden as comfortably as might be, and where I made some shift to tie up the gash in his brow. It would be a fine thing, said the postillion moodily, as I at length closed the chaise door, it would be a nice thing if he was to go a-dying. By the looks of him, said I, he will be swearing your head off in the next 10 minutes or so. Without another word, the postillion set the lantern back in its socket, and swung himself into the saddle. Your best course would be to make for Tunbridge, bearing to the right when you strike the high road. The postillion nodded, and gathering up the reins, turned to stare at me once more, while I stood in the gleam of the lantern. Well? I inquired. Eyes, said he, rubbing his chin very hard, as one at a loss. Eyes identical. Nose, same. Mouth, when not bloody, same. Air, same. Everything, same. Lord love me. Pembury would be nearer, said I, and the sooner he is between the sheets, the better. Ah, exclaimed the postillion with a slow nod, and drawing out the word unduly, and talking of sheets and beds, what about my second passenger? I started with 2, and here's only 1. What about number 2? What about her? Her? I repeated. Her as was with him, number 1. Her what was a-quarrelling with number 1, all the way from London. Her as run away from number 1 into the wood yonder. What about number 2? Her. Why, to be sure, I had forgotten her. Forgotten? Repeated the postillion. Oh, Lord, yes, and leaning over, he winked one eye, very deliberately. Forgotten her. Ah, to be sure, of course, and he winked again. What do you mean? I demanded, nettled by the fellow's manner. Mean? Said he. I means as of all the damned unnaturalness as come on an honest, well-meaning, civil-spoke cove, why, I'm that there cove, so help me. Saying which, he cracked his whip, the horses plunged forward, and almost immediately, as it seemed, horses, chaise, and postillion had lurched into the black murk of the night and vanished. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, which bears ample testimony to the strength of the gentleman's fists. Considering all that had befallen during the last half-hour or so, it was not very surprising, I think, that I should have forgotten the very existence of this woman Charmian, even though she had been chiefly instrumental in bringing it all about, and to have her recalled to my recollection thus suddenly, and moreover the possibility that I must meet with and talk to her, perturbed me greatly, and I remained for some time quite oblivious to wind and rain, all engrossed by the thought of this woman. A dark, fierce Amazonian creature, I told myself, who had, abhorrent thought, already attempted one man's life to-night. Furthermore, a tall woman, and strong, therefore unmaidenly, with eyes that gleamed wide in the shadow of her hair. And yet my dismay arose not so much from any of these as from the fact that she was a woman, and consequently beyond my ken. Hitherto I had regarded the sex very much from a distance, and a little askance, as creatures naturally illogical and given to unreasoning impulse, delicate, ethereal beings whose lives were made up of petty trifles and vanities, who were sent into this gross world to be admired, petted, occasionally worshipped, and frequently married. Indeed, my education in this direction had been shockingly neglected thus far, not so much from lack of inclination, for who can deny the fascination of the sex, as for lack of time and opportunity. For when, as a young gentleman of means and great expectations, I should have been writing sonnets to the eyebrow of some lady fair, or surreptitiously wooing some farmer's daughter, in common with my kind, I was hearkening to the plaint of some Greek or Roman lover, or chuckling over old Brantome. Thus women were to me practically an unknown quantity, as yet, and hence it was with no little trepidation that I now started out for the cottage, and this truly Amazonian Charmian, unless she had disappeared as suddenly as she had come, which I found myself devoutly hoping. As I went, I became conscious that I was bleeding copiously above the brow, and that my throat was much swollen, and that the thumb of my right hand pained exceedingly at the least touch, added to which was a dizziness of the head, and a general soreness of body, that testified to the strength of my opponent's fists. On I stumbled, my head bent low against the stinging rain, and with uncertain, clumsy feet, for reaction had come, and with it a deadly faintness. Twigs swung out of the darkness to lash at and catch me as I passed, invisible trees creaked and groaned above and around me, and once, as I paused to make more certain of my direction, a dim, vague mass plunged down athwart my path with a rending crash. On I went, wearily enough, and with the faintness growing upon me, a sickness that would not be fought down, guiding my course by touch rather than sight, until, finding myself at fault, I stopped again, staring about me beneath my hand. Yet, feeling the faintness increase with inaction, I started forward, groping before me as I went. I had gone but a few paces, however, when I tripped over some obstacle, and fell heavily. It wanted but this to complete my misery, and I lay where I was, overcome by a deadly nausea. Now presently, as I lay thus, spent and sick, I became aware of a soft glow, a brightness that seemingly played all around me, wherefore, lifting my heavy head, I beheld a ray of light that pierced the gloom, a long gleaming vista jewelled by falling raindrops, whose brilliance was blurred now and then by the flitting shapes of wind-tossed branches. At sight of this my strength revived, and rising, I staggered on towards this welcome light, and thus I saw that it streamed from the window of my cottage. Even then, it seemed, I journeyed miles before I felt the latch beneath my fingers, and fumbling, opened the door, stumbled in, and closed it after me. For a space I stood dazed by the sudden light, and then, little by little, noticed that the table and chairs had been righted, that the fire had been mended, and that candles burned brightly upon the mantel. All this I saw, but dimly, for there was a mist before my eyes. Yet I was conscious that the girl had leapt up on my entrance, and now stood fronting me across the table. "You," she said in a low, repressed voice. "You?" Now, as she spoke, I saw the glitter of steel in her hand. "Keep back," she said in the same subdued tone. "Keep back, I warn you." But I only leaned there against the door, even as she had done. Indeed, I doubt if I could have moved just then, had I tried. And as I stood thus, hanging my head and not answering her, she stamped her foot suddenly, and laughed a short, fierce laugh. "So, he has hurt you," she cried. "You are all blood, it is running down your face. The country bumpkin has hurt you. Oh, I am glad, glad, glad," and she laughed again. "I might have run away," she went on mockingly, "but you see I was prepared for you," and she held up the knife, "prepared for you, and now you are pale, and hurt, and faint. Yes, you are faint. The country bumpkin has done his work well. I shall not need this after all. See?" and she flung the knife upon the table. "Yes, it is better there," said I, "and I think, madam, is mistaken." "Mistaken!" she cried, with a sudden catch in her voice. What do you mean?" "That I am the bumpkin," said I. Now, as I spoke, a black mist enveloped all things, my knees loosened suddenly, and stumbling forward I sank into a chair. "I am very tired," I sighed, and so, as it seemed, fell asleep. End of Chapter 3. End of Section 16. Section 17 of the Broad Highway,
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Section 17, Book 2, Chapter 4, which, among other matters, has to do with bruises and bandages. She was on her knees beside me, bathing my battered face, talking all the while in a soft voice that I thought wonderfully sweet to hear. "Poor boy," she was saying over and over again, "poor boy." And after she had said it perhaps a dozen times, I opened my eyes and looked at her. "Madam, I am 25, said I. Hereupon, sponge in hand, she drew back and looked at me. A wonderful face, low-browed, deep-eyed, full-lipped. The eyes were dark and swiftly changeful, and there was a subtle witchery in the slanting shadow of their lashes. 25? She repeated. Can it really be? Why not, madam? So very young? Why, I began, greatly taken aback. Indeed, that is... But here she laughed, and then she sighed, and sighing, shook her head. Poor boy, she said, poor boy. And when I would have retorted, she stopped me with the sponge. Your mouth is cut, said she, after a while, and there is a great gash in your brow. But the water feels delicious, said I, and your throat is all scratched and swollen. But your hands are very gentle and soothing. I don't hurt you, then? On the contrary, the pain is very trifling, thank you. Yet you fainted a little while ago. Then it was very foolish of me. Poor... She hesitated, and looking up at her through the trickling water, I saw that she was smiling. Fellow, said she, and her lips were very sweet, and her eyes very soft and tender for an Amazon. And when she had washed the blood from my face, she went to fetch clean water from where I kept it in a bucket in the corner. Now, at my elbow upon the table lay a knife, a heavy, clumsy contrivance I had bought to use in my carpentry, and I now mechanically picked it up. As I did so, the light gleamed evilly upon its long blade. "Put it down," she commanded. "Put it away. It is a hateful thing." "For a woman's hand," I added, "so hideously unfeminine." "Some men are so hatefully, hideously masculine," she retorted, her lip curling. "I expected him, and you are terribly like him." "As to that," said I may have the same coloured eyes and hair, and be something of the same build." "Yes," she nodded, "it was your build, and the colour of your eyes and hair, that startled me." "But, after all," said I, "the similarity is only skin deep, and goes no further." "No," she answered, kneeling beside me again. "No, you are only 25. And as she said this, her eyes were hidden by her lashes. 25 is 25, said I, more sharply than before. Why do you smile? The water is dripping from your nose and chin. Stoop lower over the basin. And yet, said I, as well as I could on account of the trickling water, for she was bathing my face again, and yet you must be years younger than I. But then some women always feel older than a man, more especially if he is hurt. Thank you, said I. Thank you, with the exception of a scratch or so, I am very well. But as I moved, I caught my thumb clumsily against the table edge, and winced with the sudden pain of it. What is it, your hand? My thumb. Let me see. Obediently, I stretched out my hand to her. Is it broken? Dislocated, I think. It is greatly swollen. Yes, said I, and taking firm hold of it with my left hand, I gave it a sudden pull, which started the sweat upon my temples, and sent it back into joint. Poor... Well, said I, as she hesitated. Man, said she, and touched the swollen hand very tenderly with her fingers. You do not fear me any longer? No. In spite of my eyes and hair? In spite of your eyes and hair. You see, a woman knows instinctively whom she must fear, and whom not to fear. Well? And you are one I do not fear, and I think never should. Hum, said I, rubbing my chin. I am only 25. 25 is 25, said she demurely. And yet I am very like him. You said so yourself. Him! She exclaimed, starting. I had forgotten all about him. Where is he? What has become of him? And she glanced apprehensively towards the door. Halfway to Tunbridge, or should be by now. Tunbridge? Said she, in a tone of amazement, and turned to look at me again. Tunbridge, I repeated. But he is not the man to run away, said she doubtfully, even from you. No, indeed, said I, shaking my head. He certainly did not run away, but circumstances and a stone were too much, even for him. A stone? Upon which he happened to fall and strike his head, very fortunately for me. Was he much hurt? Stunned only, I answered. She was still kneeling beside my chair, but now she sat back and turned to stare into the fire, and, as she sat, I noticed how full and round and white her arms were, for her sleeves were rolled high, and that the hand, which yet held the sponge, was likewise very white, neither big nor little, a trifle wide perhaps, but with long, slender fingers. Presently, with a sudden gesture, she raised her head and looked at me again, a long, searching look. Who are you? She asked suddenly. My name, said I, is Peter. Yes, she nodded, with her eyes still on mine. Peter Smith, I went on, and by that same token, I am a blacksmith, very humbly at your service. Peter Smith, she repeated, as though trying the sound of it, hesitating at the surname exactly as I had done. Peter Smith, and mine is Charmian Brown, and here again was a pause between the two names. Yours is a very beautiful name, said I, especially the Charmian. And yours, she retorted, is a beautifully ugly one. Yes? Especially the Peter. Indeed, I quite agree with you, said I, rising. And now, if I may trouble you for the towel, thank you. Forthwith I began to dry my face as well as I might on account of my injured thumb, while she watched me with a certain elusive merriment peeping from her eyes, and quivering at me round her lips, an expression half mocking, half amused, that I had seen there more than once already. Wherefore, to hide from her my consciousness of this, I fell to towelling myself vigorously, so much so that, forgetting the cut in my brow, I set it bleeding faster than ever. Oh, you are very clumsy, she cried, springing up, and, snatching the towel from me, she began to stanch the blood with it. If you will sit down, I will bind it up for you. Really, it is quite unnecessary, I demurred. Quite, said she. Is there anything will serve as a bandage? There is the towel, I suggested. Not to be thought of. Then you might tear a strip off the sheet, said I, nodding towards the bed. Ridiculous, said she, and proceeded to draw a handkerchief from the bosom of her dress, and having folded it with great nicety and moistened it in the bowl, she tied it about my temples. Now, to do this, she had perforce to pass her arms about my neck, and this brought her so near that I could feel her breath upon my lips, and there stole to me out of her hair, or out of her bosom, a perfume very sweet, that was like the fragrance of violets at evening. But her hands were too dexterous, and, quicker than it takes to write, the bandage was tied, and she was standing before me, straight and tall. There, that is more comfortable, isn't it? She inquired, and with the words she bestowed a final little pat to the bandage, a touch so light, so ineffably gentle, that it might almost have been the hand of that long-dead mother whom I had never known. That is better, isn't it? She demanded. Thank you, yes, very comfortable, said I. But as the word left me, my glance by accident encountered the pistol near by, and at sight of it a sudden anger came upon me, for I remembered that, but for my intervention, this girl was a murderess. Wherefore I would fain have destroyed the vile thing, and reached for it impulsively, but she was before me, and snatching up the weapon, hid it behind her, as she had done once before. Give it to me, said I, frowning. It is an accursed thing. Yet it has been my friend tonight, she answered. Give it to me, I repeated. She threw up her head and regarded me with a disdainful air, for my tone had been imperative. Come, said I, and held out my hand. So, for a while, we looked into each other's eyes. Then, all at once, she dropped the weapon on the table before me and turned her back to me. I think, she began, speaking with her back still turned to me. Well, said I, that you have... Yes, said I, very unpleasant eyes. I'm very sorry for that, said I, dropping the weapon out of sight behind my row of books, having done which I drew both chairs nearer the fire and invited her to sit down. Thank you, I prefer to stand, said she loftily. As you will, I answered, but even while I spoke she seemed to change her mind, for she sank into the nearest chair and, chin in hand, stared into the fire. And so, said she, as I sat down opposite her, and so your name is Peter Smith, and you are a blacksmith? Yes, a blacksmith. And make horseshoes? Naturally, yes. And do you live here? Yes. Alone? Quite alone. And how long have you lived here alone? Not so long that I am tired of it. And is this cottage yours? Yes. That is, it stands on the Sefton estates, I believe, but nobody hereabouts would seem anxious to dispute my right of occupying the place. Why not? Because it is generally supposed to be haunted. Oh! It was built by some wanderer of the roads, I explained, a stranger to these parts, who lived alone here and eventually died alone here. Died here? Hanged himself on the staple above the door yonder. Oh! said she again, and cast a fearful glance toward the deep-driven, rusty staple. The country folk believe his spirit still haunts the place, I went on, and seldom or never venture foot within the hollow. And you are not afraid of this ghost? No, said I. It must be very lonely here. Delightfully so. Are you so fond of solitude? Yes, for solitude is thought, and to think is to live. And what did you do with the pistol? I dropped it out of sight behind my books yonder. I wonder why I gave it to you. Because, if you remember, I asked you for it. But I usually dislike doing what I am asked, and your manner was scarcely courteous. You also objected to my eyes, I think. Yes, she nodded. Said I. The dark night outside was filled with malignant demons now, who tore at the rattling casements, who roared and bellowed down the chimney, or screamed furiously round the cottage. But here, in the warm firelight, I heeded them not at all, watching, rather, this woman, where she sat, leaned forward, gazing into the deep glow. And where the light touched her hair, it woke strange fires, red and bronze. And it was very rebellious hair, with little tendrils that gleamed, here and there, against her temples, and small, defiant curls that seemed to strive to hide behind her ear, or, bold and wanton, to kiss her snowy neck, out of sheer bravado. As to her dress, I, little by little, became aware of two facts, for whereas her gown was a rough, coarse material, such as domestic servants wear, the stockinged foot that peeped at me beneath its hem, her shoes were drying on the hearth, was clad in a silk so fine that I could catch through it the gleam of the white flesh beneath. From this apparent inconsistency, I deduced that she was of educated tastes, but poor, probably a governess, or, more likely still, taking her hands into consideration, with their long, prehensile fingers, a teacher of music, and she was going on to explain to myself her present situation as the outcome of beauty, poverty, and the devil, when she sighed, glanced toward the door, shivered slightly, and reaching her shoes from the hearth, prepared to slip them on. "They are still very wet," said I, deprecatingly. "Yes," she answered. "Listen to the wind," said I. "It is terribly high." "And it rains very hard," said I. "Yes," and she shivered again. "It will be bad travelling for anyone to-night," said I. Charmian stared into the fire. "Indeed, it would be madness for the strongest to stir abroad on such a night." Charmian stared into the fire. What with the wind and the rain, the roads would be utterly impassable, not to mention the risks of falling trees or shattered boughs." Charmian shivered again. "And the inns are all shut, long ago. To stir out, therefore, would be the purest folly." Charmian stared into the fire. "On the other hand, here are a warm room, a good fire, and a very excellent bed." She neither spoke nor moved, only her eyes were raised suddenly and swiftly to mine. "Also," I continued, returning her look, "here, most convenient to your hand, is a fine sharp knife, in case you are afraid of the ghost or any other midnight visitant. And so, good night, madam," saying which I took up one of the candles and crossed to the door of that room, which had once been Donald's. But here I paused to glance back at her. "Furthermore," said I, snuffing my candle with great nicety, "madam need have no farther qualms regarding the colour of my hair and eyes, none whatever." Whereupon I bowed somewhat stiffly on account of my bruises, and, going into my chamber, closed the door behind me. Having made the bed, for since Donald's departure I had occupied my two beds alternately, I undressed slowly, for my thumb was very painful. Also, I paused frequently to catch the sound of the light, quick footstep beyond the door, and the whisper of her garments as she walked. "Charmian," I said to myself, when at length all was still. "Charmian," and I blew out my candle. Outside, the souls of the unnumbered dead still rode the storm, and the world was filled with their woeful lamentation. But, as I lay in the dark, there came to me a faint perfume as of violets at evening time, elusive and very sweet, breathing of Charmian herself, and putting up my hand, I touched the handkerchief that bound my brow. "Charmian," said I to myself again, and so fell asleep. End of which, among other matters, has to do with bruises and bandages. Section 18 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Book 2, Chapter 5. In which I hear ill news of George. The sun was pouring in at my lattice when I awoke next morning to a general soreness of body that at first puzzled me to account for. But as I lay in that delicious state between sleeping and waking, I became aware of a faint, sweet perfume, and, turning my head, espied a handkerchief upon the pillow beside me, and immediately I came to my elbow, with my eyes directed to the door, for now indeed I remembered all. And beyond that door, sleeping or waking, lay a woman. In the early morning things are apt to lose something of the glamour that was theirs overnight. Thus I remained propped upon my elbow, gazing apprehensively at the door, and with my ears on the stretch, hearkening for any movement from the room beyond that should tell me she was up. But I heard only the early chorus of the birds and the gurgle of the brook, swollen with last night's rain. In a while I rose and began to dress somewhat awkwardly on account of my thumb, yet with rather more than my usual care, stopping occasionally to hear if she was yet astir. Being at last fully dressed, I sat down to wait until I should hear her footstep, but I listened vainly, for minute after minute elapsed until, rising at length, I knocked softly, and having knocked twice, each time louder than before, without effect, I lifted the latch and opened the door. My first glance showed me that the bed had never been slept in, and that save for myself the place was empty. And yet the breakfast table had been neatly set, though with but one cup and saucer. Now beside this cup and saucer was one of my few books, and picking it up, I saw that it was my Virgil. Upon the fly-leaf at which it was open, I had, years ago, scrawled my name thus: Peter Vibart. But lo, close under this, written in a fine Italian hand, were the following words: To Peter Smith, Esquire, the Smith underlined, blacksmith, Charmian Brown, Brown likewise underlined, desires to thank Mr. Smith, Yet because thanks are so poor and small, and his service so great, needs must she remember him as a gentleman, yet oftener as a blacksmith, and most of all as a man. Charmian Brown begs him to accept this little trinket in memory of her. It is all she has to offer him. He may also keep her handkerchief. Upon the table, on the very spot where the book had lain, was a gold heart-shaped locket, very quaint and old-fashioned, upon one side of which was engraved the following posy: "He who mine heart would keep for long shall be a gentle man and strong." Attached to the locket was a narrow blue riband, wherefore, passing this riband over my head, I hung the locket about my neck, and having read through the message once more, I closed the Virgil, and, replacing it on a shelf, set about brewing a cup of tea, and so presently sat down to breakfast. I had scarcely done so, however, when there came a timid knock at the door, whereat I rose expectantly, and immediately sat down again. "Come in," said I. The latch was slowly raised, the door swung open, and the ancient appeared. If I was surprised to see him at such an hour, he was even more so, for, at sight of me, his mouth opened, and he stood staring speechlessly, leaning upon his stick. "Why, Ancient," said I, "you are early abroad this morning." "Lord!" he exclaimed, scarcely above a whisper. "Come in and sit down," said I. "Lord! Lord!" he murmured. "And a sat in his breakfast too? Lordy, Lord!" "Yes," I nodded, "and, such as it is, you are heartily welcome to share it. Sit down," and I drew up my other chair. "A eatin' his breakfast as ever was," repeated the old man, without moving. "And why not, Ancient?" "Why not?" he repeated disdainfully. "'Cause breakfast can't be ate by a corp, can it?" "A corpse, Ancient? What do you mean?" "I means a corp ain't got no right to eat no breakfast, no." "Why, no, certainly not." "Consequently, you aren't a corp, you'll be telling me." "I? No, not yet, God be thanked." "Peter," said the Ancient, shaking his head and mopping his brow with a corner of his neckerchief, "you do be forever a giving me turns, that you do." "Do I, Ancient?" "Ay, that you do, and me such an aged man too, such a very aged man. I wonders at ye, Peter, and me with my white hairs. Oh, I wonders at ye," said he, sinking into the chair I had placed for him, and regarding me with a stern, reproving eye. "If you will tell me what I have been guilty of," I began. "I come down here, Peter, so early as it be, too. I come down here to look for your corp after the storm and what happened last night. I comes down here, and what does I find? I finds ye eating your breakfast, just as if there never hadn't been no storm at all, no, nor nothing else." "I'm sure," said I, pouring out a second cup of tea, "I'm sure I would sooner you find my corpse than anyone else, and am sorry to have disappointed you again, but really, Ancient—" "Oh, you aren't the disappointment, Peter. I found one corp, and that's enough, I suppose, for an aged man like me. No, it aren't that. It's finding you eating your breakfast, just if there hadn't been no storm. No, nor yet no devil, wi' horns and a tail, and running up and down in the holler here, and a roaring and a bellerin', as John Pringle said last night." "Ah, and what else did John Pringle say?" I inquired, setting down my cup. "Why, he come into the ball all wet and wild like, and wi' his two eyes a sticking out like gooseberries. He comes a busting into the tap, and never says a word till he's emptied old Amos's tankard, that being nighest. Then, 'By gods,' he says, looking around, 'by gods, I just seen the ghost.' 'Ghost?' says all on us, sitting up. 'Ye may be sure, Peter.' 'Ay,' says John, looking over his shoulder, scared like. 'Seed un with my own two eyes, I did, and what's more, I heard un too.' 'Where?' says all on us, beginning to look over our shoulders likewise. 'Where?' says John. 'Where should I ha' seen him but in that there ghashly holler? I see a light, first of all, a leaping and a dancing about among the trees. Ah, and I heard shouts as was enough to curdle a man's good blood.' 'Pooh! What light?' said Joel Amos, cocking his eye into his empty tankard. 'That bean't so much frighten a man, no, nor shouts neither.' 'Aren't I?' says John Pringle, fierce like. 'What if I tell ye the place be full of flaming fire? What if I tell you I seen the devil hisself, all smoke and sparks and brimstone, a floating and a flying and dragging a body through the tops of the trees? Lord, said everybody, and well they might, Peter, and nobody says nothing for a while. I wonder, says Joel Amos at last, I wonder who he was chugging through the chops of the trees, and why? That'll be poor Peter being took away, says I. I'll go and find the poor lad's corp in the morning, and here I be. And you find me not dead after all your trouble, said I. If, said the ancient, sighing, if your arms was broke or your legs was broke now, or if your hair was singed or your face all burned and blackened with sulphur, I could have took it kinder. But to find ye sitting, eating and drinking, it aren't what I expected of you, Peter, no. Shaking his head moodily, he took from his hat his never-failing snuff-box, but, having extracted a pinch, paused suddenly in the act of inhaling it, to stare at me very hard. But, he said, in a more hopeful tone, but your face be all bruised and swole up, to be sure, Peter. Is it ancient? Ah, that it be, he cried, his eyes brightening, and your thumbs all bandaged too. Why, so it is, ancient. And Peter, the pinch of snuff fell, and made a little brown cloud on the snow of his smock-frock as he rose, trembling, and leaned towards me across the table. Well, ancient? Your throat? Yes, what of it? It be all marked, scratched it be, tore as if claws had been at it, Peter, long, sharp claws. Is it, ancient? Peter, oh, Peter, said he, with a sudden quaver in his voice, who was it? What was it, Peter? And he laid a beseeching hand upon mine. Peter! His voice had sunk almost to a whisper, and the hand plucked tremulously at my sleeve, while in the wrinkled old face was a look of pitiful entreaty. Oh, Peter, a lad, 'twere old Nick as done it. 'Twere the devil as done it, weren't it? Oh, say 'twere the devil, Peter. And seeing that hoary head all a-twitch with eagerness as he waited my answer, how could I do other than nod? Yes, it was the devil, ancient. The old man subsided into his chair, embracing himself exultantly. I knowed it, he quavered. 'Twere the devil flying off with Peter, says I. And they fools laughed at me, Peter. Aye, laughed at me, they did. And they won't laugh at the old man no more, not they. Old I be, but they won't laugh at me no more, not when they see your face and I tell 'em. Here he paused to fumble for his snuff-box, and, opening it, held it towards me. Take a pinch with me, Peter. No, thank you, ancient. Come, 'twould be a wonderful thing as I took out snuff of my very own box, with a man as fought with the devil. Come, take a pinch, Peter, he pleaded. Whereupon, to please him, I did so, and immediately fell most violently a-sneezing. And, pursued the old man, when the paroxysm was over, did ye see his horns, Peter, and his— Why, no, ancient. You see, he happened to be wearing a bell-crowned hat and a long coat. An hat and coat? Said the man, in a disappointed tone. A hat, Peter? Yes, I nodded. To be sure, the Scriptures say, as he goeth up and down like a ravening lion, seeking whom he may devour. Yes, said I, but more often, I think, like a fine gentleman. I never heard tell of the devil in a bell-crowned hat before. But p'raps you'm right, Peter. Take another pinch of snuff. No more, said I, shaking my head. Why, it's apt to catch you a bit at first, but, Lord, Peter, for a man as fought with the devil. One pinch is more than enough, ancient. Oh, Peter, 'tis a wonderful thing as you should be alive this day. And yet, ancient, many a man has fought the devil before now, and lived, nay, has been better for it. Maybe, Peter, maybe, but not on such a terrible wild night as last night was. Saying which, the old man nodded emphatically, and, rising, hobbled to the door. Yet there he turned and came back. I nigh forgot, Peter. I have news for ye. News? News as ever was. News as'll surprise ye, Peter. Well? I inquired. Well, Peter, Black Jarge be took again. What? I exclaimed. Oh, I knowed 'twould come. I knowed he couldn't last much longer. I says to Simon, day afore yesterday it were, Simon, I says, mark my words, he'll never last the month out, no. How did it happen, ancient? Got terrible drunk, he did, over to Cranbrook. Throwed Mr. Scrope, the beadle, over the churchyard wall. Knocked down Jeremy Tullinger, the watchman, and then went to sleep. While he were asleep they managed, cautious-like, to tie his legs and arms, and locked him up mighty secure in the vestry. As ever, when he woke up, he broke the door open and walked out, and nobody tried to stop him. Not a soul, Peter." "And when was all this?" "Why, that was the very point," chuckled the Ancient. "That's the wonderful part of it, Peter. It all happened on Saturday night, day afore yesterday as ever was. The same day I says to Simon, mark my words, he won't last the month out." "And where is he now?" "Nobody knows, but there's them that says he's making for Sefton woods." Hereupon, breakfast done, I rose and shook my hat. "Where away, Peter?" "To the forge. There is much work to be done, Ancient." "But Jarge bain't there to help ye." "Yet the work remains, Ancient." "Well then, if you'm going, I'll go with ye, Peter." So we presently set out together. All about us as we walked were mute evidences of the fury of last night's storm. Trees had been uprooted, and great branches torn from others, as if by the hands of angry giants, and the brook was a raging torrent. Down here, in the hollow, the destruction had been less, but in the woods above the giants had worked their will, and many an empty gap showed where, erstwhile, had stood a tall and stately tree. "Trees be very like men," said the Ancient, nodding to one that lay prone beside the path. "Here to-day and gone to-morrow, Peter, gone to-morrow. The man in the Bible, him as was cured of his blindness by the blessed Lord, he said as men were like trees walking, but to my mind, Peter, trees is much more like men a standing still. You see, Peter, trees be such companionable things. It's very seldom as you see a tree growing all by itself, and when you do, if you look at it, you can't help but notice how lonely it do look. Aye, its very leaves seem to have a downhearted sort of drop. I knowed 3 of 'em once, elm trees they was, growing all close together, so close that their branches used to touch each other when the wind blew, jest as if they was shaking hands with one another, Peter. You could see as they was uncommon fond of each other with half an eye. Well, one day along comes a storm and blows one of 'em down, kills it dead, Peter, and a little while later they cuts down another, Lord knows why, and there was the last one, all alone and solitary. Now I used to watch that there tree, and here's the curious thing, Peter, day by day I see that tree a-drooping and drooping, a-withering and a-pining for them other 2, brothers you might say, till one day I came by, and there it were, Peter, a-standing up so big and tall as ever, but dead. Aye, Peter, dead it were, and never put forth another leaf, and never will, Peter, never. And if you was to ask me, I should say it died because its 'eart were broken, Peter. Yes, trees is very like men, and the older you grow, the more you'll see it." I listened. It was thus we talked, or rather, the Ancient talked and I listened, until we reached Sissinghurst. At the door of the smithy we stopped. "Peter," said the old man, staring very hard at the button on my coat. "Well, Ancient?" "What about that there poor old rusty staple?" "Why, it is still above the door, Ancient. You must have seen it this morning." "Oh, I seed it, Peter, I seed it," answered the old man, shifting his gaze to a rolling white cloud above. "I give it a glimp over, Peter, but what d'ye think of it?" "Well," said I, aware of the fixity of his gaze and the wistful note in his voice, "it is certainly older and rustier than it was." "Rustier, Peter?" "Much rustier." Very slowly a smile dawned on the wrinkled old face, and very slowly the eyes were lowered till they met mine. Lad, I be glad o' that. We be all growing older, Peter, and, though I be a wonderful man for my age, and so strong as a cart horse, Peter, still I do sometimes feel I be growing rustier with length o' days, and 'tis a comfort to know that the staple are growing rustier along with me. Old I be, but the staple's old too, Peter, and I be waiting for the day when it shall rust itself away altogether, and when that day comes, Peter, then I'll say like the old patriarch in the Bible, 'Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace.' Amen, Peter." "Amen," said I, and so, having watched the old man totter across to the bull, I turned into the smithy and set about lighting the fire. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Section 19 of the Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain.
For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lynn Thompson. The Broad Highway, by Jeffery Farnol. Chapter 6, in which I learn of an impending danger. I am at the forge, watching the deepening glow of the coals as I ply the bellows, and listening to their hoarse, not unmusical drone. It seems like a familiar voice, or the voice of a familiar, albeit a somewhat wheezy one, speaking to me in stertorous gasps, something in this wise: Charmian Brown desires to thank Mr. Smith, but because thanks are so poor and small, and his service so great, needs must she remember him. Remember me, said I aloud, and letting go the shaft of the bellows, the better to think this over, it naturally followed that the bellows grew suddenly dumb, whereupon I seized the handle and recommenced blowing with a will. Remember him as a gentleman, wheezed the familiar. Pshaw! I exclaimed. Yet oftener as a smith. Hum! said I. And most of all, as a man. As a man, said I, and turning my back upon the bellows, I sat down upon the anvil, and, taking my chin in my hand, stared away to where the red roof of old Amos's oast house peeped through the swaying green of leaves. As a man, said I to myself again, and so fell a-dreaming of this Charmian. And in my mind I saw her, not as she had first appeared, tall and fierce and wild, but as she had been when she stooped to bind up the hurt in my brow, with her deep eyes brimful of tenderness, and her mouth sweet and compassionate. Beautiful eyes she had, though whether they were blue or brown or black, I could not for the life of me remember. Only I knew I could never forget the look they had held when she gave that final pat to the bandage. And here I found that I was turning a little locket round and round in my fingers, a little old-fashioned heart-shaped locket, with its quaint inscription: He whom mine heart would keep for long shall be a gentleman and strong. I was sitting thus, plunged in a reverie, when a shadow fell across the floor, and looking up, I beheld Prudence, and straightway slipping the locket back into the bosom of my shirt, I rose to my feet, somewhat shamefaced to be caught thus idle. Her face was troubled, and her eyes red, as from recent tears, while in her hand she held a crumpled paper. Mr. Peter, she began, and then stopped, staring at me. Well, Prudence? You've seen him. Him? Who do you mean? Black Jarge. No. What should make you think so? Your face be all cut. You've been fighting. And supposing I have, that is none of George's doing. He and I are very good friends. Why should we quarrel? Well, then it warn't Jarge? No, I have not seen him since Saturday. Thank God, she exclaimed, pressing her hand to her bosom as if to stay its heaving. But you must go, she went on breathlessly. Oh, Mr. Peter, I've been so fearful for 'ee, and you might meet each other any time, so you must go away. Prudence, said I, Prudence, what do you mean? For answer, she held out the crumpled paper, and, scrawled in great, straggling characters, I read these words: Prudence, I am going away. I shall kill him else, but I shall come back. Tell him not to cross my path, or God help him, and you, and me. George. What does it all mean, Prudence? Said I, like a fool. Now, as I spoke, glancing at her, I saw her cheeks, that had seemed hitherto more pale than usual, grow suddenly scarlet, and meeting my eyes, she hid her face in her two hands. Then, seeing her distress, in that same instant I found the answer to my question, and so stood turning poor George's letter over and over, more like a fool than ever. You must go away, you must go away, she repeated. Humph, said I. You must go soon, he means it. I've seen death in his face, she said, shuddering. Go to-day. The longer you stay here, the worse for all of us. Go now. Prudence, said I. Yes, Mr. Peter, from behind her hands. You always loved Black George, didn't you? Yes, Mr. Peter, and you still love him, don't you? A moment's silence, then, yes, Mr. Peter. Excellent, said I. Her head was raised a trifle, and one tearful eye looked at me over her fingers.
I had always hoped you did, I continued, for his sake and for yours, and in my way, a very blundering way as it seems now, I have tried to bring you two together. Prudence only sobbed. But things are not hopeless yet. I think we can see a means of straightening out this tangle. Oh, if we only could, sobbed Prudence. You see, I were very cruel to him, Mr. Peter. Just a little, perhaps, said I, and while she dabbed at her pretty eyes with her snowy apron, I took pen and ink from the shelf where I kept them, which, together with George's letter, I set upon the anvil. Now, said I, in answer to her questioning look, write down just here, below where George signed his name, what you told me a moment ago. You mean that you love him, yes. Oh, Mr. Peter. Prudence, said I, it is the only way, so far as I can see, of saving George from himself, and no sweet, pure maid need be ashamed to tell her love, especially to such a man as this, who worships the very ground that little shoe of yours has once pressed. She glanced up at me under her wet lashes as I said this, and a soft light beamed in her eyes, and a smile hovered upon her red lips. Do he really, Mr. Peter? Indeed he does, Prudence, though I think you must know that without my telling you. So she stooped above the anvil, blushing a little, and sighing a little, and crying a little, and with fingers that trembled somewhat, to be sure, wrote these 4 words, George, I love you. What now, Mr. Peter? She inquired, seeing me begin to unbuckle my leather apron. Now, I answered, I am going to look for Black George. No, no, she cried, laying her hands upon my arm. No, no. If you do meet him, he'll kill 'ee. I don't think he will, said I, shaking my head. Oh, don't go, she pleaded, shaking my arm in her eagerness. He be so strong and wild and quick, he'll give 'ee no chance to speak. 'Twill be murder. Prudence, said I, my mind is set on it. I am going, for your sake, for his sake, and my own. Saying which, I loosened her hands gently, and took down my coat from its peg. Dear God, she exclaimed, staring down at the floor with wide eyes, if he were to kill 'ee. Well, said I, my search would be ended, and I should be a deal wiser in all things than I am to-day. And he would be hanged, said Prudence, shuddering. Probably, poor fellow, said I. At this she glanced quickly up, and once again the crimson dyed her cheeks. Oh, Mr. Peter, forgive me. I were only thinking of George, and quite right too, Prudence, I nodded. He is indeed worth any good woman's thoughts. Let it be your duty to think of him, and for him, henceforth. Wait, she said, wait. And turning, she fled through the doorway and across the road, swift and graceful as any bird, and presently was back again, with something hidden in her apron. He be a strong man, and terrible in his wrath, said she, and I love him, but take this with you, and if it must be, use it, because I do love him. Now, as she said this, she drew from her apron that same brass-bound pistol that had served me so well against the ghost, and thrust it into my hand. Take it, Mr. Peter, take it, but, oh, here a great sob choked her voice. Don't use it, if you can help it, for my sake. Why, Prue, said I, touching her bowed head very tenderly, how can you think I would go up against my friend with death in my hand? Heaven forbid. So I laid aside the weapon, and, clapping on my hat, strode out into the glory of the summer morning, but left her weeping in the shadows. Chapter 7, which narrates a somewhat remarkable conversation. To find a man in Cambourne woods, even so big a man as Black George, would seem as hard a matter as to find the needle in the proverbial bottle of hay. The sun crept westward, the day declined into evening, yet, hungry though I was, I persevered in my search, not so much in the hope of finding him, in the which I knew I must be guided altogether by chance, as from a disinclination to return just yet to the cottage. It would be miserable there at this hour, I told myself, miserable and lonely. Yet why should I be lonely, I, who had gloried in my solitude hitherto? Whence then had come this change?
While I stood thus, seeking an answer to this self-imposed question, and finding none, I heard some one approach, whistling, and, looking about, beheld a fellow with an axe upon his shoulder, who strode along at a good pace, keeping time to his whistle. He gave me a cheery greeting as he came up, but without stopping. "You seem in a hurry," said I. "Ah," grinned the man over his shoulder, "'cause why? 'Cause I be going home." "Home?" said I. "To supper," he nodded, and forthwith began to whistle again, while I stood listening till the clear notes had died away. "Home," said I for the second time, and there came upon me a feeling of desolation such as I had never known even in my neglected boyhood's days. Home! Truly a sweet word, a comfortable word, the memory of which has been as oil and wine to many a sick and weary traveller upon this broad highway of life. A little word, and yet one which may come betwixt a man and temptation, covering him like a shield. Roof and walls, be they cottage or mansion, do not make home, thought I. Rather, it is the atmosphere of mutual love, the intimacies of thought, the joys and sorrows endured together, and the never-failing sympathy, that bond invisible yet stronger than death. And because I had hitherto known nothing of this, I was possessed of a great envy for this axe-fellow as I walked on through the wood. Now as I went, it was as if there were two voices arguing together within me, whereof ensued the following triangular conversation. Myself. Yet I have my books. I will go to my lonely cottage and bury myself among my books. First voice. Assuredly. Is it for a philosopher to envy a whistling axe-fellow? Go to. Second voice. Far better a home and loving companionship than all the philosophy of all the schools. Surely happiness is greater than learning, and more to be desired than wisdom. First voice. Better rather than destiny had never sent her to you. Myself, rubbing my chin very hard, and staring at nothing in particular. Her? Second voice. Her, to be sure, she who has been in your thoughts all day long. First voice, with lofty disdain. Crass folly! A woman utterly unknown, who came heralded by the roar of wind and the rush of rain, a creature born of the tempest, with flame in her eyes and hair, and fire in the scarlet of her mouth, a fierce, passionate being, given to hot impulse, even to the taking of a man's life. But, said I, somewhat diffidently, the fellow was a proved scoundrel. First voice, bellowing. Sophistry, sophistry! Even supposing he was the greatest of villains, does that make her less a murderess in intent? Myself. Hum! First voice, roaring. Of course not. Again, can this woman even faintly compare with your ideal of what a woman should be? This shrew, this termagant? Can a woman whose hand has the strength to level a pistol, and whose mind the will to use it, be of a gentle nature, clinging, sweet? Second voice, sotto. And sticky. First voice, howling. Of course not. Preposterous. Hereupon, finding no answer, I strode on through the alleys of the wood. But when I had gone some distance, I stopped again, for there rushed over me the recollection of the tender pity of her eyes and the gentle touch of her hand, as when she had bound up my hurts. Nevertheless, said I doggedly, her face can grow more beautiful with pity, and surely no woman's hand could be lighter or more gentle. First voice, with withering contempt. Our Peter fellow is like to become a preposterous ass. But, unheeding, I thrust my hand into my breast, and drew out a small handful of cambric, whence came a faint perfume of violets, and, closing my eyes, it seemed that she was kneeling before me, her arms about my neck, as when she had bound this handkerchief about my bleeding temples. Truly, said I, for that one sweet act alone, a woman might be worth dying for. Second voice, or better still, living for. First voice, in high indignation. Balderdash, sir, sentimental balderdash. Second voice, a truth incontrovertible. Folly, said I, and threw the handkerchief from me. But next moment, moved by a sudden impulse, I stooped and picked it up again. First voice, our Peter fellow is becoming the fool of fools. Myself, no, of that there is not the slightest fear, because she is gone. And thus I remained staring at the handkerchief for a great while. End of Section 19. Section 20 of the Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Book 2, Chapter 8. In which I see a vision in the glory of the moon, and eat of a poached rabbit. The moon was rising as, hungry and weary, I came to that steep descent I have mentioned more than once, which leads down into the hollow, and her pale radiance was already upon the world, a sleeping world wherein I seemed alone. And as I stood to gaze upon the wonder of the heavens and the serene beauty of the earth, the clock in Cranbrook's church chimed 9. All about me was a soft stirring of leaves and the rustle of things unseen, which was the breathing of a sleeping host. Borne to my nostrils came the scent of wood and herb and dewy earth, while upstealing from the shadow of the trees below, the voice of the brook reached me, singing its never-ending song, now loud and clear, now sinking to a rippling murmur. A melody of joy and sorrow, of laughter and tears, like the greater melody of life. And presently I descended into the shadows, and, walking on the side of the brook, sat me down upon a great boulder, and straightway my weariness and hunger were forgotten, and I fell a-dreaming. Truly it was a night to dream in, a white night, full of the moon and the magic of the moon. Slowly she mounted upwards, peeping down at me through whispering leaves, checkering the shadows with silver, and turning the brook into a path of silver for the feet of fairies. Yes, indeed, the very air seemed fraught with a magic whereby the unreal became the real, and things impossible the manifestly possible. And so, staring up at the moon's pale loveliness, I dreamed the deathless dreams of long-dead poets and romancers, wherein were the notes of dreamy lutes, the soft whisper of trailing garments, and sighing voices that called beneath the breath. Between Petrarch's Laura and Dante's Beatrice came one as proud and gracious and beautiful as they, deep-bosomed, broad-hipped, with a red mouth and a subtle witchery of the eyes. I dreamed of nymphs and satyrs, of fauns and dryads, and of the young Endymion, who, on just such another night, in just such another leafy bower, waited the coming of his goddess. Now, as I sat thus, chin in hand, I heard a little sound behind me, the rustling of leaves, and turning my head, beheld one who stood half in shadow, half in moonlight, looking down at me beneath the shy languor of drooping lids, with eyes hidden by their lashes, a woman tall and fair, as strong as Dian's self. Very still she stood, and half wistful, as if waiting for me to speak, and very silent I sat, staring up at her as she had been the embodiment of my dreams conjured up by the magic of the night, while from the mysteries of the woods stole the soft, sweet song of a nightingale. "Charmian?" said I at last, speaking almost in a whisper. Surely this was the sweet goddess herself, and I the wandering shepherd on Mount Ida's solitude. "Charmian!" said I again, "you have come then?" With the words I rose. "You have come then?" I repeated. But now she sighed a little, and turning her head away, laughed very sweet and low, and sighed again. "Were you expecting me?" I think I was. That is, I don't know," I stammered. "Then you were not very surprised to see me?" "No." "And you are not very sorry to see me?" "No." "And you are not very glad to see me?" "Yes." Here there fell a silence between us, yet a silence that was full of leafy stirrings, soft night noises, and the languorous murmur of the brook. Presently Charmian reached out a hand, broke off a twig of willow, and began to turn it round and round in her white fingers, while I sought vainly for something to say. "When I went away this morning," she began at last, looking down at the twig, "I didn't think I should ever come back again." "No, I suppose not," said I awkwardly. "But, you see, I had no money." "No money?" "Not a penny. It was not until I had walked a long, long way, and was very tired and terribly hungry, that I found I hadn't enough to buy even a crust of bread." "And there was £3 15s. and 6d. in Donald's old shoe," said I. "7d." she corrected. "7d?" said I in some surprise. £3 15s. and 7d. I counted it." "Oh," said I. She nodded. "And in the other I found a small, very curiously shaped piece of wood." "Ah, yes, I've been looking for that all week. You see, when I made my table, by some miscalculation one leg persisted in coming out shorter than the others, which necessitated its being shored up by a book until I made that block." "Mr. Peter Vibart's Virgil book," she said, nodding to the twig. "Yes," said I, somewhat disconcerted. "It was a pity to use a book," she went on, still very intent upon the twig, "even if that book does belong to a man with such a name as Peter Vibart." Now, presently, seeing I was silent, she stole a glance at me, and looking, laughed. "But," she continued more seriously, "this has nothing to do with you, of course, nor me for that matter, and I was trying to tell you how hungry, how hatefully hungry I was, and I couldn't beg, could I, and so I—" "You came back," said I. "I came back." "Being hungry." "Famishing." £3 15s. and 7d. is not a great sum," said I, "but perhaps it will enable you to reach your family." "I'm afraid not. You see, I have no family." "Your friends, then?" "I have no friends. I am alone in the world." "Oh," said I, and turned to stare down into the brook, for I could think only that she was alone and solitary, even as I, which seemed like an invisible bond between us, drawing us each nearer the other, whereat I felt ridiculously pleased that this should be so. "No," said Charmian, still intent upon the twig, "I have neither friends nor family nor money, and so, being hungry, I came back here, and ate up all the bacon." "Why, I hadn't much left, if I remember." "6 slices." Now, as she stood, half in shadow, half in moonlight, I could not help but be conscious of her loveliness. She was no pretty woman. Beneath the high beauty of her face lay a dormant power that is ever at odds with prettiness, and before which I vaguely felt at a loss. And yet, because of her warm beauty, because of the elusive witchery of her eyes, the soft, sweet column of the neck, and the sway of the figure in the moonlight, because she was no goddess, and I no shepherd in Arcadia, I clasped my hands behind me, and turned to look down into the stream. "Indeed," said I, speaking my thought aloud, "this is no place for a woman, after all." "No," she said very softly. "No, although, to be sure, there are worse places." "Yes," she said, "I suppose so." "Then again, it is very far removed from the world, so that a woman must needs be cut off from all those little delicacies and refinements that are supposed to be essential to her existence." "Yes," she sighed. "Though what," I continued, "what on earth would be the use of a harp, let us say, or a pair of curling irons, in this wilderness, I don't know." "One could play upon the one and curl one's hair with the other, and there's a deal of pleasure to be had from both," said she. "Then also," I pursued, "this place, as I told you, is said to be haunted. Not," I went on, seeing that she was silent, "not that you believe in such things, of course. But the cottage is very rough, and ill and clumsily furnished, though, to be sure, It might be made comfortable enough, and—" "Well?" she inquired, as I paused. "Then—" said I, and was silent for a long time, watching the play of the moonbeams on the rippling water. "Well?" said she again at last. "Then," said I, "if you are friendless, God forbid that I should refuse you the shelter of even such a place as this. So, if you are homeless and without money, stay here if you will, so long as it pleases you." I kept my eyes directed to the running water at my feet as I waited her answer, and it seemed a very long time before she spoke. "Are you fond of stewed rabbit?" "Rabbit?" said I, staring. "With onions?" "Onions?" "Oh, I can cook a little, and supper is waiting." "Supper?" "If you are hungry." "I am ravenous." "Then why not come home and eat it?" "Home?" Instead of echoing my words and staring the poor moon out of countenance, "Come," and, with the word, she turned and led the way to the cottage. And behold, the candles were lighted, the table was spread with a snowy cloth, and a pot simmered upon the hob, a hob that gave forth an odour delectable, and over which Charmian bent forthwith, and into which she gazed with an anxious brow, and thrust an inquiring fork. "I think it's all right." "I'm sure of it," said I, inhaling the appetizing aroma. "But pray where did you get it?" "A man sold it to me. He had a lot of them." "Huh!" said I, "probably poached." "I bought this for 6d. out of the old shoe." "6d.? Then they certainly were poached. These are the Cambourne woods, and everything upon them, fish, flesh, or fowl, living or dead, belongs to the Lady Sophia Sefton of Cambourne." "Then perhaps we had better not eat it," said she, glancing at me over her shoulder. But meeting my eye, she laughed, and so we presently sat down to supper, and, poached though it may have been, that rabbit made a truly noble end notwithstanding. End of Book 2, Chapter 8. Section 21 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Book 2, Chapter 9, which relates somewhat of Charmian Brown. We were sitting in the moonlight. "Now," said Charmian, staring up at the luminous heaven, "let us talk." "Willingly," I answered. "Let us talk of stars." "No, let us talk of ourselves." "As you please." "Very well, you begin." "Well, I am a blacksmith." "Yes, so you told me before." "And I make horseshoes." "He is a blacksmith and makes horseshoes," said Charmian, nodding at the moon. "And I live here, in this solitude, very contentedly, so that it is only reasonable to suppose that I shall continue to live here, and make horseshoes, though really—" I broke off, letting my eyes wander from my companion's upturned face back to the glowing sky once more. "There is little I could tell you about so commonplace a person as myself that is likely to interest you." "No," said Charmian, "evidently not." Here my gaze came down to her face again so quickly that I fancied I detected the ghost of a smile upon her lips. "Then," said I, "by all means let us talk of something else." "Yes," she agreed. "Let us talk of the woman Charmian Brown." A tress of hair had come loose, and hung low over her brow, and in its shadow her eyes seemed more elusive, more mocking than ever, and while our glances met, she put up a hand and began to wind this glossy tress round and round her finger. "Well?" said she. "Well," said I, "supposing you begin." "But is she likely to interest you?" "I think so, yes." "Aren't you sure, then?" Quite sure, certainly. Then why don't you say so? I thought you would take that for granted. A woman should take nothing for granted, sir. Then, said I, supposing you begin. I've half a mind not to, she retorted, curling the tress of hair again, and then suddenly, what do you think of Charmian Brown? I think of her as little as I can. Indeed, sir? Indeed, said I. And why, pray? Because, said I, knocking the ashes from my pipe, because the more I think about her, the more incomprehensible she becomes. Have you known many women? Very few, I confess, but I am not altogether unfamiliar with the sex, for I have known a great number in books. Our blacksmith, said Charmian, addressing the moon again, has known many women in books. His knowledge is, therefore, profound. And she laughed. May I ask why you laugh at me? Oh, said she, don't you know that women in books and women out of books are no more the same than day and night, or summer and winter? And yet there are thousands of women who exist for us in books only. Laura, Beatrice, Trojan Helen, Aspasia, and glorious Phryne, and hosts of others, I demurred. Yes, but they exist for us only as their historians permit them, as their biographers saw or imagined them. Would Petrarch ever have permitted Laura to do an ungracious act, or anything which, to his masculine understanding, seemed unfeminine? And would Dante have mentioned it, had Beatrice been guilty of one? A man can no more understand a woman from the reading of books than he can learn Latin or Greek from staring at the sky. Of that, said I, shaking my head, of that I am not so sure. Then, personally, you know very little concerning women? She inquired. I have always been too busy, said I. Here Charmian turned to look at me again. Too busy? She repeated, as though she had not heard aright. Too busy? Much too busy. Now, when I said this, she laughed, and then she frowned, and then she laughed again. You would much rather make a horseshoe than talk with a woman, perhaps? Yes, I think I would. Oh, said Charmian, frowning again, but this time she did not look at me. You see, I explained, turning my empty pipe over and over rather aimlessly, when I make a horseshoe, I take a piece of iron, and, having heated it, I bend and shape it, and with every hammer stroke I see it growing into what I would have it. I am sure of it from start to finish. Now, with a woman it is different. You mean that you cannot bend and shape her like your horseshoe? Still without looking towards me. I mean that I fear I should never be quite sure of a woman as I am of my horseshoe. Why, you see, said Charmian, beginning to braid the tress of hair, a woman cannot at any time be said to resemble a horseshoe very much, can she? Surely, said I, surely you know what I mean. There are Laura and Beatrice and Helen and Aspasia and Phryne, and hosts of others, said Charmian, nodding to the moon again. Oh, yes, our blacksmith has read of so many women in books that he has no more idea of women out of books than I of Sanskrit. And in a little while, seeing I was silent, she condescended to glance towards me. Then, I suppose, under the circumstances, you have never been in love. In love? I repeated, and dropped my pipe. In love? The Lord forbid! Why, pray? Because love is a disease, a madness coming between a man and his life's work. Love, said I, it is a calamity. Never having been in love himself, our blacksmith very naturally knows all about it, said Charmian to the moon. I speak only of such things as I have read, I began. More books, she sighed. Words of men much wiser than I, poets and philosophers written, when they were old and grey-headed, Charmian broke in, when they were quite incapable of judging the matter. though many a grave philosopher loved, now, didn't he? To be sure, said I, rather hipped. Dionysius Lambienus, I think, says somewhere that a woman with a big mouth is infinitely sweeter in the kissing, and— Do you suppose he read that in a book? She inquired, glancing at me sideways. Why, as to that, I answered, a philosopher may love, but not for the mere sake of loving. For whose sake, then, I wonder? A man who esteems trifles for their own sake is a trifler, but one who values them rather for the deductions that may be drawn from them, he is a philosopher. Charmian rose and stood looking down at me very strangely. So, said she, throwing back her head, so, throned in lofty might, superior Mr. Smith thinks love a trifle, does he? My name is Vibart, as I think you know, said I, stung by her look or her tone, or both. Yes, she answered, seeming to look down at me from an immeasurable attitude, but I prefer to know him just now as superior Mr. Smith. As you will, said I, and rose also, but even then, though she had to look up to me, I had the same inward conviction that her eyes were regarding me from a great height, wherefore I attempted, quite unsuccessfully, to light my pipe. And after I had struck flint and steel vainly, perhaps a dozen times, Charmian took the box from me, and, igniting the tinder, held it for me while I lighted my tobacco. Thank you, said I, as she returned the box, and then I saw that she was smiling. Talking of Charmian Brown, I began. But we are not. Then suppose you begin. Do you really wish to hear about that humble person? Very much. Then you must know, in the first place, that she is old, sir, dreadfully old. But, said I, she really cannot be more than 23 or 4 at the most. She is just 21, returned Charmian, rather hastily, I thought. Quite a child. No, indeed, it is experience that ages one, and by experience she is quite 200. The wonder is that she still lives. Indeed it is. And being of such a ripe age, it is probable that she, at any rate, has been in love. Scores of times. Oh, said I, puffing very hard at my pipe. Or fancied so, said Charmian. That, I replied, that is a very different thing. Do you think so? Well, isn't it? Perhaps. Very well, then, continue, I beg. Now this woman, Charmian went on, beginning to curl the tress of hair again, hating the world about her with its shams, its hypocrisy and cruelty, ran away from it all one day with a villain. And why with a villain? Because he was a villain. That, said I, turning to look at her, that I do not understand. No, I didn't suppose you would, she answered. Said I, rubbing my chin. And why did you run away from him? Because he was a villain. That was very illogical, said I. But very sensible, sir. Here there fell a silence between us, and, as we walked, now and then her gown would brush my knee, or her shoulder touch mine, for the path was very narrow. And did you— I began suddenly, and stopped. Did I what, sir? Did you love him? Said I, staring straight in front of me. I ran away from him. And do you love him? I suppose, said Charmian, speaking very slowly, I suppose you cannot understand a woman hating and loving a man, admiring and despising him, both at the same time. No, I can't. Can you understand one glorying in the tempest that may destroy her, riding a fierce horse that may crush her, or being attracted by a will strong and masterful, before which all must yield or break? I think I can. Then, said Charmian, this man is strong and wild and very masterful, and so I ran away with him. And do you love him? We walked on some distance ere she answered. I don't know. Not sure, then? No. After this we fell silent altogether, yet once, when I happened to glance at her, I saw that her eyes were very bright beneath the shadow of her drooping lashes, and that her lips were smiling, and I pondered very deeply as to why this should be. Re-entering the cottage, I closed the door, and waited the while she lighted my candle. And having taken the candle from her hand, I bade her good night, but paused at the door of my chamber. "You feel quite safe here?" "Quite safe." "Despite the colour of my hair and eyes, you have no fear of Peter Smith?" "None." "Because he is neither fierce, nor wild, nor masterful?" "Because he is neither fierce nor wild," she echoed. "Nor masterful," said I. "Nor masterful," said Charmian, with averted head. So I opened the door, but, even then, must needs turn back again. "Do you think I am so very different from him?" "As different as day from night, as the lamb from the wolf," said she, without looking at me. "Good night, Peter." "Good night," said I, and so, going into my room, I closed the door behind me. "A lamb!" said I, tearing off my neckcloth, and sat for some time listening to her footsteps and the soft rustle of her petticoats going to and fro. "A lamb!" said I again, and slowly drew off my coat. As I did so, a little cambric handkerchief fell to the floor, and I kicked it forthwith into a corner. "A lamb!" said I for the third time, but, at this moment, came a light tap upon the door. "Yes," said I, without moving. "Oh, how is your injured thumb?" "Thank you, it is as well as can be expected." "Does it pain you very much?" "It is not unbearable," said I. "Good night, Peter," and I heard her move away, but presently she was back again. "Oh, Peter!" "Well? Are you frowning?" I think I was. Why?" "When you frown, you are very like him, and have the same square set of the mouth and chin. When you are angry. So please don't frown, Peter. Good night." "Good night, Charmian," said I, and stooping, I picked up the little handkerchief and thrust it under my pillow. End of Book 2, Chapter 9.
Section 22 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Book 2, Chapter 10. I am suspected of the black art. Vibart. The word had been uttered close behind me, and very softly, yet I started at this sudden mention of my name, and stood for a moment with my hammer poised above the anvil, ere I turned and faced the speaker. He was a tall man with a stubbly growth of grizzled hair around his lank jaws, and he was leaning in at that window of the smithy, which gave upon a certain grassy back lane. "You spoke, I think," said I. I said, "Vibart." "Well?" "Well." "And why should you say Vibart?" "And why should you start?" Beneath the broad flapping hat his eyes glowed with a sudden intensity as he waited my answer. "It is familiar," said I. "Ah, familiar," he repeated, and his features were suddenly contorted as with a strong convulsion, and his teeth gleamed between his pallid lips. My hammer was yet in my grasp, and, as I met this baleful look, my fingers tightened instinctively around the shaft. "Familiar?" said he again. "Yes," I nodded, "like your face, for it would almost seem I have seen you somewhere before, and I seldom forget faces." "Nor do I," said the man. Now, while we were thus fronted each other, there came the sound of approaching footsteps, and John Pringle, the carrier, appeared, followed by the pessimistic Job. "Marnin', Peter. Them horseshoes," began John, pausing just outside the smithy door. "You was to finish 'em this afternoon, if so be as they bean't done, you being short-handed without George, why, I can wait." Now, during this speech, I was aware that both his and Job's eyes had wandered from my bandaged thumb to my bare throat, and become fixed there. "Come in and sit down," said I, nodding to each as I blew up the fire. "Come in." For a moment they hesitated, then John stepped gingerly into the smithy, closely followed by Job, and watching them beneath my brows as I stooped above the shaft of the bellows, I saw each of them furtively cross his fingers. "Why do you do that, John Pringle?" said I. "Do what, Peter?" "Cross your fingers." "Why, you see, Peter," said John, glancing in turn at the floor, the rafters, the fire, and the anvil, but never at me, "you see, it be just a kind of way of mine." "But why does Job do the same?" "And why do you look at a man so sharp and sudden-like?" retorted Job sullenly. "Dang me, if it aren't enough to send cold shivers up a chap's spine. I never see such a pair of eyes afore, no, nor don't want to again." "Nonsense," said I. "My eyes can't hurt you." "And how am I to know that? How am I to be sure of that, and you with your throat all worn with devil's claws and demon's clutches? It bean't natural. Old Amos says so, and I says so." "Pure folly," said I, plucking the iron from the fire, and beginning to beat and shape it with my hammer. But presently, remembering the strange man who had spoken my name, I looked up, and then I saw that he was gone. "Where is he?" said I, involuntarily. "Where's who?" inquired John Pringle, glancing about uneasily. "The fellow who was talking to me as you came up." "I didn't see no fellow," said Job, looking at John and edging nearer the door. "Nor me neither," chimed in John Pringle, looking at Job. "Why, he was leaning in at the window here, not a minute ago," said I, and plunging the half-finished horseshoe back into the fire, I stepped out into the road, but the man was nowhere to be seen. "Very strange," said I. "What might he have been like now?" inquired John. "He was tall and thin and wore a big flapping hat." John Pringle coughed, scratched his chin, and coughed again. "What is it, John?" I inquired. "Why, then, you couldn't happen to notice, in wearing his hat, you couldn't happen to notice if he had ever a pair of horns, Peter?" "Horns!" I exclaimed. "Or a tail, Peter?" "Or even a hoof, now," suggested Job. "Come," said I, looking from one to the other, "what might you be driving at?" "Why, you see, Peter," answered John, coughing again and scratching his chin harder than before, "you see, Peter, it aren't natural for a human being to go vanishing away like this here. If it were a man as you were a-talking to—" "Which I doubt," muttered Job. "If it were a man, Peter, then I axes you, where is that man?" Before I could answer this pointed question, old Joel Amos hobbled up. He paused on the threshold to address someone over his shoulder. "Come on, James, here he be. Come forward, James, like a man." Thus adjured, another individual appeared, a somewhat flaccid-looking individual, with colourless hair and eyes, one who seemed to exhale an air of apology, as it were, from the hobnailed boot upon the floor to the grimy forefinger that touched the straw-like hair in salutation. "Morning, Peter," said old Amos. "This here is Dutton." "How do you do?" said I, acknowledging the introduction. "And what can I do for Mr. Dutton?" The latter, instead of replying, took out a vivid Belcher handkerchief, and apologetically mopped his face. "Speak up, James Dutton," said old Amos. "Lord!" exclaimed Dutton, "Lord! I do be that ot. You speak for I, Amos, do." "Well," began old Amos, not ill-pleased, "this 'ere Dutton wants to ask you a question. 'E do, Peter." "I shall be glad to answer it if I can," I returned. "You 'ear that? Well, ax your question, James Dutton," commanded the old man. "Why, you see, Amos," began Dutton, positively reeking apology, "I do be that uncommon ot. You axin." "Why, then, Peter," began Amos with great unction, "it's his pigs." "Pigs?" I exclaimed, staring. "Ah, pigs, Peter," nodded old Amos. "Dutton's pigs. His sow farrowed last week, at 3 in the morning, 9 of them." "Well?" said I, wondering more and more. Well, Peter, they was a fine hearty lot, and all a-doing well, till last Monday. Indeed, said I. Last Monday night, 4 of 'em sickened and died. Most unfortunate, said I. And the rest has never been the same since. Probably ate something that disagreed with them, said I, picking up my hammer and laying it down again. Old Amos smiled and shook his head. You know James Dutton's pigs died, don't you, Peter? I really can't say that I do. Yet you pass it every day on your way to the Aller. It lies just behind Simon's oast house, as James himself will tell ye. So it do, interpolated Dutton, with an apologetic nod, which, leastways, if it don't, can't be no of. Having delivered himself of which, he buried his face in the belcher handkerchief. Now, one evening, Peter, continued old Amos, one evening you leaned over the fence of that there pigsty, and stood a-looking at they pigs for, perhaps, 10 minutes. Did I? Yeah, that you did. James Dutton see thee, and his wife, she see you too, and I see ye. Then, said I, probably I did. Well? Well, said the old man, looking round upon his hearers, and bringing out each word with the greatest unction. That dear evening were last Monday evening, as ever was, the very same hour as Dutton's pig sickened and died. Hereupon John Pringle and Job rose simultaneously from where they had been sitting, and retreated precipitately at the door. Lord! exclaimed John. I might have knowed it, said Job, drawing a cross in the air with his finger. And so James Dutton wants to ax you to take it off, Peter, said old Amos. To take what off? Why, the spell, for sure. Hereupon I gave free play to my amusement, and laughed, while the others watched me with varying expressions. And so you think that I bewitched Dutton's pigs, do you? said I at last, glancing from old Amos to this perspiring apology, who immediately began to mop his face and neck again. And why, I continued, seeing that nobody appeared willing to speak, why should you think it of me? Why, Peter, you bean't like ordinary folk. Your eyes go through and through a man. And then, Peter, I mind as you come a-walking into Sissinghurst one night from Lord knows where, all covered with dust and with a pack on your back. You are wrong there, Amos, said I. It was afternoon when I came, and the ancient was with me. Ah, and where did you find ye, Peter? Come, speak up and tell us. In the hollow, I answered. Ah, he found he in the very spot where the wanderer of the roads hung himself 66 years ago. There is nothing very strange in that, said I. What's more, you come into the village and beat Black George throwing the hammer, and him the strongest man in all the south country. I beat him because he did not do his best, so there is nothing strange in that either. And then you lives all alone in that there ghastly holler, and you fights and struggles with devils and demons, all in the wind and rain and tearing tempest, and what's most of all, you comes back alive, and what's more yet, with devil marks upon ye and your throat all tore with claws. Old Gaffer be over proud of finding ye, but old Gaffer be doddering ye be, and foolish with years. He'd ha' done much better to left ye alone. I've heard of folk selling theirselves to the devil afore now. I've likewise heard of the evil eye afore now. Ah, and knows one when I sees it. Nonsense, said I sternly. Nonsense! This talk of ghosts and devils is sheer folly. I am a man like the rest of you, and could not wish you ill, even if I would come. Let us all shake hands, and forget this folly. And I extended my hand to old Amos. He glanced from it to my face, and immediately lowering his eyes, shook his head. It's the evil eye, said he, and drew a cross upon the floor with his stick. The evil eye. Nonsense, said I again. My eye is no more evil than yours, or Job's. I never wished any man harm yet, nor wronged one, and I hope I never may. As for Mr. Dutton's pigs, if you take better care of them and keep them out of the damp, they will probably thrive better than ever. Come, shake hands. But one by one they edged their way to the door after old Amos, until only John Pringle was left. He for a moment stood hesitating, then suddenly reaching out, he seized my hand and shook it twice. "I'll call for them horseshoes in the morning, Peter," said he, and vanished. "Arter all," I heard him say as he joined the others, "it's summat to have shook hands with a chap as fights with demons." Chapter 11. A Shadow in the Hedge. Over the uplands to my left the moon was peeping at me, very broad and yellow, as yet casting long shadows athwart my way. The air was heavy with the perfume of honeysuckle abloom in the hedges, a warm, still air wherein a deep silence brooded, and in which leaf fluttered not and twig stirred not, but it was none of this I held in my thoughts as I strode along, whistling softly as I went. Yet in a while, chancing to lift my eyes, I beheld the object of my reverie coming towards me through the shadows. "Why, Charmian," said I, uncovering my head. "Why, Peter! Did you come to meet me?" "It must be nearly 9 o'clock, sir." "Yes, I had to finish some work." "Did anyone pass you on the road?" "Not a soul." "Peter, have you an enemy?" "Not that I know of, unless it be myself. Epictetus says somewhere that—" "Oh, Peter, how dreadfully quiet everything is," said she, and shivered. "Are you cold?" "No, but it is so dreadfully still." Now in one place the lane, narrowing suddenly, led between high banks crowned with bushes, so that it was very dark there. As we entered this gloom, Charmian suddenly drew closer to my side and slipped her hand beneath my arm and into my clasp, and the touch of her fingers was like ice. "Your hand is very cold," said I, but she only laughed, yet I felt her shiver as she pressed herself close against me. And now it was she who talked and I who walked in silence, or answered at random, for I was conscious only of the clasp of her fingers and the soft pressure of hip and shoulder. So we passed through this lane of shadows, walking neither fast nor slow, and ever her cold fingers clasped my fingers, and her shoulder pressed my arm while she talked and laughed, but of what I know not until we had left the dark place behind. Then she sighed deeply and turned, and drew her arm from mine almost sharply, and stood looking back, with her 2 hands pressed upon her bosom. "What is it?" "Look," she whispered, pointing. "There, where it's darkest, look." Now, following the direction of her finger, I saw something that skulked amid the shadows, something that slunk away and vanished as I watched. "A man!" I exclaimed, and would have started in pursuit, but Charmian's hands were upon my arm, strong and compelling. "Are you mad?" cried she angrily. "Would you give him the opportunity I prevented? He was waiting there to shoot you, I think." And after we had gone on some little way, I spoke. "Was that why you came to meet me?" "Yes." "And kept so close beside me?" "Yes." "Ah, yes, to be sure," said I, and walked on in silence, and now I noticed that she kept as far from me as the path would allow. "Are you thinking me very unmaidenly again, sir?" "No," I answered, "no. You see, I had no other way. Had I told you that there was a man hidden in the hedge, you would have gone to look, and then something dreadful would have happened." "How came you to know he was there?" "Why, after I had prepared supper, I climbed that steep path which leads to the road, and sat down upon the fallen tree that lies there, to watch for you, and as I sat there I saw a man come hurrying down the road." "A very big man?" "Yeah, very tall he seemed, and as I watched he crept in behind the hedge. While I was wondering at this, I heard your step on the road, and you were whistling." "And yet I seldom whistle." "It was you. I knew your step." "Did you, Charmian?" "I do wish you would not interrupt, sir." "I beg your pardon," said I humbly. "And then I saw you coming, and the man saw you too, for he crouched suddenly. I could only see him dimly in the shadow of the hedge, but he looked murderous, and it seemed to me that if you reached his hiding place before I did, something terrible would happen, and so—" "You came to meet me?" "Yes." "And walked close beside me so that you were between me and the shadow of the hedge?" "Yes." "And I thought I began and stopped. Well, Peter? Here she turned and gave me a swift glance beneath her lashes. That it was because you were, perhaps, rather glad to see me. Charmian did not speak. Indeed, she was so very silent that I would have given much to have seen her face just then, but the light was very dim, as I have said. Moreover, she had turned her shoulder towards me. But I am grateful to you, I went on, very grateful, and it was very brave of you. Thank you, sir, she answered in a very small voice, and I more than suspected that she was laughing at me. Not, I therefore continued, that there was any real danger. What do you mean? She asked quickly. I mean that in all probability the man you saw was Black George, a very good friend of mine who, though he may imagine he has a grudge against me, is too much of a man to lie in wait to do me hurt. Then why should he hide in the hedge? Because he committed the mistake of throwing the town beadle over the churchyard wall, and is, consequently, in hiding for the present. He has an ill-sounding name, and is the manliest, gentlest, truest, and the worthiest fellow that ever wore the leather apron. Seeing how perseveringly she kept the whole breadth of the path between us, I presently fell back and walked behind her. Now her head was bent, and thus I could not but remark the little curls and tendrils of hair upon her neck, whose sole object seemed to be to make the white skin more white by contrast. "Peter," said she suddenly, speaking over her shoulder, "of what are you thinking?" "Of a certain steak pasty that was promised for my supper," I answered immediately, mendacious. "Oh!" "And what," I inquired, "what were you thinking?" "I was thinking, Peter, that the shadow in the hedge may not have been Black George after all." End of Book 2, Chapters 10 and 11. Section 23 of The Broad Highway. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Book 2, Chapters 12 and 13. Who comes? "This table wobbles," said Charmian. "It does," said I, "but then I notice that the block is misplaced again." "Then why use a block?" "A book is so clumsy," I began. "Or a book. Why not cut down the long legs to match a short one?" "That is really an excellent idea." "Then why didn't you before?" "Because, to be frank with you, it never occurred to me." "I suppose you are better as a blacksmith than as a carpenter, aren't you, Peter?" And seeing I could find no answer worthy of retort, she laughed, and sitting down, watched me while I took my saw forthwith and shortened the 3 long legs as she had suggested. Having done which, to our common satisfaction, seeing the moon was rising, we went and sat down on the bench beside the cottage door. "And are you a very good blacksmith?" she pursued, turning to regard me, chin in hand. "I can swing a hammer or shoe a horse with any smith in Kent, except Black George, and he is the best in all the south country." "And is that a very great achievement, Peter?" "It is not a despicable one." "Are you quite satisfied to be able to shoe horses well, sir?" "It is far better to be a good blacksmith than a bad poet or an incompetent prime minister." "Meaning that you would rather succeed in the little thing than fail in the great?" "With your permission I will smoke," said I. "Surely," she went on, nodding her permission, "surely it is nobler to be a great failure rather than a mean success." "Success is very sweet, Charmian, even in the smallest thing. For instance," said I, pointing to the cottage door that stood open beside her, "when I built that door and saw it swing on its hinges, I was as proud of it as though it had been—" "A really good door," interpolated Charmian, "instead of a bad one." "A bad one, Charmian?" "It's a very clumsy door, and has neither bolt nor lock. There are no thieves hereabouts, and even if they were, they would not dare to set foot in the hollow after dark. And then, unless one close it with great care, it sticks very tight." "That, obviating the necessity for a latch, is rather to be commended," said I. "Besides, it is a very ill-fitting door, Peter." "I have seen worse." and it will be very draughty in cold weather. A blanket hung across will remedy that. Still, it can hardly be called a very good door, can it, Peter?" Here I lighted my pipe without answering. "I suppose you make horseshoes much better than you make doors?" I puffed at my pipe in silence. "You're not angry because I found fault with your door, are you, Peter?" "Angry?" said I. "Not in the least." "I'm sorry for that." "Why sorry?" "Are you never angry, Peter?" "Seldom, I hope." "I should like to see you so, just once." Finding nothing to say in answer to this, I smoked my negro head pipe and stared at the moon, which was looking down at us through a maze of tree trunks and branches. "Referring to horseshoes," said Charmian at last, "are you content to be a blacksmith all your days?" "Yes, I think I am." "Were you never ambitious, then?" "Ambition is like rain, breaking itself upon what it falls on. At least so Bacon says, and— Oh, bother Bacon! Were you never ambitious, Peter?" "I was a great dreamer." "A dreamer!" she exclaimed with fine scorn. "Are dreamers ever ambitious?" "Indeed, they are the most truly ambitious," I retorted. "Their dreams are so vast, so infinite, so far beyond all puny human strength and capacity, that they, perforce, must remain dreamers always. Epictetus himself—" "I wish," sighed Charmian, "I do wish—" "What do you wish?" "That you were not—" "That I was not—" "Such a pedant." "Pedant?" said I, somewhat disconcerted. "And you have a way of echoing my words that is very irritating." "I beg your pardon," said I, feeling much like a chidden schoolboy, "and I am sorry you should think me a pedant." "And you're so dreadfully precise and serious," she continued. "Am I, Charmian?" "And so very solemn and austere, and so ponderous, and egotistical, and calm. Yes, you're hatefully calm and placid, aren't you, Peter?" And after I had smoked thoughtfully a while, I sighed. "Yes, I fear I may seem so." "Oh, I forgive you." "Thank you." "Though you needn't be so annoyingly humble about it," said she, and frowned, and even while she frowned, laughed, and shook her head. "And pray, why do you laugh?" "Because, oh, Peter, you're such a boy." "So you told me once before," said I, biting my pipe stem viciously. "Did I, Peter?" "You also called me a lamb, I remember. At least you suggested it." "Did I, Peter?" And she began to laugh again, but stopped all at once and rose to her feet. "Peter!" said she, with a startled note in her voice. "Don't you hear something?" "Yes," said I. "Someone is coming." "Yes." "And they're coming this way?" "Yes." "Oh, how can you sit there so quietly? Do you think—" she began, and stopped, staring into the shadows with wide eyes. "I think," said I, knocking the ashes from my pipe and laying it on the bench beside me, "that, all things considered, you were wiser to go into the cottage for a while." "No, oh, I couldn't do that." "You would be safer, perhaps." "I'm not a coward. I shall remain here, of course." "But I had rather you went inside." "And I much prefer staying where I am." "Then I must ask you to go inside, Charmian." "No, indeed, my mind is made up." "Then I insist, Charmian." "Mr. Vibart," she exclaimed, throwing up her head, "you forget yourself, I think. I permit no one to order my going and coming, and I obey no man's command." "Then I beg of you." "And I refuse, sir. My mind is made up." "And mine also," said I, rising. "Why, what are you going to do?" she cried, retreating as I advanced towards her. "I'm going to carry you into the cottage." "You would not dare." "If you refuse to walk, how else can you get there?" said I. Anger, amazement, indignation, all these I saw in her eyes as she faced me, but anger most of all. "Oh, you would not dare," she said again, and with a stamp of her foot. "Indeed, yes," I nodded, and now her glance wavered beneath me, her head drooped, and, with a strange little sound that was neither a laugh nor a sob, and yet something of each, she turned upon her heel, ran into the cottage, and slammed the door behind her. Chapter 13. A Peddler in Arcadia. The cottage, as I have said, was entirely hidden from the chance observer by reason of the foliage. Ash, alder, and bramble flourished luxuriantly, growing very thick and high, with here and there a great tree, but upon one side there was a little grassy glade, or clearing rather, some 10 yards square, and it was towards this that my eyes were directed, as I reseated myself upon the settle beside the door, and waited the coming of the unknown. Though the shadows were too deep for my eyes to serve me, yet I could follow the newcomer's approach quite easily by the sound he made. Indeed, I was particularly struck by the prodigious rustling of leaves. Whoever it was must be big and bulky, I thought, and clad probably in a long trailing garment. All at once I knew I was observed, for the sounds ceased, and I heard nothing save the distant bark of a dog and the ripple of the brook near by. I remained there for maybe a full minute, very still. Only my fists clenched themselves as I sat listening and waiting, and that minute was an hour. "You won't be wanting ever a broom now?" The relief was so sudden and intense that I had much ado to keep from laughing outright. "You won't be wanting ever a broom now?" inquired the voice again. "No," I answered, "nor yet a fine leather belt with a steel buckle made in Brummagem as ever was." "Ah, it's you, is it?" said the pedlar, and forthwith Gabbing Dick stepped out of the shadows, brooms on shoulder and bulging pack upon his back, a sight of which the leafy tumult of his approach was immediately accounted for. "So it's you, is it?" he repeated, setting down his brooms and spitting lugubriously at the nearest patch of shadow. "Yes," I answered. "But what brings you here?" "I be going to sleep here, my chap." "Ah, you don't mind the ghost, then?" "Oh, Lord, no. There be only 2 things as I can't abide. Trees as ain't trees is one of them, and women's another." "Women? Come, didn't I once tell you I were married?" "You did." "Very well, then. Trees as ain't trees is bad enough, Lord knows, but women's worse. Ah," said the pedlar, shaking his head, "a sight worse. You see, trees ain't got tongues, leastways not as I've ever heard tell on, and a tree never told a lie, or ate an apple, did it?" "What do you mean by ate an apple?" "I means as a tree can't tell a lie or eat an apple, but a woman can tell a lie, which she does, frequent. And as for apples—" "But," I began. "Eve ate an apple, didn't she?" "The Scriptures say so," I nodded. "And told a lie afterwards, didn't she?" "So we are given to understand." "Very well then," said the pedlar, "there you are," and he turned to spit into the shadow again. "What's more," he continued, "it were a woman as done me out of my birthright." "How so?" "Why, it were Eve as got us drove out of the Garden of Eden, weren't it? If it hadn't been for Eve, I might have been living on milk and honey, and playing with butterflies instead of being married and peddling these here brooms. Don't talk to me of women, my chap. I can't abide 'em. If there's any trouble afoot, you may take your Bible oath as there's a woman 'bout somewheres. There always is." "Do you think so?" "I knows so. Ain't I a-hearing and a-seeing such all day, and every day? There's Black George, for one." "What about him?" "What about him?" repeated the pedlar. "Why, ain't his life been ruined, broke, wore away by one of them Eves?" "Very well, then." "What do you mean? How has his life been ruined?" "The usual way of it. George loves a girl. Girl loves George. Sugar ain't sweeter. Very well, then. Along comes another cove, a strange cove, a cove with nice white hands and soft taking ways. He talks with her, and walks with her, smiles at her, and poor George ain't nowheres. Poor George's cake is dough. And doughy dough at that." "How do you come to know all this?" "How should I come to know it but from the man hisself? 'Dick,' says he, baptismal name Richard, but Dick for short. 'Dick,' says he, 'd'ye see this here stick?' And he shows me a good stout cudgel cut out of the edge, and very neatly trimmed it were too. 'I sees it, George,' says I. 'And you see this one?' says he, holding up another as like the first one be to its fellow. I sees that one too, George, says I. Well, says George, one's for him and one's for me. He can take his choice, he says, and when we do meet it's a-going to be one or the other of us, he says, and what's more, he'll look at it. If I have to wait and foller him, says George, I'll catch him alone one of these fine nights, and it'll be man to man. And when did it tell you all this? This morning as ever was. Where did you see him? Oh, no, said the pedlar, shaking his head, not by no manner of means. I'm married, but I ain't that kind of a cove. What do you mean? The runners is after him, looking for him high and low, and though married, I ain't one to give a man away. I ain't a friendly cove myself, never was and never shall be, never had a friend all my days, and don't want one, but I like Black George. I pities and I despises him. Why do you despise him? Because he carries on so, all about an Eve. Why, there ain't a woman breathing as is worth a man's troubling his lead over, no, nor ever will be. Yet here's Black George ready, and more than willing to get himself hung, and all for a wench, a Eve. Get himself hanged? I repeated. Yeah, hung. Why, ain't he a-waiting and a-waiting to get at this cove with the nice white hands and the taking ways? Ain't he a-watching and a-watching to meet him some lonely night, and when he do meet him? The pedlar sighed. Well? Why, there'll be bloodshed, blood, quarts of it, buckets on it. Black George'll batter this here cove's head soft, so sure as I was baptized Richard. He'll lift this cove up in his great strong arms, and he'll throw this cove down, and he'll gore him and stamp him down under his feet, and this cove's blood'll go a-soaking and a-soaking into the grass, somewheres beneath some edge, or in some quiet corner of the woods. And the birds'll perch on this cove's breast, and flutter their wings in the cove's face, 'cause they'll know as this cove can never do anyone no hurt any more. Ugh, there'll be blood, gallons of it. I hope not, said I. You do you? Most fervently. And 'cause why? 'Cause I happen to be that cove, I answered. Ah, said the pedlar, eyeing me more narrowly. You are ye? I am. Yet you ain't got white hands. They were white once, said I. And I don't see your ways is soft, nor yet taking. None the less I am that cove. Oh, repeated the pedlar, and having turned this intelligence over in his mind, spat thoughtfully into the shadow again. You won't be wanting ever a broom, I think you said? No, said I. Very well then, he nodded, and lifting his brooms made towards the cottage door. Where are you going? To sleep in this here empty hut. But it isn't empty. So much the better, nodded the pedlar. Good night. And with the words he laid his hand upon the door, but as he did so it opened, and Charmian appeared. The pedlar fell back 3 or 4 paces, staring with round eyes. By goles, he exclaimed. So you're married then? Now when he said this I felt suddenly hot all over, even to the very tips of my ears, and for the life of me I could not have looked at Charmian. Why, I began, but her smooth, soft voice came to my rescue. No, he's not married, said she, far from it. Not? Said the pedlar. So much the better. Marriage ain't love. No, nor love ain't marriage. I'm a married cove myself, so I know what I'm a-saying. If folk do talk and shake their heads over ye, why let them. Only don't go a-spiling things by getting churched. You're a woman, but you're a fine un, a dasher by goals, nice and straight-backed, and round, and plump if I was this here cove. No, I know what. Here, I said hastily, here, sell me a broom. The pedlar drew a broom from his bundle and passed it to me. 1 shilling and 6pence, said he, which sum I duly paid over. Don't, he continued, pocketing his money and turning to Charmian, don't go spiling things by letting this young cove go a-marrying and a-churching ye. Nobody ever got married as didn't repent it some time or other, and what's more, when marriage comes in at the door, love flies out up the chimbley, and there you are. Now if you loves this young cove, Why, very good, if this here young cove loves you, which ain't to be wondered at, so much the better, but don't go a-marrying each other, and as for the children— Come, I'll take a belt, give me a belt, said I, more hastily than before. A belt, said the pedlar. A belt, yes. With a fine steel buckle made in— Yes, yes, said I. 2 shillings and 6pence, said the pedlar. When I saw you last time, you offered much the same belt for 1 shilling, I demurred. Ah, noted the pedlar, but belts is riz. 1/2 a crown's the price. Take it or leave it. It's getting late, said I, slipping the money into his hand, and I'll wish you a good night. You're in a hurry about it, ain't you? Yes. Ah, to be sure, nodded the fellow, looking from me to Charmian with an evil leer. Early to bed and— Come, get off, said I angrily. What, are you going to turn me away at this time of night? It is not so far to Sissinghurst, said I. But Lord, I won't disturb you, and there's 2 rooms, ain't there? There are plenty of comfortable beds to be had at the Bull. So you won't give me a night's shelter, eh? No, I answered, greatly annoyed by the fellow's persistence. And you don't want to buy nothing for the young woman, a necklace, or say a pair of garters? And here, meeting my eye, he shouldered his brooms hastily and moved off. And after he had gone some dozen yards or so, he paused and turned. Very well then, he shouted. I hopes as you gets your head knocked off. Oh, and gets it knocked off soon. Having said which, he spat up into the air toward me, and trudged off. End of Book 2, Chapter 13.
Section 24 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lynn Thompson. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Section 24. Chapter 14. Concerning Black George's Letter. It was with a feeling of great relief that I watched the fellow out of sight. Nevertheless, his very presence seems to have left a blight upon all things, for he, viewing matters with the material eye of common sense, had thereby contaminated them. Even the air seemed less pure and sweet than it had been heretofore, so that, glancing over my shoulder, I was glad to see that Charmian had re-entered the cottage. Here, said I to myself, here is common sense in the shape of a half-witted peddling fellow, blundering into Arcadia, in the shape of a haunted cottage, a woman and a man. Straightway our pedlar, being common sense, misjudges us, as indeed would every other common-sense individual the world over, for Arcadia, being of itself abstract and immaterial, is opposed to, and incapable of, being understood by concrete common sense, and always will be. And there's the rub. And yet, said I, thanks to the wanderer of the roads who built this cottage and hanged himself here, and thanks to a Highland Scot who performed wonderfully on the bagpipes, there is little chance of any common-sense vagrant venturing near Arcadia again, at least until the woman is gone, or the man is gone, or— Here, going on to rub my chin, being somewhat at a loss, I found that I had been standing all this while, the broom in one hand and the belt in the other, and now, hearing a laugh behind me, I turned and saw Charmian was leaning in the open doorway, watching me. "And so you are the cove with the white hands and the taking ways, are you, Peter?" "Why, you were actually listening, then?" "Why, of course I was." "That," said I, "that was very undignified." "But very feminine, Peter." Hereupon I threw the belt from me one way and the broom the other, and sitting down upon the bench began to fill my pipe rather awkwardly, being conscious of Charmian's mocking scrutiny. "Poor, poor Black George!" she sighed. "What do you mean by that?" said I quickly. "Really, I can almost understand his being angry with you." "Why?" "You walked with her and talked with her, Peter, like Caesar. You came, you saw, you conquered." Here I dragged my tinder box from my pocket so awkwardly as to bring the lining with it, and even smiled at her, Peter, and you so rarely smile. Having struck flint and steel several times without success, I thrust the tinder box back into my pocket and fixed my gaze upon the moon. Is she so very pretty, Peter? I stared up at the moon without answering. I wonder if you bother her with your Epictetus and Dryasdust quotations. I bit my lips and stared up at the moon. Or perhaps she likes your musty books and philosophy. But presently, finding that I would not speak, Charmian began to sing, very sweet and low, as if to herself, yet when I chanced to glance towards her, I found her mocking eyes still watching me. Now the words of her song were these: "Oh, my love's like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June. Oh, my love's like the melody that's sweetly played in tune." And so, at last, unable to bear it any longer, I rose and, taking my candle, went into my room and closed the door. But I had been there scarcely 5 minutes when Charmian knocked. "Oh, Peter, I wish to speak to you, please." Obediently I opened the door. "What is it, Charmian?" "You dropped this from your pocket when you took out your tinder box so clumsily," said she, holding towards me a crumpled paper. And looking down at it, I saw that it was Black George's letter to Prudence. Now as I took it from her, I noticed that her hand trembled, while in her eyes I read fear and trouble. And seeing this, I was for a moment unwontedly glad, and then wondered at myself. "You did not read it, of course," said I, well knowing that she had. "Yes, Peter, it lay open, and—" "Then," said I, speaking my thought aloud, "you know that she loves George." "He means you harm," said she, speaking with her head averted, "and if he killed you—" "I should be spared a deal of sorrow, and mortification, and other people would be no longer bothered by Epictetus and Dryasdust quotations." She turned suddenly, and, crossing to the open doorway, stood leaning there. "But indeed," I went on hurriedly, "there is no chance of such a thing happening, not the remotest. Black George's bark is 1,000 times worse than his bite. This letter means nothing, nothing at all," I ended, somewhat lamely, for she had turned and was looking at me over her shoulder. "If he has to wait, and follow you," said she in the same low tone. "Those are merely the words of a half-mad pedlar," said I. "And your blood will go soaking and soaking into the grass." "Our pedlar has a vivid imagination," said I lightly, but she shook her head and turned to look out upon the beauty of the night once more, while I watched her, chin in hand. "I was angry with you to-night, Peter," said she at length, "because you ordered me to do something against my will, and I did it. And so I tried to torment you. You will forgive me for that, won't you?" "There is nothing to forgive, nothing, and good night, Charmian." Here she turned and, coming to me, gave me her hand. "Charmian Brown will always think of you as a—" "Blacksmith," said I. "As a blacksmith," she repeated, looking at me with a gleam in her eyes, "but oftener as a—" "Pedant," said I. "As a pedant," she repeated obediently, "but most of all as a—" "Well?" said I. "As a man," she ended, speaking with bent head. And here again I was possessed of a sudden gladness that was out of all reason, as I immediately told myself. "Your hand is very small," said I, finding nothing better to say. "Smaller even than I thought." "Is it?" And she smiled and glanced up at me beneath her lashes, for her head was still bent. "And wonderfully smooth and soft." "Is it?" said she again, but this time she did not look up at me. Now another man might have stooped and kissed those slender, shapely fingers, but as for me, I loosed them rather suddenly, and once more, bidding her good night, re-entered my own chamber and closed the door. But to-night, lying upon my bed, I could not sleep, and fell to watching the luminous patch of sky framed in my open casement. I thought of Charmian, of her beauty, of her strange whims and fancies, her swift changing moods and her contrariness, comparing her in turn to all those fair women I had ever read of or dreamed over in my books. Little by little, however, my thoughts drifted to Gabbing Dick and Black George, and with my mind's eye I could see him as he was, perhaps at this very moment, fierce-eyed and grim of mouth, sitting beneath some hedgerow, while, knife in hand, he trimmed and trimmed his 2 bludgeons, one of which was to batter the life out of me. From such disquieting reflections I would turn my mind to sweet-eyed Prudence, to the ancient, the forge, and the 1,001 duties of the morrow. I bethought me once more of the storm, of the coming of Charmian, of the fierce struggle in the dark, of the postillion, and of Charmian again. And yet, in spite of me, my thoughts would revert to George, and I would see myself even as the pedlar pictured me, out in some secluded corner of the woods, lying stiffly upon my back, with glassy eyes staring up sightlessly through the whispering leaves above, while my blood soaked and soaked into the green, and with a blackbird singing gloriously upon my motionless breast. Chapter 15. Which, being in parenthesis, may be skipped if the reader so desire. As this life is a broad highway along which we must all of us pass whether we will or no, as it is a thoroughfare sometimes very hard and cruel in the going, and beset by many hardships, sometimes desolate and hatefully monotonous, so also must its aspect sooner or later change for the better, and the stony track overpassed, the choking heat and dust left behind, we may reach some green refreshing haven shady with trees, and full of the cool sweet sound of running waters. Then who shall blame us if we pause unduly in this grateful shade, and, lying upon our backs awhile, gaze up through the swaying green of trees to the infinite blue beyond, ere we journey on once more, as soon we must, to front whatsoever of good or evil lies waiting for us in the hazy distance. To just such a place I am now come, in this my history, the record of a period which I afterwards remembered as the happiest I had ever known, the memory of which must remain with me, green and fragrant everlastingly. If in the forthcoming pages you shall find overmuch of Charmian, I would say, in the first place, that it is by her and upon her that this narrative hangs, and in the second place, that in this part of my story I find my greatest pleasure. Though here, indeed, I am faced with a great difficulty, seeing that I must depict as faithfully as may be, that most difficult, that most elusive of all created things, to wit, a woman. Truly I begin to fear lest my pen fail me altogether, for the very reason that it is of Charmian that I would tell, and of Charmian I understand little more than nothing. For what rule has ever been devised whereby a woman's mind may be accurately gauged, and who of all those wise ones who have written hitherto, poets, romancers, or historians, has ever fathomed the why and wherefore of the mind feminine? A fool indeed were I to attempt a thing impossible, but I do seek to show her to you as I saw her, and to describe her in so far as I learned to know her. And yet, how may I begin? I might tell you that her nose was neither arched nor straight, but perfect none the less. I might tell you of her brows, straight and low, of her eyes, long and heavy lashed, of her chin, firm and round and dimpled. And yet that would not be Charmian, for I could not paint you the scarlet witchery of her mouth with the sudden bewildering changes, nor show you how sweetly the lower lip curved up to meet its mate. I might tell you that to look into her eyes was like gazing down into very deep water, but I could never give you their varying beauty, nor the way she had with her lashes, nor can I ever describe her rich, warm colouring, nor the lithe grace of her body. Thus it is that I misdoubt my pen of its task, and fear that, when you shall have read these pages, you shall at best have caught but a very imperfect reflection of Charmian as she really is. Wherefore I will waste no more time or paper upon so unprofitable a task, but hurry on with my narrative, leaving you to find her out as best you may. End of Section 24.
Section 25 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Arlene Stebbins. The Broad Highway, by Jeffery Farnol. Section 25, Book 2, Chapter 16. Concerning, among other matters, the price of beef, and the Lady Sophia Sefton of Cambourne. Charmian sighed, bit the end of her pen, and sighed again. She was deep in her housekeeping accounts, adding and subtracting, and, between whiles, regarding the result with a rueful frown. Her sleeves were rolled up over her round white arms, and I inwardly wondered if the much-vaunted frinds were ever more perfect in their modelling, or of a fairer texture. Had I possessed the genius of a Praxiteles, I might have given to the world a masterpiece of beauty to replace his vanished Venus of Cnidus. But, as it happened, I was only a humble blacksmith, and she a fair woman who sighed, and nibbled her pen, and sighed again. What is it, Charmian? Compound addition, Peter, and I hate figures. I detest, loathe, and abominate them, especially when they won't balance. Then never mind them, said I. Never mind them, indeed, the idea, sir! How can I help minding them when living costs so much, and we are so poor? Are we? said I. Why, of course we are. Yes, to be sure, I suppose we are, said I dreamily. Lais was beautiful, Thais was alluring, and Berenice was famous for her beauty. But then, could either of them have shown such arms, so long, so graceful in their every movement, so subtly rounded in their lines, arms which, for all their seeming firmness, must, I thought, be wonderfully soft to the touch, and smooth as ivory, and which found a delicate sheen where the light kissed them? We have spent 4 shillings for meat this week, Peter, said Charmian, glancing up suddenly. Good, said I. Nonsense, sir, 4 shillings is most extravagant. Oh, is it, Charmian? Why, of course it is. Oh, said I, yes, perhaps it is. Perhaps, said she, curling her lip at me. Perhaps, indeed. Having said which, Charmian became absorbed in her accounts again, and I in Charmian. In Homer we may read that the loveliness of Briseis caused Achilles much sorrow. Ovid tells us that Chione was beautiful enough to inflame 2 gods, and that Antiope's beauty drew down from heaven the mighty Jove himself. And yet, was either of them formed and shaped more splendidly than she who sat so near me, frowning at what she had written, and petulantly biting her pen? Impossible, said I so suddenly that Charmian started and dropped her pen, which I picked up, feeling very like a fool. What did you mean by impossible, Peter? I was thinking merely. Then I wish you wouldn't think so suddenly next time. I beg your pardon. Nor be so very emphatic about it. No, said I, no. Hereupon, deigning to receive her pen back again, she recommenced her figuring while I began to fill my pipe. 2 shillings for tea. Excellent, said I. I do wish, she sighed, raising her head to shake it reproachfully at me, that you would be a little more sensible. I'll try. Tea at 12 shillings a pound is a luxury. Undoubtedly. And to pay 2 shillings for a luxury when we are so poor is sinful. Is it, Charmian? Of course it is. Oh, said I, and yet life without tea, more especially as you brew it, would be very stale, flat, and unprofitable, and Bacon and eggs, 1 shilling and 4pence, she went on, consulting her accounts. Ah, said I, not venturing on good this time. Butter, 1 shilling. Said I cautiously, with an air of turning this over in my mind. Vegetables, 10pence. To be sure, said I, nodding my head, 10pence certainly. And bread, Peter, this in a voice of tragedy, 8pence. Excellent, said I recklessly, whereat Charmian immediately frowned at me. Oh, Peter, said she with a sigh of resignation, you possess absolutely no idea of proportion. Here we pay 4 shillings for meat and only 8pence for bread. Had we spent less on luxuries and more on necessities, we should have had money in hand instead of— Let me see. And she began adding up the various items before her with soft, quick little pats of her fingers on the table. Presently, having found the total, she leaned back in her chair and, summoning my attention with a tap of her pen, announced, "We have spent 9 shilling and 10pence, Peter." "Good indeed," said I, "leaving exactly 2 pence over." "A penny for you and a penny for me." "I fear I am a very bad housekeeper, Peter." "On the contrary." "You earn 10 shillings a week." "Well?" "And here is exactly 2 pence left. Oh, Peter!" "You are forgetting the tea and the beef and the other luxuries," said I, struck by the droop of her mouth. "But you work so very, very hard, and earn so little that the little—" "I work that I may live, Charmian, and lo, I am alive." "And dreadfully poor." "And ridiculously happy." "I wonder why," said she, beginning to draw designs on the page before her. Indeed, though I have asked myself that question frequently of late, I have as yet found no answer, unless it be my busy, care-free life, and with the warm sun about me and the voice of the wind in the trees. Yes, perhaps that is it. And yet, I don't know, I went on thoughtfully, for now I come to think of it, my life has always been busy and care-free, and I have always loved the sun and the sound of the wind in the trees. Yet, like Horace, have asked, "What is happiness?" and looked for it in vain. And now, here, in this out-of-the-world spot, working as a village smith, it has come to me all unbidden and unsought, which is very strange. "Yes, Peter," said Charmian, still busy with her pen. "Upon consideration, I think my thanks are due to my uncle for dying and leaving me penniless." "Do you mean that he disinherited you?" "In a way, yes. He left me his whole fortune, provided that I marry a certain lady within the year." "A certain lady?" "The Lady Sophia Sefton of Cambourne," said I. Charmian's pen stopped in the very middle of a letter, and she bent down to examine what she had been writing. "Oh," said she very softly, "the Lady Sophia Sefton of Cambourne." "Yes," said I. "And your cousin, Sir Maurice, were the conditions the same in his case?" "Precisely." "Oh," said Charmian, just as softly as before. "And this lady, she will not marry you?" "No," I answered. "Are you quite sure?" "Certain. You see, I never intend to ask her." Charmian suddenly raised her head and looked at me. "Why not, Peter?" "Because should I ever marry, a remote contingency and most improbable, I am sufficiently self-willed to prefer to exert my own choice in the matter. Moreover, this lady is a celebrated toast, and it would be most repugnant to me that my wife's name should ever have been bandied from mouth to mouth, and hiccuped out over slopping wine-glasses." The pen slipped from Charmian's fingers to the floor, and before I could pick it up she had forestalled me, so that when she raised her head she was flushed with stooping. "Have you never seen this lady, Peter?" "Never, but I have heard of her. Who has not?" "What have you heard?" "That she galloped her horse up and down the steps of St. Paul's Cathedral, for one thing." "What more?" "That she is proud and passionate and sudden of temper. In a word, a virago." "Virago?" said Charmian, flinging up her head. "Virago," I nodded, "though she is handsome, I understand, in a strapping way, and I have it on very excellent authority that she is a black-browed goddess, a peach, and a veritable plum." "Strapping is a hateful word, Peter." "But very descriptive." "And doesn't she interest you a little, Peter?" "Not in the least," said I. "And pray, why not?" "Because I care very little for either peaches or plums." "Or black-browed goddesses, Peter?" "Not if she is big and strapping and possesses a temper." "I suppose, to such a philosopher as you, a woman or a goddess, black-browed or not, can scarcely compare with, or hope to rival, an old book, can she, sir?" "Why, that depends, Charmian." "On what?" "On the book," said I. Charmian rested her round elbows upon the table, and, setting her chin in her hands, stared squarely at me. "Peter," said she. "Yes, Charmian?" "If you did meet this lady, I think—" "Well?" "I know—" "What?" "That you would fall a very easy victim." "I think not," said I. "You would be her slave in a month, 3 weeks, or much less." "Preposterous!" I exclaimed. "If she set herself out to make you?" "That would be very immodest," said I. "Besides, no woman can make a man love her." "Do your books teach you that, Peter?" Here, finding I did not answer, she laughed, and nodded her head at me. "You would be head over ears in love before you knew it." "I think not," said I, smiling. "You are the kind of man who would grow sick with love, and never know what ailed him." "Any man in such a condition would be a pitiful ass," said I. Charmian only laughed at me again, and went back to her scribbling. "Then, if this lady married you," said she suddenly, "you would be a gentleman of good position and standing?" "Yes, I suppose so, and probably miserable." "And rich, Peter?" "I should have more than enough." "Instead of being a village blacksmith?" "With just enough, and absurdly happy and content," I added, "which is far more desirable. At least I think so." "Do you mean to say that you would rather exist here, and make horseshoes all your life, than live respected and rich?" "And married to—" "And married to the Lady Sophia?" "Infinitely," said I. "Then your cousin, so far as you are concerned, is free to woo and win her and your uncle's fortune?" "And I wish him well of his bargain," I nodded. "As for me, I shall probably continue to live here, and make horseshoes, wifeless and content." "Is marriage so hateful to you?" "In the abstract, no, for in my mind there exists a woman whom I think I could love very greatly, but in the actual, yes, because there is no woman in all the world that is like this woman of my mind." "Is she so flawlessly perfect, this imaginary woman?" "She is one whom I would respect for her intellect." "Yes." "Whom I would honor for her proud virtue." "Yes, Peter." "Whom I would worship for her broad charity, her gentleness and spotless purity." "Yes, Peter." "And love with all my strength for her warm, sweet womanhood. In a word, she is the epitome of all that is true and womanly." "That is to say, as you understand such things, sir, and all your knowledge of woman and her virtues and failings you have learned from your books. Therefore misrepresented by history and distorted by romance, it is utterly false and unreal. And of course this imaginary creature of yours is ethereal, bloodless, sexless, unnatural, and quite impossible." Now, when she spoke thus, I laid down my pipe and stared, but before I could get my breath she began again, with curling lip and lashes that drooped disdainfully. "I quite understand that there can be no woman worthy of Mr. Peter Vibart, She whom he would honour with marriage must be specially created for him. Ah, but some day a woman, a real live woman, will come into his life, and the touch of her hand, the glance of her eyes, the warmth of her breath will dispel this poor, flaccid, misty creature of his imagination, who will fade and vanish into nothingness. And when the real woman has shown him how utterly false and impossible this dream woman was, then, Mr. Peter Vibart, I hope she will laugh at you, as I do, and turn her back upon you, as I do, and leave you for the very superior, very pedantic pedant that you are, and scorn you as I do, most of all because you are merely a creature. With the word she flung up her head and stamped her foot at me, and turning, swept out through the open door into the moonlight. "Creature?" said I, and so sat staring at the table, and the walls, and the floor, and the rafters in blank amazement. But in a while, my amazement growing, I went and stood in the doorway, looking at Charmian, but saying nothing. And as I watched, she began to sing softly to herself, and putting up her hand, drew the comb from her hair so that it fell down, rippling about her neck and shoulders. And singing softly thus, she shook her hair about her, so that I saw it curled far below her waist, stooped her head, and parting it upon her neck, drew it over either shoulder, whence it flowed far down over her bosom in 2 glorious waves, for the moon, peeping through the rift in the leaves above, sent down her beams to wake small fires in it that came and went, and winked with her breathing. "Charmian, you have glorious hair," said I, speaking on the impulse, a thing I rarely do. But Charmian only combed her tresses and went on singing to herself. "Charmian," I said again, "what did you mean when you called me a creature?" Charmian went on singing. "You called me a pedant once before. To be told that I am superior also is most disquieting. I fear my manner must be very unfortunate to afford you such an opinion of me." Charmian went on singing. "Naturally I am much perturbed, and doubly anxious to know what you wish me to understand by the epithet creature." Charmian went on singing, wherefore, seeing she did not intend to answer me, I presently re-entered the cottage. Now, it is ever my custom, when at all troubled or put out in any way, to seek consolation in my books. Hence I now took up my Homer, and, trimming the candles, sat down at the table. In a little while Charmian came in, still humming the air of her song, and not troubling even to glance in my direction. Some days before, at her request, I had brought her linen and lace and ribbons from Cranbrook, and these she now took out, together with needle and cotton, and, sitting down at the opposite end of the table, began to sew. She was still humming, and this of itself distracted my mind from the lines before me. Moreover, my eye was fascinated by the gleam of her flying needle, and I began to debate within myself what she was making. It, whatever it might be, was ruffled and edged with lace, and caught here and there with little bows of blue riband, and from these and divers other evidences I had concluded it to be a garment of some sort, and was casting about in my mind to account for these bows of riband, when, glancing up suddenly, she caught my eye, whereupon, for no reason in the world, I felt suddenly guilty, to hide which I began to search through my pockets for my pipe. "On the mantel-shelf," said she. "What is?" "Your pipe." "Thank you," said I, and reached it down. "What are you reading?" she inquired. "Is it of Helen, or Aspasia, or Phryne?" "Neither. It is the parting of Hector and Andromache," I answered. "Is it very interesting?" "Yes." "Then why do your eyes wander so often from the page?" "I know many of the lines by heart," said I, and, having lighted my pipe, I took up the book and once more began to read. Yet I was conscious all the time of Charmian's flashing needle. Also she had begun to hum again. And after I had endeavoured to read, and Charmian had hummed for perhaps 5 minutes, I lowered my book, and, sighing, glanced at her. "I am trying to read, Charmian," "So I see. And your humming confuses me." "It is very quiet outside, Peter." "But I cannot read by moonlight, Charmian." "Then don't read, Peter." Here she nibbled her thread with white teeth, and held up what she had been sewing to view the effect of a bow of riband, with her head very much on one side. And I inwardly wondered that she should spend so much care upon such frippery, all senseless bows and laces. "To hum is a very disturbing habit," said I. "To smoke an evil-smelling pipe is worse, much worse, Peter." "I beg your pardon," said I, and laid the offending object back upon the mantel. "Are you angry, Peter?" "Not the least. I am only sorry that my smoking annoyed you. Had I known before—" "It didn't annoy me in the least." "But from what you said I understood—" "No, Peter, you did not understand. You never understand, and I don't think you ever will understand anything but your Helens and Phrynes, and your Latin and Greek philosophies, and that is what makes you so very annoying and so quaintly original." "But you certainly found fault with my pipe." "Naturally. Didn't you find fault with my humming?" "Really," said I, "really, I fail to see—" "Of course you do," sighed Charmian, whereupon there fell a silence between us, during which she sewed industriously, and I went forth with brave Hector to face the mighty Achilles. But my eye had traversed barely 20 lines when— "Peter?" "Yes." "Do you remember my giving you a locket?" "Yes." "Where is it?" "Oh, I have it still, somewhere." "Somewhere, sir?" she repeated, glancing at me with raised brows. "Somewhere safe," said I, fixing my eyes upon my book. "It had a riband attached, hadn't it?" "Yes." "A pink riband, if I remember. Yes, pink." "No, it was blue," said I unguardedly. "Are you sure, Peter?" And here, glancing up, I saved that she was watching me beneath her lashes. "Yes," I answered. "That is, I think so." "Then you are not sure?" "Yes, I am," said I. "It was a blue riband." And I turned over a page very ostentatiously. "Oh," said Charmian, and there was another pause, during which I construed probably 50 lines or so. "Peter?" "Well?" "Where did you say it was now, my locket?" "I didn't say it was anywhere." "No, you said it was somewhere, in a rather vague sort of way, Peter." "Well, perhaps I did," said I, frowning at my book. "It is not very valuable, but I prized it for association's sake, Peter." "Ah, yes, to be sure," said I, feigning to be wholly absorbed. "I was wondering if you ever wear it, Peter." "Wear it!" I exclaimed, glancing furtively down at myself. I was relieved to see that there were no signs of a betraying blue riband. "Wear it!" said I again. "Why should I wear it?" "Why, indeed, Peter, unless it was because it was there to wear." Suddenly she uttered an exclamation of annoyance, and taking up a candle began to look about the floor. "What have you lost?" "My needle, and I think it must have fallen under the table, and needles are precious in this wilderness. Won't you please help me to find it?" "With pleasure," said I, getting down upon my hands and knees, and together we began to hunt for the lost needle. Now, in our search it chanced that we drew near together, and once her hand touched mine, and once her soft hair brushed my cheek, and there stole over me a perfume like the breath of violets, the fragrance that I always associated with her, faint and sweet and alluring, so much so that I drew back from further chance of contact and kept my eyes directed to the floor. And after I had sought vainly for some time, I raised my head and looked at Charmian, to find her regarding me with a very strange expression. "What is it?" I inquired. "Have you found the needle?" Charmian sat back on her heels and laughed softly. "Oh, yes, I've found the needle, Peter. That is, I never lost it." "Why, then, what did you mean?" For answer she raised her head and pointed to my breast. Then glancing hurriedly down, I saw that the locket had slipped forward through the bosom of my shirt and hung in plain view. I made an instinctive movement to hide it, but hearing her laugh, looked at her instead. "So this was why you asked me to stoop to find your needle?" "Yes, Peter." "Then you knew?" "Of course I knew." Said I. A distant clock chimed 11, and Charmian began to fold away her work, seeing which I rose and took up my candle. "And pray—" "Well?" "And pray," said I, staring hard at the flame of my candle, "how did you happen to find out?" "Very simply. I saw the riband round your neck days ago. Good night, Peter." "Oh," said I. "Good night." End of Section 25, Book 2, Chapter 16.
Section 26 of the Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ellen Preckle. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Chapter 27. The Omen. My lady sweet, arise, my lady sweet, arise, with everything that pretty is, my lady sweet, arise, arise, arise. It was morning, and Charmian was singing. The pure, rich notes floated in at my open lattice, and I heard the clatter of her pail as she went to fetch water from the brook. Wherefore I presently stepped out into the sunshine, my coat and neckcloth across my arm, to plunge my head and face into the brook, and carry back the heavy bucket for her, as was my custom. Being come to the brook, I found the brimming bucket, sure enough, but no Charmian. I was looking about wonderingly, when she began to sing again, and guided by this, I espied her kneeling beside the stream. The water ran deep and very still just here, overhung by ash and alder and willow, whose slender curving branches formed a leafy bower, wherein she half knelt, half sat, bending over to regard herself in the placid water. For a long moment she remained thus, studying her reflection, intent in this crystal mirror, and little by little her song died away. Then she put up her hands, and began to rearrange her hair with swift, dexterous fingers, apostrophizing her watery image the while, in this wise: "My dear, you are growing positively apple-cheeked. I vow you are. Your enemies might almost call you strapping, alack! And then your complexion, my dear, your adorable complexion," she went on with a rueful shake of her head, "you are as brown as a gipsy. Not that you need go breaking your heart over it, for between you and me, my dear, I think it rather improves you. The pity of it is, that you have no one to appreciate you properly, to render to your charms the homage they deserve. No one, not a soul, my dear. Your hermit, bless you, can see or think of nothing that exists out of a book, which between you and me, and the bucket yonder, is perhaps just as well. And yet, hi-yo! To be so lovely and so forlorn! Indeed, I could shed tears for you, if it would not make your eyelids swell, and your classic nose turn red." Here she sighed again, and taking a tendril of hair between her fingers, transformed it, very cleverly, into a small curl. "Yes, your tan certainly becomes you, my dear," she went on, nodding to her reflection. "Not that he will ever notice, dear heart, no. Were you suddenly to turn as black as a Hottentot before his very eyes, he would go on serenely smoking his pipe, and talk to you of Epictetus. Hi-yo!" Sighing thus, she broke off a spray of leaves, and proceeded to twine them in among the lustrous coils of her hair, bending over her reflection meanwhile, and turning her head this way and that, to note the effect. "Yes," she said at last, nodding to her image with a satisfied air, "that touch of green sets off your gipsy complexion admirably, my dear. I could positively kiss you. I vow I could, and I am hard to please. St. Anthony himself, meeting you alone in the desert, would at least have run away from you, and that would have been some tribute to your charms. But our philosopher will just glance at you with his slow, grave smile, and tell you in his solemn, affable way that it is a very fine morning. Hi-oh!" Here, somewhat late in the day perhaps, perceiving that I was playing eavesdropper, I moved cautiously away, and taking up the pail, returned to the cottage. I now filled the kettle and set it upon the fire, and proceeded to spread the cloth, a luxurious institution of Charmian's, on which she insisted, and to lay out the breakfast things. In the midst of which, however, chancing to fall into a reverie, I became oblivious of all things, till roused by a step behind me, and, turning, beheld Charmian standing, with the glory of the sun about her, like the spirit of summer herself, broad of hip and shoulder, yet slender and long of limb, all warmth and life, and long soft curves from throat to ankle, perfect with vigorous youth from the leaves that crowned her beauty to the foot that showed beneath her gown. And as I gazed upon her, silent and wondering, lo, though her mouth was solemn, yet there was laughter in her eyes as she spoke. "Well, sir, have you no greeting for me?" "It is a very fine morning," said I. And now the merriment overflowed her eyes, and she laughed, yet blushed a little too, and lowered her eyes from mine, and said, still laughing, "Oh, Peter, the teapot! Do mind the teapot!" "Teapot!" I repeated, and then I saw that I still held it in my hand. "Pray, sir, what might you be going to do with the teapot in one hand and that fork in the other?" "I was going to make tea, I remember," said I. "Is that why you were standing there staring at the kettle while it boiled over?" "I forgot all about the kettle," said I. So Charmian took the teapot from me, and set about brewing the tea, singing merrily the while. Anon she began to fry the bacon, giving each individual slice its due amount of care and attention, but her eyes chancing to meet mine, the song died upon her lip, her lashes flickered and fell, while up from throat to brow there crept a slow, hot wave of crimson, and in that moment I turned away and strode down to the brook. Now it happened that I came to that same spot where she had leaned, and flinging myself down, I fell to studying my reflection in the water, even as she had done. Heretofore, though I had paid scant heed to my appearance, I had been content, in a certain impersonal sort of way, had dressed in the fashion, and taken advantage of such adornments as were in favour, as much from habit as from any set design. But now, lying beside the brook, with my chin propped in my hands, I began to study myself critically, feature by feature, as I had never dreamed of doing before. Mirrored in the clear waters, I beheld a face lean and brown, and with lank black hair. Eyes, dark and of a strange brilliance, looked at me from beneath a steep prominence of brow. I saw a somewhat high-bridged nose, with thin, nervous nostrils, a long cleft chin, and a disdainful mouth. Truly a saturnine face, cold and dark and unlovely, and thus, even as I gazed, the mouth grew still more disdainful, the heavy brow lowered blacker and more forbidding, and yet in that same moment I found myself sighing, while I strove to lend some order to the wildness of my hair. "Fool!" said I, and plunged my head beneath the water, and held it there so long that I came up puffing and blowing. Whereupon I caught up the towel, and fell to rubbing myself vigorously, so that presently, looking down into the water again, I saw that my hair was wilder than ever, all rubbed into long elf locks. Straightway I lifted my hands, and would have smoothed it somewhat, but checked the impulse. "Let be," said I to myself, turning away. "Let be. I am as I am, and shall be henceforth in very truth a village blacksmith, and content so to be, absolutely content." At sight of me, Charmian burst out laughing, the which, though I had expected it, angered me nevertheless. "Why, Peter," she exclaimed, "you look like—" "A very low fellow," said I. "Say a village blacksmith who has been at his ablutions. If you only had rings in your ears and a scarf round your neck, you'd be the image of a Spanish brigand, or like the man Mina, whose exploits the Gazette is full of. A Spanish general, I think." "A guerrilla leader," said I, taking my place at the table, "and a singularly cold-blooded villain. Indeed, I think it probable that we much resemble one another. Is it any wonder I am shunned by my kind, avoided by the ignorant, and regarded askance by the rest?" "Why, Peter," said Charmian, regarding me with grave eyes, "what do you mean?" "I mean that the country folk hereabout go out of their way to avoid crossing my path. Not that I suppose they ever heard of Mina, but because of my looks." "Your looks?" "They think me possessed of the evil eye, or some such folly. May I cut you a piece of bread?" "Oh, Peter!" "Already, by divers honest-hearted rustics, I am credited with having cast a deadly spell upon certain unfortunate pigs, with having fought hand to hand with the hosts of the nethermost pit, and with having sold my soul to the devil. May I trouble you to pass the butter?" "Oh, Peter, how foolish of them!" "And how excusable, considering their ignorance and superstition," said I. "Mine, I am well aware, is not a face to win me the heart of man, woman, or child. They, especially women and children, share in common with dogs and horses that divine attribute which, for want of a better name, we'll call instinct, whereby they love or hate for the mere tone of a voice, the glance of an eye, the motion of a hand. The love or hate once given, the prejudice for or against is seldom wholly overcome." "Indeed," said Charmian, "I believe in first impressions." "Being a woman," said I. Being a woman, she nodded, and the instinct of dog and child and woman has often proved true in the end. "Surely instinct is always true?" said I. "I'd thank you for another cup of tea. Yet, strangely enough, dogs generally make friends with me very readily, and the few children to whom I've spoken have neither screamed nor run away from me. Still, as I said before, I am aware that my looks are scarcely calculated to gain the love of man, woman, or child. Not that it matters greatly, seeing that I am likely to hold very little converse with either. There is one woman, Peter, to whom you've talked by the hour together, and who is doubtless weary enough of it all, more especially of Epictetus and Trojan Helen." 2 lumps of sugar, Peter? Thank you. Women are very like flowers, I began. "That is a very profound remark, sir, more especially coming from one who has studied and knows womankind so deeply. And it is a pity that they should be allowed to waste their sweetness on the desert air." "And philosophical blacksmiths, Peter?" "More so if they be poor blacksmiths. I said philosophical, Peter. You probably find your situation horribly lonely here?" I went on after a pause. "Yes, it's nice and lonely, Peter." "And undoubtedly this cottage is very poor and mean and humble?" Charmian smiled and shook her head. "But then Charmian Brown is a very humble person." "And you haven't even the luxury of a mirror to dress your hair by." "Is it so very clumsily dressed, sir?" "No, no," said I hastily. "Indeed, I was thinking—" "Well, Peter?" "That it was very beautiful." "Why, you told me that last night. Come, what do you think of it this morning?" "With those leaves in it, it is even more so." Charmian laughed, and rising, swept me a stately curtsy. "After all, sir, we find there to be exceptions to every rule." "You mean—" "Even blacksmiths." And in a while, having finished my breakfast, I rose, and taking my hat, bade Charmian good morning, and so came to the door. But on the threshold I turned and looked back at her. She had risen, and stood leaning with one hand on the table. Now in the other she held the bread knife, and her eyes were upon mine. And lo, wonder of wonders, once again, but this time sudden and swift, up from the round full column of her throat, up over cheek and brow, there rushed that vivid tide of colour. Her eyes grew suddenly deep and soft, and then were hidden neath her lashes, and in that same moment the knife slipped from her grasp, and falling point downward, stood quivering in the floor between us, an ugly thing that gleamed evilly. Was this an omen, a sign vouchsafed of that which, dark and terrible, was even then marching to meet us on this broad highway? Oh, blind, and more than blind! Almost before it had ceased to quiver, I stooped, and plucking it from the floor, gave it into her hand. Now, as I did so, her fingers touched mine, and moved by a sudden impulse, I stooped, and pressed my lips upon them, kissed them, quick and fierce, and so turned and hurried upon my way. Yet as I went, I found that the knife had cut my chin, and that I was bleeding. Oh, blind, and more than blind! Surely this was a warning, an omen to heed, to shiver over, despite the warm sun. But seeing the blood, I laughed, and strode villageward, blithe of heart and light of foot. Oh, blind, and more than blind! End of The Omen.
Section 27 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Broad Highway, by Jeffery Farnol. Section 27, Book 2, Chapter 18, in which I hear news of Sir Maurice Vibart. Which I says, Lord love me. I plunged the iron back into the fire, and, turning my head, espied a figure standing in the doorway, and, though the leather hat and short, round jacket had been superseded by a smart groom's livery, I recognized the postillion. "So help me, Bob, if this ain't a piece o' luck!" he exclaimed, and, with the words, he removed his hat and fell to combing his short, thick hair with the handle of his whip. "I'm glad you think so," said I. "You can drownd me if I ain't," said he. "And, pray, how is the gentleman who happened to fall and hurt himself, if you remember, in the storm?" 'Appened to fall and 'urt hisself," repeated the Postilion, winking knowingly. "'Urt hisself, says you, Walker," says I, "Walker," with which he laid his forefinger against the side of his nose and winked again. "What might you be pleased to mean?" "I means as a gent 'appenin' to fall in the dark may p'raps cut his 'ead open, but he don't give hisself 2 black eyes, a bloody nose, a split lip, and 3 broken ribs, all at once. It ain't nat'ral, which if you says contrary, I remarks, 'Walker, Lord,'" continued the Postilion, seeing I did not speak, "Lord, it must have been a pretty warm go while it lasted. You put him to sleep sound enough. It took me over an hour to Tunbridge, an' he never moved till he'd been put to bed at the Chequers an' a doctor sent for. Ah, an' a nice time I 'ad of it, what with chambermaids a runnin' up and downstairs to see the poor gentleman, an' everybody a starin' at me, an' a shakin' their 'eads, an' all a axin' questions, one a top o' the other, till the doctor come. 'Ow did this 'appen, me man?' says 'e. 'A haccident,' says I. 'A haccident?' says the doctor, wi' a look in 'is eye as I didn't just like. 'Ah,' says I, 'fell on 'is 'ead. Out o' the chaise,' says I, 'struck a stone, or summat,' says I. 'Did he fall of 'is own accord?' says the doctor. 'Ah, for sure,' says I. 'Humph,' says the doctor, 'what wi' 'is eyes, an' 'is nose, an' 'is lip, looks to me as if some one 'ad 'elped him.' 'Then you must be a damn fool,' says a voice, and there's my gentleman. Number 1, you know, a sittin' up in bed an' a doin' 'is 'ardest to frown. 'Sir?' says the doctor. 'Sir, to you,' says my gentleman, 'this honest fellow tells the truth. I did fall out o' the accursed chaise, and be damned to you,' says 'e. 'Don't excite yourself,' says the doctor. 'In your present condition it would be dangerous.' 'Then be so good as to go to the devil,' says my gentleman. 'I will,' says the doctor, and off 'e goes. 'Hi, there, you,' says my gentleman, callin' to me as soon as we were alone, 'this accursed business 'as played the devil with me, and I need a servant. 'Ow much do you want to stay wi' me?' 25 shillin' a week,' says I, doin' myself proud while I 'ad the chance. 'I'll give ye 30, says 'e. 'What's ye name?' 'Jacob Trimble, sir,' says I. 'And a most accursed name it is. I'll call you Parks,' says 'e, 'and when I ring let no one answer but yourself. You can go, Parks. An', Parks, get me another doctor.' 'Well,' pursued the Postilion, seating himself near by, 'we'd been there a couple o' weeks, and though he was better, and his face near well again, he still kept to his room, when, one day, a smart phaeton and blood 'osses drives up, and out steps a fine gentleman, one o' them pale, sleepy sort. I was a standin' in the yard, brushin' my master's coat, a bottle green with silver buttons, each button 'avin' what they calls a monogram stamped on to it. 'Ha, me man,' says the sleepy gent, steppin' up to me, 'a fine coat! Deuced fashionable cut, curse me! Your master's?' 'Yes, sir,' says I, brushin' away. 'Silver buttons too,' says the gent, 'let me see. Ah, yes! A V, yes, to be sure. 'Ave the goodness to step to your master and say as a gentleman begs to see him.' 'Can't be done, sir,' says I. 'Me master ain't seein' nobody, bein' in indifferent 'ealth.' 'Nonsense,' says the gentleman, yawnin' and slippin' a guinea into me 'and. 'Just run, like a good feller, and tell him as I bear a message from George.' 'From 'oo?' says I. "From George," says the gent, smilin' and yawnin'. "Just say from George." So, to come to the end of it, up I goes, and finds me master walkin' up and down and a-swearin' to 'isself as usual. "A gentleman to see you, sir," says I. "Why, devil burn your miserable carcass," says he, "didn't I tell you as I'd seen nobody?" "Aye, but this 'ere gent's a-sayin' 'e 'as a message from George, sir." My master raised both clenched fists above 'is 'ead and swore. Better than I'd heard for many a long day. 'Ows'ever, downstairs 'e goes, cursin' on every stair. In a time 'e comes back. "Parks," says 'e, "do you remember that place where we got lost in the storm, Parks?" "Sir," says I. "Well, go there at once," says 'e, well, 'e give me certain orders, jumps into the phaeton with the sleepy gentleman, and they drive off together, and accordin' to orders, 'ere I am." "A very interesting story," said I. "And so you are a groom now?" "And you are a blacksmith, eh?" "Yes." "Well, if it don't beat everything as I ever heard! I'm a stiff 'un, that's all." "What do you mean?" "I means my droppin' in on you, like this 'ere, just as if you wasn't the one man in all England as I was 'opeful to drop in on." "And you find me very busy?" said I. "Lord love me!" said the Postilion, combing his hair so very hard that it wrinkled his brow. "I comes up from Tonbridge this 'ere very afternoon, an', 'avin' drunk a pint over at the Bull yonder, and axed questions as none o' they chaw bacons could give answer to, I 'ears the chink o' your 'ammer, an' comin' over 'ere, chance like, I finds you. I'll be gormed if it ain't the most onnat'ral." "And why?" "'Cause you was the very identical chap as I come up from Tonbridge to find." "Were you sent to find me?" "Easy a bit. You're a blacksmith, ain't you?" "I told you so before." "What's more, you looks a blacksmith in that there leather apron, an' wi' your face all smutty. To be sure, you're powerful like 'im, number 1 as was my master as now is." "Did he send you to find me?" "Some folks might take you for a gentleman, meeting you off-'and like, but I knows different." "As how?" "Well, I never 'eard of a gentleman turnin' 'isself into a blacksmith, afore, for one thing." "Still, one might," I ventured. "No," answered the Postilion, with a decisive shake of the head, "it's agin nater. When a gentleman gets down in the world, an' 'as to do summat for a living, 'e generally shoots 'isself. An' I've knowed 'em to do it too. An' then I've noticed as you don't swear, nor yet curse not even a damn." "Seldom," said I. "But what of that?" "I've seed a deal o' quality in my time, one way or another. Many's the fine gentleman as I've druv or groomed for, an' never a one on 'em as didn't curse me." Said the Postilion, sighing and shaking his head, "'ow they did curse me! Specially one a young lord uncommon fond o' me 'e were too, in 'is way, to the day 'is 'oss fell an' rolled on 'im. 'Jacob,' says 'e, short like, for 'e were a goin' fast. 'Jacob,' says 'e, 'damn your infernally ugly mug,' says 'e. 'You bet me as that cursed brute would do for me.' 'I did, my lord,' says I, an' I remembered as the tears were a runnin' down all our faces as we carried 'im along on the 5-barred gate, that bein' 'andiest. Well, devil take your soul, You were right, Jacob, and be damned to you, says he. You'll find a tenner in my coat pocket 'ere, you've won it, for I shan't last the day out, Jacob. And he didn't either, for he died afore we got him 'ome, and left me £100 in his will. Ah, gentlemen as is gents is all the same. Lord love you, there never was one on 'em but damned my legs, or my liver, or the chase, or the 'osses, or the road, or the inns, or all on 'em together. If you was to strip me as naked as the palm o' your hand, and to strip a lord, or a earl, or a gentleman as naked as the palm o' your hand, and was to place us side by side, where'd be the difference? We're both men, both flesh and blood, ain't we? Then where'd be the difference? Who's to tell which is lord and which is the postillion? Who indeed, said I, setting down my hammer. Jack is often as good as his master, and a great deal better. Why, nobody, nodded the postillion, not a soul till we opened our mouths, and then 'twould be easy enough, for my lord, or earl, or gentleman, being naked, and not liking it, which would only be natural, would fall a swearin' 'eavens 'ard, damning everybody and cursin' everything, and never stop to think, while I, not bein' born to it, should stand there a shiverin' and tryin' a curse or two myself, maybe; but Lord, mine wouldn't amount to nothin' at all, me not bein' naturally gifted, nor yet born to it. And this brings me round to her. Her? Ah, Number 2. As quarrelled wi' number 1 all the way from London. As run away from number 1. What about? Here he fell to combing his hair again with his whip handle, while his quick, bright eyes dodged from my face to the glowing forge and back again, and his clean-shaven lips pursed themselves in a soundless whistle. And, as I watched him, it seemed to me that this was the question that had been in his mind all along. Seeing she did manage to run away from him, number 1, she is probably very well, I answered. Ah, to be sure, very well, you say? Ah, to be sure, said the postillion, apparently lost in the contemplation of the bellows. And where might she be, now? That I am unable to tell you, said I, and began to blow up the fire while the postillion watched me, sucking the handle of his whip reflectively. You work uncommon 'ard, drown me if you don't. Pretty hard, I nodded. And gets well paid for it, p'raps? Not so well as I could wish, said I. Not so well as he could wish, nodded the postillion, apparently addressing the sledge-hammer, for his gaze was fixed upon it. Of course not. The 'arder a man works the wuss he gets paid. How much did you say you got a week? I named no sum, I replied. Well, how much might you be gettin' a week? 10 shillings. Gets 10 shillin' a week, he nodded to the sledge-hammer. That ain't much for a chap like 'im. Kick me, if it is. Yet I make it do very well. The postillion became again absorbed in contemplation of the bellows. Indeed he studied them so intently, viewing them with his head now on one side, now on the other, that I fell to watching him, under my brows, and so, presently, caught him furtively watching me. Hereupon he drew his whip from his mouth and spoke. Supposing, said he, and stopped. Well, I inquired, and, leaning upon my hammer, I looked him square in the eye. Supposing, what are you a-staring at, my feller? You have said supposing twice. Well? Well, said he, fixing his eye upon the bellows again, supposing you was to make a guinea over and above your wages this week? I should be very much surprised, said I. You would? I certainly should. Then, why not surprise yourself? You must speak more plainly, said I. Well then, said the Postilion, still with his gaze abstracted, supposin' I was to place a guinea down on that there anvil o' yours, would that 'elp you to remember where number 2 might be? No. It wouldn't? No. A guinea's a lot o' money. It is, I nodded. And you say it wouldn't? It would not, said I. Then say, say £2.10 and have done with it. No, said I, shaking my head. What? Not? Do you say no to £2.10? I do. Well, let's say £3. I shook my head and, drawing the iron from the fire, began to hammer at it. Well then, shouted the Postilion, for I was making as much din as possible, say 4, 5, 10, 15, 25, 50. Here I ceased hammering. Tell me when you've done, said I. You're a cool customer, you are? Ah, and a rum 'un at that. I never see a rummer. Other people have thought the same, said I, examining the half-finished horseshoe ere I set it back in the fire. 60 guineas, said the Postilion gloomily. Come again, said I. 70 then, said he, his gloom deepening. Once more, said I. 100 guineas, said he, removing his hat to mop at his brow. Any more? I inquired. No, returned the Postilion sulkily, putting on his hat, I'm done. Did he set the figure at 100 guineas? Said I. He's mad for 'er, 'e is. 'E'd ruin 'isself, body and soul, for 'er, 'e would, but I ain't goin' to offer no more. No woman as ever breathed, no matter 'ow 'andsome and upstandin', is worth more'n 100 guineas. It ain't as if she was a blood mare, and I'm done. Then I wish you good day. But, just think, 100 guineas is a fortune. It is, said I. Come, think it over, said the Postilion persuasively. Think it over, now. Let me fully understand you then, said I. You propose to pay me 100 guineas on behalf of your master, known heretofore as number 1, for such information as shall enable him to discover the whereabouts of a certain person known as her, number 2. Is that how the matter stands? Ah, that's 'ow it stands, nodded the Postilion, the money to be yours as soon as ever 'e lays his 'ands on her. Is it a go? No. No? No. Why, you must be stark, starin' mad. That you must, unless you're sweet on 'er yourself. You talk like a fool, said I angrily. So you are sweet on 'er, then? Yes, said I. Fool. And, dropping my hammer, I made towards him, but he darted nimbly to the door, where, seeing I did not pursue, he paused. I may be a hass, he nodded, and I may be a fool, but I don't go a fallin' in love wi' ladies as is above me, and out o' my reach, and I don't chuck away 100 guineas for one as ain't likely to look my way, not me. Which I begs leave to say, hass yourself, and likewise fool. Bah! With which expletive he set his thumb to his nose, spread out his fingers, wagged them and swaggered off. Above me, and out of my reach? One not likely to look my way. And, in due season, having finished the horseshoe, having set each tool in its appointed place in the racks, and raked out the clinkers from the fire, I took my hat and coat, and, closing the door behind me, set out for the Hollow. End of Section 27, Book 2, Chapter 18. Section 28 of the Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Section 28, Book 2, Chapter 19. How I Met Black George Again, and wherein the patient reader shall find a little blood. It was evening. That time before the moon is up and when the earth is dark, as yet, and full of shadows. Now as I went, by some chance there occurred to me the words of an old song I had read somewhere, years ago, words written in the glorious, brutal, knightly days of Edward the First, of warlike memory, and the words ran thus: For her love I cark, and care, for her love I droop, and dare, for her love my bliss is bare, and I wax wan. I wonder what poor, love-sick, long dead and forgotten fool wrote that, I said aloud. For her love in sleep I slake, for her love all night I wake, for her love I mourning make, more than any man. Some doughy squire at arms, or perhaps some wandering knight, probably of a dark, unlovely look, who rode the forest ways with his thoughts full of her, and dreaming of her loveliness. Howbeit, he was, beyond all doubt, a fool and a great one, said I, for it is to be inferred, from these few words he has left us, that his love was hopeless. She was, perhaps, proud and of high estate, one who was above him, and far beyond his reach, who was not likely even to look his way. Doubtless she was beautiful, and therefore haughty and disdainful, for disdainful pride is an attribute of beauty, and ever was and ever will be. And hence it came that our misfortunate squire, or knight-errant, was scorned for his pains, poor fool! Which yet was his own fault, after all, and, indeed, his just reward, for what has any squire at arms or lusty knight, with the world before him, and glory yet unachieved, to do with love? Love is a bauble, a toy, a pretty pastime for idle folk who have no thought above such. Away with it! Bah! And, in my mind, that is to say, mentally, I set my thumb to my nose, and spread my fingers, and wagged them, even as the postillion had done. And yet, despite this, the words of the old song recurred again and again, pathetically insistent, voicing themselves in my footsteps so that, to banish them, I presently stood still. And in that very moment a gigantic figure came bursting through the hedge, clearing the ditch in a single bound, and Black George confronted me. Haggard of face, with hair and beard matted and unkempt, his clothes all dusty and torn, he presented a very wild and terrible appearance, and beneath one arm he carried two bludgeons. The pedlar had spoken truly, then, and, as I met the giant's smouldering eye, I felt my mouth become suddenly parched and dry, and the palms of my hands grew moist and clammy. For a moment neither of us spoke, only we looked at each other steadily in the eye, and I saw the hair of his beard bristle, and he raised one great hand to the collar of his shirt, and tore it open as if it were strangling him. "George," I said at last, and held out my hand. George never stirred. "Won't you shake hands, George?" His lips opened, but no words came. "Had I known where to look for you, I should have sought you out days ago," I went on. "As it is, I have been wishing to meet you, hoping to set matters right." Once again his lips opened, but still no word came. "You see, Prudence is breaking her heart over you." A laugh burst from him, sudden and harsh. "You liar," said he, and his voice quavered strangely. "I speak gospel truth," said I. "I be note to prove since the day you beat me at the 'ammer throwin', an' ye know it." "Prudence loves you, and always has," said I. "Go back to her, George, go back to her, and to your work be the man I know you are. Go back to her, she loves you. If you still doubt my word, here, read that," and I held out his own letter, the letter on which Prudence had written those 4 words: "George, I love you." He took it from me, crumpled it slowly in his hand and tossed it into the ditch. "You liar," he said again, "an' a coward." "And you," said I, "are a fool, a blind, gross, selfish fool, who, in degrading yourself, in skulking about the woods and lanes, is bringing black shame and sorrow to as sweet a maid as ever—" "It don't need you to tell me what she be and what she bean't," said Black George, in a low, repressed voice. "I knowed her long before you ever set eyes on her. Grew up wi' her, I did, an' I bean't deaf nor blind. Ye see, I loved her, all my life. That's why one o' us two's a-goin' to lie out 'ere all night, an' all to-morrow, likewise, if some un don't chance to find us," saying which, he forced a cudgel into my hand. "What do you mean, George?" "I means as if you don't do for me, then I be a-goin' to do for 'ee." "But why?" I cried. "In God's name, why?" "I be slow, p'raps, an' thick, p'raps, but I bean't a fool. Come, man. If she be worth winnin' she be worth fightin' for." "But I tell you she loves Black George, and no other. She never had any thought of me, or I of her. This is madness and worse," and I tossed the cudgel aside. "An' I tell 'ee," broke in the smith, his repression giving way before a fury as fierce as it was sudden, "I tell 'ee, you be a liar, an' a coward. I know. I heerd an' I've seen. Your lyin', coward's tongue shan't save 'ee. Oh, ecod, wi' your white face an' tremblin' 'ands, you be a shame to the woman as loves ye, an' the woman as bore ye. Stand up, I say, or by God, I'll do for 'ee," and he raised his weapon. Without another word I picked up the cudgel, and, pointing to a gate a little farther along the road, I led the way into the meadow beyond. On the other side of this meadow ran the lane I have mentioned before, and beyond the lane was the hollow, and glancing thitherward, I bethought me that supper would be ready, and Charmian waiting for me, just about now, and I sighed, I remember, as I drew off my coat, and laid it, together with my hat, under the hedge. The moon was beginning to rise, casting the magic of her pale loveliness upon the world, and, as I rolled up my sleeves, I glanced round about me with an eye that strove to take in the beauty of all things, of hedge and tree and winding road, the gloom of wood, the sheen of water, and the far, soft sweep of hill and dale. Over all these my glance lingered yearningly, for it seemed to me that this look might be my last. And now, as I stooped and gripped my weapon, I remembered how I had, that morning, kissed her fingers, and I was strangely comforted and glad. The night air, which had been warm heretofore, struck chilly now, and, as I stood up, fronting Black George, I shivered, seeing which he laughed, short and fierce, and, with the laugh, came at me, striking downwards at my head as he came, and tough wood met tough wood with a shock that jarred me from wrist to shoulder. To hit him upon the arm and disable him was my one thought and object. I therefore watched for an opening, parrying his swift strokes and avoiding his rushes as well as I might. Time and again our weapons crashed together, now above my head, now to right, or left, sometimes rattling in quick succession, sometimes with pauses between strokes, pauses filled in with the sound of heavy breathing and the ceaseless thud of feet upon the sward. I was already bruised in half a dozen places, my right hand and arm felt numb, and with a shooting pain in the shoulder, that grew more acute with every movement, my breath also was beginning to labor. Yet still Black George pressed on, untiring, relentless, showering blow on blow, while my arm grew ever weaker and weaker, and the pain in my shoulder throbbed more intensely. How long had we fought? 5 minutes, 10, half an hour, an hour? I could see the sweat gleaming upon his cheek, his eyes were wild, his mouth gaped open, and he drew his breath in great sobbing pants. But, as I looked, his cudgel broke through my tired guard, and, taking me full upon the brow, drove me reeling back. My weapon slipped from my grasp, and, blinded with blood, I staggered to and fro, like a drunken man, and presently slipped to the grass. And how sweet it was to lie thus, with my cheek upon kind Mother Earth, to stretch my aching body, and with my weary limbs at rest. But Black George stood above me, panting, and, as his eyes met mine, he laughed. A strange sounding, broken laugh, and rolled up his cudgel, to beat out my brains, even as the pedlar had foretold. Tomorrow the blackbird would sing upon my motionless breast, and, looking into Black George's eyes, I smiled. "Get up," he panted, and lowered the cudgel. "Get up, or, by God, I'll do, for 'ee." Sighing, I rose, and took the cudgel he held out to me, wiping the blood from my eyes as I did so. And now, as I faced him once more, all things vanished from my ken save the man before me. He filled the universe, and, even as he leaped upon me, I leaped upon him, and struck with all my strength. There was a jarring, splintering shock, and Black George was beaten down upon his knees, but as, dropping my weapon, I stepped forward, he rose, and stood panting, and staring at the broken cudgel in his hand. "George," said I. "You 'm bleedin', Peter." "For that matter, so are you." "Bloodlettin' be good for a man sometimes eases un." "It does," I panted. "Perhaps you are willing to hear reason now?" "We be even so fur but fists be better nor sticks any day, and I be goin' to try ye wi' fists. Have we not bled each other sufficiently?" "No," cried George, between set teeth, "theer be more nor bloodlettin' betwixt you and me. I said as 'ow one of us would lie out 'ere all night, and so 'e shall. By God! Come on! Fists be best arter all." This was the heyday of boxing, and, while at Oxford I had earned some small fame at the sport. But it was one thing to spar with a man my own weight in a padded ring, with limited rounds governed by a code of rules, and quite another to fight a man like Black George, in a lonely meadow, by light of moon. Moreover, he was well acquainted with the science, as I could see from the way he shaped, the only difference between us being that whereas he fought with feet planted square and wide apart, I balanced myself upon my toes, which is, I think, to be commended as being quicker, and more calculated to lessen the impact of a blow. Brief though the respite had been, it had served me to recover my breath, and, though my head yet rung from the cudgel stroke, and the blood still flowed freely, getting, every now and then, into my eyes, my brain was clear as we fronted each other for what we both knew must be the decisive bout. The smith stood with his mighty shoulders stooped something forward, his left arm drawn back, his right flung across his chest, and, so long as we fought, I watched that great fist and knotted forearm, for, though he struck oftener with his left, it was in that passive right that I thought my danger really lay. It is not my intention to chronicle this fight blow by blow. Enough, and more than enough, has already been said in that regard. Suffice it then, that as the fight progressed I found that I was far quicker, as I had hoped, and that the majority of his blows I either blocked or avoided easily enough. Time after time his fist shot over my shoulder, or over my head, and time after time I countered heavily, now on his body, now on his face. Once he staggered, and once I caught a momentary glimpse of his features convulsed with pain. He was smeared with blood from the waist up, but still he came on. I fought desperately now, savagely, taking advantage of every opening, for though I struck him 4 times to his once, yet his blows had 4 times the weight of mine. My forearms were bruised to either elbow, and my breath came in gasps. And always I watched that deadly right. And presently it came, with arm and shoulder and body behind it, quick as a flash, and resistless as a cannon ball. But I was ready, and, as I leaped, I struck him clean and true upon the angle of the jaw. And, spinning round, Black George fell, and lay with his arms wide stretched, and face buried in the grass. Slowly, slowly he got upon his knees, and thence to his feet, and so stood panting, hideous with blood and sweat, bruised and cut and disfigured, staring at me, as one in a maze. Now, as I looked, my heart went out to him, and I reached forth my right hand. "George," I panted. "Oh, George!" But Black George only looked at me, and shook his head, and groaned. "Oh, Peter," said he, "you be a man, Peter. I've fought? Ah, many's the time, and no man ever knocked me down afore. Oh, Peter! I could love 'ee for it if I didn't hate the very sight of 'ee. Come on, and let's get it over and done with." So once again fists were clenched and jaws set. Once again came the trampling of feet, the hiss of breath, and the thudding shock of blows given and taken. A sudden, jarring impact, the taste of sulphur on my tongue, a gathering darkness before my eyes, and, knowing this was the end, I strove desperately to close with him. But I was dazed, blind. My arms fell paralyzed, and, in that moment, the smith's right fist drove forward. A jagged flame shot up to heaven, the earth seemed to rush up towards me. A roaring blackness engulfed me, and then, silence. End of section 28, Book 2, Chapter 19.
Section 29 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ellen Preckle. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Chapter 20. How I Came Up Out of the Dark. Someone was calling to me a long way off. Someone was leaning down from a great height to call to me in the depths, and the voice was wonderfully sweet, but faint. Faint, because the height was so very high, and the depths so very great. And still the voice called and called, and I felt sorry that I could not answer, because, as I say, the voice was troubled, and wonderfully sweet. And little by little it seemed that it grew nearer, this voice. It was descending to me in these depths of blackness. Or was I being lifted up to the heights where, I knew, blackness could not be? Aye, indeed, I was being lifted, for I could feel a hand upon my brow, a smooth, cool hand that touched my cheek and brushed the hair from my forehead. A strong, gentle hand it was, with soft fingers, and it was lifting me up and up from the loathly depths, which seemed more black and more horrible the further I drew from them. And so I heard the voice, nearer and ever nearer, until I could distinguish words. And the voice had tears in it, and the words were very tender. "Peter, speak, speak to me, Peter." "Charmian?" said I within myself. Why, truly, whose hand but hers could have lifted me out of that gulf of death back to light and life? Yet I did not speak aloud, for I had no mind to yet awhile. "Ah, speak to me, Peter! How can you lie there so still and pale?" And now her arms were about me, strong and protecting, and my head was drawn down upon her bosom. "Oh, Peter, my Peter!" Nay, but this was Charmian, the cold, proud Charmian? Truly, I had never heard that thrill in her voice before. Could this indeed be Charmian? And lying thus, with my head on this sweet pillow, I could hear her heart whispering to me, and it seemed that it was striving to tell me something. Striving to tell me something. Could I but understand! Ah, could I but understand! "I waited for you so long, Peter, and the supper's all spoiled. A rabbit, Peter. You liked rabbit, and, oh God, I want you. Don't you hear me, Peter? I want you, And now her cheek was pressed to mine, and her lips were upon my hair and upon my brow. Her lips! Was this indeed Charmian, and was I Peter Vibart? Ah, if I could but know what it was that her heart was trying to tell me so quickly and passionately. And while I lay listening, something hot splashed down upon my cheek, and then another, and another. Her bosom heaved tumultuously, and instinctively raising my arms, I clasped them about her. "Don't," I said, and my voice was a whisper. "Don't, Charmian." For a moment her clasp tightened about me. She was all tenderness and clinging warmth. Then I heard a sudden gasp. Her arms loosened and fell away, and so I presently raised my head, and, supporting myself upon my hand, looked at her. And then I saw her cheeks were burning. "Peter." "Yes, Charmian." "Did you—" She paused, plucking nervously at the grass and looking away from me. "Well, Charmian?" "Did you hear—" Again she broke off, and still her head was averted. "I heard your voice calling to me from a great way off, and so I came, Charmian." "Were you conscious when I found you?" "No," I answered. "I was lying in a very deep black pit." Here she looked at me again. I thought you were dead, Peter. My soul was out of my body until you recalled it. You were lying upon your back by the hedge here, and, oh, Peter, your face was white and shining in the moonlight, and there was blood upon it, and you looked like one that is dead!" and she shivered. "And you have brought me back to life," said I, rising, but, being upon my feet, I staggered giddily, to hide which I laughed and leaned back against a tree. "Indeed," said I am very much alive still, and monstrously hungry. You spoke of a rabbit, I think?" "A rabbit!" said Charmian in a whisper, and as I met her eye, I would have given much to have recalled that thoughtless speech. I think you did mention a rabbit," I said, floundering deeper. "So then, you deceived me. You lay there and deceived me with your eyes shut and your ears open, taking advantage of my pity." No, indeed no. I thought myself still dreaming it. It all seemed so unreal, so beyond all belief and possibility, and I stopped, aghast at my crass folly, for with a cry she sprang to her feet and hid her face in her hands, while I stood dumbfounded like the fool I was. When she looked up, her eyes seemed to scorch me. "And I thought Mr. Vibart a man of honor, like a knight of his old-time romances, high and chivalrous. Oh, I thought him a gentleman!" "Instead of which," said I, speaking as it were despite myself, "instead of which you find me only a blacksmith, a low, despicable fellow, eager to take advantage of your unprotected womanhood." She did not speak, standing tall and straight, her head thrown back, wherefore, reading her scorn of me in her eyes, seeing the proud contempt of her mouth, a very demon seemed suddenly to possess me, for certainly the laugh that rang from my lip proceeded from no volition of mine. "And yet, madam," my voice went on, "this despicable blacksmith fellow refused 100 guineas for you to-day." "Peter!" she cried, and shrank away from me as if I had threatened to strike her. "Ah, you start at that! Your proud lip trembles. Do not fear, madam, the sum did not tempt him, though a large one." "Peter!" she cried again, and now there was a note of appeal in her voice. "Indeed, madam, even so degraded a fellow as this blacksmith could not very well sell that which he does not possess, could he? And so the 100 guineas go a-begging, and you are still unsold." Long before I had done, she covered her face again, and coming near, I saw the tears running out between her fingers and sparkling as they fell, and once again the devil within me laughed loud and harsh. But while it still echoed, I had flung myself down at her feet. "Charmian," I cried, "forgive me, you will, you must," and kneeling before her, I strove to catch her gown and kiss its hem, but she drew it close about her, and turning, fled from me through the shadows. Heedless of all else but that she was leaving me, I stumbled to my feet and followed. The trees seemed to beset me as I ran, and bushes reached out arms to stay me, but I burst from them, running wildly, blundering, for she was going, Charmian was leaving me, and so, spent and panting, I reached the cottage and met Charmian at the door. She was clad in the long cloak she had worn when she came, and the hood was drawn close about her face. I stood panting in the doorway, barring her exit. "Let me pass, Peter." "By God, no!" I cried, and entering, closed the door and leaned my back against it. And after we had stood thus a while, each looking upon the other, I reached out my hands to her, and my hands were torn and bloody. "Don't go, Charmian," I mumbled. "Don't go. Oh, Charmian, I'm hurt. I didn't want you to know, but you mustn't leave me. I'm not well. It is my head, I think. I met Black George, and he was too strong for me. I'm deaf, Charmian, and half blinded. Oh, don't leave me. I'm afraid, Charmian." Her figure grew more blurred and indistinct, and I sank down upon my knees. But in the dimness I reached out and found her hands and clasped them, and bowed my aching head upon them, and remained thus a great while, it seemed to me. And presently, through the mist, her voice reached me. "Oh, Peter, I will not leave you. Lean on me. There, there." And little by little those strong, gentle hands drew me up once more to light and life. And so she got me to a chair, and brought cool water, and washed the blood and sweat from me, as she had done once before, only now my hurts were deeper, for my head grew beyond my strength to support, and hung upon my breast, and my brain throbbed with fire, and a mist was ever before my eyes. "Are you in much pain, Peter?" "My head, only my head, Charmian. There's a bell ringing there. No, it's a hammer beating." And indeed I remembered little for a while, save the touch of her hand and the soothing murmur of her voice, until I found she was kneeling beside me, feeding me with broth from a spoon. Wherefore I presently took the basin from her, and emptied it at a gulp, and finding myself greatly revived thereby, made some shift to eat of the supper she set before me. So she presently came and sat beside me, and ate also, watching me at each morsel. "Your poor hands," said she, and looked down at them. I saw that my knuckles were torn and broken, and the fingers much swelled. "And yet," said Charmian, "except for the cut on your head, you are quite unmarked, Peter." "He fought mostly for the body," I answered, "and I managed to keep my face out of the way." But he caught me twice, once upon the chin lightly, and once behind the ear heavily. Had his fist landed fairly, I don't think even you could have brought me back from those loathly depths, Charmian. And in a while, supper being done, she brought my pipe and filled it, and held the light for me. But my head throbbed woefully, and for once the tobacco was flavourless, so I sighed and laid the pipe by. "Why, Peter," said Charmian, regarding me with an anxious frown, "can't you smoke?" "Not just now, Charmian," said I, and leaning my head in my hands, fell into a sort of coma, till, feeling her touch upon my shoulder, I started and looked up. "You must go to bed, Peter." "No," said I. "Yes, Peter." "Very well, Charmian, yes, I will go to bed." And I rose. "Do you feel better now, Peter?" "Thank you, yes, much better." "Then why do you hold on to the chair?" "I'm still a little giddy, but it will pass." And, "Charmian, you forgive—" "Yes, yes, don't look at me like that, Peter, and oh, good night, foolish boy." "I am 25, Charmian." But as she turned away, I saw that there were tears in her eyes. Dressed as I was, I lay down upon my bed, and, burying my head in the pillow, groaned, for my pain was very sore. Indeed, I was to feel the effects of George's fist for many a day to come, and it seems to me now that much of the morbid imaginings, the nightly horrors, and black despair that I endured in the time which immediately followed, was chiefly owing to that terrible blow upon the head. End of How I Came Up Out of the Dark. Section 30 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ellen Preckle. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Chapter 21. Of the Opening of the Door, and How Charmian Blew Out the Light. He bestrode a powerful black charger, and his armour glittered through the green. And as he rode beneath the leafy arches of the wood, he lifted up his voice and sang, and the song was mournful, and of a plaintive seeming, and rang loud behind his visor bars. Therefore, as I sat beside the freshet, I hearkened to his song. For her love I cark and care, for her love I droop and dare, for her love my bliss is bare, and I wax wan. Forth he rode from the shadowy woodland, pacing very solemn and slow, and thrice he struck his iron hand upon his iron breast. For her love in sleep I slake, for her love all night I wake, for her love I mourning make, more than any man. Now being come to where I sat beside the brook, he checked his horse, and gazed full long upon me, and his eyes shone from the gloom of his helmet. "Messire," quoth B, "how like you my song?" "But little, sir, to be plain with you, not a whit," I answered. "And beseech you, wherefore?" "Because it is folly, away with it, for if your head be full of such, how shall you achieve any lasting good, glory, learning, power?" But sighing he shook his head. Quoth he, "O blind one, glory is but a name, learning but a yearning emptiness, and whither leadeth ambition? Man is a mote dancing in a sun ray, the world a speck hanging in space. All things vanish and pass utterly away, save only true love, and that abideth everlastingly. 'Tis sweeter than life and stronger than death, and reacheth up beyond the stars. And thus it is I pray you tell me, where is she? She? She whom you love. I love no woman," said I. "Liar!" cried he in a terrible voice, and the voice was the voice of Black George. "And who are you that says so?" I demanded, and stood upon my feet. "Look, behold, and know thyself, O blind and more than blind." And leaning down, he raised his visor so that the moonlight fell upon his face, and the face I looked upon was my own. And while I gazed, he lifted up his voice and cried, "Ye spirits of the wood, I charge ye, who is he that rideth in the green, dreaming ever of her beauty, and sighing forth his love everlastingly? Spirits of the wood, I charge ye!" And out of the gloom of the wood, from every rustling leaf and opening bud, came a little voice that rose and blended in a soft, hushed chorus, crying, "Peter Vibart! Peter Vibart!" "Spirits of the wood, I charge ye, who is he that walketh to and fro in the world, and having eyes seeth not, and ears heareth not, a very fool of love?" Once again the voices cried in answer, "Peter Vibart! Peter Vibart!" "Spirits of the wood, I charge ye, who is he that shall love with a love mightier than most, who shall suffer greatly for love and because of it? Who shall think of it by day, and dream of it of nights? Who is he that must die to find love in the fullness of life? O spirits of the wood, I charge ye!" Again from out the green came the soft, hushed chorus, "Peter Vibart! Peter Vibart!" But even as I laughed, came one from the wood with a horse and armor, and the armor he girded on me, and the horse I mounted, and there in the moonlit glade we fought and strove together, my other self and I, and sudden and strong he smote me, so that I fell down from my horse and lay there dead, with my blood soaking and soaking into the grass. And as I watched, there came a blackbird that perched upon my breast, carolling gloriously. Yet little by little this bird changed, and lo! in its place was a new Peter Vibart, standing upon the old, and the new trampled the old down into the grass, and it was gone. Then, with his eyes on the stars, the new Peter Vibart fell a-singing, and the words I sang were these: "For her love I cark and care, for her love I droop and dare, for her love my bliss is bare, and I wax wan." And thus there came into my heart that which had been all unknown, undreamed of hitherto, yet which, once there, could never pass away. O spirits of the wood, I charge ye, who is he that cometh, true love sweeter than life, greater than wisdom, stronger than death? O spirits of the wood, I charge ye. And the hushed voices chorused softly, "Peter Vibart! Peter Vibart!" And while I listened, one by one the voices ceased, till there but one remained, calling, calling, but ever soft and far away. And when I would have gone toward this voice, lo! there stood a knife quivering in the ground before me, that grew and grew until its haft touched heaven. Yet still the voice called upon my name very softly, "Peter! Peter! Oh, Peter, I want you! Oh, Peter! Wake! Wake!" I sat up in bed, and as I listened, grew suddenly sick, and a fit of trembling shook me violently, for the whisper was still in my ears, and the whisper was an agony of fear and dread indescribable. "Peter! Oh, Peter, I am afraid! Wake! Wake!" A cold sweat broke out upon me, and I glared helplessly toward the door. "Quick, Peter! Come to me! Oh, God!" I strove to move, but still could not. And now in the darkness hands were shaking me wildly, and Charmian's voice was speaking in my ear. "The door!" it whispered, "the door!" Then I arose, and was in the outer room, with Charmian close beside me in the dark, and my eyes were upon the door. And then I beheld a strange thing, for a thin line of white light traversed the floor from end to end. Now, as I watched this narrow line, I saw that it was gradually widening and widening. Very slowly, and with infinite caution, the door was being opened from without. In this remote place, in this still, dead hour of the night, full of the ghostly hush that ever precedes the dawn, there was something devilish, something very like murder in its stealthy motion. I heard Charmian's breath catch, and in the dark her hand came and crept into mine, and her fingers were cold as death. And now a great anger came upon me, and I took a quick step forward, but Charmian restrained me. "No, Peter," she breathed, "not yet. Wait," and wound her arms round mine. In a corner near by stood that same trusty staff that had been the companion of my wanderings, and now I reached and took it up, balancing it in my hand. And all the time I watched that line of light upon the floor, widening and widening, growing ever broader and more broad. The minutes dragged slowly by, while the line grew into a streak, and the streak into a lane, and upon the lane came a blot that slowly resolved itself into the shadow of a hand upon the latch. Slowly, slowly, to the hand came a wrist, and the wrist an arm. Another minute, and this maddening suspense would be over. Despite Charmian's restraining clasp, I crept a long pace nearer the softly moving door. The sharp angle of the elbow was growing obtuse as the shadowy arm straightened itself. 30 seconds more. I began to count, and, gripping my staff, braced myself for what might be, when, with a sudden cry, Charmian sprang forward, and, hurtling herself against the door, shut it with a crash. "Quick, Peter!" she panted. I was beside her almost as she spoke, and had my hand upon the latch. "I must see who this was," said I. "You are mad!" she cried. "Let me open the door, Charmian." "No, no, I say no!" "Whoever it was must not escape. Open the door." "Never, never! I tell you, death is outside. There's murder in the very air. I feel it. And, dear God, the door has no bolt." "They're gone now, whoever they were," said I reassuringly. "The danger is over, if danger it could be called." "Danger!" cried Charmian. "I tell you, it was death." "Yet, after all, it may have been only some homeless wanderer." "Then why that deadly silent caution?" "True," said I, becoming thoughtful. "Bring the table, Peter, and set it across the door." Surely the table is too light to, but it will give sufficient warning. Not that I shall sleep again to-night. Oh, Peter! Had I not been dreaming and happened to wake, had I not chanced to look toward the door, it would have opened wide, and then, oh, horrible! You were dreaming? A hateful, hateful dream, and awoke in terror, and being afraid, glanced toward the door, and saw it opening, and now... Bring the table, Peter! Now, groping about, my hand encountered one of the candles, and taking out my tinder box, all unthinking, I lighted it. Charmian was leaning against the door, clad in a flowing white garment, a garment that was wonderfully stitched, all dainty frills and laces, with here and there a bow of blue riband, disposed, as it would seem, by the hand of chance, and yet most wonderfully. And up from this foam of laces her shoulders rose, white and soft and dimpled, sweeping up in noble lines to the smooth round column of her throat. But as I stared at all this loveliness, she gave a sudden gasp, and stooped her head, and crossed her hands upon her bosom, while up over the snow of shoulder, over neck and cheek and brow, ebbed that warm crimson tide, and I could only gaze and gaze, till with a movement swift and light she crossed to that betraying candle, and stooping, blew out the light. Then I set the table across the door, having done which I stood looking toward where she stood. "Charmian," said I. "Yes, Peter." "To-morrow." "Yes, Peter." "I will make a bar to hold the door." "Yes, Peter." "2 bars would be better, perhaps?" "Yes, Peter." "You would feel safe then, safer than ever?" "Safer than ever, Peter." End of The Opening of the Door, and How Charmian Blew Out the Light. Section 31 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ellen Preckle. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Chapter 22, in which the Ancient discourses on love. I am forging a bar for my cottage door, such a bar as might give check to an army, or resist a battering ram, a bar that shall defy all the night prowlers that ever prowled. A stout, solid bar, broad as my wrist and thick as my 2 fingers, that, looking upon it as it lies in its sockets across the door, Charmian henceforth may sleep and have no fear. The Ancient sat perched on his stool in the corner, but for once we spoke little, for I was very busy, also my mind was plunged in a profound reverie. And of whom should I be thinking but of Charmian, and of the dimple in her shoulder? "'Tis bewitched you be, Peter," said the old man suddenly, prodding me softly with his stick. "Bewitched as ever was," and he chuckled. "Bewitched?" said I, starting. "Ah, there you stand, with your hammer in your hand, and staring and a-staring at nobody nor nothing, leastways not as human I can see, and a-sighing and a-sighing." "Did I indeed sigh, Ancient?" "Ah, that you did, like a cow, Peter, or a horse, heavy and tired like, and slow you be, and dreamy, you as was so bright and spry. There's some fools like Joel Amos, as might think as 'twere the work o' ghostes, or demons, a-casting their spells on ye, or that some vampire'd bit ye in the night, and sucked your blood as you lay asleep. But I know different. You'm just bewitched, Peter," and he chuckled again. "Who knows, perhaps I am, but it will pass. Whatever it is, it will pass." "Don't be ye too sure o' that. There's bewitchments and bewitchments, Peter." Hereupon the smithy became full of the merry din of my hammer, and while I worked the Ancient smoked his pipe and watched me, informing me, between whiles, that the Jersey cow was in calf, that the hops seemed more than usually forward, and that he had waked that morning with a touch of the rheumatics, but otherwise he was unusually silent. Moreover, each time that I happened to glance up, it was to find him regarding me with a certain fixity of eye, which at another time would have struck me as portentous. "You be palish this marnin', Peter," said he, dabbing me suddenly with his pipe stem. "Shouldn't wonder if you was to tell me as your appetite was bad. Come now, you didn't eat much of a breakfast this mornin', did you?" "I don't think I did, Ancient." "O' course not," said the old man with a nod of profound approval. "It aren't to be expected. Let's see, it be all of 4 months since I found you, bean't it?" "4 months and a few odd days," I nodded, and fell to work upon my glowing iron bar. "You'll make a tidy smith one of these days, Peter," said the old man encouragingly, as I straightened my back and plunged the iron back into the fire. "Thank you, Ancient." "Ay, you've larned to use a hammer pretty well, considerin' though you be wasting your opportunities. Shameful, Peter, shameful." "Am I, Ancient?" "Ay, that you be. Moon can't last much longer. She be on the wane already." "Moon?" said I, staring. "Ah, moon," nodded the old man. "There's nowt like a moon, Peter, and if she be the full, so much the better." "But what have the moon and I to do with each other, Ancient?" "Old I be, Peter, a old man, but I were young once, and I tell 'ee, the moon has a lot more to do wi' it than some folks think. Why, Lord love 'ee, there wouldn't be near so many children a playin' in the sun if it wasn't for the moon." "Ancient," said I, "what might you be driving at?" "Love, Peter." "Love," said I, letting go the handle of the bellows, "and marriage, Peter. What in the world put such thoughts in your head?" "You did, Peter." "I?" "Ah, some men is born lovers, Peter, and you be one. I never see such eyes as yourn afore. So burnin' 'ot they be, and, Peter, some maid will see the love light aflame in 'em some day, and drop her 'ead, and blush and tremble, for she'll know, Peter, she'll know. Maids was made to be loved, Peter." "But, Ancient, I am not the kind of man women would be attracted by. I love books and solitude, and am called a pedant, and besides, I am not of a loving sort. Some men, Peter, falls in love as easy as they falls out. It comes to some soft and quiet, like the dawn of a summer's day, Peter. But to others it comes like a gart and terrible storm. Oh, that it do. There's a fire ready to burn up inside o' ye at the touch o' some woman's 'and, or the peep o' her eye. Ah, a fire as'll burn and burn, and never go out again, not even if you should live to be as old as I be. And you'll be strong and wild and fierce with it, and some day you'll find her, Peter, and she'll find you. And," said I, staring away into the distance, "do you think that by any possible chance she might love me, this woman?" "Ay, for sure," said the Ancient. "For sure she will. Why don't 'ee up and ax her? Wi' a fine round moon o'erhead, and a pretty maid at your elber? It's easy enough to tell her you love her, ain't it?" "Indeed, yes," said I, beginning to rub my chin. "Very easy," and I sighed. "And when you looks into a pair of sweet eyes, and sees the shine of the moon in 'em, why, it aren't so fur to her lips, are it, Peter?" "No," said I, rubbing my chin harder than ever. "No, and there's the danger of it." "Where's the danger, Peter?" "Everywhere," I answered. "In her eyes, in her thick soft hair, the warmth of her breath, the touch of her hand, the least contact of her garments, her very step." "I knowed it!" cried the Ancient joyfully, peering at me under his brows. "I knowed it." "Knew what?" "You be in love. Good lad, good lad!" and he flourished his pipe in the air. "In love!" I exclaimed. "In love." "I?" "Sure as sure. But love, according to Aristotle, is—" "Love, Peter, is what makes a man forget his breakfast, and his work, and his—" "But I work very hard. Besides, love is what makes a man so brave as a lion, Peter, and fall a tremblin' like a coward when she stands a lookin' up at him. Love makes the green earth greener, and the long road short, almost too short. Sometimes the love of a woman comes betwixt a man and all evils and dangers. Why don't 'ee up and ax her, Peter?" "She'd laugh at me, Ancient." "Not she. That soft, low laugh of hers." "Well, what of that?" "Besides, she hardly knows me." The Ancient took out his snuff-box and gave 2 double knocks upon the lid. "A woman knows a man sooner'n a man knows a woman, a sight sooner. Why, Lord bless you, Peter, she has him all reckoned up long afore he knows for sure if her eyes be black uns or brown uns, and that she has." Here he extracted a pinch of snuff. "As for Prudence, she loves you with all her heart and soul." "Prudence?" said I, staring. "Ah, Prudence. I be her grandfeyther, I know." "Prudence!" said I again. "She am a handsome lass, and so pretty as a pictur', you said so yourself. And what's more, she am a sensible lass, and 'll make ye as fine a wife as ever was, if only—" "If only she loved me, Ancient." "To be sure, Peter. But you see she doesn't." "Eh? What, Peter?" "Prudence doesn't love me." "Doesn't?" "Not by any means." "Peter, you're jokin'." "No, Ancient." "But I be all took aback, mazed I be. Not love ye, and me wi' my 'eart set on it. Are you sure?" "Certain." "How do you know?" "She told me so." "But why? Why shouldn't she love you?" "Why should she?" "But I'd set my 'eart on it, Peter." "It is very unfortunate," said I, and began blowing up the fire. "Peter." "Yes, Ancient." "Do 'ee love she?" "No, Ancient." The old man rose, and, hobbling forward, tapped me on the breast with the handle of his stick. "Then who was you talking of a while back, about her eyes, and her hair, and her dress, and being afraid of 'em?" "To be exact, I don't know, Ancient." "Oh, Peter, exclaimed the old man, shaking his head. "I wonders at you! Arter me a-thinkin' and a-thinkin' and a-plannin' all these months after me a-sendin' Black Jarge about his business—" "Ancient, what do you mean?" "Why, didn't I out and tell ye as you was sweet on "Did you tell him that?" I cried.
"Ay, to be sure I did, and what's more, I says, to un often and often, when you wasn't by, Jarge, I'd say, Prue's a lovely maid, and Peter's a fine young chap, and they am beginning to find each other out. They be allus talking to each other, and a-looking at each other, mornin', noon, and night. I says, like as not, we'll have 'em marryin' each other afore very long, and Jarge 'ud up and wrinkle up his brows, and walk away, and never say a word. But now, it'll be turrible 'ard to be disappointed like this, Peter, arter I set my heart on it. And me such an old man, such a very ancient man. Oh, Peter, you be full o' disappointments, and all manner o' contrariness. Sometimes I almost wishes as I'd never took the trouble to find you at all." And, with this Parthian shot, the old man sighed, and turned his back upon me, and tottered out of the forge. Chapter 23. How Gabbing Dick the Pedlar set a hammer going in my head. Having finished my bars with 4 strong brackets to hold them, I put away my tools and donned hat and coat. It was yet early, and there was, besides, much work waiting to be done, but I felt unwontedly tired and out of sorts, wherefore, with my bars and brackets beneath my arm, I set out for the hollow. From the hedges on either side of me came the sweet perfume of the honeysuckle, and beyond the hedges the fields stood high with ripening corn, a yellow, heavy-headed host, nodding and swaying lazily. I stood awhile to listen to its whisper as the gentle wind swept over it, and to look down the long green alleys of the hop gardens beyond, and at the end of one of these straight arched vistas there shone a solitary great star. And presently, lifting my eyes to the sky, already deepening to evening, and remembering how I had looked round me ere I faced Black George, I breathed a sigh of thankfulness that I was yet alive, with strength to walk within a world so beautiful. Now, as I stood thus, I heard a voice hailing me, and glancing about, espied one some distance up the road, who sat beneath the hedge, whom, upon approaching, I recognized as Gabbing Dick the Pedlar. He nodded and grinned as I came up, but in both there was a vague unpleasantness, as also in the manner in which he eyed me slowly up and down. "You've stood a-looking up in the sky for a good 10 minutes," said he. "And what if I have?" "Nothin'," said the Pedlar, "nothin' at all. Though if the moon had been up, a cove might have thought as you was dreamin' of some eve or other. Love-sick folk always stares at the moon, leastwise so they tell me. Anyone who stares at the moon when he might be doin' summat better's a fool, as great a fool as any man who stares at a eve, for a eve never brought any man nothin' but trouble, and sorrow, and never will, now. Don't frown, young cove, nor shake your head, for it's true. What's caused more sorrer and blood than them eves? Blood? Ah, rivers of it. Oceans of good blood's been spilt all along o' women, from the Eve as tricked old Adam to the Eve as tricks the like of me, or, say, yourself." Here he regarded me with so evil a leer that I turned my back in disgust. "Don't go, young cove, I ain't done yet, I got summat to tell ye." "Then tell it," said I, stopping again, struck by the fellow's manner, "and tell it quickly." "I'm a-comin' to it as fast as I can, ain't I? Very well, then. You're a fine, upstanding young cove, and may have white hands, which I don't see myself, but no matter, and may likewise be chock full of taking ways, which, though not noticing, I won't go for to deny. But a eve's a eve, it always will be. You'll mind as I warned you against the last time I see ye? Very well, then." "Well?" said I, impatiently. "Well," nodded the Pedlar, and his eyes twinkled malevolently, "I says it again, I warns you again. You're a nice, civil-spoke young cove, and quiet, though I don't like the cock o' your eye, and mind, I don't bear you no ill, though you did turn me from your door on a cold, dark night." "It was neither a cold nor a dark night," said I. "Well, it might have been, mightn't it?" "Very well, then." "Still I don't," said the Pedlar, spitting dejectedly into the ditch. "I don't bear you no hard feelin's for it, nohow. Me always making it a pint to forgive them as woefully oppresses me. Likewise, them as despitefully uses me. It might have been cold and dark, with ice and snow, and I might have froze to death, and we won't say no more about it." "You've said pretty well, I think," said I. "Supposing you tell me what you have to tell me. Otherwise, good night." "Very well, then," said the Pedlar, "let's talk of summat else. Still living in the 'Oller, I suppose?" "Yes." "Ah, well, I come through there to-day," said he, grinning, and again his eyes grew malevolent. "Indeed?" "Ah, indeed! I come through there this very arternoon, and uncommon pretty everything was looking, with the grass so green, and the trees so shady.
"Shady's the word," nodded the Pedlar, glancing at me through his narrowed eyelids and chuckling. "A paradise, you might call it. Ah, a paradise, or a Garden of Eden, with Eve and the serpent and all." And he broke out into a cackling laugh. And in the look and the laugh, indeed, about his whole figure, there was something so repellent, so evil, that I was minded to kick and trample him down into the ditch. Yet the leering triumph in his eyes held me. "Yes," said I. "You see, bein' by, I happened to pass the cottage, and very pretty that looked too, and nice and neat inside." "Yes," said I. "And bein' so near, I happened to glance in the winder, and there, sure enough, I see her, as ye might say, Eve in the garden, and a fine figure of a Eve she be, and handsome with it. 'Tain't often you see a maid the likes o' her, so proud and naughty like. Well, I just happened to look in the winder. She happened to be standing with an open book in her hand, an old leather book with a broken cover." "Yes," said I.
"And she was a-laughin', and a pretty soft Eve's laugh it were, too."
"Yes," said I.
"And 'e were a-lookin' at the book over her shoulder."
The irons slipped from my grasp and fell with a harsh clang.
"Ketches ye, does it?"
said the Pedlar. I did not speak, but meeting my eye, he scrambled hastily to his feet, and catching up his pack, retreated some little way down the road.
"Ketches ye, does it, my cove?" he repeated. "Turn me away from your door on a cold dark night, would ya? Not as I bears ye any ill will for it, bein' of a forgivin' nature. But I says to you, I says, look out! A fine handsome lass she be, with her soft eyes and red lips and long white arms, the eyes and lips and arms of a Eve, and Eve tricked Adam, didn't she? And you ain't a better man nor Adam, are ye? Very well, then," saying which he spat once more into the ditch, and shouldering his pack, strode away. And after some while I took up my iron bars and trudged on toward the cottage. As I went, I repeated to myself over and over again the word liar. Yet my step was very slow and heavy, and my feet dragged in the dust, and somewhere in my head a small hammer had begun to beat, soft and slow and regular, but beating upon my brain. Now the upper cover of my Virgil book was broken. End of How Gabbing Dick the Pedlar Set a Hammer Going in My Head.